Because humanity has ravaged nature, the universe's punitive mechanism has been activated and a global apocalypse era descends. From this moment onward, different doomsday catastrophes will appear on Earth every single month. All human technological means are rendered null and void. Every human on the planet is granted a random refuge, automatically transformed from their current residence, each shelter possessing its own unique innate talent that must be wisely utilized in order to survive. If humanity is completely annihilated, Earth will usher in a brand new epoch. If humankind endures 10,000 distinct apocalyptic disasters, it will become the eternal and sole master of Earth. As the mysterious voice echoes in the ears of every human across the globe, the world undergoes a drastic upheaval. In that instant, regardless of what they had been doing, all people without exception are transported back to their homes. Those eating outside find themselves in the next second sitting on their own beds, still clutching their trays. Shoppers suddenly discover they are now on their living room sofas, arms loaded with bags. Passionate lovers mid-embrace abruptly realize their partners have vanished. Even those without a fixed residence materialize out of thin air inside random unfamiliar rooms. Sui is no exception. Just moments ago he had been at the company enduring his boss's tirade, yet in the next instant his surroundings twist and distort and he finds himself seated on his own living room sofa. Sui blinks, staring dazedly for a long moment, unable to react. The next second a chill runs down his spine. Those words just now weren't hallucinations from overwork. Some mysterious existence is punishing humanity on Earth. The end of the world is coming. Sui takes a deep breath, forcing his trembling body to regain composure. At 23, Sui adapts quickly. He soon pieces the situation together. All humans worldwide now possess random shelters as the means to resist the coming apocalypse. In 10 minutes the first wave of apocalyptic calamity will arrive. The disaster theme: ultimate heat. A sweltering climate of at least 60 degrees Celsius will blanket the globe. Hurry and inspect your shelter's attributes, gather resources, and ensure your own survival to the utmost. If you die, no one will pity you, everyone will be too busy struggling to live. Sui murmurs as he sets down a mysterious sheet of paper on the table. The sheet is filled with crucial information, allowing people worldwide to quickly grasp their plight. In 10 minutes the first stage of the apocalypse will begin. This isn't an illusion. Could it be some high-tech organization playing a prank? Sui frowns, then tentatively murmurs, "Open shelter data panel." A soft swish sounds as a semi-transparent data frame appears before him, making Sui's eyes widen. If this is a prank, the scale is far too grand. Sui falls into thoughtful silence, studying the data hovering before his eyes. Shelter unnamed, shelter level 0. Shelter owner Sui. Shelter population 1. Shelter space 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom. Shelter safety rating 1 point. Shelter comfort rating 1 point. Shelter item resources: 7 pieces of tables and chairs, 1 bed, 1 sofa, 1 refrigerator, 1 computer. Shelter food resources: 5 small bread rolls, 2 cases of instant noodles, 3 bags of chocolate snacks, 2 bags of dried noodles, 4 bottles of beverages, 8 bottles of beer, 2 barrels of drinking water. Shelter miscellaneous items: worthless odds and ends not counted. Doomsday survival points 0. Current stage: first apocalypse, ultimate heat about to begin. Current primary mission: stay alive. Primary mission reward: upon completion you will be scored according to your survival performance and receive a random reward. Current special: reserve 1 shelter talent awaiting activation. It feels very real, Sui mutters as he scrutinizes the data, then strides quickly to the window, pulling aside the curtain to look out. The street below is already packed with people, residents pouring out of their homes shouting and clamoring. Some are half-dressed, some wear expressions of sheer terror, while others rush straight toward nearby corner shops. What's going on? I was just hauling bricks on a construction site. How did I suddenly end up at home? This is incredible. I can teleport. Can it send me abroad? I want to travel overseas. Idiots. Doesn't a mass teleportation of this scale explain enough? The apocalypse is about to begin. We're doomed. My phone has no signal, I can't make calls. Has human technology really been shut down? Boss. I want to buy something. Give me all the longest lasting food you've got and 100 buckets of ice. Get lost. I'm not selling. Do you take me for a fool? It's the end of the world. Your money is just scraps of paper now. The street outside is in utter turmoil. Crowds pour into supermarkets and corner stores. Small shopkeepers hurry to pull down their rolling doors. The chaos intensifies along the entire street and police officers have already begun to appear. Sui does not go downstairs. He quietly observes the crowd below. If the apocalypse is real, then it will begin in 5 minutes. At this point, even if I tried to buy supplies, there wouldn't be enough time. Sui pulls out his phone and checks it. As expected, there is no signal and he cannot place any calls. He plugs it into the power outlet, but nothing happens. The electricity is out. He checks the tap water and discovers that for now the household supply remains unaffected. If the apocalypse doesn't come, all the better. But if all of this is real, I must quickly figure out how to respond. Sui draws a deep breath, recognizing that the scenario is likely genuine. After all, who could possibly possess the means to teleport so many people home simultaneously? Known information: the first round of disaster is extreme heat with a minimum temperature of 60 degrees Celsius. Without any cooling measures, most people wouldn't survive more than a few days. Even if one is lucky enough to avoid heatstroke, dehydration will likely claim their life. And now that technology has failed, urban water systems will face severe problems as well. At present, each of us should be in our own homes. Our homes are our shelters. Sui forces himself to remain calm, drawing on all his survival experience to decide his next move. First, store water. He reacts swiftly, gathering every basin and bottle in the house and rushing into the bathroom to fill them. He turns on the bathtub showerhead, opening it to its maximum flow to store as much water as possible. Fortunately, I rented this place with a bathtub. At a critical moment, it can actually be useful. I just don't know now that this place has become my shelter, where my landlord ends up. Whatever. That slumlord owns plenty of properties, why should I worry about him? Sui mutters as he repeatedly splashes cold water onto his face. While there is still time, he moistens his skin as much as possible, then quickly checks the refrigerator and other key storage appliances. They are all without power. The refrigerator will soon lose its cooling capability, so Sui does not dare open it again, trying his best to preserve the cold within. At the same time, he gathers every insulated flask at home, fills them all with water, and drops in a few ice cubes. Insulated flasks can retain not only heat but cold as well. From now on, cut down the frequency of opening the fridge door. If this really is a heat apocalypse, the refrigerator might be my final lifeline. Sui glances at the time, only 1 minute remains. If in a minute global temperatures soar past 60 degrees and all technological means truly fail, his chances of survival will be slim. With my current conditions, it's not enough for me to endure such a perilous environment. It seems I can only rely on my shelter's talent. Sui lifts his head, eyes on the hovering data panel, takes a deep breath, and speaks in a low, tentative voice. Activate shelter talent. Hello, we have detected an unactivated talent. Activation in progress. New notification messages pop up before Sui, and soon a beam of white light flares before his eyes. When the white light fades, new talent information emerges. Congratulations, you have obtained the shelter talent Otaku's Home. Otaku's Home SS grade. For every 24 hours you remain within your shelter, you will randomly receive one survival reward that is currently the most urgently needed. Once the shelter upgrades, the effects of this talent will also be enhanced. Ha! An SS grade shelter talent. Sui freezes for a moment, then bursts into delighted exclamation. So simply staying at home earns me rewards. And they are rewards for what I need most. Whatever I lack, I'll be given. Damn. Then why am I working so hard? This talent is telling me to lie flat and survive the apocalypse. Sui was a cautious man. Of course, once Sui was certain the apocalypse was truly coming, fear gnawed at him, and he tried to use every scrap of knowledge he had ever learned to increase his chances of survival. Yet when the shelter-related talent appeared, Sui suddenly realized he might as well simply slack off. An SS-level talent, no matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem weak at all. However, I still have to wait until this time tomorrow to verify its specific effects. He glanced around the room and muttered, for now, forget it. I've already done everything I can. All I can do now is wait. Before Sui's muttering had even faded, he suddenly felt an intense scorching heat surge over him, making his entire body burn with restlessness. The sweltering sensation arose out of nowhere, drying the surrounding air in an instant. The heat within the air climbed higher and higher, and Sui felt as though even the air he breathed was igniting. Sui hurriedly turned his head and saw that the sky outside the window had already turned crimson. Heaven and earth had changed dramatically. Endless rolling waves of heat surged continuously into the room through the open window. In an instant, the temperature inside the room became as scorching as an oven. Damn, I forgot to close the window. The first wave of the apocalypse has already begun. Sui's face changed drastically. He dashed to the window, reached out to pull the curtains, but accidentally brushed against the steel bars of the security grating and burned his hand. Hiss, so hot. Has Earth's temperature risen this fast? Delayed for a moment, he caught sight of the street below, which had been chaotic before, now filled with piercing screams and desperate pleas. It's so hot. I'm going to burn to death. What kind of damned weather is this? The end of the world has really arrived. The temperature is too high, wife, let's hurry home. Someone help me, I'm so dizzy I think I've got heatstroke. A heavy thud followed. Many people who had not yet managed to return indoors were sweating as though in a torrential downpour, frantically searching for any shelter they could find. Over people's heads the sun had suddenly enlarged dramatically, recklessly radiating endless waves of heat. The scarlet sky glared down as piercing as flowing blood. On the streets some thin and weak people could no longer endure the scorching heat, collapsing limply and showing clear signs of severe heat, but now there was no one left who could save these vulnerable ones. Everyone was madly fleeing toward their homes or racing to nearby buildings in search of shade. In that moment humanity across the globe understood. None of this was an illusion but a true upheaval of heaven and earth. The end of the world had truly arrived. Life and death hung in the balance at this very instant. Sui sighed softly. He could not save others and could only take care of himself. He yanked down the curtains, wrapped them around his hand, gritted his teeth to shut the window, then pulled the curtains fully closed. The temperature inside the room dropped slightly. Although it remained stiflingly hot, it was still marginally better than the furnace-like world outside. Only a few minutes had passed since the start of the apocalypse, and although Sui had made no intense movements, he already felt sweat streaming down his body, his skin shedding water at a shocking rate, his lips cracked and on the verge of splitting. His head began to feel light and dizzy, his body was inexplicably fatigued, and an unprovoked irritability simmered in his chest. These were signs of rapid dehydration. Sui did not dare be careless. He quickly stripped off his clothes, gulped down a bottle of water, then hurried into the bathroom and immersed himself in the bathtub. But the water in the tub was already somewhat warm. The extreme rise in Earth's temperature was steadily heating the once icy bath. If I keep soaking like this, will I end up boiling myself alive? The thought flashed through Sui's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. If the climate is only at 60 degrees, it shouldn't be that exaggerated. But the disaster information also said the minimum temperature of the first wave of the apocalypse is 60 degrees. It never said it couldn't get even higher. The oppressive scorching dryness made it difficult for Sui to remain calm. His thoughts were spinning wildly. Sui very much wanted to devise a way to break out of the predicament or somehow increase his odds of survival. But given the current situation, it was far too difficult. Ordinary people holed up in their own homes, suddenly confronted with such extreme heat and an unknowable future, could mostly only wait in silence for fate to change. It seems I too can only wait for my talent to take effect for now. Sui sighed but quickly rallied his spirit. He soaked in the bathtub for quite a while before finally rising dripping wet. He had not even stepped out of the bathroom when the droplets on his body had already evaporated completely. My body feels a little better. I should eat something. At such temperatures some food will spoil if left too long. Sui picked out the foods at home that were not easy to store and forced them down despite the burning sensation in his mouth. I'm fairly introverted and stay at home a lot. Fortunately, I have some food and drinks stocked up. Those with no habit of storing supplies. I fear they'll be the first to die. Sui pondered silently, then suddenly chuckled. Well then, the end of the world seems surprisingly partial to shootens like us. Finding joy amidst misery was also a necessary skill for shootens. Sui deliberately slowed the pace of his meal so his physical strength would drain more slowly. During this time he could occasionally hear loud shouts from outside and from the floors above and below. He could not catch the words clearly, but he could feel the desperation and agony in those cries. It was too hot. The human body could hardly adapt to such a sudden shift to extreme temperatures. With the apocalypse coming abruptly, many whose mental resilience was weak inevitably panicked, some even suffering an immediate mental collapse. Extreme heat makes people irritable, overloaded with pressure, unable to stay calm. To keep his own mental burden from becoming too heavy, Sui kept drinking water while taking out pen and paper to analyze the current state of his survival environment. If my talent truly works, then by noon tomorrow I should receive my first reward. He tapped the pen against the paper. According to the talent's description. What am I currently lacking most? Surveying his supplies, Sui pondered softly. The first wave of the disaster is heat. Extreme heat means rapid loss of water. In theory, what I lack most is drinking water. But looking at what I have now, both food and water can still last a few days. They aren't yet the most urgent resources. Compared to water, I actually lack food more. After all, in such heat, food spoils much faster. He concluded, so tomorrow's noon reward will most likely be some kind of food or water. Sui lifted his head to look at the ceiling, doubt flickering in his eyes. But how will the reward be delivered? Will it just fall straight down from the sky? Sui had no idea. All he could do was wait. Aside from his expectations for the shelter-related talent, he cared even more about whether the existing human order on Earth still remained. If nothing else on the Huaxia lands, as long as there was the slightest possibility, the human order system would spare no effort in resisting the catastrophe. Could they manage it this time? Sui did not know. He could only endure the blistering heat, silently counting the passing hours in his mind. 8 hours later, night finally fell. From time to time, Sui could still hear hints of human activity and noise from the street. Many people ventured out to search for food while the nighttime temperature eased slightly. But he still did not receive any news of official rescue. Human technology has completely failed, and coupled with this sudden disaster, it has crushed every nation on Earth. Even if someone is organizing rescue, it will likely be a mere drop in the bucket in the short term. He murmured, after all, next month brings a new disaster crisis. Humanity across the globe has already become someone's plaything. Sui closed his eyes and lay down on the bed. A whole night of thinking had finally clarified his situation completely. Rather than pin his hopes on others, it was better to rely on himself. How was he to survive? By staying home. The next day at noon, Sui lay drowsily on the bed. Suddenly he lifted his head, glanced at the wall clock and muttered, "It's time. The sheltered talent reward should be coming." Before Sui finished speaking, a semi-transparent information box suddenly popped up before his eyes. "Congratulations, you have successfully triggered your shelter talent and obtained a random reward, ice water generator grade." As the information box appeared, a beam of white light blossomed on the floor in front of Sui. When the light dissipated, a large freezer-like object lay there. Sui froze for a moment, then directed his gaze toward it. He could clearly see a line of small explanatory text hovering above the large freezer. Ice water generator, a grade shelter item possessing perpetual cooling capabilities and refrigerated storage space. Every 24 hours it can automatically produce 10 portions of drinkable ice water, which effectively reduces human body's perceived temperature by 5 degrees for 2 hours. The total number of portions it can maintain at once cannot exceed 10 regardless of where they are. With the appearance of the large freezer, the list of shelter items in Sui's information interface gained a new entry, ice water generator. At the same time, the comfort level of his shelter rose from 1 point to 11. There really is a reward. Sui took a deep breath and quickly strode to the freezer, slowly lifting the lid. At once a wave of chilling white mist rushed out, and the cool touch of the air made Sui's eyes almost narrow in comfort. He nearly cried out in delight. It was bliss. It was like suddenly stepping into an air-conditioned room at noon in midsummer. The sensation was so wonderful it almost took his breath away. Sui bent at the waist, almost half his body plunged inside. While he reveled in the icy chill, he carefully inspected the contents of the freezer. 10 bottles of liquid, each about the size of a large beverage bottle, lay neatly inside. Sui took one out, twisted the cap open with ease and cautiously took a sip. Beep. You have consumed a great ice water and gained a 2-hour continuous state perceived body temperature reduced by 5 degrees. One mouthful of ice water slid down his throat. Sui could distinctly feel a stream of coolness circulating through his body. The previously burning skin calmed, his pores gently closed, and sweat no longer poured from him like rain. He felt vastly better. This really is a treasure. Sui sighed in satisfaction. It was indeed the resource he needed most at the moment. With this device, the greatest survival problem in the extreme heat was solved. He no longer needed to fear heatstroke or lack of water. Just as Sui was about to continue studying the freezer, a sudden urgent knocking sounded at the door. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Knock knock knock. The sound was urgent, as if someone were banging on the door, causing Sui to tense up immediately. His instincts told him that there seemed to be a group of people outside, but he couldn't discern their intentions. Sui narrowed his eyes, not responding to the knocking. Instead, he held his breath, standing still in place without making a sound. Even though this was his first experience of an apocalypse, he roughly understood the unpredictable nature of human hearts in the face of great disasters. Now that the world was collapsing and chaos reigned, who knew if this group outside were villains? Not to mention opening the door, even asking a question would be unwise. Is anyone there? Open the door quickly. We are the neighbors upstairs, please let us in. A man's coarse voice came from outside, and just from the sound of it, Sui could tell he was a robust man, which made him even more anxious. He slowly moved his feet towards the nearby cabinet where a row of kitchen knives lay, ordinary household weapons commonly used for self-defense. Damn, another empty place. Strange, according to that voice, everyone should have gone home, right? There should be someone in this house. Ligu, don't wait any longer, the person inside might have fainted from the heat. There's no need to waste time. What bad luck. The group outside sighed amidst their discussions, one of them kicking the door several times in frustration due to the oppressive heat, after which their voices gradually faded away. Throughout it all, Sui made not a single sound. Even after the others had moved away, Sui remained unresponsive, standing silently in place for a full half hour. Only then did he carefully draw 2 knives, holding them tightly while continuing to watch the door. 2 hours later, Sui took a gentle sip of ice water to replenish his strength and stealthily approached the door, peering through the peephole to look outside. There was no one left. They had completely moved away, and no one came back to check on Sui's residence. Who were they? Did they come in droves to search for survivors in this building? Listening to their discussions, it seemed they had already checked numerous rooms and even saw dead bodies. Sui pondered. With limited information, he couldn't analyze too much. But he could be certain of one thing: his shelter talent was indeed very useful. As long as he ensured this, Sui completely did not need to step out of his own home. Just staying at home every day would allow him to easily survive the first month of the sweltering apocalypse. Fortunately, I locked the door tight yesterday. Otherwise, if someone broke in and discovered my freezer. Sui glanced back at his freezer, feeling a sense of relief. One must always guard against others. If this thing were discovered, who would dare to say that no one would harbor evil intentions? The world order had collapsed, and without laws to protect the people in the apocalypse, everyone could only rely on themselves and could not easily trust others. If I want to survive, I must be especially cautious and careful. Sui silently recited in his heart, moving the furniture in his home to block the door while also bringing the refrigerator over. All the various items that could be used to barricade the door were placed in front of it. The strategy was simple: turtle shell tactic. Let the wind and rain rage outside, I won't be stepping out. That way, even if someone tries to break in at night while I'm sleeping, they probably won't succeed. Sui wiped the sweat from his forehead, satisfied as he looked at the door blocked by various clutter. As for the outside, Sui was not worried. He had always kept the curtains drawn, and with the hot, nearly melting security bars in this temperature, no idiot would attempt to climb to the 6th floor to invade Sui's home. This was something that humans simply could not accomplish. After preparing everything, Sui began to move the food and water from his home, placing them all in the freezer. This freezer was special. It had no power but could still provide efficient cooling. Sui was not an engineering student. He didn't understand the principles behind it, but he could only try to make the most of the freezer's value. Fortunately, Sui's stored resources were not abundant, and a single freezer was just enough to hold everything. After finishing these tasks, Sui was already drenched in sweat. He then scooped out some ice shavings and ice cubes from the freezer, throwing them into the bathtub to cool down and strip down to soak in. Sipping on ice water while feeling the not-so-scalding bathwater. Ah, this feels good. Sui squinted his eyes in enjoyment while also pondering, my SS level shelter talent is indeed powerful. I wonder what kind of rewards it will give me in the next couple of days. Based on this, since my shelter has a talent, doesn't that mean everyone's shelter should have talents too? Moreover, I wonder how my parents are doing. It's a pity I can't contact them now. Sui sighed inwardly. To this day he could only nostalgically remember his parents and friends back home, unable to know their situations. Just as Sui felt a bit sentimental, a new prompt suddenly sounded in his ears. Congratulations to everyone. All humans who hear this message are the lucky ones who have survived to the 2nd day. Now for today's latest Earth Apocalypse Disaster Daily Report. Currently the number of surviving shelters worldwide over 8.2 billion. Yesterday over 1.3 billion humans lost their shelters. Today's disaster changes: temperature increased by 10 degrees and nighttime temperatures remain unchanged. Everyone do your best to survive. The data revealed by the prompt caused Sui's expression to change slightly. The temperature needs to rise even more. It's already so hot at 60 degrees. Wouldn't 70 degrees kill a large number of people? Sui felt a heavy weight in his heart. The data about lost shelters must pertain to deaths. In just the first day, over 1.3 billion people died among the surviving 10 billion humans, and the days ahead would only see more deaths. The most challenging survival period for humanity would only arrive when the resources in the houses were exhausted, or when the difficulty of the disasters continually increased. What on earth is this thing? Does it have to push humanity to the brink of death? Sui felt heavy-hearted, but soon another prompt sounded. As a reward for surviving the first day, communication platforms for shelters across major regions will be opened based on cities. At the same time, trading sections for major city regions of the shelters will be opened, allowing any shelter to freely trade any items or resources. Please note, order transactions must ensure authenticity. Any deceptive behavior will result in the deceiver having 10 times their shelter resources confiscated. Collective rewards. Dividing by cities to allow everyone to communicate and trade freely. This was indeed starting to feel more like a game. However, the foundation of this game was built on the lives of humanity worldwide. Sui raised his head and saw a new data panel appearing, resembling the familiar chat interface of online games, with the top labeled Jinling City Shelter Communication Channel. Below, various shelter information began to scroll and flood the screen. Unnamed shelter, hello. Is anyone there? Unnamed shelter, yes, but it's getting so hot that I'm about to die. Who knows what's going on? Is this really the apocalypse? Unnamed shelter, what time is it? You still haven't adapted. We have 2 liters of drinkable liquid trading for any food. I've already posted it on the trading platform. Anyone willing to trade? Shelter, no. One, no name yet. I can't tell who is who. By the way, how's your shelter talent? I'll let you know I have an A-level shelter talent. I feel like I can survive. Wang Chen Chen shelter, ha. Shouldn't the name be your own name? I won't reveal my talent. I'm afraid you might be bad people. Unnamed shelter, what time is it? Why are you still hiding? We humans must unite. Help the weak. Let's get through this together. By the way, which big brother can help me, a weak one? My child hasn't eaten anything all day and we are running out of drinks. Unnamed shelter, mom. Dad. Where are you? In Daniu. In Daniu. In Daniu. Unnamed shelter, Daniel, can you not spam the chat? We're about to die of thirst and you're here spamming like a tadpole looking for its mom. Sui silently observed the chat information without speaking. The chat was filled with messages seeking people asking for help and trading. A small number of shelters attempted to communicate about their talents and the situation of the apocalypse. It seemed these were shelters with better talents temporarily under less survival pressure. Currently it was the second day. Rationally analyzing, while most people were panicking and fearful they should still be able to hold on, the real survival crisis had yet to arrive. After observing for a short while, Sui found that everyone was very cautious and had not shared any useful information. Of course there were also some who claimed to be officials urging unity to restore the organizational ability of the Chinese people. But at this moment no one dared to be sure if there were any scammers among them. After watching for a while, Sui opened the trading interface. Inside were trading information from shelters in Jinling City and surrounding areas with all kinds of demands. Most orders were for barter while many were one-sided calls for help. Trading information currently have 1 liter of urine. Sweet tasting. Trading for food. No feces. Trading information 1 bottle of 2 yuan mineral water. As long as it's easy to store food, I need a day and a half's worth of adult food. No small knives. Trading information complete set of collectible Ming Dynasty general armor. Comes with a sword and bow. A must-have for surviving at home during the apocalypse. Only accepting a week's worth of drinking water and food. Trading information, my neighbor hoards food while I hoard guns, my neighbor is my granary. Currently have a strong crossbow set throwing in 20 iron arrows. Come with 5 days worth of food and drinks. The trading information was abundant and continuously increasing. It seemed that the survivors of the Jiling shelter were relatively numerous, however it was uncertain how many people would still be left in the coming days. Sui carefully examined and found that there weren't too many valuable items. All kinds of trading items were mostly food, drinks, weapons and tools as hard currency. Of course there were also people selling gold bars and jewelry at high prices, but no one was interested. Instead the order for sweet urine actually got completed quickly, showing order successfully transacted. Even urine had buyers while treasures went unsold. Indeed, in chaotic times food and drink are the hard truth. Sui looked down at the half bottle of ice water he had left, pondering, why don't I give it a try and see what I can sell? He still had plenty of ice water, so putting half a bottle up for trade was no big deal. Sui quickly operated the interface, listing half a bottle of water for trade, specifying that he only wanted food and weapons. At the same time Sui made the information about the half bottle of water completely public, allowing others to see that it was a talent item from his shelter. This would fully demonstrate the value of the ice water, and Sui also did not worry about being exposed. After all, he was also from the unnamed shelter, which was equivalent to an anonymous identity. So soon someone is here to buy. Sui was delighted and opened the interface to check carefully. Buyer message: unnamed shelter, hello, I would like to exchange 2 buckets of instant noodles for your ice water. Please agree to my trade request. 2 buckets of instant noodles. If I ration them they can last at least 3 days. Sui rested his chin on his hand, not replying to the message, preparing to wait a little longer. After all, the maximum duration for each order is 24 hours and Sui currently has no concerns about food shortages. Moreover, with the trading platform available, Sui could exchange ice water for food every day. In the scorching heat, nothing is more valuable than water. You have new order trading information, please reply as soon as possible. You have new order trading information, please reply as soon as possible. You have new order trading information, please reply as soon as possible. Several new notifications popped up, startling Sui, who quickly checked. Buyer message: hey, are you there? How about exchanging for an edible item? Buyer message: a big bottle of sweet liquid, 1 bottle in exchange for half a bottle you definitely won't lose. Buyer message: how about cigarettes? 3 packs of Huazi, I'll buy half a bottle from you, absolutely not a loss. This will definitely sell well in the apocalypse. Buyer message: brother, the latest beautiful underwear, absolutely fragrant, 7 pieces in various colors, hope you'll be satisfied. Sui was dumbfounded. What are these trade messages? Apart from the cigarettes, which seem somewhat normal, the rest are all bizarre items. There were even messages attempting to seduce Sui from a distance. What is going on? Cyber seduction. What time is it still with 7 colors? Can this thing be eaten? Sui was too lazy to reply to these messages, but unfortunately a large number of notifications kept sounding. Everyone covets the special effect of this half bottle of ice water, which can reduce the human body temperature by 5 degrees. This item could be a lifesaver at critical moments. There are many clever ones who are aware of its value, yet they all hope to take advantage. Sui decided to set the categories for trading as food and weapons. Any trading information not belonging to these 2 categories would be automatically filtered out, no interruptions accepted. After doing all this, the harassment messages Sui received rapidly decreased. About 2 hours later, amidst a plethora of normal trading messages, Sui noticed an item information that caught his eye. Buyer information: plant bread grade consumable, provides the basic nutrition required by the human body for 1 day after consumption, replenishing physical strength for a day, but you will still feel hungry. Hey, how about it? 2 magical breads for half a bottle from you absolutely won't lose. This message was quite interesting. The buyer claimed that his bread was magical and the message sent was evidently as wondrous as the ice water, a special product of the shop. Exchanging magical ice water for magical bread seems like a fair trade. Each side takes what they need. Sui quickly agreed to the trade request and confirmed the trade details. Before long, a notification sounded. Ding! Your order has been successfully traded. As the notification chimed, the item information on the shelter interface displayed the plant bread. Sui silently recited, opening his hand. 2 pieces of bread approximately the size of a palm appeared in his grasp. The bread was wheat-colored with an enticing aroma wafting, making one's appetite surge. Above the bread there was clear item information displayed exactly as the buyer had described. Without hesitation, Sui directly ate a piece. Not bad, sweet and delicious. Sui licked his lips, still wanting more. This bread was truly fragrant and its effect was superb. He wondered how many more such breads this buyer had. Wait. Sui looked at the remaining piece of bread in his hand and a sudden realization struck him. My talent rewards me with the most urgently needed items every day. Based on the first situation, the next reward is likely to be food related. After all, in the current situation, drinking water and food must be the most important. But if I exchange ice water for enough food, what will the second reward be? Sui muttered, if I already have enough food, will the second reward change? If it changes, doesn't that mean I can control the content of the rewards? Sui suddenly realized that this might be the correct way to use his talent. Clearly each human has their own shelter, and to survive the continuous apocalypse disasters one must learn how to manage their shelter well. Sui immediately walked to the refrigerator, took out 5 bottles of ice water and put them on the shelf. This time he chose to only accept food. Within 2 hours a flood of trade requests poured in, including both ordinary and magical food. Sui only selected some large quantities of easily stored food such as instant noodles and biscuits. The focus was on quantity. The magical food was priced too high, although useful he couldn't trade for many. After selling the 5 bottles of ice water, Sui received a pile of various dry food items, filling the bathroom with a complete variety. He estimated that if he ate conservatively he could survive for over half a month. With this, the food problem is solved. Let's see what kind of reward I get tomorrow. Sui murmured, already planning his strategy. As long as the world doesn't collapse, I'll avoid going out. Fully utilize the talent of the shelter, stay at home to accumulate a large number of disaster relief rewards first. Although it's a bit boring, at least my safety is guaranteed. Sui lay on the sofa board browsing the chat channel for the Jinling area. Now the entire city is without water and electricity, and mobile phones and computers can't be used anymore. The only entertainment is to observe the situation in the city and gather outside information through remote chatting. Sui originally intended to peek secretly, but unexpectedly as soon as he opened the chat channel he saw that a large part of the city's people were calling out to him. Ice water brother, are you there? I need a wave of ice water, the price is negotiable. Ice water brother. Come on with a few more bottles, I just missed out, I can offer more food. Ice water brother, big brother, I just risked my life to go to the supermarket for a 0 purchase, please trade me a bottle of water. In the city channel everyone was shouting for ice water brother, and Sui realized. These people are calling for him. They all want ice water. There are also some who are not paying attention to external information, curiously asking, what are you shouting about? Who is ice water brother? Are there still internet celebrities in the apocalypse? Ice water brother is way cooler than any internet celebrity. Someone quickly explained, just now several bottles of ice water appeared on the trading platform. That stuff can lower your body temperature. Just think, with the temperature about to rise again, it's going to reach 70 degrees. If I have a bottle of ice water in hand, it could definitely save my life at a critical moment. An internet celebrity. Can an internet celebrity be compared to my ice water brother? My ice water brother is practically a saint. Ice water brother, I beg you, sell me another bottle. Ice water brother. Ha! Ice water. I need ice water. I feel like I can't take it anymore. I'm hot and I feel ants crawling on me. Please ice water brother. Sell me another bottle, I'm feeling awful. Half a bottle is fine. Sui took a deep breath. Humans are truly insane. There are many who know the value through information exchange. Everyone realized the critical importance of ice water. But unfortunately people couldn't call out to ice water brother as if he had disappeared without a trace. Only in the chat channel some lucky ones were showing off the ice water they managed to purchase or flipping it for profit. Special ice water. Starting at 10 boxes of instant noodles. The highest bidder wins. Ice Water Brothers Ice Water is now on the shelf. Come with a lot of food or a gentle lady will do. Ice Water in a sip version is online. Personal test: even a small sip can have a cooling effect. 1 sip for 5 packs of instant noodles or 5 bottles of regular drinking water. Seeing this information, Sui's body trembled. Goodness. The business instinct of the Chinese people. Even in the apocalypse they still remember to profit from the price difference. Keeping some magical ice water for himself and then selling some ironically allows many lucky ones to secure their initial supplies. This also made Sui realize how valuable the ice water in his hands is at the moment. Damn, I sold it at a loss. Sui sighed, but he didn't intend to sell the remaining ice water just yet. Currently I'm the only one in Jiling with cooling ice water. The 4.5 bottles on the market haven't been sold out yet, and if I put more on the shelf it will only lower the price of ice water. Let's wait a bit longer. When they run out of ice water and are in a desperate situation, that will be the time to maximize my profits. Sui remained calm. He didn't think there was anything wrong with what he was doing. In times of apocalypse one's own interests take precedence. The lives and deaths of others are of no concern to me. Time flew. Before long it was 8 o'clock in the evening. The temperature showed no sign of dropping with the onset of night. Today's abnormal surge of 10 degrees turned every breath into a searing ordeal, as if one's very organs were roasting. Sui sweltered, his patience fraying under the oppressive heat, idly scrolling through trading posts and neighborhood chat to kill time, until suddenly voices erupted from the street outside his window. Someone's emerged. He rushed to the window and parted the curtain just enough to peer out. There beneath the moonless night several figures holding candlesticks and crude torches filed out one by one from his residential building. Hurry up, no dawdling. It's scorching out here. Brotherly, are we really going to find food? It's even hotter outside than indoors. I swear my throat's on fire. We'll search whether we find anything or not, or would you rather starve? This accursed weather refuses to cool even at night. A group of men in work uniforms grumbled loudly while windows opened across every floor, occupants leaning down to observe. Brotherly. A flicker of recognition stirred in Sui's mind. That's the man who knocked on my door this morning. He recognized them, but knew nothing of their origins or intentions. Preoccupied with work, he'd scarcely met any neighbors. I'm parched. I recall several shops along this street. Let's check them out. Did everyone bring their gear? Last night ended in total failure, remember? Brotherly, we've got everything. Say, can we trade for ice water later? I heard it's miraculous. Ice water. Oomph, too expensive. Not worth it. Plain water will do. As they spoke, the men strode deeper into the encroaching darkness. Sui watched intently from the shadows. Each man carried weapons, rebar rods, kitchen knives, makeshift bows and arrows. A scorching apocalypse, the enemy is heat itself. Yet they bear so many weapons, their motives must run far deeper. Sui murmured, then stiffened with alarm. There must be people inside those shops, they're raiding them. The scorching apocalypse brought only extreme climatic upheaval, shattering humanity's former living conditions without directly extinguishing life. More perilous than the suffocating heat were humankind's own kindred. With cities paralyzed worldwide and resources vanishing, the darkest recesses of human nature surged forth unchecked. In such times those who flouted old rules thrived most. Moments later, mercy. Spare my life. Husband. What have you done to my husband? Murder. Help, someone, anyone, murder. Piercing shrieks shattered the night air. From the darkness a short distance down the street came unmistakable male screams, women's desperate wails, and the terrified cries of children. Instantly tension coiled like smoke around nearby apartment blocks. In the blackness, countless unseen eyes silently fixed upon the source of the sound. Over an hour later, Brotherly and his crew returned, shoulders laden with bulging sacks, laughing and chatting all the way. Bro, why'd you stop me from having a little fun with that woman? She had some spark. What do you know? We must conserve energy, doing that in this heat. You'd dehydrate and drop dead. Ah, what a shame. Just a quick grope, but her touch. Exquisite. Ha. Quick, now we've got food. Let's make multiple trips tonight before others get wind of it. Their lewd chuckles echoed through the dark thick with cruel satisfaction. Sui saw clearly. Fresh blood stained many of their clothes, crimson streaks glistened on their weapons. Truly dangerous men. His eyes narrowed. He felt profound relief. He'd refused to open his door that morning. Alone and defenseless, he'd have lost his freezer, and perhaps his life, to this band. They've banded together, but what are their talents? They've adapted to apocalyptic logic with alarming speed. If left unchecked, they'll inevitably uncover me. A quiet unease settled over Sui. They hadn't broken down his door today, but tomorrow offered no guarantee. Once humanity sheds its inner restraints, no atrocity remains beyond reach, not even systematic home invasions, looting and resource seizure. I must reinforce my shelter's defenses. Self-preservation is non-negotiable. Sui drew the curtains shut and sat motionless in the dark, thinking calmly. He reopened the trading platform, listing 4 bottles of ice water, and changed his exchange request to any effective means of shelter self-defense. Weapons, armor, or anything else enhancing shelter security, he'd trade for it. He even emphasized in the listing, if the price seems unsuitable, feel free to message me to negotiate. So long as the item was valuable, he'd gladly part with multiple bottles, even all 4. By noon tomorrow his freezer would regenerate 10 more bottles. His ice water trade was pure arbitrage. Ice Water Brothers back. A new listing, 4 bottles at once. It's definitely him. Let me check the order. Whoa, this time he's seeking defensive gear. Sharp thinking. Ice Water Brother no longer lacks food or drink. Adds solid defenses and he's practically untouchable in this apocalypse. Damn it, I'm dying of thirst while next door's entire family lies dead, and Ice Water Brother's already fortifying his shelter. Humanity must unite and endure. I urge Ice Water Brother to distribute ice water freely, become our city's true hero. The chat channel buzzed with chatter about the new listing, but most messages remained frantic pleas for help or self-proclaimed saviors' grandiose appeals. On the second night of the apocalypse, novelty had long since curdled into dread. All that remained was raw, gnawing fear of tomorrow. Resources dwindled ever faster, temperatures climbed unbearably higher. Humanity had no choice but to confront the grim truth: this was a global catastrophe where death was real and inevitable. Precisely because resources grew scarcer, Sui's ice water became fiercely coveted. The few bottles purchased earlier that afternoon were already gone. His new listing of 4 bottles drew attention from half the city's surviving shelters. Reply after reply flooded his screen. Sui scrutinized each message carefully, spending an hour winnowing through the deluge to select precisely what he needed. Ultimately he chose a compact composite crossbow, 30 professional-grade steel bolts, maintenance tools, spare parts, and a full instruction manual. In peacetime such a weapon was strictly controlled, its lethality rivaling that of a handgun. Its value was steep. Sui traded 3 bottles to secure it and used the 4th to acquire a heat-insulating coat. These people are stingy, everyone sharper than the last. Even precious ice water buys only so much in this world. Sui exhaled deeply. In the apocalypse every decision was calculated to the last drop. Now armed he felt a fragile thread of security. He glanced at his door, tightly barricaded, and placed the crossbow beside his pillow ready to grasp it instantly even in sleep. He donned the heat-insulating coat, but its effect was negligible. The stifling heat pressed in relentlessly. Food, water, weapons, I now lack only medicine. Lying in bed he pondered his survival strategy in the dark. Tomorrow's ice water, trade for medicine. Huashan Jingqi water perhaps. What reward awaits tomorrow? My basic survival needs are secured. Will it repeat food and water, or something new? As he drifted slowly into slumber, a sudden violent crash jolted him awake. Boom. Ah, stay back. I'll call the police. Help. Someone, save me. They're killing me. A woman's piercing scream tore through the silence. He sprang from bed, snatched up the crossbow, and fixed a wary gaze on his door, intact, silent, empty. Only after confirming his safety did he lift his eyes to the ceiling. This aging building offered poor soundproofing. He heard every crash, every struggle clear as day. Men's furious shouts, a woman's agonized cries, the shattering of furniture hurled against walls. What are you doing? Are you trying to murder someone? No, don't come near. I'm armed. Ah. Another man's scream cut short. A would-be hero subdued. Is it Brother Lee's group? Sui's expression hardened. Judging by the past 2 days, only they seemed capable of such coordinated violence within his building. Yet regardless of their identity, this escalation meant one thing: someone in the building had finally begun forced searches, door to door, starting with neighbors, breaking and seizing supplies. The worst-case scenario of the apocalypse had begun unfolding, unmoored humanity descending into chaos and savagery. Sui waited in tense silence. An hour passed, the upstairs commotion gradually faded. The assailants made no further moves, they did not descend toward his door. But Sui knew better: a single apartment stores would never satisfy them. Soon, very soon, they would stand before his threshold. I cannot avoid this. A confrontation is inevitable. His heart weighed heavy. He scanned the room, then looked out the window. Dawn had broken, yet the sky blazed crimson, warped by shimmering waves of unbearable heat. The wall clock chimed precisely 12 noon. It was midday, day 3 of the apocalypse. Congratulations, you have remained inside your shelter for a full 24 hours. Shelter talent reward activated. With the mysterious voice echoing, a light golden paper floated down onto the coffee table in front of Sui. Talent recruitment voucher. Is this my second reward? Sui picked up the paper, inspecting it closely. It bore only incomprehensible mysterious patterns and the words level recruitment. Apart from that, there was nothing unusual. Each shelter can recruit talents. Are the recruited talents appearing out of thin air or are they other human beings from Earth? Sui murmured, it really feels more and more like a game where many people could die. He often played games, and through the appearance of the recruitment voucher he began to grasp the mechanism of the current doomsday shelter. If nothing went wrong, that mysterious existence likely regarded the entire Earth as a vast gaming arena with all of humanity participating as players in this doomsday game. Use. Sui held the recruitment voucher, confirming its use. A brilliant golden light erupted from his palm, then the golden light detached from his hand, floating in front of Sui and expanding continuously, gradually condensing into a golden human figure. As the golden light dissipated, a petite young woman with bright eyes stood before Sui. It's like a living transformation. Sui was dumbfounded. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still deeply shocked by this scene. The girl before him stood less than 1.60 meters, probably in her early 20s, with an ordinary appearance but bright pupils exuding a strong spirit. Warrior Lin Yue reporting to the commander. The girl saluted Sui sharply, standing tall with a proud chest exuding considerable presence. Warrior. Sui then noticed she was dressed in camouflage combat gear, which was adorned with well-designed pockets and accessories, fully functional and user-friendly. Her combat boots were sturdy and stable with a non-slip texture designed to provide ample traction on complex terrains. Lin Yu wore a multifunctional tactical belt at her waist, equipped with a pistol, magazine pouch, flashlight and multi-tool, each item neatly organized and ready for various emergencies. A female soldier. Sui looked at Lin Yu with some surprise, asking, "Are you from Earth? Where do you come from?" Lin Yu's face was resolute yet delicate, and she answered clearly without blinking, reporting to the commander. "I am from Earth, specifically the Huaxia Special Combat Zone. I have received orders. The doomsday has arrived and humanity's fate rests at this moment. I have been appointed in times of crisis to protect the commander and obey your commands." Sui silently thought perhaps this is the new human being created by that mysterious existence based on humanity. Her memory inherently includes the concept of loyalty to me and an understanding of the current situation. This is perhaps what is referred to as a shelter talent. It truly feels more and more like playing a doomsday management game. At the same time, a notification sound echoed in Sui's ears. "Congratulations, you have successfully recruited level combat talent Special Forces Lin Yu. You have successfully unlocked the talent information panel. You can check all talent conditions in the shelter talent module interface." With the notification sound, a talent item appeared in the shelter information before Sui. The population of the shelter increased from 1 to 2 and the safety level rose from 1 to 11. Sui clicked the talent module and Lin Yu's detailed information quickly popped up before him. Talent data information: name Lin Yu. Age 22. Type soldier. Talent grade D. Physical strength 85. Neural reaction 83. Endurance 88. Mental will 95. Self-healing immunity 82. Talent trait loyalty: she is a loyal Huaxia soldier and will never betray regardless of any crisis the shelter faces. Talent gift military fundamentals: she is proficient in all conventional combat techniques of modern soldiers with a mastery of firearms and knives at comprehensive understanding level, and also excels in free combat reconnaissance and outdoor survival. Combat power rating 105 points. A panel resembling game data detailed Lin Yu's personal information before Sui. Lin Yu has a combat power of 105 points. Is that high or low? Sui pondered slightly but quickly concluded, in any case she is definitely stronger than I am. Sui was just an ordinary office worker who occasionally played games, read novels and went to the gym. Given Sui's physical condition, there was no way he could fight a professional soldier, even if the opponent was just a female soldier. "Commander, what do I need to do now?" Lin Yu looked at Sui with sparkling eyes, her voice crisp and inquiring. Lin Yu's face was resolute yet delicate. Her skin appeared slightly tan from long outdoor training and her short hair was neatly tucked under her helmet without a strand out of place. Her high nose bridge and tightly sealed lips seemed to convey that no difficulty or challenge could shake her determination. She was a warrior who instilled a sense of security, and even though Sui was a man, he still could not refute that. "Don't rush it." Sui waved his hand and asked, "Are you hungry? Would you like to eat some?" The talent interface had many more detailed data not displayed, but Sui could delve deeper, such as hunger, diseases, psychological state and so on. Clearly talents in the shelter also needed to eat, could fall ill and might even develop mental issues under the pressure of doomsday. "I'm not hungry." Lin Yu shook her head, her voice calm. "Commander, our situation is not good. The supply reserves are critically low. I cannot waste food. In a non-combat state I can eat only one meal every 3 days, and that meal is only half the amount for an adult man. 3 days for half a meal." Hiss. Truly she is a Huaxia soldier. This level of endurance and persistence is simply inhuman. Sui gave a thumbs up, and before he could speak, a new mysterious notification sound suddenly rang in his ears. Now commencing city area announcements. Some shelters have acquired talents and are now opening the shelter exploration task module. All shelters can dispatch talents to execute exploration tasks and acquire more survival supplies. At the same time, the shelter level leaderboard, talent leaderboard and exploration task leaderboard are now open in this area. At the end of this round of Doomsday, additional survival rewards will be distributed based on leaderboard rankings. This notification was a citywide announcement. In an instant the entire city was in an uproar and the previously dull chat channels suddenly erupted. What is this? Opening exploration tasks. Opening leaderboards. Why does this Doomsday feel like a pay-to-win online game? We are here barely surviving and the mysterious existence is watching us play a game. Damn it, I'm going to die of thirst. Who recruited a talent? How strong? Can you help me contact my parents? I checked the leaderboard, there is only one talent on the talent leaderboard from the unnamed shelter, but unfortunately I can't privately message that person. I urge this person to step forward. Join the Human Self-Rescue Association to contribute to the disaster victims of the entire city. The chat channel buzzed with excitement with everyone discussing this matter. Some speculated that the person was Ice Water Brother while others pretended to claim to be the mysterious number one, and some were closely discussing the exploration task module. After observing for a while, Sui closed the chat interface and then opened the 3 leaderboards to take a look. Current exploration tasks automatically refresh daily. 1. Resource collection level exploration task takes 8 hours. Random materials can be obtained with the task rewards depending on talent rating, talent level and task level. A talent from the shelter needs to be dispatched. 2. Material collection level exploration task takes 12 hours. Random materials for upgrading the shelter can be obtained with the task rewards depending on talent rating, talent level and task level. A shelter talent with a minimum level of D needs to be dispatched. 3. Medicine collection level exploration task takes 12 hours. Random medicines can be obtained with the task rewards depending on talent rating, talent level and task level. Only 3 exploration tasks are available, each with different content, but all require dispatching 1 shelter talent. This means that as long as there are enough talents in the shelter, one can acquire survival supplies without stepping outside. Sui contemplated, this is quite safe, I don't have to risk going out personally. Even if there isn't enough to eat or drink, I can send someone out to search. The emergence of exploration tasks is a tremendous help to Sui. Due to the unique nature of Sui's shelter talent, he must remain in the shelter long term and cannot venture out like others to collect resources. Although this is very safe, it also means a loss of a channel for resource acquisition. However, with the presence of talent, Sui can send them out to explore while he stays at home, earning both talent rewards and exploration rewards. Double rewards mean more resources. Sui decisively decided to try out this exploration task module. The question arises, which of the 3 tasks should he choose? Each task offers rewards that Sui needs, but unfortunately he only has Linyu available. Let's try this 8th task first, it's shorter and will yield results faster. Sui quickly made his decision and didn't dare let Linyu explore for too long. After all, there are still aggressors in this building, who knows when they will discover his room. After selecting the task, Linyu instantly responded, Commander. I have received the task and will ensure its completion. Linyu saluted sharply, ready to turn and leave, but was called back by Sui. Wait. Sui glanced at the powerful crossbow in his hand, hesitated for a moment and then handed the kitchen tools to Linyu. Choose something that you can use as a weapon. Also take this insulated outer coat if you can use it. Bring some food and 2 bottles of ice water, it's hot outside, so don't get heat stroke. Sui really wanted to give the crossbow to Linyu to enhance her safety while exploring, but he was also worried about the intruders. He had to prioritize his own safety. Thank you, Commander. Linyu accepted the coat, selected 2 fruit knives as backup and patted her gun holster, smiling brightly. Commander, don't worry. I'm very strong. Almost forgot this girl is going out armed. Do you have enough bullets? Sui inquired and Linyu nodded. I have enough. A submachine gun with a capacity of 20 rounds and 3 magazines. 60 rounds of ammunition, that's definitely enough. Sui nodded in satisfaction. Go, be careful about your safety, don't force yourself to acquire resources. Yes, Commander. Linyu turned around with vigor, walked to the door and then paused. Commander, this door. Linyu turned back and pointed to the pile of clutter at the door. I forgot. We used them to block the door before. Sui awkwardly patted his head. You know, I'm not good at fighting, I did this to ensure my safety. Commander is smart and did the right thing. Linyu smiled, helping Sui clear the entrance, and before leaving she bent down and worked for a while longer at the door. Commander, I've set up some rudimentary defense traps and warning devices. If you hear any noise outside the door, please remain alert and wait for my return for rescue. After Linyu finished speaking, she swiftly descended the stairs and stepped into the sweltering heat outside. Sui closed the door without hesitation and moved the items back to block it again. After all this fuss, Sui was already drenched in sweat, feeling dizzy from the heat and his body on the verge of collapse. He couldn't think of anything else and rushed to the bathroom with the crossbow, using half a bottle of ice water to cool his head, drinking half a bottle vigorously and then slipping into the bathtub. By this time Sui felt that the signs of heatstroke were slightly improving. This weather is indeed too hot, it can be deadly even at home. I wonder what the situation is like outside. I hope Lin Yu doesn't run into trouble, she is my only shelter talent right now. Yesterday's ice water has been completely used up, but the fridge has replenished 10 bottles of water. I'll give Lin Yu 2 bottles, I used 1 and there are 7 bottles left. Should I exchange these 7 bottles for something good? Sui lay in the bathtub and opened the city area trading platform of the shelter. He browsed and found that there were more wonderful items than yesterday. Most were food and water, but the prices were extremely high. It seems that my shelter talent isn't the only effective one, others may have good talents too. Sui silently noted he didn't find many items worth purchasing. However, considering that the value of ice water might continue to depreciate due to the increase in good items, he still spent 3 bottles of ice water to buy some durable food. With 4 bottles of water left, Sui temporarily decided not to use them and would wait until evening to see. The afternoon passed monotonously. To relieve his boredom, Sui dug out all the comic books at home and reread them repeatedly. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sounds of smashing and shouting suddenly came from upstairs. Sui had gotten somewhat used to it by now and was not as panicked. He listened for a moment, checked all corners of his home, ensuring everything was securely covered. These thugs upstairs have probably harmed countless people, who knows when it will be my turn. Sui silently thought, regardless, this is a hidden danger. For safety I must find a way to deal with this group of thugs as soon as possible. Should I let Lin Yu take a gun to kill these thugs? It's not very appropriate. Although Lin Yu is a soldier, she is still at a disadvantage alone, and if an accident occurs Sui would suffer great losses. The main uncertainty is the opponent's shelter talent. I have seen in the chat channel that someone has activated a combat type talent. If there is a thug upstairs with a combat talent, Lin Yu, despite being a soldier, might not be a match. He'll just endure a little longer. Sui took a deep breath. He decided to continue hiding. As long as the other party does not trouble him, he would try to remain low-key and build up strength in secret. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, Sui heard some chaotic footsteps coming from upstairs, faintly able to hear some conversations amidst the cursing. Damn it, the weather is getting hotter. Bro. Can I have a bit more of that bottle of ice water? Wait until we go out to see what we can get. According to the rules, the one who finds the most stuff gets to drink a sip. Alright bro, watch my performance. By the way, I think I heard a woman's voice downstairs at noon saying something about a commander. Could there be an official here? Official. It's the apocalypse now, what good is being an official? Later let's find that woman and see what's going on. The dialogue passed by Sui's door heading downstairs. Sui stood by the window silently peeking through the curtains gap and saw a group of men dragging empty sacks out of the residential building. Leading them was the group of Li Gu from yesterday, but the team had grown a bit, now numbering 13. I seem to have been targeted. Sui thought to himself, the soundproofing in this old residential building was terrible, and it seemed Li Gu's group had noticed the disturbance when he called Lin Yu. This building has 8 floors with a handrail staircase and 4 households on each floor. Due to the surrounding facilities being completed, it is said that every household has residents. Most of the people living here are nearby office workers, and there are also workers from construction sites. Based on their physique, they should all be local workers. If each household has at least 1 person, then this building has at least 32 residents. If the aggressors are Li Gu and his gang, considering the frequency of assaults and the mortality rate in the apocalypse, there should be about 20 people left. Sui silently calculated, I live on the 6th floor and Li Gu's group can only be on the 7th or 8th floor. Considering that assaults have already occurred upstairs, Li Gu's group will most likely search for me here in the next day or 2. If luck is bad, they might find me tonight. Time is running out for me. Sui felt a strong sense of crisis. Li Gu's helpers were increasing, and relying solely on Lin Yu might not be enough to handle these dozen strong men working on the construction site. If considering using guns, it might deter the thugs, but if the other party has some troublesome shelter talent, Sui's chances of losing would be even greater. I still need to find a way to enhance the shelter's defensive capabilities. If possible, I must turn this building into a fortress. Sui looked at his front door, contemplating the possibility of having Lin Yu hold the fort alone. Time slowly passed. By around 8 o'clock in the evening, the sky had completely darkened. Li Gu's group had not returned. The streets outside were silent, and occasionally some voices could be heard, seemingly from the nearby survivors searching for supplies. Even though the evening temperature did not drop, it could give a psychological sense of cooling. Darkness also provided a decent sense of security, and everyone seemed accustomed to moving in the dark at night. In the darkness, Sui held his breath in tension. However, he quickly noticed that the rhythm of the knocking at the door seemed somewhat different, varying in length and very faint. This was the homecoming signal left by Lin Yu before she went out. Sui approached the door silently and slightly moved the table blocking the entrance, creating a subtle sound of something being shifted. Commander, it's me. Soon a hushed voice from Lin Yu came from outside the door. Sui was unsure who was outside, so he responded to the knocking in this manner. Once he confirmed it was Lin Yu, Sui quickly and skillfully moved the items aside, opened the door for her and then placed the heavy object back in front of the door. He didn't mind the hassle of moving everything back and forth. Any inconvenience was negligible compared to the safety of their lives. How did it go? What did you find? In the darkness, Sui lowered his voice to inquire as Lin Yu slipped into the bathroom using the wall for cover to turn on the tactical flashlight while the 3 backpacks she was holding were placed on the ground. Commander, everything is here. Lin Yu was also very cautious, deftly opening the backpacks to reveal them brimming with supplies. Sui looked over and at the same moment a notification sound echoed in his ears. Congratulations! The shelter exploration mission has been completed and the explorer has returned with the following supplies: 20 bags of biscuits, 35 boxes of chocolate, 6 large bags of candy, 3 small rolls of toilet paper, 3 boxes of painkillers, 2 boxes of cold medicine, 8 boxes of Huoxiang Jingqi water, 20 cans of various fruits and vegetables and 20 bags of dried fruits. The score for this exploration mission is outstanding. Your shelter has gained 10 survival points as a result. Your shelter has opened a survival points shop allowing you to use survival points to purchase items for the apocalypse or enhance talent attributes. Survival points. Sui raised an eyebrow. He remembered that there was indeed this aspect in the shelter's data but hadn't realized how useful survival points could be. According to the introduction, it seemed that the more survival points one had, the faster the shelter could grow stronger, and currently the only stable method to obtain survival points seemed to be through exploration missions. Well done. Sui patted Lin Yu on the shoulder and instructed, turn off the light, pick some items to put in the freezer, then we'll have dinner. Alright, Commander, but I'm not hungry yet. Even if you're not hungry, you need to eat something to replenish your strength. Sui noticed a barely perceptible stamina bar above Lin Yu's head, which had already shifted from a full green to half yellow since noon. The 8th hour exploration clearly made Lin Yu somewhat fatigued. She needed to rest. This also made Sui abandon the thought of having Lin Yu continue exploring through the night. With only one talent in their shelter, he needed to take good care of her and not overexert her. With an extra helper in the house today, Sui found it much easier to deal with things. At 10 p.m. the two of them had a simple meal, opening 2 cans to replenish the necessary nutrients. Afterward, Lin Yu took the initiative to suggest that they improve the basic protective measures in the house during the night, setting up some internal traps and warning devices. Sui naturally nodded in agreement, knowing that having a professional soldier handle these tasks would be far better than doing it himself. While Lin Yu busied herself, Sui also helped out nearby, patiently asking, what else do you need? Tell me everything, I'll find a way to get it. Commander, I still need nylon ropes, more tools and regular items like chili powder as well. Lin Yu understood the current situation of the shelter and didn't ask for anything excessive. I got it, I'll go get these items. Sui nodded and opened the trading platform, directly searching for the corresponding items. Since the trading platform was established, almost anything that people in the city lacked would be listed for trade, even used sanitary napkins. The platform had nearly everything common, and naturally the items Lin Yu requested were no exception. Sui spent a small amount of perishable food and a bottle of ice water to buy the items Lin Yu needed. After finishing his purchase, just before preparing to close, Sui suddenly spotted an order that caught his eye. Current police equipment available for trade for food and drink. Interested parties please reply. Police equipment. The other party must be at the police station. Sui quickly sent a trading request message in the order, adding a note, I'm ice water guy, I have 3 bottles left, do you have a handgun and bullets? Grenades or something similar would also be fine. The other party quickly responded, indicating a refusal to trade, but added a note, hello ice water guy, we need a large amount of food and drink. We indeed need your ice water, but for 3 bottles we can only trade for 154 handgun, and I can throw in 10 rounds of ammunition, enough for your self-defense in the near future while waiting for rescue. Waiting for rescue. It seemed the other party's identity was official and their resolve to save the city remained unquenched. This was very much in line with the traditional style of the Huaxia people, as heroes always stand up in the face of disaster. Sui pondered. He knew that the other party's refusal to trade was not a genuine refusal but a means to facilitate private conversations between shelters, ensuring thorough communication with the buyer. 1 handgun and 10 rounds of ammunition seems not very helpful. Sui calculated in his mind, according to the other parties, thinking it seems they don't want to give out too many weapon resources, likely due to concerns about weapons recovery issues and societal negative impacts after the disaster. If that's the case, I can do without the handgun, but getting more bullets would be nice. Sui turned to Lin Yu, who was working beside him, and whispered, Lin Yu, what type of bullets do you use? CZ-75 submachine gun. The magazine has been modified to hold 20 rounds and the bullet type is 919mm handgun ammunition. Lin Yu replied without turning her head. Sui didn't understand this military knowledge, but he noted it down and replied to the seller, 3 bottles of ice water for 100 rounds of 919mm handgun ammunition. You have a submachine gun. The other party quickly noticed and sent a surprised message, ice water guy, who are you? To possess firearms in Huaxia, are you my colleague? I can't give you that many bullets, I'm unsure of your identity, and at most I can only give you 20 rounds. Add 10 bags of biscuits for 100 rounds of bullets. Sui did not answer the question directly but simply quoted a price, making the other party even more uncertain about Sui's identity. Are you my comrade? Alright, 50 rounds, that's my biggest concession. Add 1 box of painkillers, 1 box of cold medicine and 1 box of Huoshan Jingqi water for 100 rounds of bullets. Sui's offer almost moved the other party. While food shortages might be temporarily tolerable, medicine was truly too precious. Right now, with the heat outside, if there aren't any pharmacies nearby or if the pharmacies aren't open, it will be very difficult to obtain these medications. In this environment, these medications have tremendous value, especially the painkillers and Huoshan Jingqi water, which are life-saving essentials. Congratulations! You have successfully completed a transaction. The other party quickly agreed, no longer sending refusals, and readily accepted the order, delivering 100 rounds of ammunition. At the same time, the online platform deducted the items Sui offered in the trade, reducing his supply reserves by 1/10. But all of this was worth it. Sui looked at the 2 small boxes of ammunition stacked in front of him, filled with brand new bullets, a smile he could not suppress appearing at the corners of his mouth. Lin Yue, did you use any bullets today? How many do you have left? Commander, I've been conserving them. I didn't use the gun today and I still have 60 rounds left. Here, take this, it's 100 rounds. Don't conserve too much, use it when it's critical. Sui handed the box of bullets to Lin Yue, smiling as he said, it's a pity I didn't manage to get any magazines. Next time I'll find a way to buy more. Thank you, Commander. Lin Yue's eyes brightened at the sight of the bullets. She quickly took the bullets. She understood very well that the safety of both herself and the commander now relied almost entirely on her gun and the ammunition. With more ammunition now, Sui felt a bit less pressure and couldn't help but smile. Lin Yue, I'll help you set up traps. Just as the two relaxed their minds, a sudden loud bang shattered the night's tranquility. Boom! A sound resembling a missile explosion came from outside the window, and a flash of fire instantly illuminated the night sky outside. The thunderous sound was alarmingly close, nearly causing Sui's soul to flee in terror, while Lin Yue instantly became alert. What happened? Sui almost jumped in place, rushing to the window to look outside. A blaze of crimson light illuminated Sui's face, his eyes wide with shock as he gazed out the window, witnessing a raging inferno erupting in the neighboring street. The mysterious explosion had ignited a fire in the city. In the sweltering heat, the flames seemed almost supernatural, rapidly engulfing several nearby buildings. The terrifying flames soared higher and higher like a serpent climbing towards the rooftops. A residential building was engulfed in flames, windows bursting open as the residents awakened from their slumber, screaming and calling for help. Sui even saw someone who, unable to withstand the spreading fire, took the risk to jump from a high floor. They were then swallowed by a sea of flames. Those who dared not jump to survive could only become balls of fire in their rooms, rolling in agony and screaming in despair. Scenes of human tragedy unfolded right before their eyes. This is a major fire. Sui stood frozen, the firelight reflecting the faint fear in his eyes. Just a street away, the blaze was spreading with terrifying speed in such heat. This meant that the building where Sui was located was no longer safe. Amid the chaos and paralysis of the entire city, no one could contain the flames. In just a few hours, the fire would reach the residential building where Sui was, and in a few days it could engulf most of the city. The entire Jinling city could be destroyed in this sudden inferno. The raging fire also stirred up a storm in the city chat channels, which were already filled with pessimistic sentiments. It's over. I'm finished. The fire is right next to me, it's about to reach me. Help me. Someone please save me. I'm trapped in the fire. I was close, I saw it was an explosion caused by a gas leak. We're all doomed now. Who would come to extinguish the fire? Ice Water Brother. Calling Ice Water Brother, our city needs a hero. Stop shouting, do you expect Ice Water to douse the fire with those few bottles of water? Are you still half asleep? The entire city's chat channel was engulfed in panic, with everyone filled with despair. Sui's expression was somber. He knew this was an almost impossible situation to reverse. Chief, we need to leave here quickly. Lin Yue stepped beside Sui, her gaze heavy as she looked ahead, whispering, this fire will destroy the city. It will definitely reach us within 2 hours. We don't have much time left. Is there no other way? Sui clenched his fists, his gaze complex. It was the apocalypse. Where could he run to? If the shelter was destroyed, would his abilities still matter? Without his abilities, how would he survive? Even if he brought enough supplies and had Lin Yue who was capable in combat, how long could they endure? After surviving one apocalypse, there would be a second, then a third. Sui had too many concerns, but he knew Lin Yue was right. If he didn't prepare now, he wouldn't be able to escape. Lin Yue stared at the raging fire, suddenly murmuring in confusion, it seems like it stopped spreading. Ha! Sui's mind jolted and he quickly looked up, observing closely, and indeed found that the flames had indeed ceased their advance. 20 minutes later, Sui was fully certain that the fire had not spread further, remaining confined to the 2 residential buildings and the surrounding structures. The area was approximately 800 meters in diameter and the buildings just outside the perimeter of the flames were completely unaffected. The air was thick with heat waves with temperatures in the burning area ranging from 600 to 2000 degrees. Yet such high temperatures had not affected the surroundings at all, even the nearby greenery remained unscorched. Strange, why is this? Sui murmured, his brow furrowed. It wasn't just him who felt puzzled, the people in the city chat channels also noticed this and began to discuss it. Some fortunate ones nearby found themselves unharmed and decided not to flee, starting to narrate the fire to the surviving citizens. Some were watching with a sense of morbid curiosity while others were still filled with dread, but their eyes could not protect those who were perishing in the inferno. Half an hour later, the building engulfed in flames no longer emitted any screams. The last survivor perished in the fire. At midnight, the once roaring flames were quickly extinguished, completely ceasing within 10 minutes, leaving behind a few ruins of buildings emanating dense black smoke. This fire burned strangely and extinguished just as oddly. Sui had been observing, yet he could not comprehend what had happened until the flames were put out. Just then, mere seconds after the fire was extinguished, a citywide announcement appeared. City area announcement in progress. The first regional apocalyptic derivative disaster has now emerged. The derivative disaster module is now officially activated. Globally, at any location and at any time, derivative disasters may erupt based on the current type of apocalypse. Derivative disasters will not affect living beings and objects outside the disaster zone. When they occur, there may be signs, and some disasters will receive advance notifications. If any shelter survives a derivative disaster, that shelter will receive a substantial amount of apocalyptic survival points. If not, it will result in death. The cold announcement voice caused astonishment and realization throughout the city. It's becoming more and more like a game with random events now appearing. Sui murmured, speculating that the derivative disaster should be related to randomly occurring catastrophic events that could erupt in reality. The downside is that the destruction is likely to be overwhelming beyond what current shelters can withstand. The upside is that it won't spread indefinitely, only covering a certain area. If I encounter a derivative disaster at this stage, I'm afraid there would be no hope of survival. Just as Sui was contemplating, he suddenly heard whispers coming from the window above. Big brother, that fire was really strange. It seemed like some kind of disaster. What if it suddenly ignites here too? What are you afraid of? Second brother's place is strong. The fire can't kill us. Yes, we work together and we are invincible, ha. It was the voices of brother Lisgang, who had returned unbeknownst to them, seemingly residing on the top floor. Sui silently pulled the curtain's gap shut, not revealing any signs of disturbance. Lin Yue, wanting to say something, was stopped by Sui raising his hand. Sleep and rest, we'll talk tomorrow. Sui gestured with his mouth and hands, and Lin Yue nodded seriously. She understood the danger above and turned back to the door to continue setting traps. Sui took a thin blanket from the cabinet and spread it on the sofa to create a simple bed for Lin Yue, then moved the open icebox closer to her to cool her down. This icebox does not require electricity and can continuously produce cold air, so Sui also used it as an air conditioner, keeping it open to lower the indoor temperature. Only in this way could he ensure that neither of them would be too hot to sleep. After preparing everything, Sui lay down on the bed and closed his eyes to sleep. Perhaps it was because Lin Yue was guarding beside him tonight, Sui slept particularly soundly. It wasn't until 11 a.m. the next day that Lin Yue cautiously woke Sui. Chief, I heard some commotion outside. The people upstairs seem to have gone down to search for supplies. In the morning it seemed they killed someone upstairs. From the sounds it seemed to be an old man. Lin Yue looked at Sui with a serious expression, her eyes filled with a fierce light against evil. Sui patted his groggy head and waved his hand. Don't worry about them, we need to protect ourselves first. Okay, Chief, should I set out to explore today? Lin Yue inquired. Our supplies are still insufficient while that group is out. If I explore now, I won't have to worry about your safety. Wait a bit longer. Sui declined. He was waiting for the third day's ability reward. After the two had a simple meal, Sui sat beside the icebox to cool down. Time passed quickly and soon it was just past noon. The familiar crisp notification sound rang in Sui's ears. Congratulations! You have stayed in the shelter for 24 hours, triggering the ability reward. The stay time is being recalculated. Congratulations, you have successfully recruited a grade support talent, Engineer Lia. As the mysterious notification sound rang out, a figure of golden light materialized before Sui, and in the blink of an eye a woman stepped out from the golden glow. She was tall and exuded a unique charm, with smooth black hair tied simply into a low ponytail, and her gold-rimmed glasses framed intelligent eyes. She wore a simple dark work uniform with a multifunctional tool belt hanging from her waist, equipped with various small and precise tools ranging from screwdrivers to micro-welders. Even her gloves were specially made anti-static gloves, and she carried a backpack filled with various electronic components and measuring instruments. Another talent reward. Sui's eyes lit up as he realized that as long as there was enough food and water, the talent units had rewarded him twice in succession. Does this indicate that according to the talent mechanism, the resource I currently lack the most is talent? The data on the population of the shelter indicates that the population is also a critically scarce resource for the shelter. Talent units are essentially a higher grade population resource. Sui pondered as the new talent Leah politely greeted him. Hello boss. I am very happy to serve you, boss. Another new title. However, these talents are all loyal to the shelter, so the title does not matter. As Sui observed Leah, he opened her data panel for review. Talent data information: name Leah. Age 28. Type engineer. Talent grade D. Physical strength 75. Neural reaction 90. Stamina 80. Mental will 78. Self-healing immunity 70. Talent trait wisdom: she possesses outstanding intelligence and problem-solving abilities with strong logical thinking, making her an intellectual research talent. Talent gift: engineering specialization: she has a high degree of talent in the field of scientific research related to engineering, is proficient in various engineering techniques and excels at developing, improving and creating technological items for the shelter. Research power rating 85 points. A brand new type of talent. Engineer research power. Specializing in creating technological items for the shelter. Sui keenly recognized the uniqueness of these keywords. If Lin Yu was a typical combat talent, then Lia's data panel was quite intriguing. In the apocalypse, human technology had already completely failed. How could Lia as a research talent recreate technological items in such a situation? Sui noticed that the technological items mentioned in Lia's data had a shelter prefix. Is the technology of the shelter a different system from human technology? Sui pondered slightly and looked at Lia, asking for confirmation. Lia, what can you create? Anything that can improve the current environment of the shelter I am good at. Lia's voice was cheerful, her tone firm, including the shelter's defense facilities, living facilities, expansions, etc. Of course I cannot develop overly advanced items yet. Lia's grade was only D, and correspondingly the level of the items she could develop would not be too high. Weight expansion. Sui noticed this term and felt delighted. Lia could actually expand the shelter. Does this not mean that the shelter's space could become larger? This is a good thing. A larger space not only means accommodating more people but also allows for enhancing the shelter's defense and disaster resistance through spatial design and arrangement. Lia, how do you plan to expand the shelter? Sui inquired, and Lia respectfully replied that depends on what type of shelter the boss wishes to have, and in addition I need corresponding expansion materials. After Lia spoke, it seemed that a certain keyword had been triggered and new prompt information popped up before Sui. Necessary prerequisites for expanding the shelter: possessing corresponding talents or technical blueprints, sufficient building materials for expansion and adequate space for reconstruction. Currently your shelter is at level 0, and to upgrade to level 1 the following conditions must be met. 1. Choose the type of shelter for upgrade not completed. 2. Possess the corresponding talents or technical blueprints. Engineer has been acquired. 3. Have 100 points of survival points, currently holding 10 points. 4. A nearby space of double the current shelter's area not surveyed. 5. 100 units of corresponding building materials not owned. Building materials can be obtained through dispatching talents for exploration tasks. Hiss. Sui's eyes widened as he muttered, these 5 requirements do not seem simple. This is just the condition for upgrading to a level 1 shelter. However, what changes will there be after upgrading to a level 1 shelter? Does this type of shelter have any special significance? Sui's gaze focused on the type of shelter, and soon the prompt box showed changes. Currently available types for upgrading to a level 1 shelter include 1. Refugee camp offers more living space and residents have a 20 resistance effect against various extreme natural environments. Corresponding building material: refugee wood. 2. Laboratory has a more detailed technology tree allowing for the creation of more shelter items. Corresponding building material: electronic components. 3. Workshop reduces the time consumption for dispatching exploration tasks by 20, increases the resources obtained from dispatching by 10. Corresponding building material: big bills. Please choose your shelter type carefully. Each type has its fixed upgrade route. Once determined, the type cannot be changed in the future without specific means. Sui glanced at the information before him and had a rough understanding. The 3 shelter types corresponded to different shelter styles, roughly divided into disaster resistance, scientific research and active working. These 3 also correspond to different attitudes toward facing disasters, each with its advantages. Which one should I choose? Wait, I haven't even met the upgrade conditions yet. How can I choose? These 3 corresponding building materials do not sound like things found on Earth. Let's gather them first. Sui smiled wryly. Given his current situation, he could only say that whichever of these 3 materials he gathered first, that would be the type of shelter he would upgrade. Lin Yu. Prepare to go out and explore. Sui turned his head, opened today's dispatch tasks and found today's exploration task for material collection, which would take 12 hours. Yes. Lin Yu nodded, taking 2 bottles of ice water and some dry food, then moved the clutter blocking the door and left the house. It was just after noon and Lin Yu needed to return after midnight. After arranging Lin Yu, Sui looked at Leah. He originally wanted to assign Leah a dispatch task, but considering her identity as an engineer, she did not seem very combat capable. Leah, what specific items can you manufacture? Can you tell me? Sui looked at Leah, wanting to place the talents in the right position to fully utilize their abilities. Boss, I don't know how to introduce it. Leah shook her head and suggested, but you can tell me what you need, and if I can make it I can start working right now. Don't you need specific materials to create things? Boss, for low-level items I can source materials on site. Leah appeared very confident. Sui could not help but ask expectantly, can you generate electricity? Like making a motor. Electric energy is crucial for humanity. If there was electricity, many things could be accomplished. Leah shook her head. Without specific materials and blueprints I cannot do it. Then, how about upgrading our shelter to improve its defenses? Sui asked. Leah nodded. I can make simple repairs to strengthen it, but I cannot enhance it too much. Whatever can be improved, let it be improved. Sui was already quite satisfied as long as the shelter was strong enough to withstand risks. That was sufficient. Let's get to work now, I'll help you. By the way, keep the noise down so the nearby neighbors don't hear us. Alright, boss. Leah nodded, grabbed her toolkit and began to get busy. She did not let Sui help and started measuring, planning and working in the room by herself. Sui wandered around wanting to help but found no way to assist. So he lay back on the bed again, contemplating the path ahead. He thought of many things regarding the upgrade of the shelter, the arrangement of talents and the potential threats from Li Gu and others, various thoughts continually clashing in Sui's mind. The temperature in the room was still hot, but thankfully the refrigerator was nearby, continuously emitting cold air. The cool sensation made Sui's mind feel heavy and he soon fell asleep. Boss. Boss, wake up. Leah called softly, causing Sui to startle awake and roll over from the bed. Outside it was already pitch black. Sui suddenly realized, Leah, how long have I slept? 9 hours, boss. Leah squatted beside the bed and softly said, you were under too much mental pressure, so you slept very deeply, but that's a good thing. Effective sleep can restore your mental state. Leah, did anything happen while I was sleeping? Was there any noise outside? Boss, an hour ago a group of men came outside. Leah reported softly, it seemed to be a group of men. They tried to push our door open but failed. It's Li Gu and his group. Sui immediately tensed up, instinctively looking toward the door. Just that glance caused Sui to freeze. All the obstacles he had originally placed beside the door were gone. They had all returned to their original places in the room. The old wooden door now had an inner structure interwoven and covered with steel bars. On the outside was the wooden door and on the inside was a layer of tightly woven steel bars. On top of these steel coverings was another layer of sharp iron spikes, seemingly designed specifically to prevent the wooden door from being pushed open. The entire door exuded a heavy and piercing feeling, giving Sui a great sense of security. This was far superior to the cluttered door he had before. It looked very difficult to breach from the outside. Did you do all this? Sui looked at Leah, asking in surprise. Leah nodded. Yes, boss, due to limited materials I could only do this for now. Materials? Where did you get these materials? Sui suddenly realized that there were no iron products in his house. Where had Leah sourced these things to modify the door? Could it be that this woman can create something out of nothing? Boss, I explored the other 3 households on the same level outside and found some usable materials inside, Leah explained, which made Sui realize something. It seemed that as long as he issued commands, people could find ways to complete tasks on their own. For example, Leah would actively explore the surrounding area of the shelter in search of suitable materials. Did you encounter any danger? Sui paused and reminded, be careful and don't take too many risks. Thank you for your concern, boss. I ensured safety before exploring the surroundings and didn't make much noise. I originally planned to make some lockpicks to open the neighbors' doors, but after I went out I found that their houses had been forcibly broken into. The other 3 rooms on this floor are uninhabited, only some bloodstains are left as if someone invaded from the outside. The interior is very messy, food and water have been taken away and I could only find some unwanted repair materials. Considering the neighbors' plight, I made limited modifications to our main door. Additionally, I set up some door traps and made 5 steel spears. Leah tilted her head, her gaze shifting to the corner of the wall. There lay 5 steel spears about 2 meters long with spear shafts made of common steel pipes, and the spearheads were welded with kitchen knives carefully polished to a shine. This is a good thing. Sui's eyes brightened. It was a long weapon, and in the absence of firearms, wielding such a spear would provide some resistance against thugs. Leah, you are really capable. Thank you for the compliment, boss. By the way, did that group of people break down the main door? Did they find out there are people inside? Sui asked, feeling somewhat annoyed that he had slept so soundly and missed all the commotion. This is not entirely Sui's fault. During the 3 days of the apocalypse he had been under immense mental pressure, especially during that time alone, considering external threats and internal issues of resource shortages. Under prolonged high-pressure conditions, once he fell into a deep sleep, it was hard to wake up. They probably didn't notice. Leah shook her head. I remember your instructions, boss. I didn't make any noise. The welding tool I used also has a silencing effect. However, a normal wooden door cannot withstand their hammering and door bashing. They will eventually figure out that we are hiding here. Leah's analysis was quite correct. Exposure was only a matter of time. Before that, Sui needed to be better prepared. I understand. Sui took a deep breath, glancing around the room, which had numerous details specifically modified. For instance, the windows had additional wooden insulation layers, the curtains were thickened, and there was a makeshift cooling device added outside the refrigerator. Leah's modifications not only considered the safety of the shelter but also took comfort into account. No wonder I feel the temperature is a bit lower tonight. Leah, you've worked hard. Sui was quite satisfied. It's almost time. Let's eat first. Lin, you should be back soon. Boss, I've already had dinner. You eat first. I have some new modifications to finish. Leah stood up, blending into the darkness of the room, not knowing what she was off to tinker with. Sui picked up some bread and iced water, eating while preparing to open the trading platform to check if there were any new trade items today. He had developed the habit of trading away any unused iced water daily to maximize the storage resources of the shelter. While browsing the interface, Sui noticed that one of the 5 major requirements for upgrading the shelter had already been completed. Successfully surveyed the nearby usable space required for upgrading the shelter. Successful surveying. Is that the reason Leah searched the nearby houses? Sui pondered. If there are other shelters beside ours, does that mean we have to wipe them out to meet the requirements for expansion? After all, most modern residences are interconnected, and in the case where both residences are shelters, there will inevitably be natural conflicts regarding shelter expansion. It seems that even if someone does not want to upgrade their shelter or cause trouble, others will come looking for theirs. In the apocalypse, everyone wants to grow stronger and upgrade their shelters. This process may lead to many people dying at the hands of their own kind. Sui sighed. He could not change the dire environment of disaster, he just wanted to protect himself. Opening the trading platform, Sui immediately searched for weapon trading orders. What he lacked the most now were weapons. If possible, he hoped to acquire a gun and some ammunition. I still have 6 bottles of iced water left today. I should be able to buy some decent weapons, right? Sui quickly searched for suitable order information and soon saw a weapon sales order published by a shelter named Jinling Rescue Team. We currently have a large number of various police weapons and equipment available for exchange with medicine, food and water. Interested parties, please submit information. Note: don't ask me where I am. The shelter has a population limit and we cannot accommodate too many survivors. No one can help the weak right now. You have to rely on yourselves. This information was quite interesting. Not only were they selling weapons, but they also seemed to know some insider mechanisms of the shelters. It seems they are trying to rescue more city survivors but seem to have failed. Sui murmured, could this be the mechanism of the apocalypse game, not allowing humans to band together? Forcing us to fight alone in the apocalypse. Sui quickly submitted the iced water order while tentatively asking about his doubts in the trade information. The other party quickly replied, hello iced water brother, I'm very interested in your order. We can discuss it in detail. In the negotiation, the other party didn't really haggle and readily agreed to Sui's trading request. They also provided Sui with a few key pieces of information about the city. Iced water brother, we have currently learned that humans with shelters cannot reside in other shelters. And those who voluntarily give up their shelters are level 0 shelters cannot accommodate too many due to population limits. We cannot provide more rescue assistance to more people. We can only strive to provide food and weapon support while considering our own survival. This game disrupts the unity that humans excel at, but we haven't given up. We are still looking for new ways to hope we can help more compatriots. I hope Iced Water Brother can do his best to help some people. Our nation needs more heroes to step up in times of crisis. The other party seemed to be an official earnestly advising Sui. They also made Sui realize that during these days there were still a group of people in the city actively conducting rescue operations, attempting to gather more people together for warmth. But they failed and were still looking for new methods. Thank you for your information. I will do my best to help the weak. Sui's reply felt insincere. He had no intention of doing so, but considering the other party was indeed generous, saying some polite words didn't matter. 6 bottles of iced water exchanged for 254 pistols and 50 rounds of ammunition. That's quite a bargain. Sui played with the pistol in front of him, feeling quite astonished. Although the pistol looked a bit old and the ammunition was not plentiful, at least it achieved the armament configuration of 1 gun per person in the shelter. Even if any problems arose, he wouldn't need to worry too much. Leah, can you shoot? Sui asked Leah, who was in the darkness, lowering his voice. Leah quickly poked her head out, looking cute in the moonlight that leaked through the window gap. Boss, I can use a gun, but my aim is average. Can you teach me? I've never shot a gun before. Sure, boss. Leah obediently walked over to Sui's side and patiently taught him how to use the gun. Most of the room was filled with darkness. The young man and woman were alone in the room, able to smell each other's distinct scents. In such close proximity, a lonely man and woman could easily spark a fire. However, Sui had no such thoughts. He was focused on learning and Leah was serious in teaching. Though their bodies were pressed closely together, their hearts remained pure. 2 hours later, a sudden series of muffled knocks echoed from outside the door. Due to the added steel, the knocking sounded louder than usual. Leah's expression suddenly tensed. She held the gun with both hands, quickly turning around to aim at the door. Don't panic, it's Lin Yu coming back. Sui reassured her. He recognized the rhythm of the knocking and gestured for Leah to go open the door. This iron door had a special technique for opening. Anyone who didn't understand it could never open it, let alone force it open. Leah carefully opened a crack in the door, confirming that it was indeed Lin Yu outside before fully opening the door to let her in. This time Lin Yu returned with a large load of bags. She placed the items on the ground and opened them in front of Sui. Inside was a dazzling array of electronic components and some colorful banknotes. Congratulations! This talent exploration has yielded 103 units of electronic components and 76 units of large banknotes. Exploration task completion rating perfect. You have gained 20 survival points. Lin Yue, well done. Sui couldn't hide the smile on his face. This wave of material collection was too perfect and directly gathered the necessary materials for the shelter's upgrade. It also conveniently provided 20 survival points, bringing Sui's total to 30 survival points. However, this material collection task really only yielded upgrade materials with no other resources. Sui had now met 4 of the 5 prerequisites for upgrading the shelter. He only needed to gather 100 survival points to upgrade to a level 1 shelter. Based on the conversation between Leah and Sui that night, Leah told Sui that if they upgraded to a level 1 laboratory-type shelter, it could restore the power system of the shelter, barely reaching pre-disaster living conditions. Having been tormented by darkness for many days, Sui now desperately hoped to see the light, so he leaned more towards upgrading the shelter to a laboratory type. Lin Yue, hearing Sui's praise, still held a heavy expression. She looked at Sui and warned in a low voice, "Chief, I heard those people upstairs preparing to search while I was going up. It seems they are preparing to search our entire building tonight." Lin Yu's words slightly changed Sui's expression. Before Sui could speak, a commotion suddenly erupted in the outer hallway. Hurry! Bring all the weapons. Tonight we'll catch all the survivors. Damn it, I didn't expect that killing would also give survival points. Brotherly said, we'll clear this floor tonight and deal with the neighboring floors in the next couple of days. Before long the entire city will be ours. We are the emperors of Jinling. Haha, following Brotherly there will definitely be meat to eat. The voices of that group grew closer, quickly gathering at Sui's door. It's here. I had a feeling something was off. I can't open this damn door. Brothers, break down the door. If someone is killing, if not, search for supplies. Sui's expression suddenly turned dark and grim. The actions of these thugs were faster than he had anticipated. Without any warning, they directly launched a night attack. As soon as Lin Yu's message reached Sui, the thugs outside had already gathered in the corridor. Sui barely had any time to react. He could already hear the men outside seemingly beginning to thoroughly check this floor, with faint sounds of the thugs coming from the neighboring apartment. Ha! The traces I set up here yesterday are gone. Someone has been here. It seems like something is missing. It must be the household that closed the door. I told you there must be someone inside. Damn it, go find them. How dare they hide? Sui squinted at Lin Yue, who calmly gestured for Sui and Leah to stand in the corner of the room. Sui nodded and cautiously stood close to the wall while Leah positioned herself diagonally opposite him. Lin Yu crouched behind the freezer, all three holding guns, holding their breath as they awaited the enemy's arrival. Before long, a loud banging on the door echoed from outside. Bang! Bang bang! Come out, you inside. If you keep hiding, you'll kill you all. Damn it, how dare you play tricks on me? I came to knock on your door on the first day and you didn't even make a sound. Break down this door, bring the hammer. Bang. Boom. With the thugs clamoring, a sound of wood splintering echoed as the old wooden door outside could not withstand the thugs. When the wooden door shattered, beams of blinding flashlight pierced through the gaps of the steel bars into the room. The light swayed, allowing Sui to glimpse through the mirror's reflection at the indistinct figures moving outside the steel door. Roughly estimating, there were at least 20 people. The group of thugs had grown stronger, and outnumbering them, Sui dared not recklessly fire a shot and expose their position. On the contrary, Lin Yu was extremely bold. The moment the light shone in, she decisively opened fire. Day. A small burst of bullets erupted from the muzzle, and almost instantaneously a poo sound was heard from outside. Ah! There are guns. The people inside have guns. Damn it, I've been shot. Li Gu, I've been shot, I'm going to die. Hide. Let's hide quickly. Where are our guns? Get them out and shoot. Outside there was a cacophony of screams and chaos. Lin Yu's surprise attack had directly interrupted their arrogance. Impressive. Sui's eyes lit up as he looked at Lin Yu, who was crouched behind the freezer. He knew well how complex the iron door had been modified by Leah. Although there were gaps between the steel bars, they weren't large. If Sui were to shoot, most of his bullets would likely not pass through the gaps and could bounce back inside, injuring their own people. Lin Yu's shooting skills were no small matter. She was able to achieve this with a rapid-fire submachine gun. However, the thugs outside were not to be underestimated. Soon dark gun barrels were pressed against the gaps in the iron door. Bang! Bang bang! The crisp gunfire exploded in the darkness. The bullet flames ricocheted wildly off the walls of the room, shattering some items. The thugs had guns too. They must have purchased them on the online trading platform. Kill them. Open fire quickly. Out of bullets, damn it. I don't know if anyone died. There's no movement inside. Quickly smash down this broken door. Take advantage of their weakness and strike them down. The thugs outside shouted, having emptied a magazine of bullets. Just as they continued to smash the door, Sui saw Lin Yu signaling Leah. Leah nodded and peeked out from the corner of the wall, aiming at the door where the flashlight was and firing 3 shots. Bang! 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 One bullet missed and ricocheted off the iron door, not knowing where it went, while the other 2 clearly shot out the door. Ah! Damn! There are still survivors inside. My brother has been shot. My brother has been hit. Li Go, what should we do now? Open fire. Keep shooting. The thugs outside panicked, reloaded, and continued firing into the room. But Leah had already hidden back in the corner. The thugs' bullets flew wildly around the room but could not harm Sui and the others. Because Lin Yu's positioning had already taken into account the risk of stray bullets, their positions within the cramped space were relatively safe, not bothered by stray shots, nor would they be directly hit by the enemy's bullets. As soon as the thugs finished a round of bullets and the gunfire ceased, Lin Yu almost instantaneously exposed her position, firing 2 bursts of bullets toward the door. Dot day day. Dot day day. Pooh. Pooh. The sound of bullets hitting flesh echoed from outside the door, and the screams of the thugs were incessant. No. We can't be targets at the door anymore. There's a sharpshooter inside. We can't win, Li Gu. Let's retreat for now. Damn it, this is troublesome. Let's retreat upstairs for now. The thugs lacked the combat spirit of regular soldiers. After several counterattacks, many were injured and feared they might be the next unlucky one to be shot. Amidst the noise and screams, the chaotic sounds outside gradually faded away. Did they leave? Sui whispered, but Lin Yu held her breath and remained crouched, not moving. Suddenly, Lin Yu revealed her arm and shot from the right side. D. Accompanied by the gunfire, another round of screams echoed from the doorway. Damn! The people inside have discovered us. Run! Hurry up! Damn it! Outside, new chaos erupted, followed by a flurry of footsteps retreating. Cold sweat broke out on Sui's forehead. These thugs were too cunning. In such circumstances, they were still thinking of ambushing the people inside, waiting for them to relax under pressure and then launching a new surprise attack. Fortunately, Lin Yu was here. Her combat skills were very high and she had seen through the thugs' ambush. Chief, they've fled. Lin Yu quickly walked over to Sui from behind the freezer, asking with concern, you weren't injured, were you? I'm fine. Sui shook his head. He hadn't fired a shot earlier and had hidden well, so of course he wasn't scared. Sui wasn't cowardly, rather due to the obstructed vision at night and being inexperienced with guns, he didn't dare to shoot recklessly for fear of dragging his teammates down. The facts proved that Sui's decision was correct. In the obstructed terrain, these bandits combined were no match for Lin Yu alone. Chief, it seems we won't be able to sleep tonight. Lin Yu lowered her voice and analyzed the subsequent battle situation for Sui. The people outside suffered losses. At least 5 of them were definitely shot earlier, and they will most likely attempt to ambush us again in the early hours of the morning. This iron door should be able to hold them off, but if they have door-breaking equipment it might be difficult. Lin Yu's expression was serious, and the strong smell of blood continuously wafting in from outside corroborated her analysis. Having suffered such heavy losses, the thugs would certainly not let it go easily. Then let's counterattack. Leah lowered her voice and suggested, Lin Yu, you're so strong, let's take the initiative to disrupt their formation and attack as we retreat. Your analysis is quite reasonable. Lin Yu glanced at Leah and smiled bitterly, but I can't do that. They should be crouched in the corridor now, just waiting for us to go out. We're still unclear about how many guns they have. Besides, Chief, you mentioned they might possess some combat talents, which would be even more trouble. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm worried that if I go out I might not be able to catch them all. If I die and let a few enemies escape, it would be dangerous for you, Chief. Lin Yu furrowed her brow tightly. Among the few in the shelter, she was the only combat unit. Although Leah could shoot, her combat skills were certainly not on par with Lin Yu. As for Sui, there was no need to mention him. Just a few days ago he was still an ordinary person. It was fine to let Sui risk his life, but he can only count as a combat force at most. Then it seems we can only adopt a delaying tactic. Leah glanced at Sui and said softly, boss, let's not let Lin Yu go out for the next few days. We'll wait for the rabbits trying to inflict pain on the enemies to resolve the situation better. I'm afraid we don't have that much time to waste. Sui's expression was grim as he opened the city area chat channel and saw a shocking message. High price for purchase grenades, flamethrowers, kerosene and other weaponry. Good materials for negotiation. Sellers, post your orders quickly. This was the latest purchasing information on the city channel. The spokesperson was a guy named Li Daqiang's shelter, and Sui quickly deduced that this was the group of thugs outside. They wanted to buy equipment capable of forcibly breaking down the door. These thugs indeed could not let it go easily. According to Sui's knowledge, there were such equipment available for sale on the city's trading platform. At least for orders like grenades Sui had seen before. This meant that the thugs' next round of attack would begin soon and would be even more brutal. The threat was even greater. If those thugs truly managed to acquire suitable equipment. No, such an outcome is virtually inevitable. They scour the city daily for supplies, even slaughtering neighbors to seize their stockpiles. Their reserves must be substantial. So long as they are willing to pay, a premium acquisition is assured. If they lay hands on such devastating weaponry, tonight may well be our last. I won't survive it. Sui's expression twisted with discomfort, his eyes heavy with profound helplessness. He had offended no one, merely holed up indoors day after day calculating how to endure the apocalypse, yet fate had thrust this calamity upon him. Commander. Lin Yu noticed the shift in Sui's expression and murmured softly, is the situation truly dire? Yes. Sui nodded, then relayed his fears and discoveries to Lin Yu and Leah. Do either of you have a solution? We only need to hold out until noon tomorrow, that's all it takes. Sui pleaded earnestly, seeking their wisdom with unfeigned sincerity. By noon tomorrow Sui would receive a new talent reward. According to its description, the reward would grant precisely what he most urgently needed, something capable of shattering this deadlock. Lin Yu lowered her head in silence. Leah glanced first at Sui, then at Lin Yu, her mouth half open, words unspoken. Boss, I have a plan, but it carries considerable risk. Tell me, quickly. Sui's eyes lit up. In this desperate hour, any viable path forward was invaluable. If the thugs acquired their weapons and returned to besiege the door, all would be lost. The shelter was nothing more than an ordinary residential unit, utterly incapable of withstanding flamethrowers or grenades. It may require Lin Yu to take extraordinary risks. Leah turned to Lin Yu as, speaking low among us three, she possesses the greatest combat capability. And it is night, the external conditions favor defense and solo concealment operations. If we provide covering fire while she slips outside, she can certainly divert the thugs' attention. Should they dare return to blockade the entrance, Lin Yu could strike from without coordinating with us inside, a combined assault likely to repel their advance once more. Yet numerous difficulties remain. First, the thugs may have set up overwatch positions outside. Opening the door might not allow us to extract Lin Yu safely, and could instead collapse our protective barrier. Second, darkness ensures Lin Yu's safety, for now. But come morning, if she fires recklessly, she will betray her position. Within this compact building, evasion would be nearly impossible. And should Lin Yu fall outside, neither of us inside will last long. Leah's analysis was thorough. Sui opened his mouth, then exhaled a long weary sigh. Was he truly prepared to send a woman alone to her death? She was a comrade in arms within the shelter. Leah's strategy was already the most coherent and viable option he could imagine. After all, the numerical disparity between them and the thugs rendered most tactical gambits futile. Then let us proceed. Lin Yu spoke suddenly, endorsing Leah's plan. Commander, Leah is correct. Stepping outside grants us greater initiative and maximizes our ability to delay those bandits. You will die. Sui gazed at Lin Yu, his expression torn. There is a high probability you will perish out there. I fear no death, as long as you survive. Lin Yu replied without hesitation, her gaze fierce and resolute. You are the most vital. I will do everything in my power to detain the enemy until noon. Sui fell silent. His humanity recoiled at the thought of sending a woman to certain death. Yet his instinct for survival screamed that this was their sole recourse. Even if Lin Yu's perilous mission proved ultimately futile, it remained preferable to the three of them entombed within these walls. Then one final question: how do we get her out? Leah looked to Lin Yu, who turned her gaze toward the window, her brows lifting sharply. Through the window. Can you manage it? Yes. It's standard military training. Lin Yu spoke with unwavering confidence, and flashed Leah a playful wink. A Chinese soldier's mastery of rooftop traversal is second nature. Lin Yu, you are not training now. You have no safety line, and under current conditions I cannot fabricate climbing gear for you. Leah's tone hardened. You must scale the wall barehanded. I will not see you fall. Dying pointlessly is worse than remaining by your commander's side. Leave commander to me. Lin Yu hesitated no longer. She bent low, strode swiftly to the window, parted the curtain swiftly dismantled the frames covering and opened the sash. A wave of scorching heat rushed inward. Lin Yu clipped a bottle of chilled water to her belt, then vaulted nimbly through the opening, her figure vanishing into the night. Lin Yu. Sui lunged to the windowsill, craning his neck outward. Bathed in moonlight, a lithe silhouette leapt onto an air conditioning unit, then ascended the searing water pipe along the building's outer ledge. Every surface she touched blistered with heat. The scene was harrowing, any misstep meant a fatal plunge. Waves of furnace-like air battered her, relentlessly siphoning strength and moisture from her body. "Boss, back away." Leah seized Sui from behind, yanking him from the sill. "Watch the doorway, if enemies open fire, that spot leaves you fatally exposed. Trust Lin Yu. This is our only path to survival." Leah pulled Sui into the corner, her face grave. "Boss, you cannot afford compassion now. In extremis, extraordinary measures are imperative." "Am I truly soft-hearted?" Sui bowed his head, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. Had he truly been weak-willed, he would not have stood mute while decisions were made or allowed Lin Yu to undertake a mission tantamount to suicide. He knew this choice was right, yet conscience weighed heavily upon him. He understood he must harden himself for the apocalypse, even suppress his moral compass. But he was no fictional reborn cultivator, born cold and ruthless. Survival demanded he become so despite his nature. "Yes, I have already done so." Sui whispered inwardly, his expression conflicted. "If Lin Yu dies, I will not last until noon tomorrow." His thoughts churned with contradiction as he sought solace. Lin Yu may not be human at all, perhaps merely data conjured by some enigmatic entity or a replicated soldier's consciousness. But is she truly not human? Sui did not know. The more he tried to convince himself, the more vividly he recalled the quiet assurance Lin Yu had offered him these past days. Whether or not she was human, Sui knew one truth: he owed her something, profoundly. "Boss, in the apocalypse you must learn to be colder." Leah pressed close, her eyes fixed warily on the door as she lowered her voice. To hesitate now is to fail as a leader. "I am learning," Sui muttered, pressing his palm to his brow and sighing deeply. "Leah, I am already cold. I simply need more time to adjust." Still he had sent Lin Yu forth, despite every pang of guilt. He was already cold, only his conscience ached. Silence settled over the room. Gradually Sui's features relaxed, he had steadied himself. "At the very least, we have confirmed that recruited talents possess exceptional loyalty." Sui drew a slow deep breath, whispering inwardly, "May we hold out until noon tomorrow." In the suffocating pressure of the apocalypse, even the luxury of introspection, of mourning one's own morality, was fleeting. Time slipped away unmeasured. Outside the door, silence reigned. The thugs appeared to have failed in acquiring breaching equipment, only muffled curses and wounded men's cries echoed from upstairs. Lin Yu had vanished without trace. No corpse lay below, no sign of a fatal fall. Sui had no idea where she hid. Minutes bled into hours. Dawn broke. Sui fought off drowsiness, then froze as the sky beyond the window blazed crimson. Suddenly, rat-a-tat-tat-tat. A rapid burst of gunfire erupted from above, the signal that Lin Yu had struck. Sui suddenly jolted awake, quickly looking up at the ceiling. Beside him, Leah tightened her grip on her gun, nervously glancing at the door. Soon the sound of gunfire erupted from upstairs, accompanied by screams and curses. "It's the window. Over by the window. Damn it, it's a woman. Is she one of the residents downstairs? I don't know. Li Gu, my brother, is out of breath. He's dead. He's dead. Damn it. I don't want to wait any longer. What kind of useless strategist are you? Li Gu, don't listen to him. Let's go take revenge now. A grenade will be enough to smash this bastard. That foul woman actually dared to counterattack me. Wait. Li Gu, she has already appeared. There might be no one downstairs, it's just a single occupant. We can't waste the grenade on an empty house. I remember the resident downstairs was a man. When did it change to a woman?" The commotion from upstairs continued, and Sui listened carefully, his expression grave. The other side indeed got their hands on grenades. No wonder Lin Yu suddenly opened fire. She was attracting fire to prevent the enemy from using grenades against Sui. "Shoo!" Leah placed her finger on her lips, signaling Sui to remain silent. If the enemy discovered that there were still people downstairs, both of them would undoubtedly perish. In such a confined space, the two would surely suffer the full brunt of a grenade explosion. As expected, within minutes faint noises began to come from outside the door. Sui's hair stood on end as he caught a glimpse of moving pupils through a mirror he had placed in the corner, indicating someone was peering into the room. The person was pressed against the iron door, eyes darting like a malevolent spirit, sending chills down one's spine. Moments later, loud shouts echoed from outside. "Li Gu! There's no one downstairs, not a sound at all." But this iron door is locked tightly. She seems to have not exited through the main door. As expected. That woman has come out. She climbed up the window to ambush us. Damn it. Is that woman Spider-Man? Search the whole building. We must capture her. Damn it. Ligu, if we catch her, hand her over to me. I want to avenge my brother. I want to kill that woman with my own hands. The sound of hurried footsteps came from above as if they were dispatching personnel. Ligu, I want to follow you. I think you're the strongest. Staying with you is safe. Stop talking nonsense and check the guns. Bring the grenade for the strategist. Do we have enough bullets? That woman's marksmanship is deadly accurate. Don't be careless. Split into 2 teams. Well, start searching from the top floor and you go to the first floor. Well, search towards the center together. Don't miss any room and check every window carefully. Remember what the strategist said, move quickly. Capture her. The thugs upstairs began to act and soon the hallway was filled with the sound of hurried footsteps. Sui bit his lip hard, his eyes flickering with cold hatred. These guys, I haven't done anything yet, they want to kill me. Lin Yue, you must survive. For your own safety and for Lin Yu's safety. Sui fervently hoped in this moment that Lin Yu would live well. About 10 minutes later. Day. Another round of gunfire rang out downstairs. Damn. That woman is on the 2nd floor. The strategist is dead. The strategist is dead. Damn it, her aim is too precise. She shot him in the head. Where? On the 2nd floor. Did we catch her? Sui heard Ligu hurriedly bringing people down from upstairs, anxiously shouting, what happened to my strategist? Ligu, the strategist is gone. That woman is in the house on the right side of the 2nd floor. We searched that place before and the door was left open. Damn it. Lao Song. A bunch of useless fools can't even protect the strategist. What are you standing there for? Don't you dare rush in and grab her. Ligu. That woman is very tricky. Her marksmanship is too precise. The chaos downstairs continued and Sui listened anxiously but heard no new gunfire. Clearly the thugs were hesitant to rush into the room, which instead gave Lin Yu time to escape. They failed to capture her. Damn it. There's no one inside. Keep searching. That foul woman, I want to dismember her. Where's my grenade? Hand it over to me. Ligu were on the floor. Day. A round of gunfire erupted from the top floor and an unfortunate soul was shot dead without even having the chance to warn anyone. Ligu was nearly driven mad, rushing upstairs with his men only to find nothing. A bunch of useless fools. Hold her down. Hold her down, wait for me to come. Ligu was almost enraged and his subordinates didn't dare to speak, seemingly fearful of him. But they also feared Lin Yu. The more they trembled, the greater their fear of her. This woman was elusive. She shot and killed, then vanished. If there was any hesitation, they couldn't catch her at all. Moreover, she was clever, completely avoiding Ligu and only targeting his subordinates. Good, very good. Sui clenched his fists tightly, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead, and he was unaware, murmuring nervously, Lin Yu is doing well. Don't run into that Li guy, he must have a talent for combat. Boss, it's already 1030 AM. Leah quietly reminded from the side to avoid alerting the thugs outside. She spoke almost directly into Sui's ear. Sui glanced at the wall clock. It had been hit by stray bullets last night and was now in ruins, barely showing the hands moving slowly. 2 more hours left. Sui clenched his teeth. The only thing he was worried about now was the effect of the talent reward. He wasn't sure if the talent would really work. After all, this was just a level 0 shelter's talent reward. Even if it gave him what he urgently needed, what if it turned out to be useless? Or unable to solve the current predicament? That would truly be a dead end. Sui had no better plan. He could only pray in his heart, feeling immense torment. If only my start had been better, if only there weren't these thugs around me. Sigh. Sui sighed deeply. The heavens gave him an SS level talent but also arranged for a group of crazy thugs around him. Truly good and bad are intertwined with an unspeakable potential fairness. Time ticked away and the gunfire from both sides continued rising and falling unpredictably. Now even Sui was unsure of Lin Yu's location. He had taken risks a few times to peek out the window, but he saw no sign of Lin Yu climbing. God knows how she managed to do it, hiding like a ghost. The small residential building had almost become Lin Yu's battlefield. However, Lin Yu was not invincible. She had been waging a guerrilla war, avoiding direct confrontation with the enemy, shooting and then running. During the guerrilla warfare, Sui heard the thugs passing by his door multiple times. Ligu even suspected at one point that Lin Yu had hidden back inside and tried to force the door open, but fortunately Lia's modifications were strong and Ligu returned empty-handed, angrily kicking the iron door several times. Both sides were at a stalemate until the time reached 1220 p.m. Just as the new rewards were about to be issued, a deafening explosion suddenly rang out from the rooftop. Boom! The entire floor shook and Sui lost his balance and fell. He saw a large amount of dust and debris falling from the ceiling. It's a grenade. Li's beautiful eyes widened, almost gasping. The enemy used a grenade. They must have caught Linyu. Is she dead? Did she die? Sui gritted his teeth and climbed up. He looked at Leah, who silently shook her head. She didn't know, and now no one knew Linyu's fate. After the grenade, the sound of excited male laughter faintly echoed from upstairs. Ha ha ha. That foul woman, I can't kill you. Li Gu is amazing. I thought our building was going to collapse. This old building is really sturdy. It didn't collapse. Where's that woman? Where's the body? I don't know. She seems to have fallen. Quick, look for her. Even if she's dead, I want to see the corpse. I want to desecrate her body. Ha ha ha. Li Gu, is that a proper desecration? Line up. I want to be second. The thugs upstairs laughed maniacally, almost signifying their victory. After a morning of entanglement, they finally killed that woman. Sui listened, trembling all over, not out of fear. He was filled with rage. Linyu had desperately tried to buy time, yet she still died. These bastards. Give me what I need most. You can't deceive me, you were very clear. Sui closed his eyes, murmuring to himself, his hands gripping his fingers until they turned white. I want the reward I need most. Give me what I need most. I need to kill. Right now I need to kill. I want to kill these bastards. Congratulations. You have stayed in the shelter for 24 hours, triggering the talent reward. Stay time is recalculated. Congratulations. You have received a talent rewarded class combat team card consumable. A golden card landed in Sui's palm as a clear message flashed before his eyes. The card is roughly the size of a bank card, entirely golden, with several blurry silhouettes of soldiers engraved on it. At the top of the card there is a detailed description of the item. Class Combat Team Consumable can randomly summon a technology-oriented combat team of 36 members upon use, with each member's strength fixed at class, and the equipment adapts according to the number of members. The effect of this item lasts only 2 hours, after which the combat team will be recalled. A temporary summoning type. At least 3 class soldiers. Sui's eyes lit up. The strength of class soldiers has been vividly demonstrated by Linyu, comparable to that of special forces. A combat team of at least 3 members will definitely annihilate these thugs. Summon. Sui decisively chose to use the card, and instantly a dazzling golden light appeared around him. When the golden light dissipated, 6 fully armored special soldiers stood beside Sui, ready for action. They were all male, dressed in special camouflage uniforms, wearing combat boots, night vision goggles on their heads, grenades and navigational devices on their waists, and holding black firearms of varying lengths. Each of them had determined and sharp eyes, exuding an aura of training and decisiveness. Sui glanced over and quickly assessed that the 6 had clear roles. There was a battlefield medic carrying a medical kit, a main attacker with a submachine gun, a teammate holding a special rifle, and a sniper with a Barrett being protected in a core position. 3 main attackers, 1 medic, 1 communication soldier, and 1 sniper. A well-equipped 6-person combat team. Commander. The leading attacker saluted Sui as face masked except for his eyes and calmly requested, "Please give the combat order, Commander." "What is our combat mission?" "Kill." Sui took a deep breath, almost without hesitation, pointing at the door. "There are people in this building threatening our lives. Eliminate them." "Yes." The soldiers shouted in unison. "We will guarantee the completion of the mission." Meanwhile, Lia, awakening from her shock, quickly reminded, "There's another woman. Her name is Linua. She's a soldier. We must rescue her." The soldiers looked at Sui, who nodded yes. Understood. The leading soldier gestured, and the 6 soldiers split into 2 groups, deploying in different formations. The communication soldier and sniper exited through the window, hooking their gear onto their belts and quickly moving to the opposite rooftop to set up a sniper position. The main attackers and medics waited for Lia to open the iron door before immediately tossing out smoke grenades. Bang! The smoke erupted, and the panicked voices of the lurking thugs immediately echoed outside. "Li Gu, the iron door is open." "What the hell? Where did the smoke come from?" "Dad Ada." A hail of bullets swept through, abruptly silencing the thugs' panicked notifications. The male soldiers silently signaled to each other, moving stealthily into the smoke. Soon after, "Dad Ada, Dad Ada, Dad Ada, Dad Ada." The rhythmical and dense gunfire echoed from outside the door, and with each shot bodies fell heavily to the ground with few cries of agony. This means that every enemy they discovered barely had time to issue a new warning before being swiftly killed. As the soldiers began their sweeping actions, the shouts of the thugs quickly followed. "It's the enemy. They're here again. Soldiers. What the hell, they are really soldiers. Is this the team that came to rescue us? Damn, they're killing our people. I surrender. I surrender, don't kill me. Damn. These are definitely not regular troops. They actually dare to attack ordinary people. Fight back quickly. The panicked voices of the thugs continued from outside along with the sounds of grenades and smoke bombs exploding. Throughout this time the gunfire never ceased. Sui also heard the occasional sniper shots ringing out from the distant rooftop. Boo! Boo! The sniper's firing rate was low but extremely powerful. A Barrett bullet could almost penetrate any obstacle. Even enemies hiding behind cover could be killed in an instant, easily exposed by thermal imaging scans. Once the thugs were discovered by the sniper, they would die on the spot. There's a sniper outside. Hide quickly. Li Gu. Li Gu. Damn, Li Gu was shot in the head by the sniper. Brothers, run. The chaotic sounds outside continued, clearly indicating that under the cooperation of the 6 soldiers the disorganized group outside was no match. Only the cries and panic of the thugs echoed, and Sui did not hear any sounds of the soldiers being thwarted. He walked to the window and looked down, seeing many bloodied thugs fleeing from the building, their faces filled with fear. The snipers upstairs took one shot each, executing headshots, killing them all. In just a short while 7 or 8 bodies lay on the ground below, and the remaining survivors were forced to retreat back inside, facing the cold and ruthless sweep of submachine guns and rifles. Sui stood by the window coldly watching this scene. He felt a bit uncomfortable. It was the first time he had seen dead bodies and he did feel unwell, but this discomfort was quickly replaced by the thrill of revenge. After just a few breaths Sui's discomfort vanished and he felt no more emotion. Have I already adapted? Sui silently pondered, his face still expressionless, showing no signs of pleasure. Lin Yu had yet to appear and he had still lost. In 2 hours the combat team would be recalled. Overall it seemed he hadn't gained anything, merely venting his anger. The speed of the combat sweep was extremely fast. Soon the communication headset left behind by the communication soldier transmitted a voice: "Commander, the threat has been eliminated. 5 captives have surrendered and some personnel are of uncertain identity. Please instruct Commander." Wait for me to take a look. Sui took a deep breath and walked out of the room with Leah. This was his first time stepping out of the shelter. If necessary, Sui did not want to step out even a single inch. But things did not go as planned. These thugs forced him out of the shelter, making him retaliate. Under the guidance of the communication soldier, Sui took Leah to the rooftop. In the corridor along the way there were corpses and blood everywhere, the pungent smell causing Leah to instinctively cover her nose while Sui walked expressionlessly through the blood puddles. Boss, aren't you going to cover your nose? This smell is unbearable. No need, didn't you tell me to learn to be ruthless? Sui glanced at Leah, forcing a smile. I feel I need to adapt in advance. In the future such scenes are likely to be common. Sui silently walked up, reaching the top floor where he saw that this level was completely connected. The messy room was filled with the stench of blood and unsanitary odors, with garbage strewn everywhere and several headless corpses lying on the ground. Inside the room there were about 10 women crouching in the corner with their heads held, their faces filled with terror. Commander. The rifleman guarding the female captives saluted Sui and quietly reported, "The resistors have all been killed. These women have no weapons and are suspected to have been captured by the thugs. Should they be killed too? No need." Sui glanced over. This was a group of women who had no weapons, their faces only showing despair and numbness. He even recognized some familiar faces, such as the girl he saw jogging on his way to work, the young mother taking her daughter to school next door, and the cleaning lady working at a nearby company. They all had suffered terribly. What about the others? Sui withdrew his gaze, looking at the rifleman who pointed to the next room. There are a few who surrendered, being held there. No one asking about Lin Yu, that female soldier. Sui stared at the rifleman. Have you found her? People are still searching. There are no results yet. The rifleman shook his head, disappointing Sui. It seemed unlikely they would find her now. If she had been hit directly by a grenade, Lin Yu's body might not even be intact. Sui's mood darkened. He ignored the group of female captives, directly walking into the next room where he saw the attacker guarding 3. They crouched on the ground, their faces filled with fear. When the attacker shouted the commander's name, they all looked up at Sui. "It's you!" One man suddenly spoke, looking at Sui with surprise. "You are Sui? You are the resident downstairs. I recognize you. I knew there was a man living downstairs." Sui silently assessed the man, frowning as he spoke. You are the guy with a daughter. I remember your surname is Zheng." Yes, it's me. Old Zheng." The man eagerly nodded, smiling ingratiatingly as he tried to approach Sui but was pushed back by the gun's muzzle. The attacker glared coldly. "Mind your distance. Don't get close to the commander." Yes. Old Zheng fearfully shrank back, looking at Sui with eager eyes. "Sui, we are neighbors. There's a misunderstanding. Can you let him release me?" "Where are your wife and daughter?" Sui asked, coldly glaring at Old Zheng. Old Zheng paused, bowing his head. "I don't know. They must be next door, right? I just saw them." Sui smirked sarcastically. "You can sell your wife and child. I certainly don't want a neighbor like you." "It's not like that. Sui, I couldn't overpower that guy surnamed Li. Old Zhang's face flushed as he desperately defended himself. To survive you sold your wife and daughter. Sui looked at him indifferently. I don't care about that, that's your family matter, but you tried to kill me. You were among those attacking the door last night, right? Old Zhang opened his mouth to argue but then dejectedly lowered his head. Sui. I'm begging you, I really don't want to die. The blazing sun outside shone on old Zhang's back, nearly causing him to faint from the heat, but the heat could not dispel the fear in his heart. Heaven knows how this usually inconspicuous young man from downstairs suddenly commanded such armed forces. If he had known Sui was this powerful, he wouldn't have sought out that guy surnamed Li. He would have followed Sui much earlier. Where's that guy surnamed Li? Sui asked, and a nearby man quickly chimed in. Boss, he's dead. That guy surnamed Li was shot in the head. I saw it with my own eyes. Where's the body? He's not dead. Before Sui could finish, old Zhang suddenly spoke, piquing Sui's interest. What did you say? Sui looked at old Zhang, frowning. How do you know he's not dead? He has an immortal body. Old Zhang looked up at Sui, gritting his teeth as he decided to inform, that guy is really strong. He can't be killed. Someone tried, but he came back to life. He was stabbed through the heart and his head was chopped off, but he still came back to life. This guy is simply impossible to kill. Someone had long resented him, but no one could kill him. Lao Zhang's betrayal cast strange, uneasy expressions upon the faces of the two men nearby. They hadn't expected Lao Zhang to possess such audacity, to betray Big Brother so utterly without the slightest fear of retribution or reckoning. Is it true? Sui frowned, his gaze narrowing as he studied Lao Zhang. He found it hard to believe that anyone had awakened such a terrifying ability, resurrection from death itself. This was surely an SSS ability, nearly invincible in the apocalypse, rendering all threats meaningless. It's true. Lao Zhang clenched his teeth and nodded, his face ashen with despair. I've lost all will to live. I'm done enduring this humiliation. Kill him if you can, if not grant me a swift, merciful end. His words bore the ring of truth. Sui remained silent for a moment, then issued his command, take Lao Zhang to identify the body, find Li's corpse. If no corpse is found, find the man himself. Yes, sir. The assault trooper nodded and escorted Lao Zhang out. The medic and rifleman exchanged positions, the rifleman now guarding the remaining captives and ensuring Sui's safety. Sui kept the two captives alive. He still had questions to ask. Speak. Tell me everything you and Li did. Sui swept his gaze over them, voice calm but unyielding. Tell me everything you know, and don't even think of lying. Lao Zhang has nothing left to lose. Every word you speak will be cross-checked with him. If I discover you've deceived me, you'll join Lao Zhang on his final journey. His tone carried unmistakable implication. Survival still hung in the balance. The two captives exchanged glances. One finally gritted his teeth and spoke. Boss, what exactly do you want to know? Everything that happened after the apocalypse began. Sui scanned them once more, emphasizing firmly, especially Li. What exactly is unnatural about him? Boss, if we talk you won't kill us, right? The other man trembled, swallowing hard. It started that day, the day we were brought back. The sky turned red. We shared an apartment, 3rd floor. We had no food. Hunger gnawed at us relentlessly. Then Li approached us, said he'd lead us out to scavenge for food and water. So we followed him. Every night we searched for supplies. By day we slept upstairs, or indulged with women. Afterward, Li gathered more people, seized control over most of the floor. The man's head sank lower as he spoke, ashamed as though aware he'd committed deeds even beasts would scorn at first. Li only threatened people. Then came the day he drew blood and took a life. After that he declared all dissenters would die, elders were the first to fall. He sent men out in shifts to hunt, then they'd return to rest and take women. Many reasons, since the world had ended, why not follow him? As the man rambled on, Sui cut in, frowning. How does Li's immortality work? I don't know. A flicker of raw terror crossed his face as he shook his head, muttering, but I saw it, I truly saw it. His head was severed. There was a girl on the rooftop, her boyfriend was with her when the apocalypse struck. They said he'd trained in Sanda, was exceptionally skilled. That man decapitated old Li, then Li. His head regrew within moments, and he slaughtered the man. The man's woman was later tortured to death by Li. After that no one dared resist. So you didn't dare, nor did you wish to. Sui raised a cold eyebrow. The man shuddered violently and fell silent. Li was no ordinary man, his rule blended ruthless intimidation with calculated reward, striking fear while sharing spoils. In an era of chaos and dread, most men willingly pledged allegiance to him. Had fate intervened less harshly, Li's shelter might well have grown into a formidable stronghold. Since Li possesses immortality, what is your ability? Sui asked, voice detached. The man blinked, baffled. Ability? What's an ability? Sui arched a brow, silently appraising him. This man showed no sign of deception. Or was his ability deliberately concealed, so deeply hidden even Sui couldn't perceive it? Unreadable Sui's gaze unsettled the man who hurriedly clarified, "Boss, you don't actually think we're immortal, likely, do you? We're just ordinary men, mortal flesh. A single blade ends us. Please, don't test it. We only wanted to survive. Much of what we did was forced upon us. Even if we deserve death, it should be law that judges us, courts that convict us." Panicked, he stammered, until Sui abruptly interjected, "You never returned to your own apartment." "Ha! Yes, boss." The man blinked, then nodded, bewildered. "Oldly forbade us from scattering, he feared betrayal. We had to remain within his line of sight, even our sleeping quarters were under his watch." "No wonder," Sui murmured softly. He likely understood the nature of abilities, and feared formidable rivals. Thus he forbade everyone from returning to their personal shelters. Many had been taken by Li before their abilities could awaken, leaving them utterly ordinary, untouched by the apocalyptic transformation. Sui silently summoned his shelter's data interface only to receive no response. Conservatively speaking, Li is the sole awakened individual here. These three survivors have yet to manifest any ability. Sui pondered this, yet his greatest concern remained Li's immortality. At that very moment the worst possible news arrived. The assault trooper in Lao Zhang reported back they had combed every floor up and down, yet found no trace of Li's corpse. Sui's brow furrowed deeply. No body meant Li had already resurrected. A living hostile force, unpredictable and relentless, posed an existential threat. After all, Sui's 5 warriors had less than an hour of operational time remaining. Once recalled and with Lin Yu's fate unknown, Sui's shelter would be left virtually defenseless, a chilling realization that ignited fresh urgency within him. Secure these prisoners tightly. Recall the comms specialist. The sniper continues searching for Li. And move all supplies downstairs immediately. Everything edible or usable, take it all. Not a single item left behind. Also notify Leah, order her to reinforce her residence immediately. All building supplies are now under her command. She has precisely 1 hour. At Sui's command, everyone, except the sniper, sprang into motion. The 3 captives under armed guard were set to hard labor, carrying supplies up and down, hauling every last item Li and his men had scavenged over recent days down to the ground floor. 7 strong men worked swiftly, but Sui still deemed it too slow. He paced relentlessly, counting seconds, in his mind moving back and forth before the group of women confined inside the inner room. Sui harbored no ill intent, only strategic calculation. Could these women become assets bolstering his shelter's security? They've suffered enough under Li, they must loathe him fiercely, surely. Sui stroked his chin, murmuring, if I can awaken the hatred slumbering in their hearts, they may yet become allies. After all, an enemy's enemy is a friend. Yet how to approach them, how to stir their resolve, remained undecided. For now his sole objective was to consolidate every available strength, uniting all against the resurrecting threat of Li. Just as Sui contemplated how best to address the numb Hallowed women before him, a new line of text materialized before his eyes, freezing him in place. A warning notification appeared. You have been in another person's shelter for over 30 minutes. The current shelter owner is absent and in a state of unable to resist. Do you choose to occupy this shelter or destroy it? Sui was taken aback. He had unknowingly spent half an hour in this room, triggering a potential doomsday game mechanism. He recalled that the group of thugs had mentioned that killing could increase survival points. From this perspective, the doomsday game not only brings terrifying natural disasters but also encourages mutual slaughter among humans. Since even the act of killing is encouraged, it is not surprising that mechanisms for destroying and occupying others' shelters have emerged. According to the information from the captives, this house originally belonged to Brother Li, who later broke down the walls to create a larger living space. Sui squinted his eyes. If I select this option now, will Brother Li's shelter disappear, and will his talents still exist? The answer seemed self-evident. Sui showed no hesitation and quickly confirmed, destroy the current shelter. As he confirmed, a red light suddenly manifested before him. The women looked on in panic, curling their bodies deeper into the corners. They were afraid, fearing new torment and changes. Sui had no time to care for the emotions of these unfortunate women. He fixed his gaze on the red light, watching it spread and engulf most of the room within a few breaths. When the red light dissipated, Sui received a new notification. Congratulations. You have destroyed a level 0 shelter and you have received a reward of 100 survival points. The current shelter owner will lose their shelter talent and all rights related to the doomsday game mechanisms. You now have a 30% chance to inherit the current shelter's items with an inheritance rate of 20. As this is your first time destroying a shelter, the inheritance chance is raised to 100. The inheritance rate is also raised to 100. Do you confirm the inheritance? If you do not respond to this message within 24 hours, it will be considered as giving up the inheritance. A series of notifications left Sui overjoyed. Indeed, destroying the shelter means he has lost his resurrection talent. Ha ha, not bad, very good. Sui's excitement was hard to contain and he failed to notice the increasingly desperate looks from the women in front of him. To them this young man had seemed quite normal, but suddenly he was laughing lewdly. Well, at least he wasn't ugly. Letting him sleep with them wasn't too bad. Just as the women desperately tried to comfort themselves, Sui confirmed the new information: confirm inheritance. Sui raised an eyebrow. He wouldn't miss any chance to strengthen himself. Although Brother Li's shelter might not have anything valuable, having more is better. Sui wouldn't complain. The destroyed shelter contained 2876 survival points and a grade bun maker and 3 bottles of grade cooling liquid. You have perfectly inherited all the above items. The items and survival points have automatically entered your shelter's reserves and you can freely extract them after returning home. Ah. Sui was taken aback, his eyes widening. That Li is actually so wealthy. How does he have over 2,000 points? Sui murmured, suddenly realizing he had underestimated the situation. If killing and destroying shelters both grant points, then Brother Li as a thug couldn't possibly be unaware of this. This building has 32 residents, which means at least 32 shelters. Other than Brother Li's and Sui's shelters, theoretically Brother Li could have gained at least 3,000 points by destroying the remaining shelters over the past few days. Adding in points from killing outside. At the very least Brother Li's points couldn't be less than 3,000. As for the grade bun maker and grade cooling liquid, Sui had seen these items in the survival point mall provided by the shelter. Their prices weren't high, but their existence indicated that Brother Li was already aware of the function of points and had begun to use. Then why did he leave so many points unused? Sui blinked, feeling that it might be because Brother Li knew that shelters could be upgraded. He might have been saving points for an upgrade or to buy some more expensive items. But before he could accumulate enough points, Sui had already snatched them away, turning his hard-earned survival points into Sui's gains. So many points, this will make me suddenly rich. Sui sighed, and the last condition for upgrading the shelter was also met. He could upgrade the shelter now. Now that Brother Li's immortality talent was gone, even if he was still alive he posed little threat. At least on the surface, without Linua, Sui still had Lia by his side. 2 against 1, could he still not win? Moreover, Sui had no intention of venturing out casually. As long as he let Lia continuously enhance the shelter's defenses, he could stay home and grow stronger every day. In this way, Sui didn't believe that Brother Li, having lost his shelter, could do anything to him. Speed up. Sui picked up the walkie-talkie given by the communications soldier and solemnly instructed the men transporting supplies, we have less than half an hour left, move faster. Also leave 2 people to set some traps at the door. Remember, the more the better. Don't be afraid of wasting materials, fully utilize your military training to maximize the safety of the shelter. Sui planned to make good use of the soldiers in the final moments, letting them set up sufficient countermeasures around the shelter before they disappeared. Yes, Commander. A clear response came from the walkie-talkie. Strangely, while the walkie-talkie system in the city police station had malfunctioned, these summoned soldiers still had a fully functional combat communication system. It seems that the technological restrictions imposed by the Doomsday game only targeted the original technology systems possessed by humans on Earth. The technological modules born from the shelter mechanisms were not interfered with or restricted. By the way, Commander, how should we handle these captives? The communications soldier inquired, requesting instructions. They seemed to know they were about to leave and shouldn't leave such threatening individuals near the commander. Commander, I request to execute these dangerous elements to ensure your safety to the greatest extent possible. The communications soldier held the walkie-talkie, watching the 3 captives carrying supplies display fear on their faces, but his gaze remained cold. He was waiting for Sui's order. After a brief silence, Sui's muffled response crackled through the walkie-talkie. Kill them. Yes, Commander. The communications soldier raised his pistol, aiming at the heads of the captives. Bang. 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 3 gunshots quickly rang out from downstairs, signaling the end of 3 lives. Sui felt little emotional turbulence after the bloodshed of last night, and today his mindset had undergone a drastic transformation. Old Zheng, don't blame me, Sui murmured to himself. I want to live too. I must be a bit ruthless. Sui took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and glanced at the women before him. This posed a new problem that left Sui somewhat troubled. Should he kill them? But these women seemed to be poor souls tormented by Brother Li. They hadn't dealt with Sui, making it hard for him to take action. He could be merciless to enemies, but he still retained a faint sense of conscience toward the weak. Perhaps it's better to drive them away. Sui took a deep breath, pressed his brows, and made a decision in his heart. I can choose not to kill them, but they can't stay in this building. I need to clear this building to ensure my safety to the greatest extent. In a doomsday scenario, Sui trusted no one. He could soften his heart and spare lives, but he would never let anyone get too close to himself. Click. Sui reloaded his handgun, preparing to threaten the women to get dressed and leave the apartment building. Just at that moment, a soft voice called out from behind Sui. Commander. Lin Yu. Sui was taken aback, reflexively turning around to see Lin Yu covered in blood leaning against the doorframe and smiling weakly at him. Commander, it's so good that you're alive. Lin Yu's body was covered in scars with charred marks left by the explosion. Half of her face was a bloody mess, her clothes were tattered and the skin on her hands and arms had been burned away by the extreme heat, revealing pink flesh and blood vessels. Lin Yu. Sui rushed to her side, supporting her. Lin Yu was still alive, which was a good thing, but her condition seemed only slightly better than being dead. Lin Yu appeared to have completely lost her fighting ability, and Sui could even feel the barely healed bullet wounds on her body soaked in. Commander, I'm fine, I'm still breathing. Lin Yu paused, her voice weak and strained. Those guys used grenades on me, but I managed to lure the leader into a trap. I found out he seems to be unaffected by bullets, he isn't human and can regenerate. Lin Yu lifted her head to look at Sui, revealing a bloodstained smile. I tied him up. No matter what he grows back, I will just keep chopping at his head, his limbs. I thought as long as I can hold on, I can wear him down. Just now his head didn't grow back. It seems I successfully wore him out. You should be safe now. Lin Yu's last words were cut short as she collapsed softly into Sui's arms. Medic! Medic! Sui grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted furiously, get up here and save her. Hurry! Commander, I'm coming. The medic downstairs quickly dropped the supplies and rushed upstairs. He took Lin Yu from Sui's arms, laid her flat on the ground and opened the first aid kit to start a rapid examination and treatment. Sui looked at Lin Yu, who was lying on the ground being treated, with a complex expression. He had underestimated the loyalty of his comrades. Lin Yu discovered Brother Li's regeneration ability but still did not think of escaping. She was determined to hold him back. Although Lin Yu thought she had worn Brother Li out, it no longer mattered. Brother Li had lost his abilities, and after Lin Yu had severed his head, he was undoubtedly dead. Now Sui just wanted to save Lin Yu as quickly as possible. A fiercely loyal combat talent like her was tremendously significant for the shelter. Commander, I can't save her. The medic looked up, a hint of regret on his face. She has 7 bullet holes and has been blown up by a grenade. Her skin on the surface has basically been burned away by the extreme heat. She is severely dehydrated, has lost a lot of blood, and her internal organs are also damaged. Surgery is necessary to save her, but I lack the conditions and medical supplies for the operation. Her survival until now must be due to her willpower. I estimate she will die before dark. The medic's report made Sui's expression darken. It was already afternoon and there were only a few hours left before dark. Even if he seemingly took Lin Yu to the nearest hospital to find an operating table and medical supplies, the medic would not last. Until then they were running out of time. We must save her. I remember there are healing supplies in the survival supply store. Sui gritted his teeth, signaling the medic to carry Lin Yu, then hurriedly headed home. After returning to the shelter, Leah also noticed the severely injured and unconscious Lin Yu and rushed over to help her. Leah wanted to ask Sui, but he had already dashed into the house. Open the survival points store. Sui called for the panel as soon as he returned to the shelter. A semi-transparent data interface appeared before Sui, and indeed humans could only perform these operations after returning to their shelter. Filter item categories, intelligently adjust purchasing needs, healing supplies for severely injured combat talents. Sui had been cooped up at home for days and had become quite familiar with the shelter's panel, mastering many detailed operations. In a short while the shop's product information in front of Sui changed rapidly, revealing new items. This list displayed a dazzling array of healing supplies, most of which had miraculous effects far beyond what human technology could produce, but their prices were exorbitant. The cheapest healing supplies cost 500 survival points. Sui did not hesitate much. After making a slight selection, he directly made a purchase. For the sake of his comrades who were risking their lives, Sui was generous, even if the other party might just be a clone created by the shelter. Congratulations, you have successfully purchased Crate Medical Consumable Gene Improvement Agent. Gene Improvement Agent Crate Medical Consumable can inject new gene sequences into the target, comprehensively heal most of the target's injuries, and has a certain probability of optimizing the target's gene sequence to enhance the target's physical attributes. Purchase price 1,000 survival points. 1,000 points. Looking globally, very few people would be able to pull out that many points at once. Sui did not feel any reluctance and directly purchased it, ready to inject it into Lin Yu. As the emerald green liquid was pushed into Lin Yu's veins, her pale face began to regain color and her wounds were visibly healing slowly. Although Lin Yu was still unconscious, according to the medic's latest examination, her body was gradually recovering and it was expected that she would wake up on her own in a few hours. As long as she can be saved, that's good. Sui breathed a sigh of relief. With Lin Yu fighting so hard, he had no reason to ignore her. Moreover, the shelter would need her combat talents to sustain it for a long time to come. After settling Lin Yu, Sui was about to look up and give new orders to the soldiers, but when he raised his head he found that the medic who had just stood before him had vanished. Leah, where did those soldiers go? They disappeared, boss. Leah squatted by the door, continuing to repair the iron door, replying without looking up, didn't you say earlier that they were temporary rescue forces and they would disappear? Alright, the time is indeed up. Sui looked down at his side. Even the walkie-talkie was gone and all the equipment they brought had vanished. Even the traps Sui had them set at the door were gone, all erased, as if the entire world had wiped away any trace of their presence. What a pity. Sui sighed, somewhat reluctant. 6 fully armed Special Forces soldiers represented an incredibly strong security force. If only he could have kept them, the safety of the shelter would have greatly increased. Perhaps my shelter level is too low and the talent rewards only granted me temporary usage rights. If the shelter level were higher, I might have received more combat talent rewards. Sui was eager to upgrade the shelter, but being cautious, he first had Leah go upstairs to drive the group of women away. Of course Sui wouldn't be too heartless, he would leave them some clothes and food. But this group of women definitely could not continue to stay on this floor. Sui needed to maintain the internal security of the entire building, ensuring that no strangers were present. After Leah drove the women away, she stayed downstairs and began modifying the external entrance of the building according to Sui's instructions, while also continuously setting new traps in the hallway. Outside the window, the sky had unknowingly darkened. The crimson glow had vanished, replaced by the pitch-black night sky, with only the bright moonlight providing some illumination for the humans during the night. Sui opened the chat interface of the shelter, wanting to observe today's information and see if the battles in this building during the day had affected the nearby people. Sure enough, as soon as Sui opened the chat channel, he saw many people discussing the matter. Really, that scene felt like I was watching a crime movie. The gunfire didn't stop from last night until this afternoon. I was living in the opposite building, and I even saw someone climbing on the outside of the building like Spider-Man, hiding everywhere and engaging in guerrilla warfare. It's a pity my phone is broken, otherwise I would have recorded it for you all. I watched them all day, they had a blast. A blast. You have no idea how many people died. The stench of the dead, I could smell it from this far away. That building is probably filled with the stench of decay. Sigh, this is the apocalypse. Humanity has started killing each other without any awareness that they should unite. No. Did you really think of this as an action movie? Don't you have any other thoughts? I heard that a lot of women walked out of that building just now, and it seems they were driven out. It seems there is some truth to that. Damn. Get out there, taking one in is better than none. Dude, wait for me. Leave the one with the biggest, but for me. I have a preference for that. Sui's building's battle evidently caught the attention of some urban survivors. However, the mainstream information in the chat channel was not solely focused on this matter. After all, the apocalypse had erupted for several days and the city was filled with chaos and killings. The slaughter in Sui's building was merely a drop in the ocean, only attracting the attention and discussion of nearby survivors. I can't see any new dangers, but it is certain that someone is watching this building. Sui closed the chat information box, murmuring to himself, but based on the foresight displayed during the day, there shouldn't be anyone foolish enough to come looking for trouble, right? As long as I can buy a few more days of reward time, I can survive the most difficult early days of the apocalypse. Taking a deep breath, Sui checked the curtains at home, ensuring no one would disturb him before he summoned the shelter panel. Check the upgrade conditions for the shelter. Congratulations, you have met all 5 upgrade preconditions. You can currently upgrade the shelter to 1-level experimental house or continue to wait for more upgrade options. Start the upgrade. Sui did not hesitate and directly commenced the operation. He had no time to choose anyway. There were only 3 types of shelters available for upgrade, and upgrading any of them would be similar. What he cared about was not the type of shelter, but whether the rewards after the upgrade would be more substantial. Congratulations. Conditions met. Sanctum upgrade initiated. A cascade of golden light emerged from the void, bathing the entire room. Every object within the chamber was enveloped in radiant golden light, dazzling yet gentle, blinding neither eye nor spirit, though Sui could not discern the precise mechanics of the sanctum's transformation. After several breaths, the golden radiance dissolved into stillness. Sui swiftly surveyed his surroundings, only to feel a quiet disappointment. The sanctum appeared unchanged, just as it had before. It remained the same dwelling, the floor area, furnishings and layout utterly unaltered. Congratulations. Your sanctum has been upgraded to level 1 experimental chamber. You may now expand your sanctum into 4 adjacent spatial zones, left, right, front and rear. The new total area will be 4 to 5 times its original size. You may now freely remodel these adjacent spaces by consuming supplies and survival points, redefining your sanctum's structure, function and form. Your sanctum has now unlocked the experimental technology tree. Assign suitable personnel and expend resources and survival points to advance your sanctum's technological capabilities. As the cascade of notifications subsided, Sui suddenly grasped the truth. This was merely an upgrade. The actual reconstruction would require his own hands, his own decisions. He noticed a new option, Sanctum Remodeling, had appeared in his Sanctum interface. Reaching out to select it, his vision blurred momentarily. Sui felt his soul lift from his body. His perspective shifted to a celestial vantage point, gazing down upon the entire sanctum as if from above. Walls and obstacles faded into translucent silhouettes. Across the floor stretched luminous green zones, encompassing not only his original dwelling but also the stored supplies of his immediate neighbors, left, right, front and rear. The green expanse covered the entire floor, signifying that all this space now belonged to Suyi's sanctum. Before him floated a suite of construction options. He could place new rooms anywhere within the green zone. Breach walls, reposition load-bearing structures, or customize flooring hues and acquire decorative elements. Good heavens, this has truly become a construction simulator. Suyi's eyes widened in disbelief. The world around him had utterly unraveled. He felt as though he were playing The Sims, immersed in an astonishingly intricate hyper-detailed sanctum construction module, yet he was undeniably human, living on Earth. How had his very survival begun to resemble a game? Stunned, Suyi did not immediately begin remodeling. Instead, he quietly exited the construction interface to steady his pulse and carefully contemplate how best to reshape his newly upgraded sanctum. The moment Suyi withdrew from the sanctum construction interface, a fresh wave of notifications surged around him. Congratulations! Sanctum upgrade completed. Your sanctum affinity has ascended. Affinity Homebody Haven has been enhanced. Homebody Haven. For every 24 consecutive hours spent within your sanctum, you receive a randomly selected survival reward, most urgently needed at that moment. All rewards are ranked no lower than Tier C, excluding exceptional cases, and your affinity timer has reset to precisely noon. You are granted 1 hour of daily exemption from outdoor restrictions. This exemption does not affect reward accrual timing. Further upgrades to your sanctum will continue to amplify this affinity's potency. Congratulations! You are the first survivor in this metropolitan region to upgrade your sanctum. You have earned the special commendation Horn of the Pioneer. Horn of the Pioneer Tier C special item. May be used on any personnel to bestow the Pioneer trait. Pioneer trait effect in this perilous age. Courage is forged not only in resolve, but in fortune. Its bearer is consistently blessed with extraordinary luck. A special reward. Suyi stroked his chin, pleasantly surprised. He had never imagined being the city's first, nor that such game-like achievements would yield tangible extraordinary rewards. As Suyi examined how to deploy this reward, another notification shimmered into view. Congratulations! You are the first survivor nationwide to upgrade your sanctum. You have earned the special commendation Awakening of the Bloodline. Awakening of the Bloodline Tier, a special item. Summons a uniquely national talent, innately adaptable with exceptional growth potential and profound latent power. Another special reward. Suyi's eyes widened further. First in the city, now first in the nation. Attire talent, bloody hell, I've struck gold. A grin stretched across his face. Summoning a Tier A talent for free was undoubtedly a leap ahead of all contemporary sanctums. Yet even as elation swelled, Suyi recognized a sobering implication for the nation. The apocalypse has raged for days, yet I remain the sole survivor to achieve this upgrade. How immense must the pressure be for everyone else? He sighed. Humanity's advanced technologies had been crippled. Only rudimentary tools and basic weaponry remained functional. This was no mere biotic cataclysm. Under global hyperthermia, air itself had turned hostile. No firearm could halt the suffocating spread of heat. Rather, the collapse of everyday technologies had stripped humanity of most effective means to withstand the scorching environment. His reflection lasted only a moment. Suyi knew well his own limits. He was no savior, no strategist bearing the weight of all mankind. He sought only one thing: to survive, and to survive well. Both achievement rewards were stored within his sanctum data, ready for deployment at any time, just as he had activated his affinity before. Deploy Awakening of the Bloodline. As Suyi invoked the reward, golden light erupted beside him, coalescing swiftly into a human form. Moments later, a woman stood before him, clad in a pristine white cheongsam. Her features were exquisitely refined, her skin luminous as polished jade, her slender willow brows framing eyes clear as autumn waters. Sir. She bowed gracefully, her voice soft as silk, a classical elegance emanating from ancient verse, her faint smile warm as spring breeze. What is your name? Suyi studied her, captivated. He had not expected such breathtaking beauty, an instant heart-stopping allure, a visage capable of stirring profound, irreversible admiration. My name is Jiang Shaoxi, she murmured, lowering her gaze. I hail from Jiangnan. Meeting you today is my greatest fortune. A fine name. Suyi nodded. Jiang Shaoxi stood tall and poised, her figure elegantly curved, the white cheongsam accentuating her slender graceful waist like a willow branch caught in gentle wind. Her aura was noble and serene, imbued with the subtle refined grace characteristic of Eastern women, unmistakably marking her as someone of distinguished lineage. Yet what drew Suyi's attention most was not her figure beneath the cheongsam, but the ancient jade pendant resting at her waist, its surface carved with intricate arcane patterns. That jade was perfectly circular, vividly emerald, and emitted a soft visible luminescence. Congratulations! You have acquired Tier A special talent, Jiang Shaoxi. A notification shimmered before Suyi's eyes. He instinctively opened Jiang Shaoxi's data panel, and upon glancing at it his expression shifted instantly to stunned disbelief. Name Jiang Shaoxi. Age 28 years. Type National Fortune Talent. Talent Rank A. Physical Strength 60. Nerve Reaction 68. Endurance 50. Mental Will 368. Self-healing immunity 211. Talent trait. National fortune blessing. She possesses specific qualities of the Huaxia ethnic group, and with the blessing of national fortune her refuge will not be harmed by the apocalyptic-derived disasters. Filial piety. First, for every resident over the age of 40 in the refuge, the exploration rewards advanced talent acquisition rates and technological research speed will increase by 1% with a maximum blessing cap of 100%. Prudent planning. Any affairs within the refuge that require strategy, tactics, research, traps or defense will not fail. Talent gift. Wide circle of friends. She has many friends, and each month there's a certain probability that she will bring new talent to the refuge. If no talent is recommended that month, the chance for recommending advanced talent next time will increase. Exceptional wisdom. She can effectively pass on her knowledge and experience to others, significantly enhancing the skill levels and thinking capabilities of the refuge's residents through communication and guidance. People's heart. Her influence unites the residents of the refuge, fostering solidarity. Within the refuge, her presence greatly enhances the morale and work efficiency of the residents, making the entire refuge operate more smoothly. Value score 3568 points. Hiss. Sui couldn't help but gasp, repeatedly staring at Zhang Xiao's talent data, confirming he wasn't seeing things. This is too exaggerated. Sui murmured. Zhang Xiao's data completely overshadowed Lin Yu and Leah. With a mental will of 368 and a self-healing immunity score of 211, these numbers alone wouldn't shock Sui. They merely indicated that Zhang Xiao's data panel represented a talent type not adept at combat. What surprised and shocked Sui the most were Zhang Xiao's talent traits and gifts. 3 traits and 3 gifts when combined position Zhang Xiaozi as the most perfect internal affairs talent. With all her talents and traits combined, she can be described as a self-operating device for group enhancement buffs. The key is this wide circle of friends. Do I still need to worry about a lack of talent? 1 free talent every month, and there's even a probability of getting advanced talent for free. Is this considered by one get in? Sui smiled broadly. The only regret he felt about Zhang Xiao's entire panel was the trait filial piety first. Its effect is conditional upon having residents over 40 years old in the territory to activate in an environment rife with apocalyptic disasters. Both the elderly and the very young struggle to survive independently. To put it nicely, it isn't very suitable for survival. To put it bluntly, it is a burden. The first round of apocalyptic disasters has already been unkind to the elderly. Future rounds of disasters may prove even more troublesome, leaving these older individuals with a very low chance of survival. If there are too many such populations in the refuge, it will also drag down the refuge's disaster resistance and development potential. But its effect is really appealing. 3 types of benefits could boost the profit effect by up to 100%. Sui muttered. Awakening of bloodline can summon talents with national characteristics. This is indeed quite characteristic. Filial piety comes first. It seems I need to take care of a few elderly folks in my spare time. Sui pondered, realizing that as long as he controlled the number of elderly people, the effect of this talent trait would provide a significant boost to the refuge. Just as Sui was thinking about how to fully utilize Zhang Xiao's traits and talents, a gentle moan suddenly came from the bed behind it. Water. It was Lin Yu. She opened her eyes, awakening from her serious injuries. Her wounds almost healed, but she still felt very weak. Water is here, drink slowly. Before Sui could react, Zhang Xiaozi had already brought water and sat down beside the bed, patiently and gently feeding Lin Yu. You? Who are you? Lin Yu asked with some confusion and caution. Noticing Sui standing behind Zhang Xiaozi, she hoarsely inquired, Commander, is she a new member? Sui nodded, emphasizing she is very important. From now on, for anything at home, you must listen to her, and I am no exception. Zhang Xiao's trait effects clearly indicated that she is a strategist type internal affairs talent possessing considerable wit. This woman is clever. Whatever matters arise following her advice is sure to be correct. Even if there is a mistake, it won't be a problem. Sui felt that if even Zhang Xiao's wisdom could go wrong, he certainly wouldn't be able to identify the issue. As a leader, one must possess self-awareness to recognize and utilize the talents of others. Very important. Lin Yu mulled over this term, struggling to stand up with her weak-bodied comrade. I can manage on my own. She didn't want Zhang Xiaozi to care for her, but was pressed back down by Zhang Xiaozi. You are injured, you need to rest well. Listen to her, take a good rest. Sui said with a smile, pausing to emphasize, you are also very important, do not neglect your own health. Lin Yu was taken aback, looking up at the man in the darkness, who smiled gently. Our family has grown a bit stronger compared to a few days ago. It can be considered somewhat lively. Sui sat by the bed and said to Zhang Xiaozi, including you and me, there are now 4 people in the refuge, myself, you, Leah, and Lin Yu. Lin Yu is my first subordinate, a soldier very loyal. Leah is an engineer with some insights into renovation and technological research. Additionally, I just checked more information related to talent. I have already granted you some operational permissions in the refuge. Sui paused, his expression serious. Xiaozi, may I call you that? The future of the refuge will rely heavily on you. I am not a clever person. I hope you can use your wisdom to protect everyone. Jiang Shaozi nodded, gently responding softly, "I will, sir." Meanwhile, Lin Yu looked back and forth between the two, and when they finished their conversation she couldn't help but interject, "Commander, have all the enemies been eliminated?" Sui nodded, "Yes. Commander, I seem to remember. You still had some soldiers, where are they?" "They have already left." Sui said with a wry smile, "Our refuge still has 4 people, but perhaps it will increase a bit in the future. By the way, Shaozi, I brought back all the supplies from upstairs today, but I haven't had the chance to sort them out yet, so I leave it to you." "All right, sir." Jiang Shaozi nodded and walked towards the pile of supplies. Her movements were light and graceful, swaying as she walked, pleasing to the eye. Lin Yu also noticed that the room, which was not originally crowded, was now filled with various supplies. From toilet paper and toothbrushes to food and drink, everything was there, filling the entire room, even spilling out the door. Hiss. Lin Yu's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. "Commander, did you rob someone?" "Yeah, we robbed our enemies." Sui laughed heartily, feeling very good now. With the external threat resolved and the talents in the refuge increasing, everything was progressing in a positive direction. Even though the outside world was still a scorched apocalyptic landscape, his refuge had already begun to take shape, possessing certain disaster resistance and security capabilities. "The commander is truly impressive." Lin Yu sincerely praised, and Sui shook his head. "I am not impressive. If it weren't for you fighting to hold the enemies back, we would have been in danger. You are the one who deserves the credit for overcoming this crisis." "Commander, this is what I should do." Lin Yu lowered her head a bit, embarrassed. "The cheerful girl also having shy moments. Protecting you is my responsibility." Sui nodded with a smile, asking, "By the way, the healing items I gave you seem to have some probability effects. They seem to enhance you. How do you feel now?" "Feel?" Lin Yu shook her head. "I don't know, I'm feeling a bit weak and unable to judge accurately." Sui nodded and casually opened Lin Yu's panel to take a look. Lin Yu's basic attributes had all surpassed 100 points, and she had gained a new talent characteristic. Seeking mystery. When she is dispatched for exploration tasks, there is a slight chance of acquiring additional resources. Moreover, Lin Yu's talent level had risen from D grade to C grade, and her combat score had slightly increased. However, her physical condition was marked as weak, indicating a recovery period of 10 hours. It seems that the effect of the 1,000-point gene medicine is quite impressive. Sui was somewhat surprised, thinking, "It's better than I expected. It can be said to be quite a bargain." Sui analyzed that this might be due to Lin Yu's initially low talent level combined with a stroke of luck regarding the enhancement probability of the gene medicine. Speaking of luck, Sui remembered that he still had a special reward he hadn't used. Horn of the Pioneer, which can add new characteristics to talents, bringing good fortune. From the introduction, although the effect of this item was not very precise, it was still a special reward. "I currently have 3 talents. Who should I use it on?" Sui pondered logically. It should be given to Jiang Shaozi, who had the highest rank. However, Jiang Shaozi's characteristics and talents were all fixed enhancement effects, and as she was an administrative talent, her duties in the shelter were not closely related to luck. Even though Jiang Shaozi's characteristics mentioned strategies and schemes, Sui had not yet encountered these matters and was unsure if they required the enhancement of luck. On the contrary, Lin Yu, who was always the main combat force for exploring resources, really needed luck. If luck was on her side, she would naturally bring back more resources. As for Leah, Sui didn't consider her at all a scientific researcher like her needed what kind of luck at this stage. Scientific research required a grounded approach. Then I'll give it to Lin Yu. It's obvious that she will benefit the most from this characteristic. Without hesitation, while Lin Yu rested with her eyes closed, Sui opened the shelter panel and chose to use the special reward on Lin Yu. When a golden light flashed over Lin Yu, the prompt indicated that she had acquired the characteristic Horn of the Pioneer. "Chief, I feel like something has been added to my mind." Lin Yu suddenly opened her eyes, looking somewhat confused. Sui smiled and reassured her, "Don't overthink it, just lie down and rest while you are our only guardian now." And Lin Yu obediently nodded, lying on the bed to rest peacefully. Sui did not view using the special reward on Lin Yu as a waste. He also did not consider saving this special reward for a more suitable talent in the future. After all, while the shelter system resembled a game, it was based on reality. It was beneficial to stockpile appropriately, but mindlessly hoarding everything would only jeopardize one's safety. Some things should be used when needed, the sooner the better. The night was vast and silent, with only the sound of Leah downstairs constructing safety facilities and Jiang Shaozi quietly counting resources. Sui opened the shelter panel, finally having time to carefully assess today's gains. Thanks to the talent rewards from today, he had exterminated the marauders and taken control of the entire building. The resources that Li Gu and the others had collected from outside over the past few days all benefited Sui. Sui roughly estimated in his mind that if only 4 people used these resources, they could certainly last for several months and live relatively comfortably. After all, while other survivors in the city were still worrying about food and water, Sui had already resumed using toilet paper and toothbrushes, enhancing his quality of life. Additionally, he could smoke, and there were even some colorful magazines and comics among the pile of resources. It seemed that Li Gu and his group were truly indiscriminate in their collection of resources, bringing anything into the building. Having an abundance of resources was certainly good, but it also had its drawbacks. There are too many resources. The storage space in the freezer is limited, which will definitely cause some food to spoil prematurely in the heat. Sui frowned. I need to hurry and trade some perishable food for some new items. By the way, how many survival points do I have left? Sui glanced and discovered he still had 1,806 survival points. First, let's build the blank area in the shelter. With the extra points I'll see if I can exchange for something better. Sui opened the construction module of the shelter and that soul exiting feeling emerged once again. Sui's perspective was raised to an aerial view. This time he did not feel overly shocked and immediately began to examine the overall structure of the shelter carefully. This building was an old residential complex with a total of 8 floors, 4 households per floor. Sui's current shelter range encompassed the area of the entire 6th floor, including the stairways. Following the trend of shelter upgrades spreading to the surroundings, Sui could easily deduce that as the shelter upgraded it would eventually occupy the entire building. Therefore my vision for construction should be a bit longer-term, planning to use the entire building as the foundation for future blueprint. Currently I cannot directly build anything on the other floors, so naturally I cannot implement defensive mechanisms on the first floor. Thus defensive mechanisms should not be the primary goal. Besides, these things are too expensive. Sui glanced at the items that could be constructed in the shelter, including basic defensive facilities like iron doors, electric gates and barbed wire, and even wall guns, laser traps and movable floors. There was a wide variety of options, far too many to review at a glance. But without exception all these items were extremely expensive. Even the simplest iron door required 100 survival points. Although the advantage of constructing in the shelter was that it could be directly installed, saving the process of gathering building materials and manual construction. Yet Sui still didn't plan to purchase anything from here, as he found that the only suitable shelter defense mechanism he could buy was the iron door. And the iron door could be crafted by Leah herself, although not as excellent or sturdy as the ones in the shelter's construction module. It was barely usable. As for the other defense modules, either the shelter level was insufficient or they had prerequisites. Sui discovered that not just the defense modules and items, but most of the things that could be constructed in a level 1 shelter, including circuits, underfloor heating, central air conditioning and chemical research labs, all required a prerequisite room called research room. Research room consumes 1,000 survival points to build a level 1 research room, unlocking the technology tree system for the current shelter type, allowing for the research of more prerequisite technology modules. Got it. A technology tree is needed to climb the technology ladder and directly purchase more shelter construction items. Sui nodded. Very reasonable. I increasingly feel like I am playing a game. This setup is truly very authentic, perfectly fitting a unique survival game for humanity in the apocalypse, right? Sui had no choice but to shed tears and spend 1,000 points to buy the research room. Please select a placement location for this room. The range available for placement is marked in purple. As the prompt illuminated before him, Sui saw that the area occupied by the research room was quite substantial. This room surprisingly occupied the entire area of the adjacent 2-bedroom apartment. The newly upgraded level 1 shelter was not small, but this one room occupied a third of it. Truly worthy of being the most important prerequisite building, it certainly takes up space. Sui sighed, thinking a bit more, and chose to place it in a more internal position further away from the stairway. This item was so important that it had to be well protected. If the building encountered enemies in the future, it had to ensure that the research room would not be discovered or attacked immediately. Congratulations, you have successfully placed the research room. Your shelter has unlocked the technology tree system, upgrading doomsday technology. Transforming for a better life. A better life. Let me see how wonderful it is. Sui rubbed his hands and eagerly opened the newly unlocked technology tree module on the shelter panel. As Sui opened the technology tree list, a dense array of technological projects appeared before him. At the top of the list was titled Experimental Room Sequence, followed by various technological projects such as Basic Power System, Autonomous Water Resource System, Basic Defense Measures Enhancement, Living Facilities Improvement, Pre-Project Research and Exploration Capability Enhancement, Agricultural Automation System, Medical Relief Station, Air Purification System, Intelligent Monitoring Network, Waste Treatment Center and Central Air Conditioning Module. The vast array of technological projects nearly dazzled Sui. Even without examining the detailed effects of these technological modules, just by looking at their names he could imagine that if all these technological projects were fully activated, the shelter would undoubtedly undergo a tremendous transformation. Let me see the prices. Sui examined carefully, murmuring: Power System 1,000 survival points, Autonomous Water Resource System 1,000 points, Waste Treatment Center 300 points. Central Air Conditioning Module 800 points. Damn, so expensive. Sui gasped, looking at his remaining 800 survival points with a bitter smile. It seems that building the shelter is indeed a long and arduous task. This is just a level 1 experimental room, and there will probably be even more expensive technological projects ahead. Sui pondered how to maximize the benefits with these 800 points. Central air conditioning is important, but for now I can still endure the heat with cold water. A medical relief station. That's decent but not the most essential. Let's light up the research and exploration capability enhancement module first. 500 points, but currently the project that yields the most visible benefits. Sui selected this project for a detailed review. Research and exploration capability enhancement consumes 500 points. Dispatches engineers, scientists and other research talents for research taking 10 hours. Upon successful research, it can enhance the shelter's exploration yield by 10% and increase the research speed of technological tree projects by 10%. Though these two 10% may not seem like much, if accumulated the additional benefits would be quite substantial. I'll choose this one. I still have 300 points left. Should I save them or take another look? Sui contemplated, his gaze involuntarily falling on the technological project Waste Treatment Center. Waste Treatment Center consumes 300 points. Dispatches engineers, scientists and other research talents for research taking 12 hours. Constructs fully automated household waste treatment equipment within the shelter capable of harmlessly processing various types of waste. Just right for 300 points. Sui hesitated slightly but ultimately chose to purchase this project. He couldn't bear the unpleasant smell at home any longer. Without the city's water supply, even flushing the toilet was impossible. He had to accumulate a large pile of waste before using the nearly rotting foul water to deal with it. Doing so made Sui feel very distressed about the water resources. Modern humans have already established civilization, making it difficult to endure living in unsanitary conditions. Waste can breed bacteria and is a significant threat to human survival. The selected technological project. Please dispatch suitable talents to the research room for study. Leah. Leah. Sui hurriedly called Leah, who was downstairs. Leah poked her head upstairs puzzled and asked, "Boss, did you call for me? How is the construction of the defense measures downstairs going?" "It's almost done. In half an hour the traps at the entrance and the reinforcement of the main door will be completed," Leah said with a smile. "Although this building is a bit old, the materials are very sturdy. The original main door is an iron door, so I saved the trouble of large-scale renovations." Once you're done today, make sure to rest well. There are major projects to tackle tomorrow." Sui nodded, informing Leah about the two technological projects. Leah's eyes lit up at his words. "Boss, you don't need to wait until tomorrow. I can start right now." "Now?" Sui glanced out the window. It was already dark outside. "It's past 11 p.m., isn't it?" "It's too late. You should rest well." Sui didn't want to overwork his subordinates, but Leah was very determined. "No. Boss, I can research all night. I promise to complete the task before tomorrow night. I can sign a military order." Leah was eager, her beautiful eyes sparkling with enthusiasm for technology research. Sui was helpless. He didn't expect that Leah, who appeared delicate, was essentially a research fanatic. "Sir, I also support Miss Lee starting the research now." Jiang Xiaozi suddenly spoke up, gently offering her opinion. "This is a critical moment. Our survival depends on this. The sooner we let Miss Lee play her role, the better we can ensure everyone's safety. Therefore, most of the time we cannot focus too much on normal routines but must adjust accordingly to the circumstances." Jiang Xiaozi spoke very tactfully. Sui nodded in agreement. "All right, let's do it this way. It will be tough on Leah." "It's fine, boss." Leah wiped the sweat from her forehead, still holding a wrench in her hand, her smile very sweet. "I enjoy doing these things." After saying this, Leah confirmed the location of the research room with Sui and rushed inside. The research room was situated in what used to be the neighbor's room, and Sui had never seen what it looked like, so he curiously followed her. From the outside, the research room looked similar to a normal residence with just an ordinary wooden door. However, upon opening the door, various bizarre research tools, high-powered microscopes, chemistry workstations and high-precision cutting machines were placed inside. There were many devices Sui had never seen before, let alone know how to use. But Leah was different. She was well-versed here, deftly handling the research apparatus in the room. Her expression suggested she was thoroughly enjoying herself. After observing for a moment, Sui quietly withdrew from the room. Back in the main house, Sui felt that he seemed to be the only idle person in the entire shelter. Leah was busy transforming the building and developing technological tree projects. Jiang Xiaozi was busy inventorying and categorizing supplies while also planning the future development of the shelter. Even Lin Yue, who was normally resting, was a wounded hero sleeping soundly. Should I sleep as well? Sui scratched his head, realizing he really had nothing to do. Even if he wanted to further transform the shelter, he had no survival points, so he simply lay down beside Lin Yue and closed his eyes to sleep. When Sui opened his eyes again, everything before him was a deep red. The sky outside had already brightened and the scorching sun was still mercilessly tormenting every living creature on this planet. Perhaps because the threat of marauders had been resolved, Sui had a particularly sweet sleep this time. When he turned over and got out of bed, he found that Lin Yue was already gone. At that moment, Jiang Xiaozi walked in from outside carrying 2 steaming plates filled with fragrant dishes. "Sir, you're awake." Jiang Xiaozi smiled and greeted Sui. Lunch is ready, come eat. What time is it now? In response to sir, it's already 1210 p.m. I slept for so long. By the way, where did you make the food? Sui was somewhat surprised as he sat at the dining table. I remember that our gas was cut off, right? The neighbors downstairs have a gas tank and stove. I thought some of the food and the supplies wouldn't last, so I took the liberty of making this meal. Jiang Xiaozi explained gently, you told me yesterday that I can decide on these small matters without consulting you. Yes, that's right, you did very well. Sui nodded, looking around the house with some astonishment. Before sleeping, the whole place was a mess and the air was filled with lingering heat and foul odors. In the days of the apocalypse, Sui had no mood to clean the room, and neither Lin Yu nor Leah were individuals who did housework. But now, after a good sleep, the entire house was clean, tidy and bright. The foul smell in the air had vanished, replaced by a faint sweet fragrance. What surprised Sui the most was that he clearly noticed the temperature in the room was quite cool, seeming to be only around 30 degrees. It should be known that the global high temperature was 70 degrees and 30 degrees could almost be considered winter. How? Is it so cool? Sui murmured, scanning his surroundings and discovering that the freezer had been relocated by Jiang Xiaozi, now placed at the door. Moreover, the cabinet was open with a makeshift device similar to a fan installed outside, continuously drawing cold air from the freezer into the room. Air conditioning. Sui's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiaozi, did you do this? This was no longer just a freezer, it was clearly an air conditioner. Previously Sui had also thought about doing something similar but never got around to it, while now Jiang Xiaozi had taken care of these details. It wasn't me, it was Miss Li. Jiang Xiaozi shook her head, not taking credit. It was her device that made your sleep quality better. If it weren't for your instructions, Leah wouldn't have taken the initiative to do these things. Sui smiled. He knew Lia's character was more passive when it came to research work, usually waiting for orders, rarely taking initiative. But Jiang Xiaozi was different. She had a strong sense of initiative, thinking for herself about what needed to be done and striving to do it well. The completely refreshed room before him was the best proof. In just one night, as Sui sat at the dining table looking at the bright and clean house around him, he felt as if he had returned to the days before the apocalypse. However, Sui's moment of daze did not last long, as it was soon interrupted by a new information prompt before him. Congratulations! Having stayed in the shelter for 24 hours, you have triggered a talent reward. You have received a talent reward, Crade Technological Weapon, Infinite Bullet Rain Rifle, High Sniper Type. With the prompt appearing, a rifle materialized directly on the dining table. Jiang Xiaozi's chopsticks paused slightly, her beautiful eyes lowered as if she hadn't seen it, and she continued to eat gracefully. The rifle's body, crafted from a lightweight high-strength alloy, gleamed with a cold metallic luster, its lines simple yet elegant, equipped with an intelligent sight and a silencer. At the magazine area there was an energy conversion system that exuded a strong sense of futuristic technology. As Sui observed, the rifle's information also appeared before his eyes. Weapon name: Infinite Bullet Rain Rifle. Weapon grade: Crade. Weapon features: infinite ammunition. It can fire gunpowder bullets without limit, but be cautious of the barrel's cooling. High precision mid-range sniping within a range of 800 meters. It can be adjusted to single-shot sniper mode for maximum power. Silencer: its shooting sound is faint and almost undetectable in non-enclosed spaces. Basic attributes: weight approximately 4.6 kilograms. Length 1020 mm, body 450 mm, retractable stock. Caliber 5.56 mm, compatible with various caliber conversion kits. Range: effective range of 800 meters, maximum range up to 1500 meters. Rate of fire: single shot 3-round burst, adjustable full auto and full auto mode. It can reach a firing rate of 800 rounds per minute. Ammunition type: built-in infinite ammunition, no need for reloading, cannot use other types of bullets. A rifle with infinite bullets. And it has sniper capabilities. Sui's expression was somewhat subtle. He felt as though he had entered a world of infinite streams. Does this thing even exist? A mysterious presence has truly crafted a localized apocalypse game for Earth. Crade Weapons: the reward grade has indeed increased by 1 level, which might be related to my talent upgrade. But according to the talent mechanism, is what I currently lack really weapons. Sui rested his chin on his hand, analyzing. If he were to take a serious count, the shelter currently has no shortage of food, water or talent, but weapons are indeed insufficient. Counting the firearms confiscated from the thugs led by Brother Li, the entire shelter only has 5 handguns, but the ammunition has been reduced to less than 100 rounds after yesterday's skirmish. Although each person can have a handgun, the remaining ammunition reserves cannot cope with higher intensity confrontations. So the talent reward simply gave me a rifle that doesn't require bullets. This is indeed a timely downpour, but since I usually don't go out, there won't be many opportunities to use this rifle. Sui raised his head and asked Jiang Xiaozi, where is Lin Yu? He plans to give this rifle to Lin Yu, who is currently the main explorer of the shelter. Having this rifle outside greatly enhances safety. She went to check the corpse. Zhang Xiaozi said softly. She mentioned wanting to confirm for herself whether yesterday's enemy was truly dead. It should be about time for her to return. Is that the corpse of the one called Brotherly? Sui rested his chin and murmured, speaking of which I forgot to ask her yesterday how she delayed for so long and how she managed to capture Brotherly. This is something Sui was very curious about. Yesterday morning was the most dangerous moment for the entire shelter. Fortunately Lin Yu attracted all the thugs' attention alone, otherwise both Sui and Li Yu would have been in danger. I asked her. Zhang Xiaozi set down her chopsticks and patiently clarified for Sui. According to Miss Lin, she utilized the outer walls of the buildings in various residences as covered during the battle yesterday. This was thanks to that group of enemies breaking into homes prior opening most of the doors. Miss Lin used the outer walls as passageways, catching isolated enemies in different rooms, ensuring our combat advantage in unknown situations, thereby continuously weakening the enemy's effective forces. Although Brotherly used grenades, Miss Lin managed to avoid damage, so it didn't pose a significant problem. As for capturing Brotherly, it was quite a coincidence, as it was said that among the new warriors you brought there was a sniper whose presence intimidated Brotherly and diverted most of his attention. Only then did Miss Lin seize the opportunity to ambush Brotherly and successfully capture him. Since Miss Lin had already noticed that Brotherly seemed to have the ability to resurrect, she deliberately tied him up to prevent his continual revival. You already know about what happened later. Zhang Xiaozi narrated everything and Sui asked, did Lin Yu Yes, I felt it was necessary to understand everyone in the shelter, so I had preliminary communications with them. Zhang Xiaozi nodded, complimenting Miss Lin's combat ability is outstanding and her fighting spirit is commendable. She is an invaluable warrior. I think so too. Sui nodded in agreement, having personally experienced yesterday's gunfight and deeply realizing Lin Yu's importance. However, considering avoiding a repeat of yesterday's situation, Zhang Xiaozi looked at Sui and suggested, I recommend you adjust the shelter's development direction, focusing on building internal defense mechanisms. I think so too. Sui nodded and smiled. It seems we are on the same wavelength. I was planning to assign Leah to take care of this. No, that's not enough. Zhang Xiaozi shook her head. In addition to the physical defense measures of the shelter, we also need to construct more defensive means. Such as? Sui humbly sought advice. What good ideas do you have? Just say it. We need more residents, more helpers. Zhang Xiaozi gently spoke. I understand that you don't trust outsiders, as human hearts are complex and unpredictable. I fully understand this. But aside from that reason, population is a key factor in the shelter's strength. If we have enough population, battles like yesterday won't be so perilous. The strength of Brotherly's group lies in their numbers. Actually, from the information I gathered later, Brotherly does not possess outstanding management skills. He merely uses the most brutal methods to control his subordinates. These subordinates are not loyal to him, only harboring resentment and fear, yet even so Brotherly still maintains a strong grip over. Zhang Xiaozi paused and solemnly promised, if you can trust me, I can take charge of this matter. I can ensure the new residents' loyalty to you to the greatest extent. Gather the strength of the people to forge a shield for you, sir. Zhang Xiaozi spoke earnestly, clearly indicating her vision for the shelter's development. What you said makes a lot of sense. Sui pondered, furrowing his brows as he seriously contemplated Zhang Xiaozi's words. Sui was cautious by nature, but he was not foolish. He could read between the lines of what Zhang Xiaozi had not explicitly stated. Given the current apocalyptic cycle of the world situation, the Styathone policy is quite good, but once faced with an apocalyptic situation requiring collective survival, a shelter that is weak and isolated is bound to suffer. According to the mechanisms demonstrated in the apocalyptic game, humans will inevitably engage in mutual absorption among shelters for better survival. Absorption is the only way to bring in more population and resources, and the population itself is one of the prerequisites for guaranteeing survival. Even if Sui does not consider the factors of the apocalyptic cycle, he must also be wary of the threats posed by other shelters growing stronger. I had hesitated. Compared to external populations, I prefer to gather more talented individuals as residents. Sui took a deep breath. People like you, Lin Yu and Li Yu, are the cornerstone of the shelter. Sir, we do not have stable means of recruiting talent. Zhang Xiaozi looked at Sui, her tone still gentle. Therefore you need to learn the art of managing people and I will assist you. Sui gazed into Zhang Xiaozi's beautiful eyes, suddenly feeling a sense of emotion. It turns out this is what it feels like to encounter a strategist being persuaded involuntarily. Zhang Xiaozi's analysis was very correct and Sui could not refute it, nodding in agreement. All right, I'll leave this matter to you. However, since you can see through my character, you should understand me. Yes, sir, I know what to do. Zhang Xiaozi smiled and said, I will develop a comprehensive recruitment system and management plan for the shelter. I will do my utmost to create a safe identity tailored for you. Zhang Xiaozi spoke mysteriously and Sui was somewhat curious. What identity is the safest? Zhang Xiaozi softly replied, the puppet master. Hey Commander, are you discussing some confidential matters? The door was cautiously pushed open by Lin Yu, who peeked inside, not daring to enter. The expressions of the two inside were very serious, especially the commander, whose seriousness was tinged with surprise and anticipation. It's fine, come in. Sui waved his hand and asked Lin Yu, you went to check the corpse, how was it? It hasn't resurrected, he's truly dead. Lin Yu smiled happily, the corpse is already stinking, I threw him out of the window. Sui nodded, handing the rifle in his hand to Lin Yu and explaining the basic information about it. Is this for me? Lin Yu was very surprised, her hands caressing the rifle's body, a look of obsession in her beautiful eyes. Soldiers love their weapons, it's instinctual. Moreover, this is a rifle with infinite bullets and its functions are quite comprehensive, capable of handling many dangerous and complex battlefield environments. You should give your submachine gun to Xiaozi for self-defense. Commander, that gun doesn't have much ammunition left, only 20 rounds. That's enough. Sui smiled, if we need Xiaozi to face the enemy now, it means we are not far from annihilation. The commander is right, I will never let anyone harm everyone. Lin Yu's delicate face displayed a determined expression as she tightly gripped the rifle in her hands, her heart filled with newfound confidence. Lin Yu had indeed become stronger, her recovery combat power rating was 256 points, which became 456 points after equipping the rifle. This rifle directly increased her combat power rating by 200 points. According to Sui's own estimation, Lin Yu's actual combat power was now at least at the peak level of an ordinary human. Anyone stronger than Lin Yu could only be superhumans from movies. Then let's set off. Sui opened the dispatch tasks and found that the 3 daily refreshed dispatch tasks had all risen from grade to grade. Higher level dispatch tasks will surely yield richer resources. Sui selected a dispatch task for collecting medicine and assigned it to Lin Yu. Currently the most scarce resource in the shelter is medicine. Lin Yu received the task, puffed out her chest and saluted, Commander, please rest assured. I guarantee I will complete the task. After saying that, Lin Yu took the rifle and the necessary supplies and left the shelter. The execution time for this task is 12 hours, meaning she wouldn't return until the evening. There are still too few combat talents, currently there is only Lin Yu. Sui lamented, with her gone the shelter's safety level will drop several grades. Sir, everything will be alright. Zhang Xiaozi comforted, everything will come together, just take it slow. By the way, please continue. Sui glanced at Lin Yu's departing figure and looked at Zhang Xiaozi with great interest. Please continue discussing your plan for creating a puppet master. After Lin Yu left, Sui exchanged many thoughts with Zhang Xiaozi. After analyzing and explaining, Zhang Xiaozi tailored a plan for Sui specifically to recruit more human survivors to serve the shelter. A management system centered on the talents of the shelter would be established, constraining the survivors with suitable talents, suppressing adverse elements among them and guiding them to contribute more diligently to the shelter. As for Sui, he would remain behind the scenes, limiting the survivors' access to him, ensuring that only the most loyal talents surrounded him. As long as we establish a complete management mechanism for the shelter, forming a pyramid system where the master is revered, talents assist, and survivors are the populace, the master's safety and life can be assured while also facilitating the rapid development and growth of the shelter. Zhang Xiaozi softly said, the so-called behind-the-scenes boss does not need to personally handle any matters, he only needs to issue commands and arrange for others to act. When no one can access you, your safety is naturally guaranteed, thus there is no need to worry about the treachery of human hearts. Zhang Xiaozi's words made Sui ponder for a moment. This system sounds somewhat familiar. Isn't this just like the emperors of ancient times? You can understand it this way. Zhang Xiaozi's smile made Sui's heart race. This woman is trying to drape a yellow robe over herself. However, to be fair, what Zhang Xiaozi said does make sense if we want to satisfy Sui's vigilance while also considering the development and growth of the shelter. Then this is the only path to take. Let's give it a try, the future is unpredictable. Sui did not directly agree but promised Zhang Xiaozi to arrange things according to this plan first. I will arrange everything properly. Zhang Xiaozi nodded, reminding him, Sir, the food is getting cold, shall I go heat it up for you? No need, let's eat it as it is. Sui waved his hand, feeling somewhat extravagant. After the apocalypse had begun for several days, most of the food in the city had spoiled and even the drinking water smelled bad. Most people's food and drinking water were gradually running out. Where could they indulge like him, enjoying the delicacies from before the apocalypse? Although it was just some home-cooked meals, Sui's treatment already far exceeded that of most survivors in the city. After enjoying lunch, Zhang Xiaozi stood up to clear the dishes, then took her leave from Sui as she needed to continue organizing and planning the entire building. Since Sui wanted to establish his foundation here, she naturally had the obligation to handle the remaining details. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiaozi was busy organizing the building. Lin Yu was out exploring and Leah was still tinkering with the technology tree project in the research room. In the entire residential building, Sui was left idle. I do feel a bit like an emperor. Sui lay on the bed for an afternoon nap, feeling the coolness from the refrigerator inside in his heart. I just give orders and talents are responsible for execution. This feeling is indeed nice. In the hazy state of being full from the meal, Sui dozed off for a while. When he woke up, it was already 3 in the afternoon. This empty time of being a shootin' is really hard to pass. After all, there are no computers or phones for entertainment. Sui could only find something new to kill time. Let me check the trading platform to see if I can buy some bullets. Sui opened the shelter's information interface and was about to check the trading platform when he suddenly noticed that many new rankings had appeared in today's shelter leaderboard module. In addition to the shelter level leaderboard, talent leaderboard and exploration task leaderboard, there were also new listings such as the Shelter Resource Reserves leaderboard only counting the rewards from dispatch tasks, the Destroy Shelter Kill Enemies leaderboard, the Shelter Equipment Item leaderboard only counting shelter equipment, and the Survival Points leaderboard. Numerous leaderboards looking out there were at least more than 10. Sui glanced and was astonished to find that he actually occupied the first place in 5 of the leaderboards. They were first in the Talent leaderboard, first in the Level leaderboard, first in the Exploration Task leaderboard, first in the Resource Reserves leaderboard, and first in the Equipment leaderboard. Am I really this impressive? Sui blinked. It was the first time he realized that his shelter was actually so strong. In less than a week since the first round of the apocalypse began, he had already claimed first place in 5 categories. The more rankings there are, the better it is. Because after the current round of the apocalypse ends, mysterious entities will reward based on leaderboard rankings. The higher the rank, the better the rewards, and the easier it is to create a snowball effect of immense advantage. Let me check the other leaderboards. Wow, the first place in the kill leaderboard is a bit exaggerated. Sui widened his eyes. He saw that the data for the first place in the kill leaderboard showed 161 shelters destroyed. This leaderboard is almost like a PK leaderboard in a game. Anyone who can make it onto the board is a battle fanatic. But one must know that this is the real world. Although there is an apocalypse game mechanism, the ones being killed are still living humans. Destroying 161 shelters means this person has at least killed 161 people and possibly more. The apocalypse has only started a few days ago and you've already killed so many. I don't believe you've only encountered enemies. Sui murmured, I fear this is a psychopathic killer, whether for enjoyment in killing or to gain more survival points. It means this person is extremely dangerous. Sui's heart was wary and he firmly imprinted the name of the top killer in his mind. Little White Bear Shelter. A name that sounds relatively cute, but what this guy does is far from cute. What I see now is only the city area leaderboard. I still don't have a clear understanding of the situation nationwide or even worldwide. But if we extrapolate from what we see, if there are such killers in Jinling City, other places might not be much better. It really is the apocalypse. Disasters are rampant and human calamities are numerous. It's tough. Sui shook his head and also noticed his ranking. He was ranked 53688 in the kill leaderboard with 1 shelter destroyed. This means that at least more than 50,000 people have destroyed other shelters. This is just the beginning. This number will certainly continue to grow in the future. Let me take a look at the points leaderboard. I'm ranked. Damn. After the 100000th place. Not even counting the specific rankings. Sui widened his eyes and couldn't help but roll his eyes. After some consumption, his survival points had dwindled from several thousand to a mere 6 points. 6 points are indeed too few, but Sui felt that it shouldn't place him in such a terrifying range as beyond 100000. Could it be that there are at least 100,000 survivors in the city who have mastered the method of acquiring points? Either they have talents or they have obtained points through other means. Sui rested his chin on his hand and glanced at the first place on the points leaderboard. Little White Bear Shelter, current points 12620. Over 12,000 survival points. If we consider what he might have spent, this person's point accumulation might have exceeded 20,000. This is truly a formidable person. Judging by the number of shelters he has destroyed, he has at least 16000 points. Now that his ranking data is less than that, it indicates that he has spent some. His strength should not be underestimated. Sui furrowed his brow. Knowing that there was such a psychopathic killer in the city without any specific signs was truly a headache, especially for someone as vigilant as Sui. He felt that the familiar sense of oppression had returned. The more Sui thought about it, the more alarmed he felt. He quickly closed the leaderboard data in silence, hurriedly logged into the trading platform and began searching for orders related to weapons and ammunition. After filtering the search results, Sui was astonished to find that the prices of related orders had skyrocketed several times today. Just the day before he had only needed a few bottles of ice water and some medicine to buy 100 rounds of ammunition, but today the seller's reply was clear: the price is not enough. The seller's minimum offer was 10 bottles of ice water plus either 20 pounds of durable food or 20 boxes of common medicine. Only with such a large amount of supplies could he exchange for 100 ordinary pistol bullets. As for other types of ammunition, they were not for sale. No grenades either. Only pistol bullets, pistols and bulletproof vests were available. Sui consulted several sellers and found that the prices were all quite similar. It seemed like within just one day this group of people had agreed to raise their prices. Strange, why have the prices soared so much? Sui frowned. He opened the city region chat channel, searched for keywords like weapons and ammunition, and indeed found some clues in the chat records. So annoying, today's bullet prices are so high that I can't afford them at all. I finally managed to save some resources to buy a gun for self-defense, but now I still don't have enough. It's said that the recent gun battles in the city are too numerous, mostly due to the struggle for supplies, and there are even people deliberately slaughtering the weaker shelters. The sellers who control firearms have decided to restrict the supply, not wanting humans to kill each other. Nonsense, I don't believe that reason. They clearly want to hoard weapons for themselves. That's not entirely true. There are still good people. My female neighbor next door was rescued by a rescue team yesterday, but unfortunately their supplies are limited and they can't save too many people. The hearts of people in the apocalypse are hard to gauge. I increasingly feel that there's no difference between the apocalypse and before it. Brother, what do you mean by that? Think about it. Before the apocalypse I worked hard for decades to buy a house, but the prices went up every year and I was always just a little short. After the apocalypse I scrimped to buy a gun for self-defense, and yet each time I was just a little short as well. Can you honestly say there's any difference between the world before and after the apocalypse? Has my situation changed at all? I'm still at the bottom of society. Damn. So this apocalypse was for nothing. The survivors in the city had complained about this issue yesterday, but at that time Sui was in a post-battle rest and had not immediately noticed. Originally, during these days of the apocalypse, all the survivors in the city had begun to adapt to using online trading platforms to facilitate exchanges, swapping urgently needed supplies to enhance their overall chances of survival. There were even those with overflowing altruism, giving out supplies for free or selling them at low prices to help others. But it hadn't been long before the entire trading market's atmosphere changed. The altruists disappeared and low-priced supplies were gone. Whether it was drinking water, food, or even weapons and equipment, prices had surged several times. The more essential the supplies for survival, the more exorbitant the prices became. Items like toilet paper, toothbrushes, and cigarettes, which were not essential for survival, were surprisingly cheap, yet no one was interested. Everyone was now in a critical moment of life and death, struggling to get through the day. Who cared about the quality of life? Sui was also troubled by this issue. The cost he originally planned to trade was ice water, but now it seemed that ice water was no longer considered a necessity in the eyes of the city's survivors. After all, ice water was scarce. Currently only Sui could produce it steadily, but even then it was only 10 bottles a day. Even if he sold all 10 bottles in the context of the entire city's demand market, it was just a drop in the bucket under the scorching sun, utterly ineffective. Everyone had already regarded ice water as a special scarce resource, considering it a luxury item, and the demand for it had rapidly declined. Could it be that I need to use nearly expired food to exchange for bullets? Sui pondered, trying to communicate with the sellers, but found that they were rather picky. Many foods that were not easy to store were priced very low, merely half the price of durable food. Just a few days, how did everyone become so shrewd? Everyone is thinking of taking advantage, right? Fine, I won't buy anything. Sui gave. He didn't want to suffer losses, and since Sui already had an infinite ammunition rifle, his demand for weapons and equipment was not urgent, so he didn't need to be this fool. But I still need to buy something, right? Sui looked at the list on the table where Zhang Xiaozi had listed some food items that were about to expire and spoil last night. If these items were not dealt with in time, allowing them to spoil would be a huge waste. Eat? I can't possibly eat it all. There are only 4 people in the shelter, yet the stored supplies could sustain dozens for a week. Even if Sui let everyone eat freely, they wouldn't be able to finish all this food. After all, apart from Sui, the other 3 were all women, and how much can women eat? The one who can eat the most is just Linyu. If not, I'll just buy some cigarettes or something. They're cheap and I haven't smoked for several days. Sui thought, feeling that this was still a bit wasteful. While others were still worrying about starving, he was already considering whether to stock up on a few cigarettes to satisfy his mental needs. Just as Sui was contemplating what to buy, a loud commotion suddenly erupted downstairs. It sounded like there were many people gathered below. What's going on? Sui was startled and hurriedly rushed to the window, pulling back the curtain to look down. He saw a group of women standing downstairs. They were the ones he had driven away yesterday, and also one of the original residents of this building. They've returned. Sui frowned, his gaze catching sight of Linyu standing among the group of women. She was holding a gun, facing the crowd, seemingly soothing the women, then turned to walk toward the residential building, using the special method taught by Leah to open the door. Before long, sounds of Linyu coming upstairs could be heard from the hallway outside. At the same time, a new prompt appeared before Sui. Notice. Your dispatch talent Linua has triggered a special event and returned to the shelter ahead of time. Triggered a special event, returned early. Sui raised an eyebrow, murmuring, is this a new mechanism? If she returns early, will it affect the amount of resources gathered during exploration? Sui was unsure. He did not yet fully understand the mechanism of sending out explorations. From Linyu's action of bringing back this group of women, it seemed that the dispatch mission was similar to survivors searching for supplies outside. The dispatch talents would search for supplies within a certain range without needing the survivors to do it themselves. Before long, Linyu pushed open the door and appeared before Sui. Commander. Lin Yu's voice was crisp as she saluted Sui. It's not dark yet, why are you back early? Sui looked at Lin Yu calmly. Is something wrong? Yes, Commander. Lin Yu took a deep breath, suppressing her inner tension, and reported tentatively, during my mission I discovered a group of thugs not far from the shelter committing brutal acts against a group of innocent women. As a soldier I have the duty to protect the people, so you drove off the thugs and brought those women back. Sui lifted the curtain again to glance down, his tone indifferent. You should know they were the ones I drove away. I know, Commander. Lin Yu lowered her head, hesitating in her tone as she tried to explain. I didn't mean to disobey your orders, it's just they were truly pitiful. I understand. In executing missions there can be no unnecessary softness or kindness. But Miss Jiang mentioned to me last night that if suitable people were encountered during missions they could be brought back to the shelter. She said our shelter needs more fresh blood. She didn't specify who it should be. So I felt sorry for them, Commander. I'm sorry. Lin Yu lowered her head, her voice growing more uncertain, becoming dejected. I'll let them go immediately. No need. Sui waved his hand, letting out a slight. It seems Jiang Xiaozi is clever. She had already been considering plans to develop the shelter since last night and was confident she could persuade him successfully today. At the same time, Jiang Xiaozi had seen through Lin Yu's character. Though Lin Yu was a talent in the shelter, to Sui she was no different from a living person. He repeatedly believed that this group of talents was essentially no different from humans, and Lin Yu's talent background was a member of the Huaxia military. From this perspective, Lin Yu fully had the awareness and action to stand up and help the weak, daring to sacrifice and protect the people. These 8 words are the best portrayal of Huaxia soldiers. Because she did this, Sui couldn't say anything. Every talent has its own characteristics. If it weren't for Jiang Xiaozi's words at noon, Sui would have just let Lin Yu drive the women away again. But now things were different. Go find Jiang Xiaozi. Sui turned around, pulled the curtain shut, and softly said, she will handle these women well. Commander, will we kill them? Lin Yu asked, nervously gripping her rifle tightly. Sui noticed her small movements and couldn't help but laugh. Lin Yu, if I ordered you to kill them, would you do it? Commander, I don't know. Lin Yu panicked at once, her beautiful eyes wide open as if she couldn't believe that the person she was loyal to could be a ruthless tyrant. Can you shoot? Military orders. Military orders are like a mountain. Lin Yu's whole body stiffened, murmuring to die as an apology. She couldn't accept the possibility of shooting at innocent people. It violated her principles as a soldier. You seem very conflicted. Sui smiled. I won't issue that order. Go find Jiang Xiaozi, she will take care of these women. She knows how to arrange it. Commander, You agreed. Lin Yu was suddenly overjoyed, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked at Sui, her expression one of surprise. Do I look like a killer? Sui asked, puzzled. Lin Yu opened her mouth and shook her head vigorously. No, you are not. You are the greatest leader in my heart. To be able to extend a helping hand to innocent people even in the most difficult circumstances, such behavior is most compelling to Huaxia soldiers. Alright, I'm not that great, I have my own plans. Sui waved his hand. He wasn't as good as Lin Yu claimed. The shelter currently had too many supplies. Instead of wasting them, it was better to support more people to work. It's better to raise a group of women than a group of men. The threat in variables would be somewhat lower. Go on, find Jiang Xiaozi. Yes, Commander. Lin Yu turned and left excitedly, wanting to tell the good news to the poor women downstairs. Does this count as using them? Sui looked downstairs through the curtain and murmured, but at least I can provide them with safety. It can only be considered mutual benefit. So it seems I'm not too bad. The apocalypse hasn't completely changed me yet. Just as Sui's self-talk finished, a new prompt popped up before him. Congratulations. Outstandingly completed the dispatch mission's special event. Your talent unit Lin Yu has been greatly encouraged and gained a new talent trait, my faith. My faith talent trait. She received sufficient encouragement. Her loyalty to her leader has solidified her faith and pursuit, granting her the opportunity to break through and become a higher tier talent. Ha! Sui paused, pleasantly surprised. There's an unexpected bonus. A special event, can it truly be completed like a quest? And rewards too. I've fulfilled the spiritual needs of talent, so their strength has genuinely advanced. This round, I've gained immensely. Sui smiled broadly. Not only had he acquired a group of capable hands for free, but Lin Yu was also growing stronger. As the sole military force within the shelter, Sui naturally wished for her to become ever more formidable. Lin Yu is currently at Tier C, could she break through to Tier B with further advancement? How thrilling, though I wonder when this unique trait will finally manifest its effect. Sui gazed outward from the building. Sisterly, do you think he will let us return home? Outside the residential block, a young woman in her early 20s spoke timidly among a dozen others. Her delicate alluring face was deathly pale, a deep crimson strangulation mark marred her throat and her tattered clothes hung in ragged shreds. Even beneath the scorching red sun, its heat so intense that people risked heatstroke even when nearly naked, she strained desperately to pull her torn garments tighter, clinging to every shred of modesty. She trembled, not from fever but from terror so profound it chilled her in the sweltering air. He probably will. I'm not certain. A woman in her 40s, weary-eyed and tender-hearted, drew the girl close and murmured softly, "Don't be afraid. That young man doesn't seem malicious. He drove away Lee's gang, that makes him our savior. Whether or not he permits us to re-enter, at least he hasn't harmed us. It's only a pity about Xiao Wang, if only she were still alive." Sister Lee took a slow deep breath, her expression darkened with sorrow. The girl in her arms began to sob uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks. Around them the women's faces hardened with simmering resentment. "If he refuses to let us in, where else can we go?" A voice whispered low, eyes hollow with despair and resolve. "I don't know." Another girl shook her head, adrift in uncertainty. "Perhaps we'll truly die." They had already tried. Since being driven out yesterday they'd witnessed the chaos beyond. Outside lay only blistering heat and predators, countless unseen eyes lurking in the shadows fixated on this band of women. Merely huddling overnight at the subway station cost them 3 lives. 3 women vanished without trace into the blackness, no one knew what horrors befell them. The remaining women dared not linger at the station, but stepping into daylight brought near fainting heat, leaving them utterly directionless. Trembling with dread and uncertainty they wandered aimlessly until unawares they found themselves circling back toward the residential block, only to be surrounded by a group of men scavenging for supplies. The men attempted to seize them by force. If taken, the women would likely become slaves. In that moment of utter despair Lin Yu appeared, dispersing the thugs and escorting them safely to the building's entrance. The girl holding the rifle declared, "My commanding officer may grant you sanctuary." Commanding officer, a title instinctively evoking safety and trust. This girl must be a soldier, surely her commanding officer possessed the same unwavering reliability. The women could only guess, hearts adrift in fragile hope. "She's here. She's coming out." A woman cried out suddenly. The girls all lifted their heads to see the main entrance swing open. Lin Yu emerged, rifle slung across her back, her expression stern and resolute. What caught their attention was the elegant woman beside her, clad in a cheapao, before whom Lin Yu seemed to defer. "You must be the new friends Lin Yu brought back." Zhang Xiaozi's voice was gentle as she stepped forward and warmly clasped Sister Li's hands. "Are you Sister Li? Lin Yu mentioned you've cared for these girls tirelessly. Truly a remarkable sister." I. Sister Li blinked, flustered and speechless. "Fortunately your journey ended without incident, you've all returned at last." Zhang Xiaozi gently led Sister Li forward while beckoning the others, "Why stand there? Come home with me." "Home?" A girl ventured hesitantly from the crowd. "Won't that man drive us away again? He turned us out yesterday, he clearly didn't welcome us." "Do you mean Mr. Su?" Zhang Xiaozi turned to the girl, her tone warm and reassuring. "Yesterday's dismissal was necessary, we feared hidden thugs still lurking inside the building. To secure our sanctuary, Mr. Su reluctantly asked you to spend one night outside. But now the building has been thoroughly cleared of threats, so at first light Mr. Su dispatched Lin Yu to find—" "Indeed, Mr. Su's decision was flawed, and I offer my sincere apologies on his behalf." Her apology was heartfelt, her exquisite face softened by genuine remorse. Lin Yu shifted uncomfortably nearby, unaccustomed to playing a part in such fabrications. Though Zhang Xiaozi's explanation stretched plausibility in this fractured, lawless world, even the thinnest justification was readily accepted, so long as survival remained possible. "Really?" Sister Li's eyes lit up with joy as she gazed gratefully at Zhang Xiaozi. "You're truly kind people. When those soldiers arrived yesterday and killed Li's gang, I knew then you were good people. And everyone here is a woman, except for Su." "Yes, Mr. Su. He's the only man among you. Any man followed by women like you simply cannot be evil." Sister Li's words tumbled out, her heart racing with exhilaration. To reclaim one's former home, to live without constant fear, was humanity's most primal instinct. "Come inside now, rest well. I've prepared food and clean water." Zhang Xiaozi paused, smiling warmly. "And yes, you'll have hot showers. With this weather the water's perfectly heated." A shower. The women's eyes sparkled. How many days had passed since they'd bathed? Ever since Li's gang seized control of the building they'd endured daily abuse, subsisting only on the leavings of those brutal men. Delicious food. Hot water. These simple blessings, once commonplace just a week ago, now felt separated from them by centuries. "Yes, we'll go home." Sister Li nodded eagerly, leading the others behind Zhang Xiaozi into the building. Lin Yu watched quietly, her gaze lingering longest on Zhang Xiaozi. Lin Yu muttered under her breath, "No wonder the commander values her, what a cunning woman." "Whom?" Jiang Shaozi glanced back. Miss Lin, did you say something? Nothing at all. Lin Yu waved her hands frantically. Just auditory hallucination, I said nothing. Is that so? Perhaps I'm simply fatigued. Jiang Shaozi smiled faintly and turned away. Lin Yu stuck out her tongue whispering in awed goodness, her hearing is unnervingly sharp. Jiang Shaozi worked with remarkable efficiency, within half an hour she'd settled every woman into suitable accommodations. They had all lived in the building before, only their floors and units differed. Rather than consolidating them into shared quarters, Jiang Shaozi directed each woman back to her own unit to tidy the aftermath of battle and personally delivered water and rations door to door. After enjoying a surprisingly hearty meal, the women took turns bathing in the second floor tubs, washing away grime and donning their own clean clothes. For a fleeting moment they felt as though they'd slipped back into pre-apocalyptic life, save for the oppressive heat making heads spin as if no horror had ever occurred. Yet Jiang Shaozi swiftly dispelled that illusion, gathering the women in the lobby. Sisters, by now you understand the reality beyond our walls. Gazing calmly at the 12 women before her, Jiang Shaozi declared, the apocalypse has arrived, this is our truth. Only unity ensures survival. As women I know better than anyone how catastrophically female status and security crumble in such times. Though Mr. Su is a man, he is a compassionate leader, he reclaimed our home providing food, water and safety. In this apocalyptic landscape such stability is extraordinarily rare and precious. Jiang Shaozi's tone grew solemn. To safeguard this peace and harmony I urge you all to unite, to defend our sanctuary together. Only unity can sustain life in the apocalypse. I will not tolerate anyone undermining our haven or clinging nostalgically to outdated ideals of peacetime civility. Cast aside your pride. Shed your entitlement. Survive earnestly, diligently, fiercely. Her words were plain, yet they moved every woman to tears. They had already endured suffering, none understood this sudden apocalypse more intimately than they did. Miss Jiang, when you say defend the sanctuary, does that mean we must fight? A young girl voiced her fear from the crowd. I've never fought anyone before. No risk is unnecessary. Jiang Shaozi offered her a tender smile, soothing her anxiety. Combat is Mr. Su's responsibility, he'll assign dedicated protectors to guard us. Within our shelter each person fulfills a vital role, for instance Miss Lin Yu serves as our warrior. Dangerous duties fall to her alone. Jiang Shaozi glanced at Lin Yu standing upright beside her rifle in hand and asked with a gentle smile, isn't that right Miss Lin Yu? You'll keep us safe, won't you? Mission guaranteed. Lin Yu snapped to attention, chin high, face resolute, protecting civilian lives is my solemn duty. That familiar unshakable conviction, delivered almost as a roar, washed over every woman, flooding them with profound reassurance. A Chinese soldier's oath was no empty slogan, it was a tradition forged in fire, an instinct honed through trial. Therefore you need not take up arms in potential battles. Jiang Shaozi turned once more to the women, her smile serene. Still our shelter shelters no idlers, we must all contribute to strengthen our collective security. Tasks include cleaning the building, cooking and laundry, hauling supplies and assisting Lia in reinforcing defenses and installing traps. Preparatory work like this significantly enhances our shelter's resilience against looming threats. Beforehand I'll assign roles meticulously, based on each person's skills and expertise. There's no need to feel anxious, simply imagine this as securing lodging and meals in exchange for honest labor. Doesn't that sound far easier? Jiang Shaozi excelled at reading the room. Within moments the women's emotions steadied, their faces softening with quiet yearning for peace and stability. At that precise moment Lin Yu suddenly smacked her forehead, lowering her voice. Oh no, Miss Jiang, I've forgotten something crucial. I must report to the commander immediately. Sui stood by the window on the upper floor watching from a distance as Jiang Shaozi lectured the women below. Although he couldn't hear what Jiang Shaozi was saying, it seemed that this group of women had been successfully calmed and they began to trust her. What a woman skilled in management, truly an A-class talent. Sui murmured as he looked up at the gradually setting red sun, the entire sky painted in a deep crimson hue, exuding a heavy and oppressive heat. Speaking of which, it has been almost a week, why haven't we seen any sign of rescue forces? If the military forces abroad could collapse due to an unexpected disaster, it seems that the probability is quite low here in Huaxia. Where are the soldiers? 1 million regular troops, city defense forces as well as armed police and militia. This is an overwhelming force of over 10 million combatants, let alone the retired veterans who should be on the move. Why is there no sign of them at all? Sui furrowed his brow, the biggest confusion buried deep in his heart. Like all ordinary people in Huaxia, he had always held on to the thought of waiting for rescue at the onset of the apocalypse. He even grappled internally over whether to follow the country or stay in the shelter if rescue forces came knocking. Now there was no need for such dilemmas, the absence of rescue forces was absolute. Not to mention the military, even news from the police was hardly seen, let alone any trace of official political forces. In the city's chat channel there were only occasional claims from those calling themselves police shelters gathering the homeless survivors. Aside from that, there was no relevant information or clues. This is extremely unreasonable to my knowledge. There is a military district right next to Jinling City. The military strength of this city is not weak. The first wave of apocalyptic disaster was merely high temperatures, not an alien monster invasion. How could human military power simply vanish? Sui couldn't understand. He had made simple estimates and speculations in his mind long ago. Even if the arrival of the apocalyptic game caused all high-tech items to fail, communication methods, aircraft, tanks, satellites, drones, everything would be rendered useless. But we still have people. Soldiers are also human. Even if barehanded or armed with cold weapons, they represent a formidable force not to be underestimated. Given the temperament of Waxia's soldiers, it is impossible for them to just disappear in the face of great disasters. There must be something I don't know behind all this. Is it due to the mechanism of the apocalyptic game? Sui pondered, frowning slightly. Did derivative disasters annihilate the military capabilities of the country? That can't be possible with so many soldiers dispersed everywhere. How could they all vanish without a trace? Even if they were all killed, at least there should have been some notification. From the current situation, the mechanism of the apocalyptic game does not seem to involve indiscriminate slaughter. The mysterious entity has no reason to directly erase these soldiers and political powers. Moreover, it is currently a high-temperature apocalypse. Although a climate of 70 degrees Celsius is terrifying, it shouldn't render a person unable to survive for even a second. Where have all these people gone? Strange. Sui murmured. Last time the mysterious entity reported the global casualty figures, could it be that the 1.3 billion dead included political figures and soldiers from various countries? Sui couldn't comprehend this and had no channels to obtain relevant information. The only way he could connect with the outside world was through a city area communication channel provided by the mysterious entity, resembling a game chat interface. But on this platform there were only various cries for help, trade information, and the despairing voices of those in anguish with very few useful messages. I always feel that there is an invisible force deliberately suppressing the self-rescue and error-correcting abilities of human civilization. Does that mysterious guy want to see how humanity struggles to survive in complete chaos? Like the noble lords watching a cornered beast fight, it enjoys the despair of humanity. Sui sat on the bed feeling restless inside. Now that he was in a relatively safe environment, his thoughts naturally grew deeper. However, the more he thought, the more he discovered that this sudden apocalyptic game was filled with unspeakable mysteries. Commander! Commander, are you there? Lin Yu's voice came from outside the room, breaking Sui's train of thought. Come in. Yes. Lin Yu pushed the door open, saluting Sui. Commander, I have important information to report. Go ahead. Sui nodded as Lin Yu organized her words and said in a serious tone, during my recent mission I discovered a large unattended supermarket. After exploring, I found that there were no personnel guarding it and some supplies had already been taken. However, there are still large amounts of supplies left inside. I can't carry too many supplies by myself, so I would like to ask the commander, should I focus my collection efforts on this large supermarket? An unattended large supermarket. Sui was taken aback, stroking his chin. Could it be a trap? In such chaotic conditions, everyone is struggling to find food, risking heat exhaustion. How could there be a supermarket that no one occupies? If it were discovered, wouldn't it have been emptied immediately? Commander, it shouldn't be a trap. I've confirmed it carefully. Lin Yu shook her head, speaking seriously, but there are traces of a struggle in the supermarket with bodies and blood left behind. The time of death was likely within the past 2 days. Based on the scene, it seems that someone attacked the supermarket's owner and residents, then took some supplies and left. I believe the assailants will continue to come to the supermarket to transport supplies in the coming days. So you want to seize supplies from them? Sui frowned. That sounds a bit risky. Commander, they have no guns. Lin Yu said in a serious tone. The weapons used in the killings were mostly sharp tools. About 90 were conventional commercial items, not military equipment. There were 8 corpses and the struggle was intense. It is estimated that the attackers numbered around 10 to 15, and with potential reinforcements the number should not exceed 30. And I have this. Lin Yu patted the rifle on her back, her tone filled with immense confidence. 1 against 30. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Xiaozi led the young women through the streets under the night sky. The group carried a few flashlights along with simple torches made by Leah, alleviating any concerns about illumination. The most unbearable aspect remained the sweltering climate. The young women were all dressed in multiple layers, wrapping themselves tightly with masks covering their faces. At first glance it seemed as if everyone was preparing for winter, with some even wearing down jackets. This was a method taught by Leah to combat the heat, using multiple layers of clothing to trap air and thus provide better insulation. The inner layers could be made from moisture-wicking fabrics such as cotton or high-tech synthetic fibers to keep the skin dry. The outer layers could utilize thicker materials to block the heat. It proved effective. Although everyone was sweating profusely, it was far better than letting their skin directly encounter the scorching temperature of 70 degrees. Even so, each person still felt dizzy and lightheaded. The heat wave had persisted for days and everyone struggled to adapt. Just hold on a little longer. Zhang Xiaozi distributed small sips of ice water to everyone to lower their body temperature while boosting morale, saying, sisters, we are no longer in peaceful times. We cannot rely on men, we must unite ourselves. Once we finish transporting the supplies, I will propose to Mr. Su that we distribute more basic necessities to everyone. Additionally, we are not just transporting food items like sanitary napkins and insulation materials are also essentials. Zhang Xiao's words brightened the spirits of the young women. Being women, their lives were slightly more complicated than men's. If they could maintain a semblance of normalcy in a post-apocalyptic environment, it would be the greatest blessing. Zhang Xiaozi was not lying, she indeed intended to transport more supplies beyond just food. After all, with the heat persisting for several days, most food items except for canned goods had spoiled. Rather than rummaging through the debris for something edible, it was wiser to gather more essential supplies in preparation for a prolonged struggle. Are we just going to transport supplies? A girl looked at the steel spear and shield in her hands and hesitantly spoke, I feel like we are going to war. It's just for self-defense, we won't actually be engaging in combat, Zhang Xiaozi reassured, taking the lead in the group. In no time they arrived at a large supermarket 6 streets away. It was a city shopping complex 7 stories high with a shattered entrance and litter scattered all around, walls stained with dried blood. The supermarket was already deserted. Zhang Xiaozi led the timid women inside, found the directional signs and proceeded directly to the underground supermarket to begin transporting supplies. Initially the women were apprehensive, fearing that a group of thugs might ambush them. However, as time passed, they were drawn in by the variety of supplies available in the complex, eagerly collecting and transporting items. Everyone understood that the more items they brought back, the less pressure they would face for survival. Now each person was striving for their own existence, with nobody daring to slack off. Zhang Xiaozi coordinated the women to continuously move supplies outside the building, planning to transport them all back once they had enough. Place the heavy and large items at the bottom of the shopping carts. Link several shopping carts together, we will need to pull many carts at once. Is there a delivery point nearby? 2 of you go and bring back the delivery carts, they are excellent for transporting supplies. As Zhang Xiaozi directed the women, she glanced at the chaotic streets and sighed softly. Due to the sudden outbreak of the apocalypse, everyone had been sent back to their shelters at once, resulting in cars colliding haphazardly throughout the streets. Even if she asked Leah to unlock a truck, she wouldn't be able to drive it. It seems they'll have to rely on everyone to make multiple trips. In such a large supermarket there are plenty of useful items for us. I estimate we won't finish transporting everything in one night. Zhang Xiaozi murmured, raising her head to glance into the dark depths around her. Zhang Xiao's sixth sense told her that she seemed to be under surveillance. The women lit torches in the dark and shone flashlights flickering like fireflies in the night. From the depths of darkness it appeared that evil eyes were watching the women with greedy intent. The bait has been set, where is the prey? Zhang Xiaozi raised her eyebrows. She had made herself the bait to provide Lin Yu with the best sniping environment. To accommodate Lin Yu's shooting angle, she deliberately positioned the gathering spot at the spacious entrance of the shopping complex and placed several makeshift torches around. This was the only light in the darkness, sure to attract any hunters approaching the shopping complex. Boss, look over there, there's a light. At the end of the dark street, whispers could be heard behind several abandoned cars. Lower the flashlight, don't let them see us. Has Xiao Lin returned? What's the situation over there? He's back, Brother Lu, it's a group of women. I saw there are no men. Just women. Oh. Are there still women daring to come out now? Brother Lu stroked his bald head, crouching behind a car with a somewhat meaningful smile. A bunch of women huddling together are like lambs. It seems we're going to feast tonight. Brother, don't be too careless. A young man beside him adjusted his glasses and spoke in a low voice. Anything could happen these days, we should be cautious and observe for a bit longer. Xiao Lu is right, let's wait and see. The other men nodded in agreement, indicating that the young man with glasses held a respected position among them. Fine, let's wait a bit longer. Brother Lu nodded and the group waited patiently for another hour. They hid in the darkness, watching the women move increasingly more supplies out of the supermarket, filling one shopping cart after another. Brother Lu, I feel it's about time. Those women seem like they are getting ready to leave. If we don't act soon, the cooked duck will fly away. Brother Lu, I want to sleep with a woman tonight. Please, my kid at home is starving. The men were becoming impatient, their voices slightly hoarse. Little brother, what do you think? Brother Lu looked at his younger brother, who stroked his chin. Brother, I was just thinking, where did these women come from? I recalled some recent intelligence. There was a nearby residential area where a gunfight broke out not long ago and there were sounds of grenades. Then someone saw a group of women being driven out. I suspect these are those women. After analyzing, Xiao Lu concluded they likely don't have any companions left. It's mostly just a bunch of women. Although they have some weapons, they are still women, and in a fight they won't be much of a match. I think we can take them down, but we need to be quick because the guys in the nearby blocks are also eyeing this shopping center. I'm worried that if we take too long to act, others will take advantage of the situation. Xiao Liu's analysis made everyone nod in agreement. Xiao Lu is spot on. We indeed need to strike swiftly and not underestimate them just because they are women. If these women get snatched away by someone else, I definitely won't sleep tonight. That would be worse than dying. Just to be clear, the prettiest one goes to Brother Lou. Well, divide the rest if there aren't enough. Well, take turns. Nobody has any objections, right? Someone proposed a distribution plan and the other men agreed. Brother Liu's face grew serious as he scolded, "We haven't even captured them yet, why the rush? If we do divide, it should be for my brother to sleep with the one in the Cheongsam. The prettiest one should definitely go to the smartest one. Brother." Xiao Lu looked at Brother Lu with a face full of gratitude. Brother Lu patted his shoulder. "I just have brute strength, you're the clever one, so of course you get the best. I'm just hoping you'll find a wife for our Lu family. That woman in the Cheongsam looks quite decent, she qualifies to be my wife." Xiao Lu was overwhelmed with emotion while the other men could no longer wait, urging Brother Lu. "Let's move quickly. Alright, let's divide the battle plan according to what my brother said earlier, 10 men in one small group flanking from both sides. Little brother, you take 2 men and go around to block the escape route at the back door. Well, strike in 10 minutes. Yes, brother." The young man took 2 men crouching and stealthily making their way to the back door of the complex. Brother Lu had over 20 men beside him, and after waiting for more than 10 minutes in the dark, he quietly waved his hand. "Brothers, let's go. Let's feast. Hee, let's go. Grab the women. Grab the supplies." The men in the dark laughed excitedly, bending low as they moved quickly among the abandoned vehicles. Using the cover of night and the vehicles, they swiftly approached the women at the entrance of the building. However, unbeknownst to them, on a high-rise platform behind them, a woman in camouflage military attire was aiming a rifle, observing their every move through a high-powered sniper scope equipped with night vision. Miss Jiang guessed correctly. Lin Yu tilted her head, her finger slowly tightening on the trigger. The prey has truly taken the bait. "Hey beauties." A man's jocular greeting cut through the dark, startling the nearest girl. "Ah. Who's there?" She turned and saw more than 20 men advancing from both sides, each clutching makeshift weapons, fire axes, rebar kitchen knives. "Sister Jiang. Sister Jiang." The girl, pale with terror, ran while crying out. The women who had been hauling supplies looked up at once, their faces draining of color. They had been surrounded by the men. "Don't panic, stay calm." Zhang Xiao's clear voice rose a few degrees. She soothed the women without betraying fear. "Breathe deeply, remember what I taught you." At the sound of Zhang Xiao's voice, the women found a foothold of courage. They ran from afar and gathered around her. Some remembered Zhang Xiao's last instructions and trembling snatched up scattered spears and shields from the ground, holding them before the men with quivering hands. "Oh ho, going to get rough, are we? Look, it's a band of women. Ha! I like my women with a little spice, this is perfect." The men jeered and roared with laughter, not for a moment treating these women, who could barely hold their weapons, with respect. They leered with ill intent, their gaze lingering most of all on Zhang Xiaozi. For no particular reason other than that she was the most striking among them. Zhang Xiaozi's beauty cut to the bone, more dazzling than any celebrity of the peaceful era. Under the men's greedy stares, Zhang Xiaozi swept a stray lock of hair back with the breeze and spoke calmly. "Gentlemen, are you out this late to scavenge supplies? The mall is large, we've already taken some. We don't intend to fight you over the rest." Her tone was steady, utterly without fear. "Scavenging." De Lu peered at Zhang Xiaozi with interest and chuckled. "Yes, but this mall is territory of the Baixiong gang. You came here and stole from us. Hand over the goods and compensate us." "De Lu, how do you want them to compensate us?" "How else? With their bodies, of course, ha ha ha. The one with the biggest backside. I want her. That's my favorite type." The men showed their intentions without concealment, laughing with brazen lust. Fear and despair welled in the women's eyes as memories of days of suffering in the apartment block returned to haunt them. "This mall is your territory." Zhang Xiaozi glanced at the dim sign on the building and forced a helpless smile. "Very well. It seems there is nothing to negotiate." "Negotiate? What could you possibly negotiate with us?" De Lu advanced with a leer, closing the distance. "Are you planning to discuss how much of your dowry you'll give?" Zhang Xiaozi fell silent and lifted her right hand, forming a fist. "Got it." Hidden atop the dark roof, Lin Yu inhaled and settled into aim. "What do you mean by that?" De Lu blinked, smiling. "Are you raising your hand to surrender?" "If you..." Before De Lu could finish, Zhang Xiaozi relaxed her hand, curling her index finger in a mock pistol gesture and taking aim at him. She cocked her head slightly and let a dry, imitative gunshot sound slip from her red lips. Bang! Splat! The instant the sound left her, De Liu's head exploded. Red, yellow and pale viscera splattered everywhere. The women shrieked in horror, and the commotion roused many unfortunate souls suffering from heatstroke in the night. With a wet thud, De Liu's headless body sank limp into the pool of blood. The men stood stunned amid the screams, staring at their leader's corpse in disbelief. One moment he had been joking and laughing, the next his head had been blown away. What had done this to him? Could this woman be a sorceress? The men froze, unable to process the scene that would have dazed anyone. But Jiang Shaozi did not stop. Playfully shifting her aim, she narrowed her eyes and made the gesture again. Bang! Splat! Another man's skull was cleanly blown apart, an explosion so violent his neck was nearly torn asunder. Ugh! Ugh! A woman could no longer bear it, she screamed enraged. The sight was unbearably bloody and cruel. There is no mosaic in reality, only the blunt cruelty of competition and slaughter. Life and death often hinge on the most ordinary of instants. Shit! That woman uses black magic. A man leapt to his feet. Everyone finally reacted, faces stricken with fear as they stared at Jiang Shaozi. Damn it, avenged Alu. Don't let her escape, we can't run. Overwhelm her together, she's only one person, she can't face all of us at once. Seize her. Break her fingers. One of the men, thinking quickly, urged, risking everything now rather than letting her get away. Over 20 men surged at Jiang Shaozi. She did not retreat, continuing to make her aiming gesture. Bang! Splat! Bang! Splat! Jiang Shaozi switched targets with unerring precision. Her pale, elegant fingers seemed to issue bullets as man after man fell at her feet. Within breath, 7 or 8 of the first attackers lay dead, their headless corpses forming a grim barrier that slowed the rest. This is over. This woman truly wields sorcery. Whoever she marks dies. Could this be her shelter talent? Some men stood frozen, murmuring with chills. Void targeting. Point at someone and they die. Help Miss Jiang. Among the women, the eldest sister Li reacted first. She wiped vomit from her mouth, fought down terror and rasped, urging the others, if Miss Jiang falls, none of us will escape. Pick up your weapons. Protect Miss Jiang. At Sister Li's hoarse cry, the women snapped back to themselves, seized their steel spears and spread out to hold a makeshift formation against any new charge. Though their palms trembled on the weapons, their eyes were resolute. Every conflicted emotion crystallized into anger at the men and at this damned apocalypse, and became fuel for the fight. They had but one thought now: memorize Miss Jiang's formation and the simple combat techniques she taught, and then fight with everything they had. They must survive. Their progress has been faster than I expected. Jiang Shaozi lifted an elegant brow, feeling a trace of satisfaction. She had brought them out not merely as bait, but to let them witness raw combat. Only under the pressure of blood-severed limbs and the threat of death would they grow swiftly. Those who cannot adapt will be discarded by the times. Those who adapt will earn the right to reside in the shelter. The men had no stomach for another charge, each froze in place, neither able to flee nor to attack. The woman in the qipao, outrageously beautiful, kept up the shooting gesture but aimed at no one. Is it over? Lin Yu exhaled slowly, glad for a break to let the hot barrel cool. You said just now, by Xiong Gang. Jiang Shaozi tilted her head and squinted, asking calmly, where is your shelter? How many of you are there? Did you kill the other survivors in this mall? Her questions came fast. The men fell into fearful silence, exchanging looks that betrayed their dread. It was clear one could not afford to anger this terrifying woman. She was beautiful and terrifyingly powerful. Miss, we're good people. We only meant to say hello. A man summoning courage rasped the words while staring at Jiang Shaozi's finger, terrified she might aim it at him. Say hello. Jiang Shaozi sneered. Answer my questions. Her reprimand sent the men into collective trembling. One blurted out, don't do anything rash. We're backed by Xiao Baixiang's shelter. Rank 1 brother vouches for us. I advise you to be sensible. Your talent is deadly, but Xiao Baixiang is stronger. We're the city's top endgame players. If you let us go, we'll pretend this never happened and won't tell anyone about you. Besides, we don't even know who you are or where you're from. A quick-thinking man offered words that the others eagerly agreed with, casting beseeching looks at Jiang Shaozi. A statement equal parts threat and reassurance was their best hope. In the apocalypse, few wished to make too many enemies, especially not the city's top-ranked survivor. The reputation of Xiao Baixiang had echoed across the city in recent days. Any survivor with a shelter on their panel knew its name, even those without had heard of it. The men assumed a lone woman would not wish to offend the top-ranked leader. Xiao Baixiang. Jiang Shaozi showed no surprise. She fell silent for a long moment, as if weighing something. The men waited anxiously for judgment until Jiang Shaozi slowly raised her left hand. Oh. Kill them all. Lin Yu stiffened, held her breath and pressed the trigger decisively. Bang. 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 Muzzle flashes stuttered in the night as bullets flew blasting open one skull after another. Each shot was precise, every head exploded. She's insane. She's going to kill us all. Run. Run now. You filthy bitch, you. Splat. The men fled in panic, but legs were no match for bullets. In that open expanse they were perfect moving targets. Lin Yu took barely a minute to pick off every remaining man. Moments later a field of headless corpses lay in the pools of blood like a slaughterhouse, radiating a chilling horror in the dead of night. At the entrance of the building the ground was littered with corpses and the pungent scent of blood hung heavily in the air. The ruthlessness of Zhang Xiaozi left the women in shock. After a moment Sister Li took the initiative to break the silence, suppressing her disgust at the bodies and calling out to her sisters, "Quick! Let's get moving and clean up the bodies." Sister Li thought simply, since Zhang Xiaozi had killed they had to do something too. She kills, we bury the bodies. The division of labor is clear and they can also show off in front of Miss Zhang. Better than having her think everyone is useless. If she grows tired of us she might just kill us too. The women felt a deep fear in their hearts. Though unwilling they pinched their noses and prepared to get to work. No need. Zhang Xiaozi waved her hand, her voice calm and gentle, a stark contrast to her earlier indifference. There are too many bodies to clean up. Hurry and continue collecting supplies, we can't waste time. Yes. Sister Li nodded quickly, her tone much more respectful, urging her sisters to continue loading the supplies onto the vehicles. Only a girl of about 17 or 18 hesitated. As she passed by Zhang Xiaozi she couldn't help but ask, "Miss Zhang, why did you have to kill them all?" They had already begged for mercy. The girl looked timidly at Zhang Xiaozi, unable to adapt to her cold-blooded methods, still clinging to the ideals of the peaceful era. "Hey you girl. Get to work." Sister Li was anxious, stamping her feet and scolding, "Don't disturb Miss Zhang. What gives you the right? Come here and work." She feared Zhang Xiaozi might take her anger out and kill someone. Zhang Xiaozi glanced at Sister Li and smiled at the girl in front of her. "I remember you, your name is Xiaoyan, right? 18, a freshman at Jinling University." Yes, Xiaoyan nodded. Zhang Xiaozi's smile faded and she said lightly, "Your younger sister, 15 this year, died in the building. I saw her body. She died a terrible death. That body was the only one I buried myself." Zhang Xiaozi's indifferent words made Xiaoyan tremble, tears welling in her eyes. "No crying. Look at me." Zhang Xiaozi suddenly raised her voice. Xiaoyan lifted her head, staring blankly at her, her expression filled with deep grievance. The surrounding women watched Zhang Xiaozi nervously, fearing she might suddenly strike. "If you had been braver then. If you had dared to resist and fight back, your sister wouldn't have died so tragically." "Miss Zhang. I couldn't fight them. I tried to resist. Then fight to the death. Die. Let them kill you. It's better than your sister having such an ending." Zhang Xiaozi's tone was extremely cold. Xiaoyan could only mumble, unable to speak, her head bowed low. "Even your sister's death hasn't made you see the reality of this era. What right do you have to stand here and question me? Either strip and find a man to kneel down and beg for safety. Or pick up the weapon in your hand and fight against anyone who violates you." Zhang Xiaozi approached the girl almost face-to-face, narrowing her eyes. "So Xiaoyan, what do you want to do? Do you want to fight alongside me, or do you want to find a good man?" I don't know." Xiaoyan's tears fell drop by drop. She was rendered speechless by Zhang Xiaozi's pressure. She only wanted to ask a simple question without any other intention. "Miss Zhang, oh no. Miss Zhang, she's still just a child." Sister Li hurriedly stepped forward, pulling Xiaoyan into her embrace, bowing and smiling at Zhang Xiaozi. "Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against her. It'll teach her a good lesson later." As she spoke, Sister Li harshly struck Xiaoyan's arm, the pain making her cry even louder. "It's fine, I won't hold it against her." Zhang Xiaozi said indifferently, "Let her cry. This might be the last time she can cry." "Miss Zhang Xiaozi, what do you mean?" Sister Li's eyes widened, wondering if Zhang Xiaozi would kill Xiaoyan over a single remark. Zhang Xiaozi did not respond to Sister Li's question. She turned and walked away, taking a few steps before looking back at Xiaoyan. "You just asked me why I killed them all. A gentleman once mentioned to me the Little White Bear Shelter. It's a killing maniac, the one who has killed the most in the city. Think carefully, would a devil who kills without blinking spare a group of weak women? They have already discovered us. If we don't silence them, they will definitely come looking for us. Xiaoyan, you can have kindness, but I hope the next time you feel kind you consider whether your kindness could endanger us." Zhang Xiaozi raised an eyebrow and turned to glance at the women. "Get to work." Yes. The women nodded, quickly realizing Zhang Xiaozi's explanation. Miss Zhang is not a mindless killer, she did this to protect everyone. Yet the phrase she used, weak women. Honestly, everyone thought Zhang Xiaozi was not weak at all. She seemed more like a killing maniac than the notorious ones in the legends. Sister Li was still comforting Xiaoyan, but soon pushed away after receiving a thank you from Xiaoyan. The girl silently wiped her tears, shouldered a steel spear and continued moving in and out of the shopping center to transport supplies. This time it seemed she was carrying more than before. Though it was exhausting, she bit her lip, determined to persist. It seemed she wanted to bring back what belonged to her sister as well. The sweltering evening breeze blew softly. For the remaining hours nothing else happened until around 2 a.m. when the team loaded with supplies set out on their way back. At 4 a.m. Sui was awakened by noise, hearing the chatter of women downstairs accompanied by clear cheerful laughter. Curious, he opened the door and made his way down the stairs to the first-floor hall. After upgrading his talent, he had an hour of exemption from going out each day and didn't have to worry about affecting his talent rewards. In the corridor, Sui saw the hall piled high with all sorts of supplies crammed into shopping carts. The hall was filled to the brim and the women holding torches and flashlights were happily categorizing the supplies. Their laughter was filled with the joy of harvest. It was a happiness that even the heat couldn't dispel, a hope for survival. Linyu stood against the wall with a gun, her vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. She sensed something and looked up at the corridor. Bang! Linyu immediately stood at attention, instinctively shouting, "Good morning, sir." In that moment the noisy women fell silent and the air became still. Countless eyes turned to Linyu and then followed the direction of her salute. In the silent atmosphere the only sound was the crisp and powerful sound of a man's boots on the stairs. A man slowly descended from the dark staircase. The women saw Sui expressionless as he walked down the corridor towards everyone. It wasn't that Sui was trying to impose an attitude, he just lacked experience and could only maintain a stern face without showing fear. "Get up!" The women responded to each other, rising one after another and lining up behind Linyu. Sister Lee suddenly bowed her head and shouted, "Good morning, sir." The women quickly followed suit, calling out one after another, "Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir." Their voices were not perfectly in sync, but they expressed respect. There was even a hint of curiosity. A daring girl, gathering her courage, lifted her head, carefully sizing up the commanding officer in the light of the torch on the wall. He looked somewhat young and a bit handsome, with well-defined features and sharp brows. His fair face resembled that of a scholar, seemingly unrelated to the image of a bloated commanding officer in rumors. Sui, with his friendly demeanor, quickly garnered a lot of goodwill from the women. Although he wore a stern face, he didn't carry much of an air of authority. Instead, he gave off an unusually cordial feeling, making people instinctively want to get closer to him. Sui stood before the women while Zhang Xiaozi with a subtle smile remained silent, allowing the stage to be set for Sui. Lin Yue too remained silent, standing behind Sui like the most loyal guard. Zhang Xiaozi blinked at Sui, signaling him to say something. This was the first time the commanding officer was meeting his residents. He should say something, at least greet them. Sui took a deep breath, suddenly feeling the pressure on his shoulders. His shelter had its first batch of residents. These women who had experienced hardship were now relying on him and entrusting their lives to him. Indeed, he should say something to reassure these unfortunate souls. Sui slowly opened his mouth, but before he could speak a clear mumble came from the crowd of women. "Sir, you really are handsome." "Ha!" Sui was taken aback. The words he was about to say caught in his throat and he could only maintain his serious expression. Zhang Xiaozi, understanding and perceptive, stepped forward to break the silence, respectfully reporting to Sui. "Sir, we have gathered a substantial amount of supplies tonight. Here is the list. I have made detailed records." Zhang Xiaozi produced a piece of paper as if by magic filled with the contents of the supplies. The women had no idea when she had made the records, only feeling that this scene was truly astonishing. Sui nodded, solemnly scrutinizing the list for a moment before lowering his voice to ask, "How long can we sustain ourselves with this? Considering the issue of food spoilage, it should last about half a month for so many people." Zhang Xiaozi also lowered her voice. "If we take into account the efficiency of future explorations and resource gathering, sir, need not worry too much about this. I can handle it." "Good." Sui nodded in satisfaction. Ever since Zhang Xiaozi joined the shelter, he felt completely liberated. It was just like the saying goes, when there are matters one relies on secret arts, when there are none one relies on secrets. Ahem. In any case, this reasoning stands. In summary, Zhang Xiaozi is very capable. You did very well and everyone else did well too. Sui looked at the crowd, unsure of what had happened, suddenly opening his mouth to say, "Comrades, you have all worked hard." Oh no. Being called Chief had him reflexively blurt out those words. The women were also momentarily stunned, but Lin Yu behind them immediately snapped to attention, reflexively saluting, "Serve the people." The women quickly reacted, all shouting in unison, "Serve the people." The voices of the young women were crisp and pleasant and the shouts were fairly synchronized, giving off a bit of the aura of female soldiers. Sui looked at the women, seeming to see a hint of excitement in their eyes, different from the confusion of the day. This group of unfortunate women whose shelter had been destroyed at the onset of the apocalypse should have suffered and perished in the end times. But now they seem to have rediscovered their courage and confidence to live. Good, very good, there is spirit. Sui highly praised and fully affirmed the transformation of the women. Zhang Xiaozi smiled as she watched the scene. Once it settled down, she softly said, "Sir, there are some things I would like to discuss with you." "Go ahead and talk." Sui nodded, signaling Zhang Xiaozi to follow him upstairs. Once the two left, the women in the hall immediately erupted into chatter, starting to discuss animatedly. Hey, do you think the chief is very handsome? Yeah, and very young. Wait, why did Miss Jiang go upstairs with him? Do we even need to say? Those two must have. Should just understand it. They're truly a match made in heaven. I suddenly don't know who to envy anymore. What do you think? Between them, who will be more dominant? The chief. No, I think Miss Jiang is more dominant. She must give the chief face in front of outsiders, but behind closed doors she must be quite fierce. Sir. As soon as Zhang Xiaozi entered the room, she gracefully knelt before Sui. What are you doing? Sui looked at Zhang Xiaozi with some surprise. Zhang Xiaozi gently removed Sui's shoes, softly saying, You are the master, I am the servant. Outside you respect me, and inside I must follow the rules. There aren't that many rules here, get up. Sui waved his hand curiously, asking, By the way, I haven't inquired about your background in detail. Lin Yu comes from a modern military background, Li from a modern engineering background, and you are from an earlier time. Zhang Xiaozi's demeanor suggested she didn't seem much like a modern person. She placed great importance on rules and seemed to possess some kind of traditional adherence. Sir, if we consider the timeline, I am a person of modern times. Zhang Xiaozi clearly understood what era it was now. She lowered her head, gently removing Sui's socks. If we calculate it seriously, it should be during the Republic of China. Republic of China. Sui was taken aback, pondering for a moment. So you know why you are here? Sui had always had doubts about the recruitment of talents to the shelter. Were they replicants or summoned earthlings from some special timespace? Sort of. Zhang Xiaozi smiled faintly. My world is somewhat different from yours, but there are many similarities. In any case, now that I am here, I will serve you well. She added quietly, After all, I can't go back. Zhang Xiaozi lowered her gaze, making Sui feel a little embarrassed. What were you going to tell me just now? Tonight at the shopping center we indeed encountered some thugs. Zhang Xiaozi whispered. According to their own confession, they are from the Little White Bear Shelter, perhaps residents or subordinates. Little White Bear Shelter. Sui was immediately startled. That was the shelter of murderous maniacs. It topped the PK kill list. What did you do? Sui stared intently at Zhang Xiaozi, who raised her head and smiled gently at Sui. I had Lin Yu kill them. All of them. At least everyone I saw was killed. Zhang Xiaozi said calmly, I had the girls act as bait to lure them out, and only after ensuring that most of them had appeared did I let Lin Yu take action. Initially I didn't want to kill them all, but after they mentioned the Little White Bear Shelter I realized I couldn't have it both ways and had to be more ruthless. Xiaozi, you did the right thing. Sui took a deep breath, his tone complex as he praised her. He strongly agreed with Zhang Xiaozi's actions for the safety of himself and the shelter. Sui absolutely did not want to deal with the Little White Bear Shelter. At least not for now. Zhang Xiaozi silencing them all could at least sever the clues, preventing unnecessary trouble for the shelter. However, we can no longer go to that shopping center. Zhang Xiaozi sighed slightly. It was hard to find a place to obtain supplies in bulk for a long time. It seems Lin Yu will have to work harder to find more things. It's no trouble, we will manage. Sui was not worried about survival. His shelter talent would surely resolve his current predicament. What Sui was contemplating now was Zhang Xiaozi's actions from tonight. Although she spoke lightly of it, he could hear the faint scent of blood laced in her tone. Sui had initially thought Zhang Xiaozi was a clever and gentle woman, a typical domestic talent, not skilled in warfare but adept in strategy and management. But now it seems Sui's judgment was wrong. That's right, a clever woman from the era of the Republic of China must possess ruthless means. Sui sighed inwardly. That era was indeed tumultuous. Sir. Will you hate me? Why do you say that? Sui looked at Zhang Xiaozi, who lowered her head, gently massaging his calves, her voice soft. I had Lin Yu kill so many men. Men shouldn't like such women, right? You did it for self-defense and to protect me. How could I feel bad about it? Sui took a deep breath, tentatively placing his hand on Zhang Xiaozi's silky hair, gently stroking. Don't worry, I won't despise you. You are my most important partner. Sui could feel Zhang Xiaozi's body tremble slightly. Then she nodded and softly responded him. Sir. It's already quite late. Do you still need to rest? I indeed didn't sleep well last night. I really need to catch up on my sleep. Sui smiled. He had been worried about Lin Yu and Zhang Xiaozi's safety last night and hadn't slept soundly. Now, although it was still dimly lit outside, it did not prevent Sui from lying back down to sleep. There was no way around it. The three women in the shelter were too capable, and Sui no longer needed to worry about trivial matters. The only thing Sui needed to do now was to stay in the shelter, eat, drink, and enjoy himself, waiting for the rewards to come in. Xiaozi, you'll take a nap. Wake me up at noon. I have important matters every noon. I will, sir. Then you. Ha. Xiaozi, why are you undressing? Hey. Why did you get into bed? Sui was startled and hurriedly retreated to the edge of the bed. Are you Tired. Sir. Zhang Xiaozi was wearing a red garment resembling a belly band underneath, desperately lowering her head to prevent Sui from seeing her blushing cheeks, her voice soft yet firm. Sir, I think we can sleep together, it might be better that way. Xiaozi, you misunderstood. I'm not that kind of person. Sui was startled, waving his hand seriously. You are very beautiful, but we've only known each other for a short time. I can understand your loyalty and dependence on me, but I will not force you to sleep with me. You don't need to do that at all. Sir, that's wrong. Zhang Xiaozi raised her head, her flushed cheeks adorned with bewildered beauty. You are the one who will sleep with me. Ha! I will sleep with you. Sui was stunned, blinking his eyes, somewhat unable to process it. I will sleep with you, you will sleep with me. It's all sleeping, right? What difference does it make? In a moment of silence, Sui saw Zhang Xiaozi lower her head again, her voice gentle. Sir, I'm sorry, I have overstepped. Zhang Xiaozi bent down to pick up her qipao, not caring in the slightest that her perfect figure was exposed before Sui. Her emotions were somewhat dejected, but not due to Sui's rejection. It felt more like a homeless child wandering in confusion through the night. Perhaps. Talents are also human, there is not much difference from me. Sui silently watched Zhang Xiaozi, calling out to her, wait, come sleep here. Sir, you agreed. Zhang Xiaozi smiled happily, facing Sui with her smooth back, turning to neatly fold her qipao and place it on the bedside cabinet. Her unreserved trust and complete openness made Sui subconsciously more serious. I agreed. Sui scratched his head, but let's keep it simple. Sir, you don't intend to take me. I think you might not want to. I could be willing. You can remove the word maybe when you're ready. Sui shrugged. Perhaps you simply need a bed to rest peacefully rather than me, a man. Perhaps you merely need a sense of belonging akin to home. You come from another world, a woman who has moved from one chaotic era to another. A wandering soul also cherishing a warm harbor would inevitably pay a price for things one is reluctant to part with. Sir. Zhang Xiaozi smiled as she lay beside Sui, tenderly covering him with a blanket. Has anyone told you that you truly are a good person? Xiaozi, in my era, good person is not a compliment. Sir, it's a good man. A peaceful night's rest, no storms, no turbulence, only silent reverie between man and woman and the gradually rising cadence of Sui's soft snoring. Truth be told, Sui found this kind of sleep deeply satisfying. A stunning woman lay beside him, nearly unclothed, her smooth skin cool to the touch. He could not tell whether the chill stemmed from the cold air emanating from the refrigerator or from the subtle transfer of temperature where their skins met. Though no novice, he felt an uncommon gentle tension this night. Master. Master. When Zhang Xiaozi's tender voice stirred his ears once more, Sui opened his eyes to find the crimson sun already high in the sky. What time is it? Sui rose from bed and turned to see Zhang Xiaozi dressed in a scarlet cheongsam arranging a lavish spread upon the table. It is already 11:30. You still have ample time to enjoy lunch first. Zhang Xiaozi approached Sui with quiet grace, assisting him in dressing, an act that left him slightly ill at ease. After all, he was a quintessential homebody of the new era, utterly unaccustomed to the life of a feudal lord tended day and night. Zhang Xiaozi, sensing his discomfort, murmured softly, you must let me do something, so I may truly feel indispensable to you. Very well. With a sigh, Sui relaxed, completely surrendering himself to her care. After washing and grooming, he sat at the dining table savoring the rich meal as he asked, what's the plan for the settlement today? Rest, renovation, and thorough cleaning. As she served him delicately, Zhang Xiaozi reported calmly, we only recently secured this building. Rooms across all floors require organization and our supplies demand careful allocation. We now number over a dozen, few perhaps, yet still enough to warrant a detailed management charter. Thus I've instructed no one to venture outside today, not even Linyue, who would normally scout for supplies. After yesterday's bloodshed, nearby survivors are surely searching for us. She paused, then smiled, so we'll seize this chance to set our home in perfect order. An excellent arrangement. Sui nodded approvingly. Zhang Xiaozi added, for streamlined governance, I've designated the 6th floor and above as a restricted zone, accessible only to trusted personnel. This ensures the women downstairs cannot approach you directly, and should we recruit more residents later, they too will not gain easy access to you, greatly enhancing your safety. She hesitated briefly before offering gently, of course, master, if ever you wish it, I can select several reliable comely women to bring up to you. Bring them up for what? Sui blinked in surprise, waving his hand dismissively, no, I'm no lecherous despot. We've gathered here solely to survive. There's no need to treat me like some feudal sovereign. Yes, master. Zhang Xiaozi pressed her lips into a quiet, satisfied smile. Sui was a traditional Chinese man, his life guided by the ancient creed, when impoverished cultivate virtue within oneself, when prosperous extend benevolence to all. If he lacked power, he would simply ensure his own survival. Yet if he possessed ability, he would gladly lend a hand to those less fortunate. It is precisely this humble, enduring philosophy of survival that has sustained and strengthened the Chinese nation across millennia. If there's nothing urgent today, let everyone rest well. Setting down his chopsticks, his meal complete, Sui continued tell them not to fret over the future. Live steadily, live earnestly. Within the limits of our means we'll strive to provide the best possible life for everyone. But make it clear we harbor no ingrates. Let them recognize the truth of this age, no more dazed reckless acts. Regret once it arrives will come too late. Yes, master. Jiang Shaozi bowed her head respectfully. Shaozi, you truly are exceptional. Sui nodded pleased and lightly patted her shoulder. Keep up the outstanding work, the leadership has great confidence in you. Yes, master. Her smile was warm, her compliance absolute. After their exchange, Jiang Shaozi cleared the table and departed. Though today held no supply gathering missions, her responsibilities remained plentiful. Since recruiting Jiang Shaozi, she had become the busiest person in the entire shelter, overseeing every domain, managing every detail. Sui had delegated nearly all administrative authority to her. Confident her managerial acumen far surpassed his own. With Jiang Shaozi's loyalty assured, she now stood second only to Sui himself, while he in turn grew increasingly unburdened and at ease. Sleeping each night beside a soft yielding beauty, waking to steaming fragrant meals, having every need anticipated and fulfilled, every action requiring nothing more than a simple command. This mused Sui, reclining in a wicker chair by the window, eyes half closed as he absorbed the sun's radiant warmth. Must be what clothes handed to you, food placed before you, truly feels like. Thanks to Jiang Shaozi's expansion of the refrigerator's cooling system, the room's temperature hovered comfortably around 28 degrees Celsius, leaving Sui perpetually refreshed, almost craving sunlight. How astonishing that sounded. Outside the shelter, people fought desperately against scorching heat, daily deaths from dehydration and heatstroke mounting, while survivors frantically studied the shelter's game mechanics, bartering precious resources just to lower ambient temperatures enough to stay alive. Only Sui, a true anomaly, longed for sunlight amid this blistering apocalyptic inferno. Drowsily he suddenly sensed something flickering before his eyes. He rose from the chair and opened his eyes. Time had come. A new talent reward had just been granted. Congratulations! Talent reward activated. Level C shelter room, crop farming facility ready for immediate deployment. As the notification appeared, a yellow schematic materialized in Sui's palm. Glancing down, Sui saw the item details unfold across the blueprint. Crop farming facility, level C shelter room. Can be installed in any vacant shelter room, occupies 2 adjacent room slots. Upon installation, a fully equipped farming environment auto-generates, supporting cultivation of 3 selected crops. Ha! A farming room. Sui gasped. This meant food scarcity would vanish forever. First came the refrigerator, endlessly producing chilled water, now an entire room dedicated to agriculture. Why brave the outside world for supplies? He could remain indoors indefinitely, eating and drinking without worry. Let's deploy it immediately and test its function. Sui hurriedly opened the shelter's interface and entered construction mode. Currently the shelter's deployable space resided solely on the 6th floor, 4 residential units visually represented as 4 distinct room slots within the shelter's spatial map. Aside from Sui's main residence and the adjacent research lab, 2 additional room slots remained empty, deliberately reserved for future use. The reason was simple: he lacked the points required to purchase and install rooms. Today's reward schematic, however, demanded no points or resources, only instant full room deployment. Confirm installation. Installation successful. With Sui's confirmation, the shelter's newest structure was completed. Through the iron door's narrow gap he glimpsed a flash of golden light and rushed next door. Pushing the door open, he beheld fields of farmland. The entire room had transformed utterly. No bathroom, no living room, no bedroom, only a seamless expansive greenhouse. All essential cultivation systems were present: climate control, ventilation, artificial lighting, and solar simulation devices, yet no crops had yet been planted. The moment Sui stepped inside, a new notification shimmered into the crop farming room currently unseeded. Please select crops for cultivation. Beneath the message, a scroll of common vegetables, fruits and grains appeared, around 20 varieties, familiar and unsurprising. Curious, Sui selected 3 staples: rice, sweet potato and tangerine. At his confirmation, a brilliant white radiance flooded the greenhouse. Within mere breaths, lush crops sprang forth, filling every inch of the space. Crops confirmed. Cultivation phase initiated. Daily fertilization permitted once per day. Fertilizer options: 100 survival points or standard fertilizer resources. Fertilization doubles growth speed. Base maturation period 3 days per harvest, 10 gene per crop. Whoa! Eyes wide, Sui whispered, this is nothing short of divine. So fertilizing accelerates maturity, but even without it, crops mature every 3 days. Damn, it's pure effortless bounty. Although the yield is only 30 gene in 3 days, one must consider how many people are currently in the shelter. With just 16 individuals, calculating based on a person's daily consumption ensures that even at full capacity the daily intake is merely around 11. 2 gene. That is a food yield of 2 gene, not kilograms. For 16 people, even if they eat their fill, they only consume about 20 gene daily. This greenhouse room directly needs half of the food expenses for the shelter. Moreover, all of this is the basic yield from the greenhouse without any expenditure. If fertilization is applied, the maturation time can be shortened. In addition, Sui even noticed that there was an upgrade option available in the room's information panel. Currently this greenhouse room is at level 1, and as soon as the shelter reaches level 2, Sui can consume survival points to upgrade the greenhouse room, thereby obtaining a higher food yield. Sui calculated in his mind and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. I've struck it rich. If viewed over time, the food yield from this would only increase. Is a crate item really that promising? Or is it? Because it is a reward for the room type. Sui did not quite understand the mechanics involved, but he was clear on one thing: my talent is truly remarkable. Today Jiang Xiaozi decided not to send anyone to explore for supplies, which means there are no external earnings for the shelter today. As a result, the talent reward handed over a greenhouse room. You don't want to go out exploring? Then just stay home. Relax. Enjoy. Why go outside when you can sleep comfortably in the air conditioning at home? Alright, this apocalypse is becoming more and more bearable. Sui sighed, and suddenly a new prompt appeared before him. Would you like to use survival points for fertilization operations? Points. Where would I get points? Lin Yu hasn't brought back any allocation points for 2 days now. I'm not a murderer, how could I get so many points? Wait, I remember that I might also be able to use normal fertilization resources, right? Normal fertilization resources. Seems like it would be human waste. Sui's eyes lit up. In ancient times, without modern organic fertilizers, clever farmers in Huaxia often used their own livestock and human feces for fertilization, aiding crops to grow better. Of course, simply pouring human and animal waste isn't enough. There are still some steps to follow. Sui vaguely remembered that when he was a child in a farming family, he often saw his grandparents gathering waste together to pile it up, seemingly needing to ferment it. Sui did not understand the intricacies involved, but he was not worried. I have Leah. I have Jiang Xiaozi. Leah is an engineer. Even if she doesn't understand fertilization, she should know a bit about the related chemical reactions and their outcomes, right? Jiang Xiaozi is so smart, and being a woman from the Republican era, she surely knows how to farm. Even if they don't know, it's fine. If I fail at fertilization, I can just try a few more times to figure out the technique. Sui's eyes brightened as he decisively stepped out to find Jiang Xiaozi, informing her about the fertilization issue concerning the greenhouse room. What a marvelous room. Jiang Xiaozi smiled, then pondered for a moment. Sir, I have also had experience in farming. What you mentioned about using waste for fertilization is feasible. However, one must pay attention to isolation and fermentation. It can't be contaminated by sewage, and the waste needs to be mixed with other organic waste like straw and wood ash. At the same time, ventilation conditions should be improved to promote fermentation speed. Allowing the waste to naturally decompose under suitable conditions is essential for irrigation. Just as Jiang Xiaozi finished speaking, Leah set down her notebook and lifted her head. Boss, this is basically the decomposition action of microorganisms, promoting microbial activity through fermentation to convert organic matter into stable humus. Thus various nutrients necessary for crop growth can be formed. However, besides that, I think we still need to pay attention to pest control. Though the probability is low, we should still prevent it in advance. Leah pondered for a moment. In about 3 days I can research a sample pesticide. We can give it a try then. Ha! You can even make pesticides. Sui was astonished, looking up and down at Leah's sister. What kind of divine being are you? You seem to be quite versatile. An engineer can make pesticides. I've never heard of that. Is it really that difficult? Leah tilted her head adorably. The equipment in the research room is very complete, and there are various science books inside. Although I don't know much, I can follow the instructions in the books to make them. Additionally, aren't we collecting supplies outside every day? Let Lin Yu help me bring back some pesticides. I can analyze the components and replicate something similar, which shouldn't be too hard. If this can be accomplished, our shelter will be able to form a preliminary self-circulation system, achieving a primary closed-loop structure for food, drinking water, and waste treatment. Of course, I still need to procure the raw materials for making pesticides. After all, I can't just pull pesticides out of thin air. Leah spread her hands, looking innocent. Sui couldn't help but smile more as he looked at her, wanting to hug and kiss her. A talent, truly a talent. Sui laughed heartily. All right, I will inform Lin Yu about this. Xiaozi, you should be able to handle the fertilization issue with waste, right? Of course. Jiang Xiaozi nodded, smiling. We have enough personnel in the shelter. I've been worried about how to handle everyone's waste if the city's underground system fails. Now it seems that I don't need to worry too much about that. Done. It's decided. Sui clapped his hands, and the two women began to carry out the orders. When Leah just got up to leave, Sui seemed to recall something and asked, by the way, Leah, I remember I haven't assigned you any new research project tasks lately. Why are you still spending every day in the research room? Initially, Sui had given Leah 2 technology project assignments: research and exploration, capability enhancement, and waste treatment center. The former aimed at improving exploration yield while the latter was a complete automatic waste processing system for the shelter. Both of these technology projects had long been completed, yet Leah still spent day and night in the research room, rarely going out. Since there's nothing else to do. Leah shrugged. When I'm idle, I just read books inside. The research room has a lot of useful knowledge, and I thought if I could learn more it might help the boss more. Wow, that's impressive. Sui smiled widely, very proactive. You have a great ambition, go study more. I'm off, boss. Leah waved her hand and skipped out of the room. Look at that, what a wonderful girl. Even without tasks she seeks self-improvement, preparing adequately for the next research project, constantly charging herself. Her diligence is simply commendable, a true embodiment of innate talent. After the two women left, Sui fell into a long period of idleness. To be honest, he suddenly felt that the immense benefits brought by the talent reward were merely a minor interlude in his long and tedious life. What does it matter if resources increase or if talents become more capable? I am still doing nothing. Sui lay back on the bench, squinting his eyes, swaying his body and humming a nameless little tune leisurely. Ah, so comfortable. If wasting time is a sin, then I must be guilty beyond redemption. Sui murmured, gradually falling asleep again. When he opened his eyes again, it was already dark outside. Voices of women chattering and a bit of laughter could be heard from downstairs. Sui went downstairs for a while and saw Jiang Xiaozi leading the women in completing the first phase of a thorough cleaning of the entire building. They were gathered together, chatting and enjoying a moment of warmth. According to Jiang Xiaozi's arrangement, she had assigned accommodations to the women based on the original residence layout, but the improvement and cleaning tasks for the entire building were distributed among groups. Starting from tonight, at least 3 women would take turns on night duty every day. They did not need to do much, just ensure the security of the building's main entrance and observe the surroundings from the top floor for any approaching individuals. If any anomalies were detected, they would directly notify Lin Yu. As long as Lin Yu could discover the intruders at the first moment, there wouldn't be too much of a problem. Under Jiang Xiaozi's arrangements, the entire residential building had entered a well-organized developmental track. Sui did not disturb the women's joyful time and quietly went back upstairs to take out the chess set that Jiang Xiaozi had prepared for him, starting to play against himself. A leader must have the demeanor of a leader. Reading comic books every day isn't good. Playing chess can cultivate one's character. Sui stroked his chin and sighed. Mainly he had finished all the comic books, many of which he had flipped through several times, leaving him with nothing to pass the time. Without electricity, many conventional entertainment activities were impossible. At this rate, it indeed feels a bit boring. I need to find a way to gather more survival points and hasten Leah in developing the power systems technology project. Then I can get a high-spec computer loaded with 700 large single-player games and play all night without sleep. When I'm tired of playing, I can hold Xiaozi to sleep, wake up to eat, and then continue playing. Ah! This life is so wonderful. Sui lamented that if his parents were around, they would surely criticize him for not being diligent. Yet he felt that in this apocalypse, what was the point of a proper profession? As long as he ensured his survival and thrived, that was enough. If life itself was not enjoyable, then what was the meaning? Sui harbored no grand ambitions nor any self-sacrificing spirit to save humanity. He merely wished to live well, making the shelter increasingly safe enough to remain unscathed even if the world outside fell apart. While Sui was contemplating a beautiful future, suddenly a mysterious voice which he hadn't heard for a long time echoed in his ears. Warning! All Doomsday Game players, please pay attention. Important rules of the Doomsday Game are about to be announced. Ha! Sui was taken aback, his expression instantly becoming serious, and he felt astonished inside. This mysterious voice had appeared on the first day of the apocalypse, but after a few days there had been no further sound. All along it was merely guiding the human survivors on how to use the shelter through game-like prompts. Now that its voice reappeared, it seemed to herald that something significant was about to happen. Meanwhile, in every corner of the world, all humanity paused their busy tasks silently and anxiously awaiting the mysterious voice. After a slight pause, the mysterious voice clearly resonated in the ears of every human. Global notification starts now. The Doomsday Game will soon mark 1 week of existence. Now the War Apocalypse module is activated, the Trial of Tribes. In the early days of the apocalypse, all militarized humans and politically related groups have been temporarily stored and frozen, non-existent in the world of Earth. The environment for the Earth War Apocalypse instance has been constructed. Military personnel from various countries will soon be introduced into the relevant instance world. Sui held his breath, carefully listening to the voice, his brow furrowing as he analyzed its meaning. The War Apocalypse instance. No wonder I haven't seen the military, police, or officials. Turns out they've all been temporarily stored. Now, is it their turn to take the stage? But from the sounds of it, it seems they still can't return to Earth. Sui murmured, and before he could make further judgments, the mysterious voice rang out once more. Now conducting nationwide notification for the Huaxia region. In 1 hour, nationwide Doomsday online voting will commence. Voting content decide the difficulty level of the war instance faced by our country's militarized population. The higher the difficulty, the more substantial the rewards for the voters after winning the Doomsday War. Furthermore, immediately after voting concludes, random survival supplies will be awarded based on the level of difficulty. Within a month there will only be one ongoing Doomsday War. If our country experiences a failure in the Doomsday War, 1/10 of the national population will be randomly wiped out. Additionally, this will grant a massive enhancement reward for the next war. If no eradication operation follows a war failure, there will be a significant weakening penalty for the next war. Before the war, humans in the war instance world may send a small amount of information limited to within 10 characters to their country to guide the nationwide voting. Both parties must be advised. 1. Life is only once. Please carefully consider the difficulty of the war instance selection. 2. The war instance affects the survival difficulty of humans across a wide area. If the war shifts toward a disadvantage in certain regions, it will still lead to doomsday-derived disasters occurring within the country. 3. The war instance world and the Earth Doomsday world are not interconnected. If all military personnel in the country perish in the war instance, they will only lose the qualification to participate in the next war instance, and the survivors on Earth will not continue to be eradicated, and vice versa. 4. During the war, the survivors of the country can observe the situation of the Doomsday War unfolding within their nation, and they can also spend survival points to watch the complete process of the war situation. 5. During the war, military personnel in the Doomsday War instance may view the number of survivors and survival situations within their country's Earth, and after achieving a small-scale victory in battle, they may choose between request and give operations. Request, by virtue of victory, forcibly request supplies, items, or tools from the survivors within the country. An additional operation may be conducted before the first battle. Give, by virtue of victory, forcibly give supplies, items, or tools to specified or random survivors within the country. An additional operation may be conducted before the first battle. Now begins a 1-hour buffer period. Both parties from each country on Earth should prepare themselves. Is it to let myself survive or to let them survive? I look forward to seeing your choices. With the mysterious voice finally fading away, Sui stood in place for a long time, unable to speak. He understood. The Doomsday game was simply a farce played on humanity. Those who have survived until now might still think that the first round of the high-temperature apocalypse was nothing. As long as cooling measures were mastered, one could survive, and if one's shelter talent was good, one could even thrive. But tonight's mysterious announcement made humanity worldwide realize the cruelty of the Doomsday game. All militarized humans related to the apocalypse entered another Doomsday instance world where they had to fulfill their duties as soldiers to experience Doomsday War. Non-military survivors experienced round after round of Doomsday disasters on Earth. The military survivors were engaged in ongoing Doomsday battles outside of Earth. Any casualties on either side would mean true death. But if it were just that both sides could only be said to be surviving in different Doomsday environments, the mysterious presence eradicating technology and taking away soldiers might just be to intensify the cruelty of the apocalypse. But the real issue was that this entity attempted to manipulate human hearts. Both sides existed in different worlds but could still profoundly affect each other. Earth survivors could vote to determine the difficulty of the Doomsday War faced by their country's military. Do you want to enjoy comfort? Then let your country's soldiers experience the highest difficulty of the Doomsday War. Immediate rewards of survival supplies await you. Military personnel in the Doomsday instance struggling to win in deadly battles. Do they want to win the next victory and survive? Then let your country's survivors contribute their supplies, plundering the citizens of your country to strengthen their hopes of survival. Of course, you can also choose not to oppress others. As long as you can withstand the increasingly high survival pressures, facing more larger and more oppressive life and death crises. This is the truth of the Doomsday game. Sui murmured, feeling his palms tremble slightly. No one can completely grasp their own destiny. One cannot be complacent just because they have good talents, as both sides are influencing each other. The human heart is inscrutable. This is not only a test of all humanity from the external environment, but also a torture of every individual's inner self. Only at this moment did Sui truly understand. It turned out that this past week the Doomsday game was merely a relatively mild prelude. What high-temperature crises, what urban chaos, what rampant mobs, what resource shortages. These were merely appetizers. They didn't even count as a true apocalypse and would soon be resolved or adapted by humanity before returning to a peaceful life. Is this the apocalypse? No. The real Doomsday crisis has only just begun. It is humanity that will decide the future direction, struggling in life and death. It is betrayal or sacrifice. All shall be determined by humanity itself. Sui sank into a long silence. He had realized one thing: the apocalypse had only just truly begun. No one could escape, no one could master their fate. This threat sprung from humanity itself, far more terrible than any natural catastrophe. I fear there is nothing I can do, at least not now. All I can do is wait. Sui drew a deep breath and opened the city chat channel he had not used in a long time. The channel that had been filled with rescue notices and desperate complaints instantly exploded into chaos. All the survivors still alive in the city had seen the recent announcement and learned about the Apocalypse War instance. Damn. I kept wondering where the soldiers went. It turns out they were all temporarily stored by that bastard. I starved for a week and drank urine for a week. I gnawed on a week of moldy rotten food. I waited for the state to rescue me and now they tell me the state cannot save us. They want to force us into some apocalypse war. Fuck that. I used the chaos to hoard a pile of gold jewels and cash waiting for the state to restore order so I could buy low and profit. And now you throw this at me. The people in the city were despairing. The first to collapse were those who had believed the crisis would soon pass. One could hardly blame them for naivety. Given Waxia's situation, who really took the words apocalypse seriously. Send in the army and it would be solved in minutes. What natural or man-made disaster could withstand that? A nation that has endured 5,000 years will not be toppled by this sliver of hardship. If foreigners panic at a few zombies or a flood, do we fall so easily? It is not arrogance, but experience. These things were never that difficult. But now pride falters, people can no longer feel confident. This mysterious presence seems to read minds as if it knows Waxia's trump cards and simply pulled them away. Then play on with your apocalypse game. Each time they take a hero away, Huaxia is left with ordinary people. This looks like deliberate sabotage. If it were only that, it would not be the truly catastrophic opening. After all, new heroes can rise from among mortals. The mysterious force must have anticipated this and countered with a mechanism called dual-world shared apocalypse survival. Soldiers fight an apocalypse war in another world while ordinary people on Earth endure rotating apocalyptic disasters. This move is viciously cunning. It pulls the rug out from under us. A survivor swore into the chat, let them fight if they must, why drag us into it too? Reading the whole mechanism, it seems simple. In essence, it breeds internal strife. It wants us to fight among ourselves, to vote the army into the highest difficulty, then have the soldiers siphon off our resources to secure future victories. If either side loses trust, the soldiers will be fighting the hardest battles every day while we starve and wait to die. Even those who had not understood the mechanism at first, after reading the explanation, sensed the gravity of the situation. This was no petty provocation between one or two people. The mysterious presence toyed with all humanity. It forcibly split people into camps, making each side deliver the other to hell. What should we do? How should we vote later? Choose the lowest difficulty. Don't forget the erasure mechanism. If the army loses, any of us could be wiped out. Highest difficulty. Trust our soldiers. I need supplies, I am dying of thirst. If they don't give us water, I won't even live to be erased. Damn it, even our officials have been taken. There is no leader left. Who should we listen to? Why not compromise and pick a medium difficulty? In truth, I don't have much water left either. What's the point of discussion? We don't even know how many difficulty options there are, and one city cannot decide for the whole country. I have a bad feeling I might die. Just the thought of that apocalypse war makes my blood run cold. What if it never stops? Do they expect endless fighting? If so, knowing they may never return, would soldiers prioritize their own survival? The chat chamber dissolved into chaos. Voices clamored on every side. Some tried loudly to restore order, but it was useless. At such a moment, only high official soldiers and the military could intimidate the chaos and command trust. Otherwise, who would obey whom? Sui knew this well. He watched in silence as the city's disorder widened. Perhaps this is exactly what the mysterious presence wants to see. Just a few words and the surviving populace is plunged into confusion. Their despair for the future deepened. It simply wants to toy with us. Sui sighed. Many survivors were quietly observing like him. No one knew what others truly thought, and no one could be sure whether the taken soldiers still held their usual convictions and principles. After all, this was not a peaceful era nor a war between earthly nations. This was the apocalypse, an unrelenting game controlled by a mysterious force. Now the voting phase began. Before voting, guidance messages from this country's Apocalypse War Command would be published. A new prompt appeared for everyone. A special red message box slowly materialized on the last line. It was a guiding message of only 10 simple words. Choose the highest difficulty. Trust Jifangzhen. For an instant the city fell silent without the usual clamor and complaint. Everyone stared blankly at that line. Those 10 words stirred a hot involuntary surge of emotion. Throats tightened, some fighting back tears. No hedging. No timidity, only a resolute exhortation that required no promises of victory. Those simple words seemed to carve themselves into every Huaxia survivor's gaze. They burned with unbearable heat. Is it because higher difficulty grants us more survival supplies? Sui murmured. This was the only explanation he could conceive. There was no other reason than to rescue the populace. Though we are not on Earth, we must spare no effort to aid our people. Because sacrifice for the people is the essence of every Huaxia soldier, the strongest cornerstone of a noble belief. You are awfully direct. Sui smiled bitterly and felt the dampness on his cheek. Yet I am moved. He drew a deep breath and forced himself to calm as a new prompt appeared. The guidance had been published and the online voting would continue. The first round of National Apocalypse War difficulty choices. Single choice was listed FEDCBAS. Difficulty increased from F upward. Starting at D, survivors would receive basic survival supplies. For each higher level, the material reward would double. The theme of this nation's apocalypse war: blood battle. The battlefield, a randomly selected urban map within the country. Duration 21 days. Victory condition: annihilate all enemies. Defeat our side is wiped out or time expires. Participation was limited to 1,000,000 soldiers unarmed by war equipment. They must within a month destroy 1,000,000 Quangma. Quangma were monsters from the Apocalypse War world, humanoid 3 meters tall, possessing twice the speed and strength of humans and featuring rapid regeneration, disease transmission, low altitude flight and high intelligence. Beginning at D difficulty, each step up doubled the Quangma numbers. The highest S level meant 16,000 Quang. Voting began. 1 hour to decide. Failure to vote defaulted to D. At the bottom of the broadcast appeared an image of a Quangma. It showed a crimson-skinned humanoid monster with massive bulk, rippling muscles, heavy armor and a sharp cold weapon in hand. Sui regarded the picture in silence and could deduce several key pieces of battle intelligence. First, their armor and weapons indicated toolmaking and tool-using intelligence, perhaps comparable to ordinary humans. Second, at 3 meters tall, they were nearly twice human height, almost a full story, utterly overwhelming soldiers in strength and speed. Third, human soldiers entering unarmed without equipment would find it nearly impossible to defeat such creatures. Even 10 against 1 would be difficult, especially since they can fly. If I can see it plainly, surely those fighting in the instance world already understand how dangerous they are. Never mind 16,000, even 1,000 would be an immense challenge. Sui inhaled and quietly made his choice: F level, the lowest difficulty. I do not distrust them, I simply do not want them to suffer unnecessarily. I can forego those material rewards. He looked at the level reward description. Choosing this difficulty would have enemy numbers to 50% and permit humans to use weapons and equipment not exceeding the number of participants. But in return, if the war at this level were won, survivors on Earth would receive only 20% of the baseline material reward. This was Sui's reason for choosing F. From the notices he inferred that military technologies and many weapons had likely been taken with the soldiers. Thus in recent days the market only offered pistols and the like. Assault rifles and rifles were scarce and grenades even rarer. If tanks and fighter planes had been taken as well, bringing them back would surely increase the chance of victory. But I suspect few would choose that risk. Sui smiled wryly. He knew his choice might be futile. F carried no tempting rewards and offered little benefit even in victory. Across the nation hardly anyone was as secure as Sui. Most survivors still struggled with the basics of survival. They lacked food, water and means to resist heat. These deficiencies were lethal. Who at the brink of life would willingly forego potentially life-saving supplies to grant hope to soldiers in some distant world, uncertain if they could ever return? At least I can face my conscience. Sui closed the voting panel and sat silently in the dark, waiting for the final result. During the long wait, Sui thought much. All I can do to help them is cast this small vote. Whether they win or not, I must ensure my own safety first. The apocalypse rotation mechanism remained, and now there was an added apocalypse war mechanism. This meant I must survive the ever-changing apocalyptic disasters and also rely on luck not to be chosen by the random erasure list. Sui frowned, feeling the crushing pressure. This is so hard. I must find a way to ensure my own survival to avoid the risk of death. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by a new prompt. He looked up. The voting results had arrived. I bet it will be D level. Maybe B. It can't possibly be S, right? Sui glanced at the screen and froze. He read the answer: first round, National Apocalypse War difficulty, F level. Damn. Sui leapt to his feet in shock. It's truly rank F. So the hearts of the Chinese people really are this pure and simple. What on earth is going on here? Rampaging thugs are terrorizing the streets everywhere, yet the end-time war voting has yielded a rank F result. Wait, where are those thugs? Don't you all need supplies? Or is it that having indulged in lawlessness during the apocalypse you suddenly awaken to righteousness when faced with national peril, the very moment life and death hang in the balance? So you've all become chivalrous outlaws now. Sui stood bewildered. Reality felt surreal. Perhaps his understanding of his own people had been far too narrow. Sui wasn't the only one baffled. The city's chat channel erupted into chaos. Rank F. Wait, didn't we just agree to vote for rank C? We said we'd each take some survival supplies. Damn it, I've been duped. I'm the only one who voted rank S. I'm the only one who truly heeded the nation's call. You're all plotting rebellion. Laughable, you don't trust the People's Liberation Army. With this rank F difficulty vote, even our brave soldiers would be left utterly stunned. Soldier brothers, I'm Earth's celestial envoy, but my own family wants me to fight on the easiest difficulty. Oh, so just moments ago you were wailing and sobbing about imminent dehydration, and this is your answer. Would you rather die of thirst than vote rank F? That's not quite fair. I checked the vote tally. Rank F led by a mere 83 votes, a razor-thin margin. Rank B came second. I've tragically missed out on rank B supply rewards. So you voted rank B. I recall you saying you were seconds from dehydration. Were you voting rank B or rank S? I voted rank F, thank you very much. After all, this humble life may not last long anyway. Let the soldier brothers live a few days longer. Damn. Brother, send me your coordinates. I'll deliver supplies right away. Survivors across the city channel shouted in disbelief, momentarily displacing the suffocating shadow of the apocalypse with shared astonishment and warmth. Across the nation, every survivor fixated on the voting results. Some even compiled and scrutinized the full dataset of vote tallies. Top vote rank F. Second place rank B. Third place rank D. Fourth place rank S. Only these four ranks surged far ahead. Rank B and rank D were easy to understand, though people sympathized deeply with the soldiers. They also desperately needed supplies to survive. Rank S was equally unsurprising, after all the state instructed us to choose it. Blind faith in the nation, right? Yet no one, absolutely no one, anticipated rank F taking first place. Perhaps many share the same thought as I do, Sui murmured, a smile tugging at his lips. I simply cast my vote tentatively, to honor my conscience, and then... Well damn, everyone chose to honor their conscience. The Chinese people truly are extraordinary. Even this outcome feels like a miracle. Sui had to admit countless people, including himself, had never truly understood their own nation. Thus reality birthed miracles so astonishing even its own people refused to believe them. Overjoyed, Sui felt an urgent need to share his thoughts. He immediately sought out Jiang Shaozi and recounted the entire event. With her innate brilliance, Jiang Shaozi swiftly deduced the underlying logic. Master, there's no need for such astonishment. Since ancient times, profound wisdom has resided among the common people, and today with enlightenment widespread they naturally grasp the truth: humanity and land are inseparable. Leaving aside whether the military still stands a chance of returning, consider merely the mechanics of the end-time war. Favoring soldiers is favoring oneself. By ensuring victory at minimal cost, soldiers unlock the grant operation, delivering vital survival supplies. To avoid provoking public ire, and thereby triggering higher difficulty votes next time, the military will naturally refrain from initiating the demand operation. Once even a modest foundation of mutual trust exists between soldiers and civilians, symbiotic support becomes inevitable. Even separated by vast distances, they remain spiritually connected, watching over and protecting one another. Jiang Shaozi's analysis was sound, but Sui suspected the common people hadn't pondered it so deeply. Shaozi, do you know the founding principle of the People's Liberation Army? Master, I've only recently arrived, I'm still unfamiliar with it. Jiang Shaozi spoke humbly. Is there some nuance I've missed? Is my analysis perhaps flawed? It's perfectly valid, but perhaps the people simply didn't think it through so meticulously. Sui stroked his chin and suddenly smiled. The PLA bears the words peoples before its name. It is the People's Army, its sacred creed, the protection of civilian lives and interests. Tell me, would ordinary people ever consent to sending such a force into a devastating, brutal war? Ah, I see. Jiang Shaozi paused, then offered a gentle smile. They must be soldiers like Lin Yu. No, Lin Yu is one of them. Just as Sui prepared to continue, a new notification shimmered into view. Congratulations! Our national military has exercised its pre-war special operational authority to activate the grant module. All survivors within the nation will soon receive randomized grants from the national military. Congratulations! You have received the following randomized grant: Rank D water purifier. Rank D water purifier converts non-potable water into drinkable water, maximum daily output 200 liters. As the notification faded, golden light flashed before Sui. When it dissipated, a large water purification unit, over a meter tall, stood before him. This device was unlike any Sui had ever seen, clearly beyond existing human technology. Its description explicitly stated, purifies non-potable water. Its purification capacity appeared unrestricted, potentially capable of purifying any water source. Truly miraculous, Jiang Shaozi whispered softly, blinking her luminous eyes in wonder. She marveled at the object's sudden materialization, while Sui was astonished the state had dispatched rewards so urgently. Before each nation's first battle, its military possessed one opportunity to either demand or grant. Either it could demand civilian aid to boost combat odds, or grant randomized survival supplies to the populace. China's military had chosen Grant without hesitation and executed it with breathtaking speed almost instantly after the vote concluded, fearing even a moment's delay might cost lives in the apocalyptic calamity. A water purifier, I've drawn exceptional luck. Sui ran his hand over the massive unit. A manual adhered to its side outlining simple operation procedures and safety notes. Excellent. With a greenhouse shelter secured, and now a water purifier acquired, I could truly hunker down until the end of time. An ice chest served both as air conditioning and a source of chilled water for cooling. The shelter's defensive capabilities were robust, and Leah, the research-obsessed genius, could continually enhance its structural resilience. What do I lack now? Perhaps, genuinely, just some recreational facilities. Sui mused, could tomorrow's reward actually provide entertainment to nourish my spirit? Sui opened the city chat channel. Everyone buzzed with delight, exchanging stories about the state's randomized grants. Look! The miraculous bread tree. Produces 6 loaves daily, eating 3 fulfills all nutritional and hydration needs for a full day. I'm spiraling upward in ecstatic praise of the PLA. Got anything better than this? The sourceless air conditioner. No power cord required, just switch it on. Cool or warm at will. Activates hibernation mode, slows metabolic energy consumption without inducing true hibernation. Ha! Am I the unluckiest? I got a weapon, a laser dagger requiring no recharging. What good is that? Just give me more food. I scanned everyone's grants. It seems each reward corresponds precisely to what we most urgently lacked. This mechanism is surprisingly rational, not arbitrarily chaotic. That enigmatic entity clearly values coherence. You're all acting like wide-eyed novices who've never seen wonders before, yet isn't this exactly what's expected? Who are they? They're the people's children, soldiers who will invariably unthinkingly choose Grant now and always, no deliberation needed. Ha! What does that mean, more grants coming? We're in the apocalypse, yet I'll still be protected daily by the PLA. This makes me feel like a blissfully useless little creature. Honestly, I still hope they return. This world remains dangerously unstable. I dare not step outside each day I see corpses lying in the streets. Sigh. Across the chat channel, survivors overflowed with joy and discussion, many proudly displaying images of their personal grants. The scene evoked the giddy energy of a tentpole gacha, everyone comparing who drew the rarest prize. Of course, all knew precisely whose presence granted them this fragile, jubilant confidence. This wave of aid will likely cause tomorrow's national survivor mortality rate to plummet dramatically. Sui murmured, from a macro perspective the grant operation proves profoundly effective, directly fulfilling humanity's most immediate survival needs. This reward resembles my own talent, but while I receive gifts daily, others must wait for the soldier brothers' battlefield triumph. As Sui analyzed, his gaze fell upon the dialogue interface before him. Operation complete. The end-time war has commenced. Survivors may monitor their nation's wartime trajectory in real time via shelter data interface. Alternatively, they may expend survival points for detailed battlefield intelligence. The end-time war has begun. How fares the front line? Do our soldier brothers stand a chance against those grotesque, monstrous entities? Sui felt uncertain. He trusted the people's children implicitly, but humanity knew nothing of the demonic beasts. In this first engagement, any outcome remained possible. Yet compared to battlefield outcomes, Sui sensed deeper significance in those 2 lines of notification. If we can already observe the war's general trajectory without spending points, why emphasize that detailed intelligence is available for purchase? That seems redundant. We gain no tactical advantage from deeper knowledge, nor does it influence the war's course. Sui murmured, then a spark ignited in his mind. So far every hint from the enigmatic entity has carried purpose, nothing is superfluous. It would never introduce a feature appearing functionless by design. Let me reconsider. Is this message truly so straightforward? Could it foreshadow Earth's survivors influencing the end-time war's outcome through survival point expenditure? Sir, what are you thinking? Jiang Xiaozi looked up, watching Sui lost in thought, and asked curiously, is there something wrong with this machine? Jiang Xiaozi had already worked out the machine's purpose and operation. She could not understand why Sui had not yet ordered her to arrange for its installation and use. This large contraption could provide the shelter with the most stable drinking water supply. I'm only contemplating one thing, a possibility that has not yet arisen. Sui drew a deep breath and conveyed the information prompts and his conjecture to Jiang Xiaozi. Do you think my hypothesis is possible? Your conjecture is correct. This is something that will surely occur. Jiang Xiaozi made the judgment instantly and pointed out the key. As you said, that mysterious presence has shown no superfluous movements or gestures, which means any apparent irrationality in its actions must have a reason. I have been thinking, if the Doomsday War's mechanism is meant to test humanity, it would not present only a cruel one-sided choice. Pure provocation and oppression are not a true test. Offering more opportunities and choices better suits the mindset of a higher being and more fully demonstrates absolute control. I cannot fathom its level or the magnitude of its power, I only feel. If I were testing a colony of ants, I would inevitably leave them a way out. If my sole aim were to kill a colony of ants, I could simply pour a kettle of boiling water on them. Why bother with elaborate schemes? Zhang Xiaozi paused and smiled. So your guess is completely right. Although we do not know when this new mechanism will appear, we can be nearly certain that we have the potential to influence the Doomsday War. Of course, that influence might not only support our forces, it could also be used to weaken them. I think that is the true fairness born of more choices, the genuine clash between human goodness and wickedness. Zhang Xiaozi's agreement eased Sui's mind. It seemed he had not overthought it. If other sharp minds saw it the same way, then the matter likely held truth. Then other clever people will certainly think of this too. Once more and more people know, the importance of survival points will only increase. Whether to help the soldiers or to undermine them, everyone with designs will do their utmost to obtain more survival points. Sui murmured. Xiaozi, we must move quickly. We must keep up and find ways to get more points. Acquiring more survival points not only improves the shelter's living conditions but also influences the soldiers engaged in the Doomsday War. Sui cared more about the latter. At this stage he had little immediate survival pressure. The only direct threat to his life was the random eradication that might follow failure in the Doomsday War. Although the soldiers would not choose such a thing, since the punishment mechanism exists, a compulsory annihilation penalty could not be ruled out. Better safe than sorry. If the soldiers were to lose several fights and trigger a forced extermination and I happened to be unlucky enough to be caught, we would be finished. Sir, you are absolutely right. Zhang Xiaozi nodded and asked, shall I have Lin Yu continue to go outside to scavenge for supplies? Scavenging is secondary. The survival point rewards after completing exploration missions are the key. No, wait a little longer. Those 10 or 20 points are not worth rushing. Sui waved a hand. Whether building the shelter or meeting the points needed to support the Doomsday War, the demands will not be small. Ordinary methods will not accumulate enough. We must employ extraordinary means. A strange light flickered in Sui's eyes, and that moment a subtle shift occurred within him. Zhang Xiaozi, perceptive and understanding, sensed the slight change in Sui's heart, lowered her head and uttered a single phrase. Xiao Baixiong shelter. Sui fell silent. After a while he raised an eyebrow. Do you want me to imitate Xiao Baixiong shelter? No. Zhang Xiaozi shook her head and smiled. Sir, you told me Xiao Baixiong shelter holds the most survival points in the city, and destroying a shelter allows one to inherit the opponent's unused points. So sir, why not rid the people of that threat? Late at night Sui lay in bed staring into the dark with bright eyes fixed on the window. Beside him Zhang Xiaozi slept soundly. After she had arranged the purification machine and taken the night watch, she naturally lay down beside Sui and shared the blanket. Neither of them had refused. It seemed to be a tacit agreement between the two for the night. Sui could feel the warmth of her body beside him, still unclothed. Yet Sui had no distracting thoughts and could not sleep. He pondered Zhang Xiaozi's suggestion. I do not object to taking the initiative to punish the wicked. But I only have one Lin Yu right now. Sui calculated silently. No matter how he thought about it, one Lin Yu alone could not take down Xiao Baixiong shelter. The other is the top-ranked figure. His innate talent must be formidable. Sui even suspected the other's gift might far surpass his own. Otherwise, how could he have destroyed so many shelters in just a few days? One Lin Yu could not possibly win. Yet Zhang Xiaozi's proposal could not be entirely dismissed, for the two sides had already developed enmity. Even if the opponent cannot find Sui now, that does not mean they will not later. I must deal with him while I remain hidden. Waiting for him to come for revenge would be idiotic. But to rapidly increase the shelter's combat power, the best method is to leverage my talent. How can I use it effectively so that the talent rewards always yield the types of rewards I want? Sui pondered. Talent rewards are what I most urgently need. But the shelter's current combat power is not bad for a level 1 shelter. Is that still within the scope of urgent need? Could I adjust things? Though combat power is not desperately lacking, if I increase food, water and other resources far beyond combat levels, would that make the shelter appear to have insufficient combat strength? Does the talent rewards current most needed follow the barrel theory? Unconsciously Sui thought through the whole night. When he came to dawn had begun to pale the sky, he realized he had not slept and a heavy drowsiness swept over him. Rest a bit. Studying the talent mechanism is not a matter of days. Sui fell asleep in his exhaustion and felt he had barely closed his eyes when Zhang Xiaozi gently woke him at his ear. Sir, it's time to get up. It's already past 11 in the morning. Sui opened his eyes wearily and rubbed his aching head. Zhang Xiaozi asked gently, sir, did you not sleep well last night? I spent the whole night thinking. Sui sighed. Xiaozi, tell me. How can we increase the shelter's combat strength? Build a self-sustaining supply system, grow the population, train an army from among them, and research weapons and equipment. Zhang Xiaozi answered without hesitation. Forge an army loyal to you and it will fear no threat. Forge an army. Sui was taken aback. He looked at Zhang Xiaozi and suddenly asked, have you always planned this? Even persuading me to take in those women, was that for this purpose? Sir. Zhang Xiaozi did not deny it. She bowed her head and explained softly, compared with men I understand women better. I am more confident in training them. I'm increasingly curious about your past. You're even capable of training female soldiers. Sui appraised her and cautiously asked, may I ask about that if the question is not impolite? Director of Special Military Cultivation and Garrison. Zhang Xiaozi did not hide it and even elaborated for Sui this position was roughly the role of a trainer for special soldiers during the world's resistance war and also responsible for the trainees' covert missions, acting as their superior. Covert missions. Damn underground organizations. Infiltrators. Spies. Sui widened his eyes. You train spies? Well. Sort of. Zhang Xiaozi smiled and nodded. No wonder she was a great talent. No wonder she had urged him to take in that group of women. She possessed such skills. Skilled in management, supremely clever training spies. This woman was almost omnipotent. Sui felt pleased, but he soon realized this did not solve his current dilemma. Xiaozi, you are indeed formidable, but... Alright, what I need is a rapid increase in the shelter's combat strength. Your approach suits long-term development. In the short term, if danger comes, we'll still have to rely on Linyu. Sui understood clearly that no matter how skilled Zhang Xiaozi was, she could not quickly turn that group of women into soldiers. It would be a process. Zhang Xiaozi understood as well. She lowered her head and said softly, sir, until then I will do my best to ensure the shelter's safety. I will not let us fall into despair. The world is unpredictable. Let's eat first. Sui sat at the table and was about to lift his chopsticks when the Doomsday War came back to his mind. A whole night has passed. I wonder how our recruits fared in their first battle. How do I check the battle status? Oh, right here. Sui opened the shelter interface and found the battle module. After selecting it, several information prompts appeared before him. At 0000 tonight the inaugural Doomsday War began and the National Army entered the field. At 0030 the National Forces secured battlefield city information and dispatched scouts to collect enemy intelligence. At 0130 the first large-scale engagement occurred. The National Army, at the cost of 569 drones, completed its strategic deployment and lured the enemy into an ambush. At 0140 the first round of bombardment began. H-6 bombers executed the mission perfectly, achieving the objectives, toppling city blocks and burying 525 frenzied monsters beneath the rubble. At 0210 18 J-20 fighters launched together to suppress the monsters' low-altitude flight capability, disrupting the enemy's attempt to break out from the city's ruins. At 0230 Dongfang 15 missiles began clustered bombardment, which continued for 2 hours. At 0430 drones entered the ruins and confirmed 506 enemy bodies. Suspected remnants had fled. At 0526 command confirmed the situation of another heavy composite brigade which successfully delayed over 200 frenzied monsters. Suspected enemy scouts simultaneously. Large-scale monster activity targets were discovered, likely conducting ambushes and support operations in the field. At 0540 command activated the Weisher 2D long-range rocket artillery to deliver a full coverage saturation strike on the area of large-scale monster activity. At 0620 the bombardment ceased with results unconfirmed. The second round of drone luring began and failed. At 0750 the battlefield entered a silent period. Sui read each entry in turn and involuntarily opened his mouth. You fired artillery all night. Sui was astonished. Where is the fine tradition of our excellent qualities? What happened to the unmatched light infantry? Why have we started adopting the warfare tactics of great powers? As soon as they entered the scene, heavy artillery fire erupted throughout the night. Air Force and infantry are bombarding together. Even scouts are using drones. Are they really not sending any live personnel out, letting the maniacs play games with the artillery? Although the description of the war was quite brief, every person in Huaxia possessed a good sense of warfare and basic analytical skills. Looking at it, Sui understood the command center did not want to hide from the maniacs and did not plan to engage in close combat. They opted for remote artillery bombardment, again and again checking the situation with drones after the bombardment. If they cannot confirm the battle results, then they want. After all, discovering the enemy means one thing: bomb them. Humans. Impossible. The maniacs shouldn't see any humans. In such a challenging battle, if they don't fight a beautiful war, it would be a disservice to the love of the people nationwide. Yesterday Sui thought the maniacs would be difficult to deal with their self-healing disease infection and low-altitude flight. But now it seems they are not so hard to fight. Suddenly Sui scratched his head, realizing the meaning of the phrase in the level difficulty: humans are allowed to use corresponding weapons and equipment not exceeding the number of combatants. In Huaxia, a scale of 1,000,000 soldiers represents the size of a group army. Within this organization there are not many weapons that belong to the system domestically, and as long as the rules allow, theoretically even nuclear bombs could be brought in. No. Sui seriously suspected that with the frequency at which the recruits were firing, nuclear bombs might have already been brought in, just not yet used. Continuing to look at the war information, he found there were no updates. It's almost noon now. Has the silence lasted this long? Sui pondered, murmuring, could it be? Are they planning to unleash something big all at once? Hey! This is a war with a 21-day deadline. There is plenty of time. There's no need for such a swift resolution. From the perspective of level difficulty, the enemy consists of 5000 maniacs. But according to the battle losses from the bombardment in the early hours, the losses of the maniacs are conservatively estimated to exceed 1000, right? At this rate it really won't take many days to finish. Sui stroked his chin, murmuring, if the battle concludes early, will there be any extra rewards? The war lasts for 21 days. Will there be any special arrangements for the remaining time? Will the recruits be allowed to return home to visit? Really, the Earth needs them desperately. At least Huaxia needs them. It's too chaotic nationwide without someone in charge. While eating, Sui opened the city chat channel. Today everyone seemed to refrain from expressing their despair and complaints, mostly excitedly discussing the combat situation of the national war. Perhaps due to yesterday's batch of national resource support, everyone was relatively relaxed, and today everyone was quite active. I was wondering why I couldn't find any trading personnel from several police stations with any powerful weapons. It turns out they are all in the hands of the soldiers. What police station traders? That term, really. But indeed, even the police must have gone to the Doomsday War instance, or else how could some petty individuals occupy the police station? Who are you calling petty? Do you dare to reveal your location? To be honest, this battle report is truly thrilling. I was worried all night last night, thinking it would be very difficult, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Great, it's really starting to thrash the aliens. By the way, can the maniacs be considered aliens? I can't even think about going out to find food now. I keep refreshing the battle reports. It's been quiet all morning and I'm a bit anxious. I think you're not anxious about the recruits, you're anxious for the country to win and quickly give rewards to everyone, right? The confusion of other survivors was also Sui's confusion. Everyone had an unspoken guess in their hearts. According to the usual style of the Huaxia government, they either stay silent or when they do speak it's something huge. Just as Sui was pondering what the country planned to do, a new prompt suddenly appeared before him indicating that today's talent reward had been issued. Congratulations! You have triggered a talent reward, obtaining combat talent lottery ticket within 10. Combat talent lottery ticket level special entertainment item consumable after use. The shelter can obtain 110 random level combat talents. What the hell? Sui widened his eyes, overwhelmed with joy. Is it really true that what I think comes true? Today the combat talent reward has arrived directly. This is such a pleasant surprise. Based on the level standard of talent experience after leveling up, although the level reward is slightly lower in tier, this thing is a special reward. If I'm lucky enough to draw more than one level combat talent, then I've struck it rich. As golden light flashed, a purple lottery ticket appeared in Sui's hand. Sui observed for a moment, and just as he was excitedly preparing to use it, a sudden flash of insight struck him. Wait a minute, didn't the Doomsday Game mechanism emphasize that talents cannot use items under the shelter system? After all, these things belong to the Doomsday Game mechanism. If talents can use this ticket, why not let Lin Yu use it? Sui repeatedly checked the information of this item, confirming there were no restrictions on talents using it. Let's give it a try. What if it works? If Lin Yu can use it, that means she can activate her luck buff. Sui stood up abruptly and hurriedly went out to call Lin Yu. Chief. Lin Yu responded quickly, rushing up from downstairs. I was training those girls. Did you need me for something? So quickly arranged for military training. Zhang Shao's efficiency is truly high. There's something very important. Sui handed over the lottery ticket in his hand, asking seriously, can you see if you can use this thing? Lin Yu scrutinized the lottery ticket in her hand, turning it over and over, then raised her head in confusion. Chief, how do I use it? What do I need to do? Oh no. The talent cannot see the item's data information and cannot see the use operation button. Damn it, it seems I can't enjoy Lin Yu's luck-enhancing effect. Sui sighed. Just as he was about to take back the lottery ticket, he saw Lin Yu pondering and tentatively waving the lottery ticket. Boom! The lottery ticket suddenly exploded with golden light, startling Lin Yu, who quickly raised her gun in front of Sui defensively. Meanwhile, Sui widened his eyes, watching as the golden light rapidly coalesced around him into 10 golden humanoid figures. Damn! It worked! It really can be used. This thing can even be triggered by voice command. Sui was filled with mixed feelings of surprise and joy as he pressed Lin Yu's shoulder, signaling her to put away her gun. Then Sui looked at the golden light, his eyes clearly showing excitement. Lin Yu's luck effect really came into play, and the 10 glowing humanoid figures dissipated in an instant, revealing 10 tall and strong men. Without exception, they all wore modern military gear, clad in camouflage, equipped with basic weapons and combat tools. Comrades! Lin Yu frowned, noticing that these people, like her, were Huaxia soldiers, but she did not recognize. As the golden light completely vanished, the 10 soldiers filled the already small room. They seemed to have anticipated this, all looking at Sui in unison, standing at attention to salute. Hello, Chief. The male soldiers shouted in unison, their momentum quite impressive, each soldier exuding a fierce aura. Just a glance revealed their strong fighting spirit. Good, you all are great. Sui smiled so broadly that his mouth almost couldn't close. Damn it, 10 drank soldiers. A blood prophet. Back when Lin Yu was still a drank, her combat power was like that of a little superhuman with impeccable combat skills. These 10 soldiers before him could hardly be any less capable than Lin Yu back then, right? If utilized properly, these 10 people plus Lin Yu could almost crush most of the marauder gangs in the current apocalyptic situation. As long as the enemy doesn't possess an abnormally powerful shelter talent, Sui couldn't think of any ordinary person who could stand against so many Chinese soldiers. Lin Yu, well done. Sui patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, his eyes filled with appreciation and admiration. Serving the commander is what I should do. Lin Yu respectfully responded while also curiously observing the group of male soldiers. The soldiers stared at Sui, their eyes solely focused on him, standing still like statues waiting for his commands. At this moment Sui was opening the shelter panel to check the soldiers' data. Name Lu Rue. Age 25. Type Soldier Sniper. Talent Level D. Physical Strength 105. Nerve Response 110. Endurance 108. Mental Will 112. Self-Healing Immunity 107. Talent Features. Stealth Operations. He is adept at concealing himself in complex environments, capable of hiding in any complex terrain and making precise strikes against distant enemies. Talent Gift. Precision Shooting. After long periods of military training, his shooting accuracy is extraordinarily high, almost always hitting the target. Name Zhang Yi. Age 24. Type Soldier Scout. Talent Level D. Physical Strength 102. Nerve Response 115. Endurance 105. Mental Will 110. Self-Healing Immunity 106. Talent Features. High-speed endurance. He possesses remarkable endurance, ample stamina, and excels in quick movements and traversing various terrains. Talent Gift. Enemy detection. He has an exceptionally keen perception of any hostile units and can distinguish most concealed and camouflaged enemy units. Name Li Yang. Age 25. Type Soldier Communications Specialist. Talent Level D. Physical Strength 103. Nerve Response 109. Endurance 106. Mental Will 113. Self-Healing Immunity 109. Talent Features. Technical Support. He is skilled in using various communication devices and technical means, possessing a detailed understanding of military communications, able to establish and maintain basic military communication in harsh environments. Talent Gift. Rapid Coding. He possesses excellent coding and information abilities, capable of completing complex communication, cracking and encryption operations in a short time. Sui roughly reviewed the information of the 10 soldiers, surprised to find that they each had their own military classifications. When Sui recruited Lin Yu, she only had the profession of soldier with no clear military classification. But these 10 soldiers were different. Among them were snipers, scouts, communication specialists, assault troops, armored soldiers, aviation troops, air defense troops, and so on. One could almost say they were a complete variety, covering most common military classifications. Together these 10 could form a fully functional combat team capable of comprehensive military actions. These are not just 10 simple soldiers, they are a military combat team. Their strength lies in their cooperation. Sui inhaled sharply, feeling that this stroke of luck was a bit exaggerated. So exaggerated that he vaguely felt as if he had lost a little bit of his lifespan. Of course, these 10 soldiers also had their shortcomings. That was their weaponry, which was quite basic, with only different types of handguns and basic military tools suited to their classifications. For example, the sniper brought camouflage paint, the scout brought a military binocular, and the communications specialist brought a handheld radio. They didn't have much, and while one couldn't say they were completely useless, they certainly weren't the core equipment of their respective classifications. For instance, the sniper didn't have a sniper rifle. He only had a small handgun. The communications specialist didn't have a radio, and the scout didn't have a drone. Without core equipment, these 10 were all simplified versions. It's fine having people is enough, these things can be gradually arranged later. Sui comforted himself. After all, these were drank soldiers, what more could he ask for? If they had come fully armed, they probably wouldn't have a drank rating. Weaponry can also affect the combat power values of combat talents. You all just arrived and should be unfamiliar with the situation. But I know you should know who I am and where this place is. Sui took a deep breath, looking at the soldiers, then raised his hand to point to Lin Yu beside him. This is Lin Yu, the first warrior of the shelter, and will also be your commander. Commander. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, surprised, but was stopped by Sui raising his hand. The 10 of you have a well-rounded military classification, just right for forming a combat team. Lin Yu will be your commander, firstly to lead you in defending the shelter, and secondly to guide you in quickly familiarizing yourselves with the environment here. Do any of you have objections? Sui asked again, and sure enough he heard the soldiers shout in unison, "Yes, Commander. We have no objections." Very well, this is the Chinese soldiers. Absolute obedience to orders. Sui was very satisfied. He waved his hand. "Linyu, take them out to find Jiang Shaoxi. There's still time today, and Jiang Shaoxi should arrange some exploration tasks for them." Given Jiang Shaoxi's temperament, she definitely wouldn't let so many soldiers idle at home. Moreover, with her intelligence, she could certainly arrange better tasks for these soldiers. After all, this woman used to be in the underground party, specifically assigning tasks to agents. "Yes, Commander." Linyu saluted, then waved to the soldiers. "Come with me, I'll introduce you to Jiang Shaoxi." "Commander, may I ask what Jiang Shaoxi does?" The scout Zhang Yi seemed more lively, following behind Linyu while cautiously asking, "Is she a woman? Is she easy to get along with?" "She's quite easy to get along with, but as for what she does..." Linyu frowned, as the shelter currently had no specific job assignments. Everyone's work was basically determined by Sui, and Sui had delegated this authority to Jiang Shaoxi. If we were to compare her role to a military system, Linyu pondered, she is probably equivalent to our political commissar. Political commissar. At once the expressions of the male soldiers became serious, a faint sense of respect rising in their hearts. This term holds a different significance for soldiers. The excellent traditional style of Chinese soldiers is inseparable from the grassroots work of each political commissar, and even more so from their exemplary conduct. Today I was rewarded with 10 combat talents, but they lack their own equipment. Does that mean I should receive equipment rewards tomorrow? Sui happily pondered as he approached the window, looking down. Before long he saw Jiang Shaoxi walking out of the building with 9 soldiers, and Linyu standing in front of the building giving the soldiers final instructions and reminders, and then watching Linyu and the 9 soldiers leave. Not bad, she even left a soldier to guard the house. Shaoxi is indeed cautious. Sui nodded in satisfaction, watching the departing soldiers. The one left behind seems to be the communications specialist Li Yang. That arrangement was reasonable. After all, he only had a walkie-talkie and couldn't fully utilize the role of a communications specialist, so he could only be used as an ordinary soldier. By the way, Linyu and the others set out together, all 10 of them. They should have completed all 3 dispatch tasks for today, right? Wait a minute, that's not right. Sui suddenly woke up. There are only 3 dispatch tasks each day. Arranging more than 3 people doesn't seem to have any use, does it? Then why did Shaoxi send out 10 people all at once? Sui quickly opened the shelter panel to check the status of the dispatch tasks. To his astonishment, he discovered that today's 3 dispatch tasks were still in the awaiting status. Jiang Shaoxi hadn't sent anyone to execute the exploration tasks at all. 10 soldiers capable of forming a tight combat synergy, going out not for exploration of supplies but rather for... Hiss. Sui widened his eyes as shocking guess sprang to his mind. They are out to kill. Destroying the shelter will yield survival points. Shaoxi must look down on the small amount of points from dispatch tasks. She wants to earn more points for me. Damn. This woman truly lives up to her reputation as a spy leader. She just gained military power and is already sending troops to kill. Sui could only guess, still uncertain. Just as he was about to call Jiang Shaoxi for inquiry, he heard her footsteps coming upstairs. Before long, Jiang Shaoxi pushed the door open and entered. "Sir," her gentle voice sounded behind Sui as he turned and pointed towards the window. He remained silent, but the astute Jiang Shaoxi understood what he was about to ask and proactively said, "I have already assigned tasks to the new warriors. Initially, when Linyu came to me, I did intend to assign the warriors the task of collecting supplies. However, considering your concerns and the lack of points for the shelter..." Jiang Shaoxi paused, lowering her head, and said, "I have given them new combat tasks to collect more survival points." Jiang Shaoxi spoke very tactfully, not directly mentioning the acts of killing or destroying the shelter. She knew that Sui was a man who still held kindness in his heart. It shouldn't be indiscriminate slaughter, right? Sui raised an eyebrow and soon received a satisfactory answer as Jiang Shaoxi shook her head. "I would never issue such an order. I also need to consider the personal emotions and beliefs of the warriors. I instructed them to look for those causing chaos and to be particularly vigilant in gathering intelligence related to the Little White Bear shelter. If they encounter rioters, they will engage in appropriate pursuit, and they have the right to decide whether to kill or destroy the shelter. Of course, their main objective remains to gather as many points for you as possible." Jiang Shaoxi granted the warriors significant autonomy, which pleased Sui. "In fact, if you were to engage in indiscriminate killing, I could understand, as I am indeed in dire need of points right now." Sui turned to look out the window and suddenly spoke, "I wouldn't blame you. You are my person and I will naturally take responsibility for what you do." "Sir." Jiang Shaoxi raised her head in surprise, slightly furrowing her brow. "I know you are not that kind of person. Therefore I am trying to change." Sui turned his head, looking at her adorably furrowed brow, and couldn't help but smile. "Leah told me that in such a cruel era, as a leader I should learn to adapt. She said that leaders must learn to be cruel even if it means issuing orders that go against their principles. I believe Leah is right." Sui spoke earnestly, as this was genuinely his thought. He had kindness in his heart, but he could not afford to show it without reason. He must ensure his own safety and that of the shelter. When kindness and safety come into conflict, Sui would unhesitatingly choose safety. All right, sir. Jiang Xiaozi remained silent for a moment and softly said, actually you can trust me. Sui turned his back to her. Trust you with what? Trust me, I won't let these cruel choices appear before you. Jiang Xiaozi's voice was gentle, her demeanor submissive, yet her tone was resolute. They will never appear on your desk, nor will they cause you distress. A heavy silence hung in the air. After a moment, Sui broke the silence with a smile. That's good. Xiaozi, you may go back to your duties. Yes, sir. Jiang Xiaozi bowed respectfully, turned to leave, but suddenly paused, looking back at Sui. Sir, I am serious. I will protect you, not just your physical safety. Is that so? Sui had just turned to speak, but found that Jiang Xiaozi had already gone downstairs. Sui rubbed his chin and suddenly laughed. Being solemnly promised protection by a woman, does that count as living off others? Yet one must say it actually feels quite nice. 10 warriors set off, but unfortunately Sui had no means of long-distance communication and was unaware of the details of their mission. All Sui could do now was wait for results. In the midst of this tedious waiting, he had already begun to try and plan some self-exercises in the room. At the same time, Sui silently vowed for the 100th time in his heart, the first thing to gather points is to light up the technology tree project and restore the shelter's power system. I must. Absolutely. I will play a few all-nighters on the computer. No one can stop me. It turned out that being an outstanding leader wasn't that easy. At the very least, one must endure loneliness and boredom, maintaining a calm mind in any dull environment. Sui's method of keeping a calm mind was quite simple: sleeping. Currently, the most Sui did every day was sleep. He noticed that since the apocalypse began, his sleeping hours had dramatically increased, which was rather strange. He showed no signs of physical discomfort, nor was he injured or in need of recovery, and he certainly wasn't fatigued. It was simply that he had suddenly become very good at sleeping. If it weren't for the fact that his physical quality had not significantly improved, Sui would even suspect that he had awakened a new talent. When Sui opened his eyes again, it was already pitch black outside. He had slept until night once more. Jiang Xiaozi was not by his side, which meant it was just after nightfall. Just as Sui lazily climbed out of bed, wanting to glance at the time on the wall clock, he suddenly noticed a series of dense information prompts before him. Congratulations! The first war of our nation has ended. War status: great victory. War evaluation: no casualties, total annihilation, perfect score. Our nation's victory in war now triggers the distribution of rewards for our surviving citizens based on the difficulty of the war. Congratulations! You have received inf grade consumable little yellow fruit. Little yellow fruit: a yellow juicy fruit that when consumed can satisfy a person's food and water needs for a day. Our nation's army has accumulated 3 battle victories in the last war. The army has activated the rights to victory in war, conducting 3 nationwide granting operations. Congratulations! You have obtained F grade consumable little yellow fruit, F grade weapon beautiful knife, and F grade special item 10 survival points. Wow, they really finished the battle in one day. Sui immediately woke up and hurriedly got up to check the information, only to find that although the war in the nation had been won, the rewards were quite meager. The final victory rewards and battle rewards were all combined, totaling 4 rewards that were worth less than the 10 bottles of ice water Sui received daily. Tisk, at least we won and no one died. Sui clicked his tongue but did not feel disappointed. After all, these things were all free. While soldiers were out fighting for their lives, we shouldn't complain about the inadequacy of the resources we received, right? In any case, winning is what matters. Even without rewards, we must ensure that the national army can win. After all, the cost of losing is something the surviving citizens cannot bear. Sui opened the battle module's information record, reviewed the general process of the war, and discovered that in the evening the army had ascertained the distribution of the remaining crazed monsters in the morning. Then they sent human warriors under the cover of drones to act as bait, drawing them into the encirclement of tanks. And then, there was nothing more to say. Although the crazed monsters had twice the physical quality of humans, they were still no match for the dual iron torrent on land and in the air. 100,000 fully armed soldiers with just a bit of equipment could easily crush them, and there was no need for any complex tactical arrangements. Winning was a foregone conclusion. Perhaps the soldiers had won too easily. Many survivors, after reviewing the course of the war, began discussing in the chat channel, unanimously agreeing that the soldiers needed a stronger challenge. This isn't even enough compared to the usual military exercises. The red and blue army confrontations are tougher than this. Raid is really boring. Let's vote for a higher difficulty next time. We must let the soldiers witness the horrors of apocalyptic warfare. Yes, I support this. I also need more material rewards. These grade rewards are like giving to a beggar who would want them. Sui browsed through the chat channel and found everyone clamoring fiercely. After an intense discussion, they boldly decided to increase the difficulty of the next round of apocalyptic warfare by 1 level. From level to 11. Let's give the soldiers a strong lesson. Sui watched in astonishment. Is this really what you call increasing intensity? You're just shouting tough words while only adjusting one level up, right? You don't even dare to let them challenge higher levels. It's just being overly cautious. Sui found it amusing. It seemed everyone was not only concerned about the soldiers but also greatly feared the random punishment for failure in war. But speaking of which, the first round of battle lasted 21 days and now we have completed the battle in just 1 day. What should we do with the remaining time? Will these soldiers be sent home? I estimate that it is unlikely. What will the soldiers do in these 20 days? What kind of space will they be in? This wasn't just Sui's question. Most of the domestic survivors had similar questions. But soon a new prompt appeared, resolving Sui's doubts. Global announcement. A country has completed the first round of apocalyptic warfare, opening the related leaderboard. Congratulations to our nation's players. Our army is the first in the world to complete apocalyptic warfare, receiving the achievement reward replication of a designated type of domestic military industrial system. Participants in the current apocalyptic war cannot return to Earth for the time being and will be in a replicated world similar to Earth but with no usable technology, limited to basic urban templates, awaiting the next participation. Well, it seems we can't return. Sui sighed. Fortunately, the soldiers still had 20 days of rest and the resting environment was quite similar to Earth. Aside from lacking usable technology like the survivors, the conditions were even somewhat better, lacking high temperatures and harsh environments. Resting for 20 days is good. There is plenty of time to think about how to fight the next battle. Sui murmured, opening the Apocalypse War leaderboard for a glance, finding that both the Apocalypse War victory list and the Apocalypse War completion time list had Huaxia ranked first. In simple terms, currently the only country listed in the Apocalypse War rankings is Huaxia. The other countries are mostly still stuck in the war instance and haven't emerged yet. Only the Huaxia army has speedily completed it. While Sui was looking at the leaderboard, a new information prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Our nation's army has decided to execute a replica war, reopening the last round of apocalyptic warfare. Difficulty remains unchanged. The penalties after the replica war will not affect our nation's survivors. The rewards after the replica war are limited to our nation's army. Ah. Sui was startled. They don't plan to rest and are going to conduct a replica war. Is this perhaps an addiction to fighting? Sui sighed but also understood the intentions of the country. Clearly the nation had discovered the setting of the recreation war and they just happened to have a good grasp of the actual combat capabilities of the maniacs in the last battle. One could say that inflevel difficulty battle posed almost no pressure on the country. Even if the rewards for inflevel task were as meager as a mosquito's leg, it was still much better than doing nothing and waiting idly for 20 days. What if with a buildup of victories they granted a reward for industrial system recovery? The industrial system directly influenced the military's logistical capabilities. Not to mention, even if only a third of the industrial capacity controlled by the nation was restored, it would provide some confidence when facing future apocalyptic wars. After all, when in doubt, just blow it up. The nation's stance was very straightforward. No need for any rest time. Fighting in inflevel war was no different from resting. Keep fighting, accrue as many rewards as possible and create a snowball effect of advantages. The nation is working so hard it seems I can't afford to be too dispirited. Sui took a deep breath, clenched his fists and declared, I will be a good homebody. I will diligently spend my leisure time. Though it sounded a bit absurd, it was indeed the case. The way for Sui to become stronger was to lie flat and wait while continuously passing the time in boredom. In the chat channel there was still a flurry of shock and discussion about the nation's actions, but Sui had grown indifferent. Utilizing war to sustain war, quite a straightforward strategy. Just as Sui was about to continue dozing off, a new notification suddenly appeared before him. Why is there constantly new information every day? Is there no chance to sleep? Damn. Who did Lin Yu target for elimination? Sui's eyes widened as he stared intently at the notification before him. Your personnel unit has engaged in battle with another shelter and won. As you were not on site, the decision for shelter occupation was automatically determined by your main personnel. Your personnel Lin Yu chose to destroy the current shelter and you inherited the remaining survival points of 358 points. In the item Inheritance Judgment. Inheritance failed. You did not inherit any stored items from the current shelter. Sui was stunned by the series of notifications before him indicating that Lin Yu had taken action. These soldiers had indeed found a suitable target, giving Sui a pleasant surprise. Lying at home doing nothing, he had directly obtained over 300 survival points. This is definitely more than the rewards from dispatch missions. 3 dispatch missions combined would only yield about 30 points, while destroying a shelter netted over 300 points. I wonder where the shelter that Lin Yu destroyed is located. What is that place like? What a pity there is no remote communication method. I can only know what happened when they return. Sui shook his head, feeling regretful that he couldn't participate personally. However, the shelter was just getting started, so it was normal to lack such methods. Sleep, sleep. Tomorrow I will discuss with Jiang Xiaozi how to spend these 300 points. Sui lay down on the bed feeling drowsy when he suddenly saw something flashing before him. When Sui opened his eyes he was instantly bewildered. Warning! Your personnel are engaged in battle with a shelter in the wild. Your personnel Lin Yu chose to destroy the current shelter and you inherited the remaining survival points of 563 points. In the item Inheritance Judgment. Inheritance successful. You have obtained the items D-Class Magical Bread Tree and E-Class Butterfly Shirt from the current shelter. Ha! Sui immediately lost his sleepiness. How did I gain another 500 points? What are Lin Yu and the others doing? Did they poke a bandit nest? Sui pondered, noting that the interval between the two notifications was only about 30 minutes right. This meant that Lin Yu had almost continuously destroyed two shelters and these two shelters might be very close to each other just like Sui's residential building. If that's the case, will there be a new strategy notification in the next 30 minutes? Sui decided not to continue sleeping and patiently awaited. He silently counted the time. 30 minutes later. Your personnel Lin Yu chose to destroy the current shelter. You inherited the remaining survival points of 100 points. In the item Inheritance Judgment. Inheritance successful. The current shelter did not have any items. Indeed. Another one was destroyed. Sui took a deep breath. It's confirmed. She is truly dismantling the criminal organization. This must be a cluster of shelters within a single building for Lin Yu to destroy them consecutively. Throughout the entire night that followed, Sui could not fall asleep. Every time he felt a bit drowsy, a new notification would emerge indicating that Lin Yu had destroyed a new shelter. Such notifications continued until dawn, gradually tapering off. They have been killing all night. Sui opened the shelter and glanced at his survival points. Before Lin Yu set off, his survival points were only 86. After Lin Yu battled all night, Sui now had 4,788 survival points. He had earned 4,000 survival points in one night. This efficiency was much faster than dispatch missions. Damn, this is quite a windfall. Sui felt as if he was going to roll his eyes in delight, unable to suppress the grin on his face. He was now experiencing the joy of reward that Li Gu had felt back then. Lin Yu had undoubtedly taken down an entire building. Even if most of the thugs in that building had no survival points, destroying a level 0 shelter still guaranteed at least 100 points as a reward. This residential building, even if it was an old model, had at least 20 to 30 households, which meant a baseline of 2 to 3,000 survival points. Adding in the survival points that some thugs had saved, it indeed totaled 4 to 5,000. Sir, are you still not asleep? A soft, sweet voice came from beside Sui. He turned to see Jiang Xiaozi waking from her slumber, her eyes still hazy. Her black hair was scattered, appearing somewhat lazy yet charming, making one's heart flutter. I can't sleep. Lin Yu is doing something big. Sui shook his head, the excitement in his heart still unabated. Over 4,000 points. They earned me over 4,000 points in one night. Quick, Xiaozi, how do you think we should spend these points? Do you have any good suggestions? Sui was wide awake and eager to spend the points. He couldn't end up like Li Gu and the thugs taken out by Lin Yu. They were dead with points unspent. How tragic. So many points. It seems Lin Yu and the others are indeed very capable. Jiang Xiaozi smiled gently, propping herself up on her delicate arm, leaning lazily against Sui's shoulder. I actually don't know how to spend so many points. I don't completely understand the apocalyptic game you mentioned, sir. But considering our current situation and your safety, we should focus on strengthening this building we are in. Following the idea that you are the core of the shelter, our need is to create a powerful shelter that is almost comparable to a fortress. And to achieve this, in my limited knowledge, it would likely require high-tech means. Jiang Xiaozi suddenly said while playing with Sui's fingers, Sir, I remember that the room Li stayed in is a research room, right? Ah, yes. That's right. Sui's heart raced. Was this woman flirting with him? But it didn't seem like it. Her movements were quite casual and she appeared to be seriously considering her question. Jiang Xiaozi tilted her small head. Then let's utilize the research room. Haven't you always complained about the power system recovery issues? We can improve the armed facilities of the shelter as much as possible while still meeting the basic living needs of the shelter. In the places where I lived before, there were always many machine guns and turrets as defensive installations. I think our shelter would be much safer with these. Of course, we not only need to face human threats but also consider the potential dangers brought by natural disasters. Jiang Xiaozi's analysis was thorough with a straightforward core. Eliminating all the chaotic factors, the most important thing for the shelter was Sui himself. Without Sui, everything was in vain. To protect Sui well, defensive measures for the shelter were essential. I will check the technology tree right now. Sui opened the technology tree, flipping through the dense research projects. Since Jiang Xiaozi could not see this information, Sui dictated the content of the information to her while listening to her analyses and suggestions. Through their communication, Sui ultimately selected several technology projects. Basic power system consumes 1,000 points to obtain small-scale power generation facilities and corresponding construction technology. Once built, it can provide normal electricity levels for human residents and the shelter sufficient for 10 shelter rooms excluding special types of rooms. Autonomous water resource system consumes 1,000 points to obtain a small-scale water reservoir automatically fills daily. Once built, it can meet the daily water needs for up to 50 residents in the shelter. The water system's extraction points can be distributed throughout the entire shelter and extend outward. These two projects were ones Sui had long wanted to acquire. Once activated, there would be ready magical items available, allowing the shelter to achieve freedom in water and electricity. Additionally, with the water purifier, refrigerator and greenhouse room that Sui originally had, the mutual effects would allow the shelter's quality of life to return directly to pre-apocalypse normal levels. But these two items were indeed quite expensive. A normal person would need to save for a long time to afford them. 2,000 points gone. Let's check the defensive facilities with the remainder. Sui adjusted the categories in the technology tree and the data information before him changed, rapidly displaying a plethora of shelter defense and weapon technology projects. Basic defense module for shelter's main structure consumes 1,500 points to provide the outer perimeter of the main module of the shelter with a multi-level sealed door system, biometric identification, iron walls 4 meters high, fully enclosed electric shock net walls attached module to the walls, and 24-hour fully intelligent cameras, at least 12, while also strengthening the main structure of the shelter, granting it excellent resistance to cold, heat, explosions and earthquakes, ensuring no other shelters exist within 100 meters of the main structure. Automated sentry system consumes 1,000 points to quickly install at least 20 automated machine guns, 300 rounds inside and outside the shelter, capable of automatically identifying friend or foe and entering both alert mode and manual control mode. Initially, each automated machine gun comes with 1,000 rounds, requiring timely resupply of spare ammunition. Adding these two sets of defensive facilities meant that Sui's over 4,000 points had dwindled to just 374 points. Sui let out a satisfied sigh. The feeling of spending is truly exhilarating. It's gone, all spent. Sui selected a technology project, about to make a purchase, when Zhang Xiaozi suddenly frowned beside him. Sir, isn't there still over 300 points left? Why not spend it all? Zhang Xiaozi blinked and gently reminded, are you going to leave it to be taken by someone else? Right. That makes sense. Spend it all. As long as it strengthens the shelter's survival capability, spending any amount of points is worth it. Sui nodded. You're right. If the military funds aren't fully used, it's just leaving them for war reparations. We won't be fools like that. Let me take another look. This one is good, just 350 points. Sui selected another technology project for the shelter's defense facility. Underground isolated shelter module consumes 350 points, generating a dedicated underground space for the shelter beneath the main building, capable of accommodating 10 people. It lacks any additional facilities but has enhanced resistance to natural disasters. This technology tree project further strengthened the shelter's disaster resistance. The main body has already been reinforced. Shall we continue to strengthen it? What do you think? Sui looked at Zhang Xiaozi, who nodded in agreement. This is a good backup plan. In critical moments we can hide in there, perhaps buying us a chance to survive. Yes, this is a trump card facility. I hope we never have to use it. Sui smiled and selected all the projects for bulk purchase. As Sui confirmed the purchase, a flash of golden light flickered, quickly expanding and spreading throughout the shelter, enveloping the entire building. The girls inside the building were stunned, looking bewilderedly at the golden glow surrounding them. In just a few blinks the golden light dissipated, revealing a dramatic transformation of the apartment. First, in the blank room of the shelter on the 6th floor where Sui was, an automatic power generation component resembling a beehive appeared, about 2 meters tall. Wires connected it to the walls, disappearing into the walls without a trace. In the adjacent room, a massive water storage tank was filled with clean water, along with corresponding pipes connecting the tank, automatically distributing and connecting to different rooms throughout the building. Since the technology projects purchased by Sui directly affected the main structure of the shelter, although the shelter was only on the 6th floor, the main structure belonged to the entire apartment building. Thus these technology projects would directly apply to the whole building. Besides the application of the water and electricity systems, the changes in the building were also quite significant. First, numerous surveillance cameras appeared throughout the building, with 360-degree rotating cameras ensuring high-definition imaging and monitoring around the clock. The monitoring terminal was located in Sui's room, where a multi-screen monitoring display was added next to his bed, allowing him to easily see most areas of the entire building and the images inside the rooms. Additionally, there were hidden machine gun firing ports on each floor, their control terminals integrated with the monitoring terminals, allowing for synchronized operation. At the same time, Sui had already learned through the monitoring terminal that the walls of the apartment had been completely transformed. The inner layer of the walls housing the automatic machine guns could move freely, capable of closing and opening at will, providing excellent concealment for the gunfire positions. Besides the changes inside the building, the alterations outside were even more pronounced. A 4-meter-high solid iron wall appeared out of nowhere, completely surrounding the old open-style building, and various electrified barbed wire was attached to these iron walls. At first glance it looked like a military restricted area had suddenly appeared. Even if someone managed to breach the wall and reach the building's entrance, they would be stopped by a heavy multi-layered sealed iron door. This door was far more formidable than the simple iron door created by Leah, resembling the vault door of a world-class bank, reflecting the cold metal light so heavy it felt almost despairing. The girls inside the building were the first to notice the anomalies, their eyes widening in surprise, almost unable to comprehend the magical scene before them. Is this still where we live? I feel like I've crossed into another world. Is that ghostly voice back? Is it causing all this? I feel like our building is a bit different now, like it's become sturdier. Is it just my imagination? This door is so big. Wait, we aren't trapped inside, are we? Sisterly, the boldest among them, nervously gripped her steel spear, cautiously approaching the entrance iron door. Before she could reach out, an electronic synthesized voice came from within the iron door. Ding! Target detected. Performing biological identification. Determination: target identity belongs to a shelter resident. Identity verified. Recording biological information characteristics. Yikes! Sisterly was startled. This strange iron door actually had a complete set of super-intelligent electronic identification systems. Do you need to leave the shelter? The iron door emitted an electronic inquiry. Sisterly glanced back at her astonished companions and tentatively replied, I want to go out and take a look. Creak. The iron door emitted a heart-stirring sound of gears operating, accompanied by a puff of white steam slowly opening. We wish you safe travels. Please pay attention to safety while exploring outside. As the voice of the iron door echoed, Sisterly saw several sisters standing outside, bewildered. They were all witnessing this miraculous sight for the first time, feeling as if they were in a science fiction movie. Sisterly, what are these things? Where did it come from? It seems very obedient. We can enter and exit freely. You silly girl who has never seen the world, didn't you hear what that iron thing just said? It can recognize our identities. Is it something the leader created? I heard those people with the surnamely discussing it before. It seems the shelter panel can produce many miraculous things. The women chattered excitedly, their faces filled with curiosity and amazement. Soon a girl rushed down the stairs shouting in excitement, we have electricity. We have water. I can turn on the air conditioning. I just tried it and it really works. This shout stunned the women. In the next moment everyone rushed upstairs, frantically returning to their rooms. Immediately pop. 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 Ah! Some women screamed inside, their voices filled with overwhelming excitement. We have electricity. We really have electricity. My phone can be charged now. The faucet has water. Sisters, we are finally alive again. This is amazing. The girls were extremely excited, screaming and shouting. Some were so thrilled that they rushed into their rooms, stripped down and jumped into their bathrooms, enjoying the coolness of the cold water washing over them. All of this was witnessed by Sui in front of the monitoring terminal. At least half of the girls were showering with the lights on their white bodies swaying in different screens, making Sui awkwardly look away. Shoutsy, this monitoring function seems not very useful, too invasive to privacy. Sui coughed, but Zhang Xiaozi looked serious. No sir, I believe it is of utmost importance. In these times no one can maintain so-called privacy in front of you. That is irresponsible to the shelter's safety and poses a potential threat to you. Zhang Xiaozi didn't care if Sui saw the women naked, she only cared about the overall development of the shelter and Sui's personal safety. In his position one must consider the political implications. You're right, I've been too outdated. Sui smiled, feeling much more at ease. Sir, I think it's necessary to set some new shelter rules. Zhang Xiaozi glanced at the monitoring screen, frowning as she reminded, for example, rules about conserving water. They need to understand the value of water resources and not waste so much. It's fine, let them indulge a bit on the first day. Sui looked at the screen and calmly said, even I miss the days of having water and electricity. They have suffered enough, and taking a shower won't waste much water. Sui was confident, after all, while the water resource system was expensive, it could provide for the daily needs of 50 residents. This included the necessary water for washing, drinking, and cleaning. Moreover, the water tank automatically filled up every day, so there was no worry about waste. Sir, you're too gentle. Zhang Xiaozi shook her head but didn't continue to persuade him. She understood better than anyone that it was precisely because of Sui's kindness and care that she was willing to offer him her full capabilities. However, while she was willing, she would still focus on the long-term development of the shelter, ensuring the women didn't waste water resources. Sir, we should be able to transport water from the storage tank, right? Zhang Xiaozi reminded, we can add more water storage space, transporting the conserved water daily, fully utilizing the water tank's automatic recovery function. That's a good suggestion, you always think a step ahead of me. Sui nodded in agreement, acknowledging Zhang Xiaoxi's quick mind. While ordinary people might still be caught up in the joy of restored water and electricity, Zhang Xiaoxi had already begun thinking about how to use the restored resources to enhance the shelter's reserves. If you allow me, I would like to make some new plans now, fully utilizing these new technological facilities. Zhang Xiaoxi looked at the happy girls and paused before adding, I will also establish more comprehensive shelter rules. Alright, do as you see fit, I trust you completely. Sui nodded with a smile. He had long confirmed the loyalty of his talents. Even if they didn't possess the loyalty trait like Lin Yue, each person had a relatively high loyalty to the shelter. As long as he didn't act recklessly, his talents would not easily betray him. Yes, sir. Zhang Xiaoxi nodded and quickly got up to leave. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly remembered something and turned back to say to Sui, Sir, I have one more thing. Before she could finish, Zhang Xiaoxi froze. She saw Sui half leaning out of his chair at the monitoring terminal, his upper body stretched toward the computer desk. He was using the computer. The computer's host emitted a faint humming sound and the screen gradually lit up with a beautiful anime girl desktop reflected in Zhang Xiaoxi's pupils. Xiaoxi, is there something else? Sui scratched his head and asked. Sir. Zhang Xiaoxi suddenly smiled and shook her head. It's nothing, you'll take care of everything. Then I. Continue. Sui pointed to the computer and Zhang Xiaoxi's smile became even more gentle. Sir, enjoy your time. With that, Zhang Xiaoxi floated out of the room. Sui, unsure if it was an illusion, faintly heard her suppressed laughter outside. He really is a big boy who loves to play. Sui blinked and muttered, is that a compliment? Nevertheless, computer games are indeed fun. Forget it, I don't care anymore, I'm bored. Sui switched positions and comfortably sat in front of the computer, casually finding a single-player game on the computer and double-clicking to start. Time to play. Today I won't do anything else, just play games. What is the most enjoyable thing for a recluse? Ah yes, the joyful cup. No. Not that thing, it's video games. It is indeed video games. The joyful cup can only bring a fleeting moment of happiness, but games can provide recluses with immense and lasting joy. Especially for those who have a lot of time, a great game can consume an entire day. Sui never imagined he would become so obsessed with the game Command Conquer. Perhaps it is because he has been holding it in for too long. Although the computer is powered, there is no internet connection worldwide, making online games impossible to play. Fortunately, Sui had downloaded many single-player games on his computer, many of which had multi-playthrough systems and replayable gameplay enough to keep him entertained for a long time. If he gets tired of the games, it's no big deal, there are hundreds of terabytes of study materials to pass the time. If he even gets bored of it, he could always play Minesweeper. Spider Solitaire is also an option. Sui thought that if he could play his computer games to the point of never wanting to turn it on again, his sanctuary would surely grow to be incredibly powerful. Because before that, Sui would have consumed a significant amount of time. Just like now. Sui felt as if he had just started playing games, having not played many rounds, when a familiar talent notification suddenly appeared before him. Congratulations! You have triggered a talent reward and received the C-Class Entertainment item Little Person Warning Device. Little Person Warning Device C-Class Entertainment item, carry it close to you. If someone near you harbors ill intentions towards you or your sanctuary, or if your subordinates are disloyal, it will turn red. If you are not targeted by any ill intentions, it will be blue. Why did I get something like this? Sui looked at the item in his hand. It resembled a wristband that could easily be fastened around his wrist. It even had an electronic time display function akin to a digital watch, with the timing feature being an added bonus. Is a warning-type entertainment item truly what I urgently need for my talent? Sui propped his chin and pondered for a moment, realizing that he actually needed this item. As his gathering ground continued to develop, his agreement with Zhang Xiaoxi on the behind-scenes boss plan would definitely accelerate. By then the population of the sanctuary would surely increase and the loyalty of talent units could be ensured, but what about non-talent units? Who knows whether the current and future residents of the sanctuary are wholeheartedly loyal to him and the sanctuary? Even if they are loyal now, will that change in the future? Human hearts are fickle. What if there are traitors in the sanctuary and he has no means of detection? That would be like planting a time bomb. This talent is quite impressive. There are only about 10 women in the sanctuary and it has already arranged a heart detection device for. Sui fiddled with the watch, pondering slightly, and stopped playing the game, instead getting up to leave the room. The detection range displayed on the watch was a diameter of 50 meters, and Sui proceeded to scan the area floor by floor. As long as he stood in the corridor, he could easily cover all residents on that floor, even if they were in their rooms doing their own things. From the 6th floor to the 1st, Sui took advantage of the fact that the women were all at home to scan all the residents of the building. The results were satisfying. The color of the wristband remained blue and did not turn red. This means they are currently loyal to me and harbor no ill intentions towards me or the sanctuary. This device is indeed useful. As long as I take a stroll around the sanctuary like a casual walk, I can easily grasp the state of the residents' loyalty. Sui took a round and quietly returned to his room. He continued playing games. There was nothing happening in the sanctuary. It was peaceful, so Sui could only keep passing the time. He played for an entire afternoon. When the sky gradually darkened, Sui suddenly raised his head and said, "Why haven't Lin Yu and the others returned yet? I haven't received any new points acquisition notifications. They should have stopped fighting, right? Aren't they considering returning to the sanctuary? Did something happen along the way?" Sui frowned, and just as he was about to get up to find Jiang Shaozi to ask about the situation, he suddenly noticed that his wristband had turned red. Sui was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he found that the wristband had turned blue again. In a moment it turned red once more. Within a few minutes it changed rapidly, ultimately settling on blue. What is going on? Items from the apocalyptic game should not break easily, so is it that the girls are in trouble? Have they developed ill intentions towards me? Sui was alarmed. This was no trivial matter. For any person from Huaxia, the most taboo thing is to harbor hidden malice. The saying goes, 1,000 miles of embankment can be destroyed by an ant-hole. Threats that lurk in the shadows and act without notice are the greatest danger. I cannot let this go unchecked. Sui furrowed his brows tightly as he quickly left the room, studying the functional instructions of the wristband. This research indeed revealed critical information. It states here the detection effect has a retention time. Even if the threat's psychological change occurs towards the wearer, the threat signal will still linger for a short time as a warning. If the threat signal flickers frequently, it indicates that the threat is on the edge of the detection limit caused by a weak detection signal. Sui murmured to himself, then suddenly raised his head, standing in the corridor and looking at the outer wall. The limit distance of the detection range is 50 meters, which should be right at the edge of the wall, right? It's not that the girls are in trouble, it's that an uninvited guest has arrived. Just as Sui realized this, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps from the rooftop, and soon a young woman responsible for lookout duties hurried downstairs. Ah, it's the commander. Hello, Commander. The girl collided with Sui in the corridor, saluting in a flustered and nervous manner. Sui frowned. What happened? Commander, I just saw it up there. The girl pointed towards the rooftop and then outside, nervously swallowing her saliva. Those 3 people have returned. Which 3 people? Sui asked. The woman was so nervous that her breathing was erratic. It's those 3 people. The subway station, we slept there overnight and lost 3 people. Sui raised an eyebrow, realizing he knew about this matter. After he had driven them away earlier, 3 unfortunate girls had gone missing at the subway station. From what she meant, did the 3 missing people return themselves? Sui touched his wristband and asked, "Are there only those 3? Yes. The girl nodded quickly, somewhat at a loss. Commander, should we let them in? Her face displayed some excitement and a hint of guilt, seemingly still accepting and trusting these 3 companions. No rush, called Jiang Shaozi. I'll wait for her on the rooftop. Sui raised an eyebrow and turned to head upstairs. 10 minutes later. Sui stood on the rooftop where there was a simple telescope modified by Leah. Through the telescope, Sui could clearly see 3 ragged women pacing back and forth outside the wall on the neighborhood street. They looked panic-stricken and terrified, huddling together, neither leaving nor getting too close, just walking along the wall and observing. Are there only those 3? Sui looked down at his wristband. He observed closely and found that whenever the 3 women got closer to the edge of the wall, the wristband would turn red and then quickly turn blue. The weak signal indicates that the unusual behavior of the wristband is caused by these 3 women. They were originally residents of this building, so it is normal for them to know the way home, but why do they harbor ill intentions towards this place? Sui raised an eyebrow, lost in thought, when he heard the sound of crisp footsteps behind him. Sui turned around to see Jiang Shaozi bringing 3 women onto the rooftop. One of the women was holding a handgun, looking somewhat tense. Why did you bring a gun up here? Sui glanced at the submachine gun in Jiang Shaozi's hand, which was the weapon Lin Yu had used before. Sir, I feel that the newcomers do not mean well. Jiang Shaozi stood shoulder to shoulder with Sui, using another telescope to observe the scene outside the wall. I have already explained the changes in our building to the girls, but I believe outsiders must have noticed our changes as well. Sir, pay attention to their expressions. They want to come and they want to visit us. At this time, the sudden visit of these 3 missing persons should not be a coincidence. This visit probably won't bring any good news. Jiang Shaozi's explanation was brief and carried a strong subjective judgment which seemed to be doubted by the women beside her. But Sui knew that Jiang Shaozi's instincts were correct. Indeed, they do not harbor good intentions, but it is still unclear what they specifically want to do. Sir, what do you suggest we do about those 3? Sir, let them in. Jiang Shaozi had been watching the 3 women outside the wall, her tone very calm. We must have been targeted. It doesn't make sense to always be on guard. We must proactively address potential threats. What about Lin Yu and the others? When will they return? Sir, before they set out I gave them the latest time they should return home within 30 minutes at the latest. Zhang Xiaozi paused for a moment, took out a small remote control button from her pocket and handed it to Sui. Unexpectedly she also brought the control button for the automatic machine gun firing port from Sui's room. Truly thoughtful and considerate. Even without Lin Yu and the others in the sanctuary, the already upgraded sanctuary would not fear most enemies. These 20 automatic machine guns are deadly weapons. Even if Lin Yu and the others faced them hidden, they would not escape. Then let's let them in and see what happens. Sui played with the button in his hand and glanced at the women beside Zhang Xiaozi. If they are fine, everything is negotiable. If there are issues, they will die. Zhang Xiaozi also cast a glance at the women beside her, delivering a silent warning. The female agent leader is very skilled at controlling human hearts. Even now she does not forget to bring several women to feel the play of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Sui did not leave the rooftop. He watched as Zhang Xiaozi led the women down the stairs, making their way towards the surrounding wall. Although the community where Sui lived was old, it boasted a spacious layout with ample distance between each building. The surrounding wall essentially formed a self-contained area undisturbed by the outside world. However, for convenience there were rudimentary iron gates on all four sides that could only be opened from the inside. Zhang Xiaozi did not pause for long. She walked directly to the section of the wall where the three women were located, opened the iron gate and led them out. Xiao Chen! Xiao Chen! At Zhang Xiaozi's signal, Sisterly quickly raised her voice to greet the three women, ensuring they could hear from a distance as they turned their heads to look. Oh my god, it really is you three! Sisterly exclaimed in delight, breaking away from the group to hastily approach, grabbing one of the girls' hands. Where have you all been? After that night we couldn't find you all anywhere. Thank heavens you three are back. Without allowing the three women to refuse, Sisterly pulled them towards Zhang Xiaozi. Miss Zhang, these three are the sisters I mentioned to you before who went missing at the subway station. What a relief that they are still alive. Sisterly excitedly introduced them to Zhang Xiaozi, who scrutinized the three women from head to toe. The three girls were in tattered clothes, revealing too much skin, and bore signs of abuse with bruises scattered across their bodies. Their faces were etched with panic and unease, and even the odor they emitted was foul. Sisterly gestured for the three girls. Quick, say hello. They quickly lowered their heads and timidly spoke. Hello, Miss Zhang. Zhang Xiaozi nodded slightly and asked casually, I'm glad you're back, but I'm curious. Why did you go missing at the subway station? We were just too hungry that day and went out to find something to eat, one girl explained, looking down, appearing truthful. Is that so? Zhang Xiaozi said with a half smile as she looked at them. I heard from Sisterly that you all left here with food enough for 2 days worth of meals. You only stayed out for one night and the food wasn't enough. Zhang Xiaozi raised an eyebrow and suddenly asked, are you a big eater? Ah. Yes, I have a big appetite. The girl nervously nodded, flustered by Zhang Xiaozi's words, quickly accepting the implication. Even now Sisterly and the women around could see the abnormality in the three sisters. A look of helplessness appeared on Sisterly's face, but she remained silent, fearfully gazing at Zhang Xiaozi. Zhang Xiaozi nodded and deliberately asked, since you're back you don't plan to leave again, right? No. We don't plan to anymore. The girl lowered her head, not daring to meet Zhang Xiaozi's gaze. Open the door. Zhang Xiaozi said without further ado, waving her hand, signaling the girls inside to open the iron gate. New friends are home. The iron gate slowly opened and Zhang Xiaozi led the women into the enclosed area. Outside, two men with kitchen knives were crouched behind the community's bushes, squinting their eyes as they watched the women return home. The women have gone and it seems this place has fat sheep. One man licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light. This place is full of women. That one in the cheapao is stunning. If I could just touch her. I think this place is a bit odd. Would an old community have such walls? The other man muttered, feeling uneasy. This place looks like a military stronghold. It might not be a fat sheep but rather a prickly thorn. So what do we do? The three women have already been let out. Are we just going to lose them like this? The companion's expression was also hesitant as he gritted his teeth. Those three women said that the boss here was killed by another guy and that killer probably used a lot of points to build this wall. Go back and inform the boss. As long as we bring more manpower and gear we won't necessarily be worse than them. Besides, we have 3 insiders inside. As long as we can take this place, not only will we get those women but all these walls will belong to us. The two men conferred and then quietly left the community. At this moment, inside Sui's refuge. As soon as the 3 women entered the building they felt a rush of coolness and shivered all over. It was so cool. The temperature inside the building was around 30 degrees and it got cooler the higher they went. The drastic temperature difference made the 3 women break out in goosebumps, shivering slightly. There are many air conditioners running here. Be careful not to catch a cold. Sisterly kindly handed over some clothes to the 3 girls, smiling as she explained. One of the girls looked astonished. Sisterly, isn't the entire city out of power? How can there still be air conditioning here? There is electricity here, Jiang Xiaozi replied calmly, not letting Sister Li elaborate further. Electricity. The three girls exchanged stunned glances as they saw the shock reflected in each other's eyes. In the midst of a citywide blackout during a scorching apocalypse, this building even had air conditioning seemingly unaffected. Is this building really the place we just stayed in not long ago? The girls felt confused, falling into silence. Although they stood in a familiar environment, their hearts were still filled with a sense of anxious strangeness. Instead, it was Jiang Xiaozi who spoke first, examining the girls up and down, directly asking, "So what is your purpose in returning?" "Miss Jiang, they might just want to go home." Sister Li wanted to say something to help, but under Jiang Xiaozi's indifferent gaze she wisely fell silent. Yes, we just want to go home," one of the girls quickly nodded, lowering her head as she replied, "We used to live here. Sister Li can vouch for that. We have been looking for her and the others ever since we lost contact. We searched everywhere and only returned home hoping for a stroke of luck. We didn't expect you to really be here." As the girl spoke, Jiang Xiaozi's companion Xiao Wang suddenly interjected, "You're lying. After we came out of the subway station we were constantly searching for you and we almost encountered danger. If it hadn't been for Sister Lin you saving us, we wouldn't even know where we are now. With so many women together we would encounter danger, yet you three were searching for us. How did you remain unscathed?" Xiao Wang's gaze fixated on the three girls, who felt flustered under her stare, lowering their heads in silence. Jiang Xiaozi smiled, still unwilling to tell the truth. "It seems your lips are quite sealed. Take them to the basement." Jiang Xiaozi turned to leave and Xiao Wang bravely took the lead, pressing a steel spear against the backs of the three girls. "Hurry up, Xiao Wang. Everyone knows each other, there's no need for this." Sister Li tried to mediate but was shot a glare by Xiao Wang. "Sister Li, we are too soft-hearted, which is why we have been bullied. Miss Jiang told me that women need to be harsher than men to survive in this era." Xiao Wang turned, sternly commanding, "Hurry up." With the steel spear pressed against their backs, the three girls felt a wave of pain. They were somewhat panicked, uncertain why the originally timid and gentle Xiao Wang seemed like a different person. This place still looked like the old one, the people were still familiar, but everything felt extremely strange. In the empty basement, the darkness was dispelled by the light of torches. There was no cool air from air conditioning here, the stifling heat filled the entire room. The three girls were brought into the basement, where there was only an iron bed against the wall. Jiang Xiaozi stood by the bed, her long fingers lightly tracing the edge of the iron bed. "Last chance, why are you here?" They looked at Jiang Xiaozi in confusion, remaining silent. "Sigh." Jiang Xiaozi sighed lightly, looking up at the girl watching over the three women. Xiao Wang nodded. "Sister Jiang Xiao Zhang will be bringing the items soon." In a moment hurried footsteps were heard coming from above the basement and another girl with a ponytail entered carrying an old cloth bag. "Sister Jiang, most of the items are here, but Sister Leah said there are some things she doesn't want to make." Xiao Zhang handed the cloth bag to Jiang Xiaozi, who casually nodded. Understood." Clatter. Jiang Xiaozi emptied the contents of the cloth bag onto the iron bed and the women holding torches around her changed color. Inside the cloth bag were iron handcuffs, iron skewers, branding irons, clamps, daggers. A collection of various torture instruments. "Do you know? I used to frequently use these little gadgets. I wonder if I've gotten rusty with them now." Jiang Xiaozi picked up a small pair of scissors, casually trimming her nails. "Miss Jiang." Sister Li looked terrified, mustering her courage to tremble as she spoke. We shouldn't go this far. Will the commander allow it?" Xiao Wang, pick one and tie her to the bed." Jiang Xiaozi did not answer Sister Li, her tone indifferent as she continued without looking up. "Yes." Xiao Wang was taken aback, gritting her teeth in agreement, shoving one girl forward. "Go." I. The girl trembled all over, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Jiang Xiaozi. This beautiful woman was capable of such terrifying methods. Now anyone could guess what Jiang Xiaozi intended to do. One of the three women couldn't bear the oppressive atmosphere any longer and cried out, "I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Please don't torture me. I don't want to. I don't want to." The woman's cries echoed throughout the basement, shrill and heart-wrenching. "Are you ready to speak?" Jiang Xiaozi raised her head, tilting her head with a sudden smile. "It's too late. I don't believe you now." Jiang Xiaozi picked up an iron dagger from the iron bed, shaking it as she indicated, "I only believe this." "Ah. Ha." Sui removed his headphones and looked out the window with some confusion. Just now he seemed to have vaguely heard a woman scream, terrifying and mournful like a character from a horror movie. Is it just my imagination? Sui touched his chin and glanced at the computer screen, deciding to exit the game interface. Although Jiang Xiaozi had assured him that she could handle the three girls while allowing Sui to relax and enjoy himself, he still felt a bit worried. "I should go down and take a look. Although nothing has happened yet, we can't be sure when these three-time bombs will explode." Sui prepared to go downstairs to check the situation as he still had several minutes of outdoor time left for the day. Just as Sui stood up and walked to the door, it was suddenly pushed open by someone. It was Jiang Xiaozi, who floated into the room like a breeze, brightening up the small space a little. "Sir, are you going out?" Jiang Shaozi tossed her hair and smiled gently. Whatever you need I can serve you. I plan to ask how things are going. Sui sat back on the sofa and waved to Jiang Shaozi. Have the arrangements for those 3 women been settled? Have you figured out their backgrounds? Sui let them in because he didn't want to be overly cautious. Since they had their sights set on the shelter, he had to find out their true intentions. He felt reassured that someone as clever as Jiang Shaozi was handling this matter. I want to disgrace my... Jiang Shaozi moved and sat down gracefully like a willow, gently leaning against Sui. I spoke with them in detail and they told me the truth. They indeed approached our shelter with malicious intent. You were able to ask that? Are you perhaps hypnotizing them? No, wait. Sui suddenly froze, frowning slightly, leaning closer to Jiang Shaozi to sniff. Is that the smell of blood? What have you done? I spoke with them for a while and accidentally got some on me. Jiang Shaozi looked down at her delicate fair hand, then raised her head with a slight smile. There's no perfume at home, so the smell won't go away immediately. What kind of conversation involves blood? Interrogation. Sui was taken aback and blurted out, you tortured them. Jiang Shaozi did not lie, nodding calmly. Yes sir, it ensures that they speak the truth. I don't have a lie detector, so I must use such means to ensure the information's authenticity. Jiang Shaozi spoke seriously, not intending to deceive Sui, and could even be completely open. This really fits your profession. Sui took a deep breath, unsure of what to say. The methods of a spy chief must be quite painful, right? He instinctively felt that this was a bit too much, but Jiang Shaozi's actions were all for the shelter. Rationality told Sui that Jiang Shaozi's approach was indeed the correct one. Being cold towards people in the apocalypse is the greatest protection for oneself. I still need to learn from this. Sui sighed and Jiang Shaozi gently rubbed his temples, softly saying, Sir, there are some things you don't need to ask about, you just need to know the result. So what is the result? Sui paused and asked again, by the way, those 3 women aren't dead, are they? One is still alive. Jiang Shaozi spoke calmly and added, but she probably won't survive until tomorrow. They're all going to die. Sui was taken aback, feeling it was somewhat unreal. Half an hour ago he had seen those 3 women timidly lingering outside the wall, alive and well. In the blink of an eye 2 of them were dead. Sui fell silent. He knew he had to learn to accept such things. If this was the price of growing up in the apocalypse, it felt a bit too fast and hard to adapt. Sir, if you think it's wrong, I won't do it this way next time. No, I just think. Sui raised his head to look at Jiang Shaozi and smiled, asking, if we kill them, how will we lure the snake out of its hole? Someone must be behind them, right? Yes. Jiang Shaozi looked at Sui with some surprise. She had prepared for him to reprimand her, but unexpectedly he seemed unbothered. At first glance he appeared to be a naturally cold man. Yet Jiang Shaozi could sense that Sui's heart was beating rapidly. Sir, he was merely hiding his true feelings, forcing himself to accept and adapt to the chaotic rules of a world in turmoil. Sir, according to the intelligence, they no longer have any value in living. In fact, keeping them alive will only bring trouble. Jiang Shaozi composed herself and softly began, according to what they said, they were kidnapped by a group of thugs at the subway station, and the thugs' lair is 8 streets away from us. Among those thugs there is a man leading them with a strange ability. He seems to be able to control life and death from a distance and can also torture people's bodies. Because of this ability he has gathered quite a few followers and continuously captures isolated survivors to find the shelter behind it. As for what they want to do with the shelter, probably to rob resources or destroy it. The 3 girls were under the control of this ability, unable to grasp their own lives and deaths. They were forced to return here to act as informants to contact the thugs attempting to breach our shelter. Jiang Shaozi paused for a moment, casually tossing her hair, and continued, according to the original plan they were supposed to contact them before dark. Now that it is already dark and the thugs haven't come, they naturally have lost their value. Why do you say that? Sui humbly sought advice. Is it possible that the thugs found our shelter's outer defenses too strong and were scared off for the moment? If we are to deal with these potential threats, we should still use those 3 girls to find the thugs' location. I already found out the thugs' location. Jiang Shaozi looked at the gradually darkening sky outside the window and suddenly spoke, Sir, Lingyu and the others haven't returned. They are almost 20 minutes late from the scheduled time. Sui's expression changed. Shaozi, are you saying that group of thugs should have arrived but encountered Lingyu and the others on their way back? Jiang Shaozi smiled slightly. That group of thugs doesn't just have one strange ability, many survivors have similar abilities. They also have guns and are numerous. Approximately over 50 of them. Such a group of thugs wouldn't be scared off by our seemingly thick walls. Jiang Shaozi stated her analysis, which was why she was confident that Lingyu had already run into this group of thugs. Since we've already confronted this group of thugs hidden, then those 3 women no longer have any value in surviving. Even though they were forced to act as informants and not sure if the thugs' ability might exceed the control over them, causing them to turn violent. If the shelter is about to face battle, I need to eliminate any potential threats from within. Jiang Xiaozi explained in detail, speaking more today than usual. Xiaozi, why do I feel like you're teaching a child? Sir, I just don't want you to misunderstand me. Jiang Xiaozi lowered her head slightly. I am not a woman who kills indiscriminately. I believe you. Sui embraced Jiang Xiaozi and spoke seriously. Without you, even if I knew there was an issue with those 3 women, I wouldn't have been able to uncover the truth behind it so quickly. If my hesitation had delayed the situation and jeopardized the shelter's safety, that would be the worst-case scenario. Your decision is very correct. You haven't done anything wrong. He had no reason to blame Jiang Xiaozi. Jiang Xiaozi was using her wisdom to shield him from threats in the apocalypse, handling the dirty work without ever forcing Sui to make such cruel decisions. Her loyalty had already been proven through her actions. However, this apocalypse is indeed a bit. Sui took a deep breath and smiled. I'm just sitting at home, yet I can encounter thugs delivering death to my door. Sir, you don't seem worried that Lin Yu and the others might lose in the battle? They won't lose. Even if they can't win, they can still come back to hide. Sui shook the remote control in his hand, a smile of anticipation on his lips. We have quite a few machine guns. Just as Sui's voice fell, the sound of Sister Li's shouting echoed in the hallway. Miss Jiang! Miss Jiang! Miss Lin Yu has returned. Sui got up and walked down the stairs with Jiang Xiaozi. Upon reaching the first floor, they saw Lin Yu and the male soldiers cleaning off dust and blood. Lin Yu. Commander. Lin Yu raised her head and saluted Sui along with the soldiers. Lin Yu reporting for duty. Sui nodded, walked over to Lin Yu and lowered his voice to ask, did you encounter the enemy at the front door? Yes. Lin Yu nodded, standing tall as she reported. After receiving Miss Jiang's mission yesterday afternoon, I formed a 10-man combat team and set off using the shelter as the core to search for potential violent criminals within a 5-street radius while investigating suspected locations storing large amounts of supplies. We discovered a night market street and witnessed a group of thugs committing murder, brutally killing several survivors who had come out to search for supplies. Based on our initial judgment, we unanimously believed that they met the target characteristics for extermination, and we took action to eliminate the enemy, learning more about the hiding places of the thugs from the captives. That night we approached the gathering point, and after arranging our tactics we launched a night raid which lasted the entire night until the battle concluded. This morning, after relocating the survival supplies within the shelter to a safer place, we prepared to return. On our way back in the afternoon we discovered a grain store, and during our search we engaged in battle with some lawbreakers which delayed us. As we were about to return in the evening, we noticed a large group of armed individuals near the shelter suspected of approaching it. To ensure the safety of the shelter, we engaged them in battle ahead of time. Lin Yu paused and said loudly, in the end we killed 20 enemies and the rest fled. Concerned for the shelter, we did not pursue them. Lin Yu's strong report made the women around her look on with envy. They too wished to have formidable combat abilities like Lin Yu and proudly speak of their achievements. Good. Sui nodded in satisfaction, waving to Lin Yu, come upstairs with me. Xiaozi, you come along too. Sui paused for a moment, glancing at the male soldiers. Li Yang, take your men to the top floor and stay alert for enemy movements. The rest of the soldiers stay on the first floor, keep an eye on the movements outside the walls and be ready for any confrontation. After giving his brief orders, Sui took the 2 women upstairs. In the room, Sui sat on the sofa while Lin Yu stood before him. Lin Yu, tell me in detail about the enemies you encountered in the evening. Sui looked at his watch without lifting his head and asked, did you encounter any special individuals, like someone using some mysterious abilities or making strange movements? Jiang Xiaozi noticed Sui's action. She was unclear about the watch's function but could sense Sui's distrust. This distrust was likely not directed at Lin Yu but rather towards the several male soldiers downstairs. Jiang Xiaozi knew that Sui had absolute trust in Lin Yu, but if the information provided by those 3 women before their deaths was correct, then that group of thugs had the ability to control humans. The soldiers were strong, but even their strength might not fully immunize them against the various bizarre abilities from different shelters. Strange movements. Lin Yu tilted her head, recalling carefully, there was a guy who seemed to be pointing at me during the battle, mumbling something I couldn't hear. How did you feel about that? Sui looked up and asked, did you feel any discomfort? No, I felt great. Lin Yu shook her head and said that person had his hand shot off by Lu Rue and then ran away, so even if he had some powers he probably couldn't use them anymore. Sui lowered his head to check his watch, finding no change in its color. It seemed the male soldiers had not been affected by any abilities, and as for Lin Yu, Sui was not worried at all. Lin Yu's trait of loyalty was incredibly strong, which meant she would never betray the shelter under any dire circumstances. Based on Sui's understanding of the mechanisms of the apocalyptic game, even if something attempted to control Lin Yu, it would fail. What about the performance of the other thugs? Did you feel any pressure during the fight? No pressure. Although their equipment was quite complete with guns and composite bows, their combat capabilities were very poor. Lin Yu shook her head and said seriously, there were many of them, but it was evident they were a disorganized mob. They ran away shortly after the fight started. How could they have guns and bows, have the numerical advantage yet not injure even a single soldier? These people were even less fierce than Li Guest Group. At least Li Guest Group fought Lin Yu fiercely for a while without even thinking of running away. Strange, was the intelligence wrong? Sui looked at Jiang Shaoxi. Among the fighters there were no individuals with abilities. Perhaps the one with abilities is the leader, someone of high status. Jiang Shaoxi reminded, although the captives may not know this, based on my speculation those who possess abilities should be considered strong individuals in the current urban atmosphere. Strong individuals as leaders would rarely fight on the front lines. Lin Yu might just not have encountered them. Sui nodded gently, closing his eyes and thinking. Jiang Shaoxi beside him did not interrupt this time. She decided to wait for Sui's orders. She keenly observed that Sui was growing and changing every day. This time Sui called Lin Yu upstairs alone while keeping Li Yang and the other soldiers together. This was clearly to have Li Yang supervise the other soldiers while calling Lin Yu to confirm more insider information. If those male soldiers were controlled, Sui could make a comprehensive judgment based on the performances of Lin Yu and Li Yang, thus implementing a rapid countermeasure. This was Jiang Shaoxi's understanding of Sui's actions. She was unaware that Sui's watch had a more accurate function for judging hostility. Sui did not ponder for long. He quickly opened his eyes and asked Lin Yu, "Are you tired?" Tired. Lin Yu was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Jiang Shaoxi beside her only to see Jiang Shaoxi suddenly shake her head. Lin Yu quickly understood and exclaimed, "Commander, I'm not tired. I can continue fighting." Really? It is my duty to protect the commander and the shelter. Alright then, let's conduct a night raid, but we want demand complete annihilation. Sui nodded and looked at Jiang Shaoxi. I believe this group still doesn't know Lin Yu is one of us. Having suffered setbacks, they probably wouldn't expect us to have already grasped their positions, nor would they think we would take the initiative to attack at night. Under our night raid they will surely fall into chaos. Once they are in disarray we will be safe and we will hold the initiative. Sui was seeking Jiang Shaoxi's opinion and she smiled in agreement. What you said is absolutely right. I also believe we should take the initiative to strike and eliminate the danger in its cradle. Alright, let's proceed with that plan. Sui immediately decided, I have no experience in warfare, so I want guide the experts Lin Yu and Shaoxi can discuss it. I have just one request: if we are at a disadvantage, retreat as quickly as possible. I told you before, those who have been in the shelter tend to have some bizarre abilities. We must be careful not to capsize in the gutter. If conditions permit, you can lead the enemy back to us. Sui pressed the remote control in his hand and a dark automatic machine gun barrel emerged from the wall of the room to Lin Yu's right. Our home can provide you with firepower support. Sui winked at Lin Yu, who looked surprised but did not ask further questions. As an excellent soldier she was very disciplined and never pried into the commander's confidential information. Yes, Commander. Lin Yu stood at attention, her expression serious. I will complete the mission. Eliminate the enemy. Go ahead, devise your plan. I just want results. Sui watched the two leave and soon he was left alone in the room. It was now 8 in the evening and darkness had fallen. The streets outside were filled with silence and the other buildings in the neighborhood were dim and lifeless. It was unclear whether the survivors in the other buildings were dead or simply afraid to make a sound. In the city under the night there was no noise. If it weren't for the activity in the city chat channel, Sui might have felt he was in a deserted ghost town. I might not be able to accommodate you 3 women. But at the very least I can help you get your revenge. You won't have died in vain. Someone will accompany you on the road to the underworld. Half an hour later the soldiers who had just returned to the gathering point set off, this time with Li Yang joining them. Sui stood by the window watching the soldiers disappear into the darkness, having learned from Jiang Shaoxi's intelligence about the thugs' gathering point. This time their goal was to create chaos and inflict damage on the enemy while cautiously collecting more relevant information during the battle. As long as there was sufficient intelligence support with Jiang Shaoxi's wisdom and Lin Yu's combat skills, it would be easy to formulate a plan for complete annihilation of the enemy in the next battle. It seems I have indeed changed a bit. Sui sat on the sofa reflecting on his recent psychological journey. Although it is about dealing with a group of thugs, I feel I am less averse to killing now. Is this the mentality of survival of the fittest? Humans are indeed highly adaptable creatures. Sui chuckled at himself, his gaze returning to the computer desk, for he had no desire for entertainment at the moment. But rather than sitting idle, it would be better to find something to do. Is it a bit inappropriate for the soldiers to be fighting for their lives outside while I sit comfortably at home playing games? Sui pondered and sat at the computer desk starting a new game. Time gradually passed. Soon it was 11:30 p.m. and Jiang Shaoxi had not yet come upstairs, seemingly setting new rules for the women below. Just as Sui was getting tired of the game and feeling a bit drowsy, a series of new notifications suddenly appeared before his eyes. Warning! Your shelter's combat personnel are engaged in battle with other shelters outdoors. The battle has concluded and your shelter has emerged victorious. Your combat personnel are occupying the enemy shelter. Occupation completed. Your combat personnel have destroyed a level 0 shelter and you have inherited the remaining survival points of the current shelter 1362 points. Item Inheritance Judgment in progress. Inheritance successful. You have obtained the current shelter's stored items Random Talent Lottery Ticket X1 Ability Effect Enhancement Ticket X1 Personal Skill Ticket X1 Great Weapon Perfect Composite Bow 100 arrows per day. Ha! Sui stared at the information in shock. Lin Yu won. I told her to create chaos with a night raid and she wiped out their shelter in one go. Wait. This item inheritance information seems incorrect. Why does it look like all high-grade items? What kind of shelter is this and who would leave behind so many items unused? Sui was astonished and amidst his shock he considered a possibility. Could it be that these thugs encountered Lin Yu in the evening and lost then returned home to use their points for a big purchase to enhance their combat power? And then unexpectedly Lin Yu took advantage of the night to attack killing the leader who had just used up his points to buy items before he even had a chance to use them. That would be quite the coincidence. What kind of incredible luck would that take? Sui suddenly fell silent as he thought of a question. Lin Yu's opener trait seems to affect luck, doesn't it? Wow, a night raid with unexpected rewards. Sui read the notification over and over confirming he had not misread it. The inherited items and points had already appeared in his shelter's reserve panel. He had even taken the items out and arranged them before him. The Random Talent Lottery Ticket is a special item that summons one random shelter talent of ranks D to B. This is a special item purchasers must first obtain the qualification to buy. The Talent Effect Enhancement Coupon is a special item that strengthens a sheltered talent guaranteeing a favorable enhancement. This is a special item purchasers must first obtain the qualification to buy. The Personal Skill Coupon is a points shop item costing 2000 points. It grants a random personal skill for player use only of no higher than C rank. The Perfect Composite Bow is a drank weapon costing 1000 points. Dubbed the Sniper Rifle among bows, it employs pulleys to reduce the draw strength required and features a precise aiming system that easily fells large prey. Its quiver automatically replenishes to 100 alloy arrows each day. Hissing voices, this fellow is truly powerful. With such a rich cache he is undoubtedly a top-ranked big shot. Sui inhaled sharply. He had no idea what that unknown enemy had done to obtain such special qualifications and secure two special items. But Sui knew both items were formidable. If that man used them both, if he gained a powerful personal skill and then a rank combat talent, that would be disastrous. Even Sui would have to adopt a defensive turtle-like strategy. He would never send someone to confront him hidden. How to put it, was he fortunate or unfortunate? Sui examined the items, shook his head and felt a chill of apprehension. Fortunately he had used the Kaikuo's trait reward on Lin Yu, otherwise he would have been the unlucky one tonight. He did not use the items immediately. He planned to wait for Lin Yu to return. Especially the talent type item, it had to be activated by Lin Yu so he could siphon a generous portion of Miss Lin's good luck. According to Jiang Shao's intelligence, the Marauders' gathering place was a detached villa in the city. Strictly speaking, it only qualified as a single shelter. Lin Yu had already destroyed the shelter and should be on her way back. Sui waited for another hour. Sure enough, voices drifted from outside and the iron gate opened. Lin Yu returned dust-streaked and accompanied by her fighters. Once again she came back triumphant. This girl had earned considerable military merit in Sui's eyes. Soon he heard hurried footsteps in the corridor and Lin Yu quickly pushed the door open. Commander, I'm back. Lin Yu stood before Sui brimming with vigor. He could even detect the faint scent of blood on. How were the results? Sui appraised her and asked with concern. No injuries. None, we annihilated the enemy. Lin Yu held her head high with pride. They had some strength, but under a night raid they had no organizational ability at all. I handed the rifle to Lu Rui. That kid's sniping skill is indeed superior to mine. He wiped out the opposition's resistance at once. But I wasn't bad either. I think I took out a leader. Lin Yu was delighted. Sui asked cautiously, before you killed that leader, was he standing there dazed, staring into the air? Just like I usually do. Eh? Commander, how did you know? Lin Yu was startled and astonished. Commander, do you have clairvoyant sight? You knew all that. Exactly as you said. I crept up to outside his window. He hadn't noticed me and then I threw my combat saber. Then, headshot. Lin Yu shrugged and smirked. He was too unwary, not a match for me. Of course, the fellow was terribly unlucky. He was there enjoying himself, happily spending points, and in the next second he was felled by a headshot. He did not even get to make use of his own talent. He died inexplicably. Sui imagined himself in that position and thought he would die without peace. They were indeed no match for you, but that is to be expected. Sui nodded. The regular army is off fighting the apocalypse war. Those left behind are ordinary people whose combat discipline cannot compare to yours. Even with powerful talents, most survivors lack the conditioning of professional soldiers. Lin Yu's successful ambush, though it appeared cunning and lucky, was in truth the manifestation of military skill. Congratulations, sir, your stratagem was flawless. The threat has been eliminated. You may sleep easy henceforth. Zhang Xiaozi smiled. Sui laughed and teased, since when did you learn to flatter? Zhang Xiaozi covered her mouth and chuckled without protesting. How is the post-battle handling? Sui asked Lin Yu, at this time probing in detail rather than leaving everything to Zhang Xiaozi. Sui knew that as the leader of the shelter, even if he did not understand many matters, he had to take the initiative to learn and ponder. There were no living enemies left in that villa, but we found some captives, men, women, old and young. The captives said they had been seized to serve as flesh puppets controlled by the leader. I pitied them and decided to set them free. Before they left they asked my name. I thought we shouldn't reveal our details, so I lied. Lin Yu paused. Sui pressed, how did you lie? I said my name was Lei Feng. Lin Yu scratched her head and smiled shyly. They insisted I was PLA. I told them I'm not in the Lei Feng army. Sui laughed heartily, not meaning to scold her. Seeing his good mood, Lin Yu dared to continue, speaking more cautiously. Also, I felt sorry for them and let them take some of the villa's supplies, food and drink. I thought we were fighting and hadn't prepared. We couldn't have carried away much in one go. The fight was fierce and surely heard by surrounding survivors. I figured that even if we returned for a second trip, much would be stolen, so it was better to do a good deed. Lin Yu saw the smile fade from Sui's face and grew more uneasy, lowering her head. Commander. I'm sorry, I was wrong. It's fine, you're right. In combat we emphasize swift victory and retreat. Even when victorious you cannot haul away much. Sui waved his hand. Though he regretted the lost supplies, he could not bring himself to fault the valorous Lin Yu. Let it be, consider it the accumulation of some quiet good karma. Commander, you are so kind. Lin Yu smiled. Indeed, the commander was benevolent and would not truly blame her. Sui sighed. He had come to see that the three women under his command had very different temperaments. Liya was a closed sort of homebody like himself who stayed in and devoted herself to research. Zhang Xiaozi was ruthless. To say she could kill without batting an eye would not be an exaggeration. Lin Yu was the outlier, a warrior who dealt with blood every day yet still harbored a kindness and could not bear to see the weak suffer. It seems the dirty work will fall to Xiaozi in the future, while Lin Yu can handle matters that require a face-to-face presence. Sui pondered and suddenly smiled. Was this not to say he effectively possessed two gloves, dark and light, each representing his will? On reflection, wasn't this precisely the behind-the-scenes plan Zhang Xiaozi had devised for him? Zhang Xiaozi remained silent at his side, smiling faintly and standing with composed elegance, her lovely eyes fixed upon Sui. By the way, Lu Rue is a sniper, right? Then there is no need to give him that rifle. A sniper should also be able to handle the composite bow, shouldn't he? Sui pointed to the composite bow on the table. Give this to him for now as a temporary substitute for a sniper rifle. Understood, Commander. I'll deliver it to him at once. Lin Yu nodded and was about to leave with the composite bow when Sui called out, wait. Don't rush, do me a favor. Commander, please instruct. She turned and snapped to attention. Sui waved with a smile. Come here, don't be so formal. Sit beside me. Lin Yu blushed but obediently sat next to him. Commander, is there a new mission? Not a mission. Remember the last time you helped me use a coupon? I remember. There's another one today, help me use it. Sui handed the random talent lottery ticket to Lin Yu and looked at her with eager expectation. You're lucky, you use it. The talent enhancement coupon and the personal skill coupon act directly upon Sui himself. He could not hope to rely on Lin Yu's good luck for those. Therefore the talent draw had to be Lin Yu. He would reap her luck. All right. Lin Yu nodded obediently and, using the same method as before, tentatively shook the ticket in her hand. Use. A dazzling golden light immediately began to spread. In an instant the radiance flooded the room like a vast ocean, and Sui's eyes widened in delighted astonishment. This is no ordinary stir. It must be an exceptional talent. The golden light did not last long. After a few breaths it swiftly retracted, condensing into a golden humanoid figure before Sui. This was the first time Zhang Xiaozi had witnessed such a scene, her beautiful eyes curiously inspecting it. Before long the golden light completely dissipated. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white lab coat stood before Sui. Congratulations! You have successfully recruited a level talent, Chen. A level talent. Lin Yu's luck is indeed explosive. Hello, boss. The man stood before Sui, bowing respectfully. My name is Chen Xiaoren, your personal doctor. The man's demeanor was cool, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, yet his eyes revealed an unmistakable madness and indifference. Unlike other doctors who provided a warm sense of security, Chen Xiaoren exuded a chilling and dangerous aura, causing Lin Yu to involuntarily tense up, staring intently at this perilous individual. Personal doctor. Zhang Xiaozi scrutinized Chen Xiaoren with great interest, sensing a familiar aura. Yes, Chen Xiaoren replied calmly, smiling politely. At this moment Sui had silently opened Chen Xiaoren's data and took a glance. Name Chen Xiaoren. Age 40. Type Doctor Scientist. Talent Grade B. Physical Strength 120. Neural reaction 266. Endurance 153. Mental will 268. Self-healing immunity 288. Talent traits medical genius. He excels in most medical fields including surgery, internal medicine and genetic research. Poison specialization. He prefers killing to healing. He is adept at poisoning but not keen on detoxifying. Talent gift assassin. He is passionate about killing, possessing impressive and unconventional killing techniques. He was a world-class assassin who retired after falling in love with a girl. This is quite a cliché story. Mental illness. His psyche is unlike ordinary individuals with a particularly strong will, but he is suspected to be ill. A colleague once diagnosed him but was killed by him, leaving no one aware of his diagnosis. Value rating 895. He's a mad doctor. Sui gasped. This was his first reaction upon seeing Chen Kairan's data. A genius doctor who was a former retired assassin with mental illness. Very well, this talent has a rather extensive profile. His information data is also quite pleasing with 2 attributes over 200, making his specialties immediately apparent. You are quite skilled at killing. Sui looked at Chen Xiuren pondering as he asked, I mean non-direct kills using some non-combat means. Yes boss. Chen Xiuren slightly bowed, being polite. May I ask, is this my upcoming task? I can provide more than 300 non-combat assassination plans for you boss. If the assassination target is in this room. Chen Xiuren glanced at Jiang Shaozi and Lin Yu, smiling faintly. I could kill her right now. Lin Yu immediately gripped her handgun, swiftly disengaging the safety. Jiang Shaozi's smile gradually faded, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Chen Xiuren. We're all on the same side, so let's not do anything reckless. Sui quickly interjected, looking at Chen Xiuren. A doctor who kills does somewhat align with professional characteristics. It seems the medical duties of the shelter will be yours from now on. So you're a companion then? Chen Xiuren smiled, squatting by the table, pouring 2 cups of tea and handing them to the 2 ladies. I apologize for my earlier offense. I hope the 2 beautiful ladies won't mind. It's no trouble. Lin Yu holstered her gun but did not accept the tea, nor did Jiang Shaozi. You 2 continue please. Sui chuckled. It's understandable that he hasn't recognized everyone yet since he's just arrived. A small misunderstanding isn't a big deal, and a cup of tea is also a gesture of respect. It's not a gesture of respect. Chen Xiuren paused, then quietly said, this cup of tea is the antidote. I poisoned it earlier. Ah. Sui was taken aback, looking at Chen Xiuren in disbelief. Chen Xiuren set down the teacup, appearing somewhat innocent as he pulled out a small spray from his waist and shook it. This is my homemade neurotoxin agent, causing paralysis and dizziness and can be fatal to those allergic to its components. These 2 cups of tea contain the antidote, preventing the effect of the poison. After Chen Xiuren finished speaking, Sui realized that Chen Xiuren appeared clean, seemingly not carrying any obvious items associated with his talent. One must know that even level talents come armed with handguns. How could a distinguished level talent come empty-handed? After all, this guy brought poison. Lin Yu. Shaozi. Drink up quickly. Sui hurriedly instructed, watching the 2 drink the tea before he refocused on Chen Xiuren. Such methods, don't use them on our people in the future. I didn't know earlier. Chen Xiuren rubbed his nose, a perfectly appropriate expression of guilt on his face. Now I know boss, don't worry, I won't do anything to them. I will adhere to basic professional ethics and won't do anything to trouble you boss. Of course, if the boss could provide me with a different job description, I might work harder. Chen Kairan's implication was clear, and Sui frowned, asking, what job description are you referring to? Boss, you just said I would be responsible for the treatment in the shelter. Do you want me to be a public attending physician? Chen Xiuren shrugged, quite helpless. Actually, I don't particularly enjoy treating patients. I prefer to engage in medical research. What kind of research? Human dissection. Not allowed. Sui immediately responded sternly, don't think about doing anything bad to my people. Be a good doctor. If anyone has headaches or fevers in the future, you must be responsible. If you can't cure them, it's your dereliction of duty. All right, boss. Chen Xiuren could not hide his disappointment. As you wish. I am a doctor who saves lives. Sui noticed Chen Kairan's predicament but did not intend to change his decision. First, the shelter already had permanent residents, and as his talent recruitment increased, a medical system would certainly need to be established. Secondly, Sui felt that Chen Kairan's personality was somewhat uncontrollable and needed to be kept in check. Shaozi, take him downstairs. Sui instructed, choose a room for his medical office and later let Lin Yu go out and find some medical equipment for him. Yes, sir. Jiang Shaozi nodded gently, I will arrange it well. All right, everyone can leave now. It's already quite late, so get some rest. Sui glanced at the time on his watch. It was nearly midnight. Today had indeed been quite exciting. Although he had stayed home all day, many things had occurred at the shelter. Yes. Lin Yu bowed and turned to leave. Chen Xiuren also obediently followed Jiang Shaozi out, appearing very compliant with the arrangements. The remaining 2 items I can only use myself. I wonder how my luck will be. Sui looked at the remaining props on the table and suddenly chuckled. That unfortunate fellow was truly pitiful, unwittingly making a wedding dress for Sui. Let's try this talent effect enhancement coupon first. Sui picked up a golden coupon, held it in his hand and silently chose to use it. As the golden coupon exploded, a burst of golden light enveloped Sui entirely. New information prompts also appeared before Sui's eyes. Congratulations! With the use of a special item, your talent has received an upgrade effect. With the additional reward stacking talent upgrade effect, the more you utilize your talent rewards, the higher the level of the rewards you receive will become, and the probability of receiving high-level talent rewards will significantly increase. An upgrade effect related to luck. Sui tilted his head, carefully examining the description, and felt quite satisfied. The enhancement of talent rewards is undoubtedly a good thing. Although the upgraded effect does not emphasize that each talent reward is guaranteed to be a high-level reward, it is important to note that Sui can win rewards every day. As long as he keeps it up, there will eventually be a chance to win a grand talent reward. Let's try this one. Sui picked up the last special item, the personal skill voucher. He had seen this thing in the points mall before but did not buy it at the time. It was simply too expensive in the early stages. Moreover, its effect conflicted with Sui's shelter talent, which determined that he would not easily leave the shelter. Sui pondered that even if he could obtain some personal skills, the probability of them being useful would be quite low since he didn't go out. But now, since this item was free, he might as well use it. Use. Sui directly used the personal skill voucher and a silver light appeared in his palm before permeating into his skin and disappearing. The next second, a new prompt appeared before Sui. Congratulations! You have used the personal skill voucher to obtain a level skill, Comprehensive Resistance. Comprehensive Resistance, a passive skill. Your bonus resistance to diseases, high temperatures, extreme cold and penetration disasters slightly increases, and your bones become stronger, making it less likely for you to fracture even if you fall. Level. Sui felt a bit disappointed not reaching the level cap for the skill voucher. Moreover, it was a passive skill that only enhanced his own characteristics. From the skill description, it seemed quite powerful, but the term slight increase dampened Sui's mood. How much could a slight increase actually add? For example, right now Sui felt that the room was not as cold. He got up and opened the window, letting the hot air from outside rush in, which felt warm. Usually if he did this, the hot air outside would make him shiver, but today it felt much more comfortable. Indeed, there is some effect, but it's not very obvious. I still feel hot. Sui shook his head, thinking this item was not worth 2,000 points. Why didn't that unlucky guy use those 2,000 points to upgrade the shelter? The upgraded shelter would be extremely powerful, with earth-shattering changes, allowing the purchase of many rooms and essential armed modules for the shelter. Sui stroked his chin, contemplating as he opened the shelter's level leaderboard. He discovered it was already the 7th day of the apocalypse, and he was the only person with a level 1 shelter in the entire city, while others still had level 0 shelters. Strange, how come no one has upgraded their shelter after all this time? Sui frowned. With so many survivors in the city, surely there are others besides me who can meet the upgrade requirements. Wait, what they might be lacking are not points but talent or upgrade material. Sui recalled the 5 upgrade conditions for his shelter, noting that the points required for upgrading were a challenge for him at the time, but for the group of thugs outside who were fond of killing and looting, points were certainly not an issue. The only problem was talent and upgrade materials. As for upgrade materials, Sui only knew that they could be obtained through dispatched missions. There seemed to be no other means of acquisition. As for talent, there's no need to mention it. Although there are many talented individuals in Sui's shelter, most of them were granted through talent rewards. The only exception was Jiang Xiaozi, who was awarded at the national level. The recently acquired Chenshoren was also obtained through a special talent lottery item. Therefore it can be inferred that talent units are indeed quite precious. Even that unlucky guy seems to have reached some special conditions to qualify for purchasing this talent item. As for others without any channels, they would struggle to recruit even a low-level talent unit for the shelter. Sui lowered his head and thought, murmuring, why didn't that guy use the item to recruit talent earlier? Could it be that he just recently obtained the qualification to purchase the item? Or perhaps he didn't have enough points yet, frantically raiding nearby shelters to accumulate points these past few days. Then did he just manage to gather enough points tonight? Sui felt that his speculation might be the truth, but if that were the case, he would find that this guy was truly unfortunate. Just as he was about to bear fruit from his hard work, the fruit was taken away by Sui. What a wasted effort. The item is gone, the points are gone, and the person is dead. Then by that logic, I am way ahead. Sui's eyes widened in excitement. Even if there are survivors with similar means to obtain talent channels like my talent reward, the numbers surely won't be too many. After all, in the entire city I am the only one who has done it, and the only other unlucky person with a chance to upgrade their shelter was killed by me. As for the others, even if they want to upgrade, they probably won't be able to do so in the short term, especially since the mechanisms for the Apocalypse game have yet to be revealed, preventing others from obtaining talent units stably. Why do I feel like I am leading the others in a version of the Apocalypse? Sui felt increasingly strange as he pondered. Talent units looking across the city, he was the only one with a large number, while the other survivors' shelters didn't have even a single talent unit. Moreover, they didn't even know how to obtain talents. Upon careful consideration, it felt like in a game Sui was playing the early access version while others were in the public test version. The early access version experiences more game content first, and once finished it will be the public test version's turn. My talent truly deserves its SSS rating, it indeed carries value. Sui smiled. He had underestimated it a few times at the beginning, feeling his talent was a bit too late game and the reward seemed lukewarm. It seemed a bit unworthy of the SS level talent grade. Now, a week into the Apocalypse, looking across the city, it turned out that he was the only one ahead in the Apocalypse version. While they couldn't even upgrade their shelters, his number of talent units had already surpassed 10. Comfortable. Sui stroked his neck, chuckling softly as he lay back on the bed. Sleep. Only sleep can pass the time. I can't wait for tomorrow noon to trigger the next wave of rewards. I hope tomorrow's talent rewards continue to bring me talent. Having realized the scarcity of talent units at this stage, Sui naturally hoped that every talent reward would bring him talent units. He slept soundly until he opened his eyes and found it was already 1130 a.m. Just as he got out of bed, he saw Jiang Xiaozi preparing dishes at the dining table. She seemed to notice Sui's gaze, looked up at the bed and smiled at him, waving her hand. Sir, it's time to get up, quickly wash up and have breakfast. Her gentle demeanor was like that of a virtuous wife, always giving Sui a faint sense of having already started a family. What about Chen Xiuren? Sui got out of bed and with Jiang Xiaozi's assistance dressed while inquiring about the newcomer. Sir, he has already gone to work. Work? Yes, he seems to dislike me managing him, so he set some rules and a work schedule for himself. Jiang Xiaozi said softly. I saw it and thought it was appropriate, so I let him be, as he is also loyal to you, sir, and I didn't want to make things difficult for him. Rules he set for himself. Let's hear them. Sui asked curiously as he sat at the dining table. What kind of rules are they? He said he needs to wake up at 8 every day and work in the medical room until 8 at night. After 8 in the evening he won't do any medical work unless you personally instruct him to. Every weekend he will take 1 day off and not work on medical cases. Additionally, he wants access to Li Ya's research facility. It seems he wants to do something there. I guess it should be related to poison. Jiang Xiaozi spoke in detail and Sui couldn't help but laugh. In this Apocalypse, this guy is still setting work hours for himself. He even wants a day off every week. He really thinks he's a doctor. The doctors in this hospital are way busier than him, and there are emergencies to consider. Sui laughed and Jiang Xiaozi asked, Sir, do you allow this? If not, I will have him change it. It's fine, there aren't many people in the shelter and not everyone gets sick every day, so let him be. Sui shook his head. Let him adapt for a while longer. By the way, what does Li Ya think about him using the research facility? Li Ya doesn't allow him to enter. Jiang Xiaozi said softly. I couldn't persuade Li Ya, and it seems she has also been researching some new technical modules recently, so I thought it might help the shelter, so I didn't let him disturb her. Well done. Sui nodded. Ask Chen Xiuren what equipment he needs so the warriors can go out and look for it. If we can meet the needs we will, if not let him wait. His current position is primarily to save people for things like poisoning and killing. They aren't needed for now, so he doesn't need to be anxious. By the way, it's almost time to resume the shelter exploration task arrangement. The 3 daily tasks must be fulfilled, mainly to collect upgrade materials for the shelter. Sui's shelter currently had sufficient resources, complete items and many talents. He wasn't lacking in food and similar supplies, just in upgrade materials for the shelter. Sui thought that he should take advantage of this rare leading opportunity to exert more effort and keep his shelter far ahead. Just leading by 1 level is not enough. Please don't move, let me handle this. Jiang Xiaozi reacted swiftly, taking out ice water from the fridge and a clean towel and rushing to Sui's side. She widened her beautiful eyes to observe the injury closely, ready to make an accurate judgment for the next step in treatment. As the leader of the operative, Sui was not surprised that she possessed some basic first aid knowledge. He felt a bit awkward now. Sir. Jiang Xiaozi raised her delicate head, her expression serious without a hint of shyness. How are you feeling? Does it hurt a lot? It's nothing, I just got a bit startled earlier. Sui lowered his voice, trying to calm himself down. Really nothing. Should I call Chen Xiuren to take a look? Call him. No way. I'm fine. Sui did not hesitate to refuse directly, and to add credibility he emphasized repeatedly, Xiaozi, I received a new reward yesterday and my heat resistance has increased. I was just startled, really nothing happened, I didn't even break skin. Sui spoke earnestly, he truly was fine. Really? Zhang Xiaoxi carefully examined, hesitatingly lifting her head after a while. Before she could continue speaking, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Miss Jian, what are today's task arrangements? We've already rested and eaten and we can leave at any time. Saying this, Lin Yu directly pushed the door open. She was Sui's most trusted warrior, naturally having the right to enter Sui's room without knocking. Fortunately, the door was around a corner, so Lin Yu could not see the current situation between the two. When Lin Yu reached the front of the sofa, Zhang Xiaoxi had already stood up and Sui's expression had returned to calm. Chief, you're awake. Lin Yu greeted Sui with a smile, then asked softly, Chief, you seem a bit unwell, a bit flushed. Are you feverish? I'll go call Chen Shouren. No need. Zhang Xiaoxi called out to Lin Yu, shaking her head. It's just too hot, I'll lower the air conditioning. Zhang Xiaoxi casually explained, not raising Lin Yu's suspicions. She nodded and turned to ask Miss Jian, what should I do today? Is it to continue executing combat tasks? Lin Yu was eager to try. Zhang Xiaoxi had formulated detailed and long-term combat plans for the soldiers, targeting all the thugs and survivor camps around the shelter. With Zhang Xiaoxi's methods, even if Sui did not inquire, he could guess that it would mostly be a swift and decisive cleanup. If they encountered any stubborn survivors, Zhang Xiaoxi would likely label them as thugs and send Lin Yu to eliminate them. Due to Lin Yu's simple nature, she would not ponder whether the targets Zhang Xiaoxi assigned were good or bad. She would simply execute the task. Come out with me. Zhang Xiaoxi glanced at Sui and slightly lowered her head. Sir, I need to get busy now. I will come back later to check your health. Okay, go ahead. Sui nodded, slightly adjusting his sitting posture. Check health. Is the chief feeling unwell? It's just a routine check. After all, the chief's identity is important and requires regular health checks. I happen to know some medical techniques. Miss Jiang is really impressive. The two women chatted and laughed as they left the room. Sui lay on the sofa and after a moment raised his head to look into the void. This culprit. Sui muttered to himself, once again carefully examining the talent reward information before him. Congratulations. You have triggered a high-level talent reward. Congratulations. You have received a talent rewards level personal skill Greedy Parasite. Greedy Parasite's level active skill entertainment skill. You can choose any target to parasite, must be a living organism, and you will definitely complete the parasiting without the target noticing. After parasiting, you can randomly obtain a copy of one item owned by that target every day. Skill limitation: only one target can be parasited at a time and you cannot change the parasitic target until the current target dies. How? Is there such a reward? Sui muttered. He was initially stunned by this reward. First of all, upon seeing this level personal skill reward, he felt excited and happy. Logically speaking, Sui should not have encountered S-level talent rewards at this stage. However, he upgraded his talent rewards last night and today he directly encountered a grand talent prize. But the problem is, why is it an entertainment skill? Considering the situation, it seems that my shelter currently does not have any urgent needs overall. I seem to be quite lacking in entertainment needs. In the entire shelter, the only thing I can play with appears to be a computer, and I have already played all the single-player games in it several times. Sui thought of the things he could play with and Zhang Xiaoxi unconsciously appeared in his mind. But he quickly shook off that thought. Zhang Xiaoxi was a talent, not a toy. Following this line of thought, the talent reward indeed has a high probability of appearing as an entertainment type of reward to fill my spiritual void. After all, for a homebody, eating and drinking may not matter much, but playing games is very important. But the problem is, how do I use this skill? Sui pondered carefully, considering from the skill description it does seem very entertaining. No matter what target I choose, I can obtain a copy of an item from the target every day. The randomness is high, it's quite a gamble, and there is indeed a thrill to it. With good luck I might copy something valuable, with bad luck I might copy a pair of socks that someone is wearing. The limitation of parasiting is a bit large. I can only select one target, and changing the target requires the previous parasitic target to be dead. This limitation is quite significant. It seems a bit unworthy of this level rating. Wait, in the skill introduction it seems there are no restrictions on the types of items that can be copied. Sui narrowed his eyes. If I choose a powerful survivor as my parasitic target, do I have a chance to copy his talents, his skills, his items, and even his survival points? Sui's eyes widened. He carefully read the skill introduction repeatedly and found that his guess could very well come true. Because the range of items that this skill can copy truly has no limits. Items owned by the target. This item encompasses an incredibly broad range. No matter what it is, it can be referred to as an item. Given this, I can only parasitize enemies. Sui muttered, after all, if I want to change the parasitic target, I must first kill the previous target. This is a darkly whimsical and very dangerous entertainment skill. It requires me to treat human lives as a game. Sui remained calm. He had already adapted to this cruel apocalyptic rule. Killing had lost its novelty for him. So the next question arises. Who should I choose as the first parasitic target? Aside from humans, Sui seemed to have no other targets to choose from. Although the skill description didn't limit to only humans in the current high-temperature environment, Sui had rarely seen any living beings other than humans. Forget about stray cats and dogs, not a single bird could be seen in the sky. Occasionally some mosquitoes and insects could be spotted flying around, but Sui kept his distance and did not use his parasitic skill on them. What could a swarm of mosquitoes replicate? Forget it, I might as well try it first. Sui was truly bored and couldn't find a suitable subject for his experiment. Should he let the residents at home try? Sui had not lost his mind to the point of harming his own people. These girls worked diligently and seriously, and they were quite valuable. It was not worth it to harm them. After much contemplation, Sui decided to open the window and let in an unknown mosquito. The streets were now filled with flying insects, and without sanitation workers the city had changed drastically. Parasitize. Sui focused on the flying insects, silently chanting. In the next moment he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and his body involuntarily collapsed onto the sofa. When Sui finally managed to calm his discomfort and struggled to regain his consciousness, he was horrified to discover that his perspective and sensations had become somewhat chaotic. He could now distinctly feel that he had two viewpoints. One was the human perspective of someone looking at a house, and the other was the compound eye perspective of a creature lying on the table seeing his own face filled with terror. Is this the perspective of an insect? Damn, this is truly parasitism. I actually possess the perspective of an insect. Sui's heart was greatly shaken. No, this is so dizzying, I feel more and more faint. Sui held his head, and with the insect's struggles he felt the world spinning around him. Unable to endure any longer, Sui fought against the impulse to vomit, grabbed a book and smashed the insect. Smack! With the insect's death the parasitic effect vanished and Sui felt much better. Damn it, this is utterly ridiculous. Sui took a deep breath to calm himself down. This thing actually has a latent effect that allows me to possess the perspective of a parasite. Hiss. I need to choose a good parasitic target. What secrets could he possibly hold for me? Sui murmured. Although having two perspectives was quite uncomfortable, he just needed to adapt. Compared to the uncomfortable side effects, the potential effect of this talent was simply enormous. Based on the results of the experiment, I should find a survivor to parasitize, preferably a strong survivor from a refuge. This way having an additional human perspective won't be too unbearable for me. I can adapt better. Moreover, I might have the luck to replicate something of value. If I just randomly parasitize someone resulting in very average replicated items, then this skill would truly be nothing more than an entertaining skill. Sui frowned as a name immediately surfaced in his mind: the Little White Bear Refuge. As far as I know, the only powerful survivor is him. He opened the leaderboard and found that this guy's ranking was still high, leading in the number of destroyed refuges. Incredible. He was truly the top dog on the PK leaderboard, known for killing without mercy. Firstly, it's reasonable to assume that this guy's talent must be quite high and his effects must be powerful. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't yet acquire a talent unit or was limited by upgrade materials with the survival points he has gained, he could have upgraded the refuge several times over. If I could parasitize him, my chances of replicating good items would undoubtedly increase. But how do I find him? Sui pondered. He couldn't just directly shout in the chat channel, "Little White Bear, where are you? Come out and let's have a chat." That would definitely not work. After all, parasitism is not control. The target still retains their own consciousness and can resist Sui. According to Sui's plan, he wanted to complete the parasitism without the Little White Bear knowing, maintaining the situation where he was in the shadows while Little White Bear was in the open. I didn't want to encounter him too early before, but now I actually look forward to seeing him. Sui lay back on the sofa, contemplated for a moment, then got up and went downstairs to find Jiang Shaoxi. At this moment Jiang Shaoxi was in a command room on the second floor assigning tasks for the day to the warriors. When Sui walked in, he saw Lin Yu and others fully armed and ready to set off. "Sir, do you have any further instructions?" Jiang Shaoxi was very clever. She seldom saw Sui come downstairs. Every time he did, it meant something important. Sui nodded and waved for everyone to gather around again. "Shaoxi, have you mentioned the Little White Bear Refuge I spoke of before to everyone?" "I have mentioned it." Jiang Shaoxi nodded. "I have always emphasized that during mission execution we should avoid direct conflict with the Little White Bear Refuge, focusing on gathering intelligence from them." Jiang Shaoxi knew about Sui's talent characteristics, that the longer time dragged on the stronger he became. To fully utilize Sui's talent characteristics, the development policy for the refuge she set was primarily defensive. Building multiple defensive street chains around the refuge, forming a progressive territory range and steadily pushing outward. However, there is now a bit of new unexpected news. Sui pondered and spoke. "Shaoxi, I now need to find the leader of the Little White Bear Refuge. I have a method that can effectively target him in the long term." "Sir, may I ask what the method is?" "Parasitism." Sui weighed his words and did not conceal anything. Everyone present was his talent with guaranteed loyalty, and their fate was intertwined with the refuge. I possess a parasitic skill. As long as I see the leader of the Little White Bear Refuge, I can complete the parasitism and gain access to all his trump cards. Sui paused and smiled. Of course, it's just a probability, it's not absolute. To grasp all of the opponent's trump cards. Jiang Shaoxi's eyes lit up. She understood how terrifying this skill could be. If so, Sui's refuge would be invincible. Sir, do you just need to see the leader of the Little White Bear Refuge? That's about it. I'm still testing more parasitic methods. Sui nodded. From his preliminary tests, the primary condition for parasitism was at least to see the target. If he couldn't even see the target, he couldn't complete the parasitism. This. Jiang Shaoxi pondered slightly. Sui looked at her with great anticipation. Shaoxi, is there a way? I know this is somewhat difficult, but if we succeed, that group of people would undoubtedly be working for us. Sui coughed lightly, feeling he was asking too much. The Little White Bear Refuge was notorious for being bloodthirsty. How easy would it be to encounter them? Approaching them would pose a tremendous risk. It's not impossible. Jiang Shaoxi raised an eyebrow and spoke gently. Sir, I will take full responsibility for this matter. However, I need to confirm with you. Really, just seeing him is enough? Yes. Sui nodded without hesitation. This was the parasitic method he had already verified. Okay, I know what to do now. Jiang Shaoxi nodded. I may need some time. I hope you can be patient, sir. And ma'am, I'll leave it to you. Sui nodded with satisfaction. Having a clever strategist was quite comfortable. If there was any problem he couldn't solve, he could just consult the strategist and they would handle it flawlessly. We don't need to be overly clever, we just need to learn to delegate power to our subordinates and then lie at home playing games to win. Sui felt this was the correct use of his talent. No wonder the talent rewards frequently provided benefits to his talent units. It seems that I always thought staying at home and not going out was the way to invincibility. But in reality, as long as the disasters have not disappeared, there is no absolute safety. Building a powerful force of our own, protecting ourselves at the core, is the only safe path for development. Sui sighed inwardly, realizing why Jiang Shaoxi had initially devised a plan for him to be a behind-the-scenes boss. Developing one's own power not only allows for the utilization of an increasing number of talents to achieve comprehensive strength without weaknesses, but also provides unlimited strong security. A single person building an invincible refuge is ultimately just a hard shell. A group of people building a strong refuge can enjoy the feeling of being a doomsday emperor where every word is followed by loyal subjects. After communicating with Jiang Shaoxi, she did not let the warriors immediately execute the task of finding the Little White Bear Refuge, but instead continued to have Lin Yu and the others maintain the day's combat tasks as they were. Lin Yu was somewhat puzzled but did not ask further. She quietly kept this matter in mind and resolved to actively collect more intelligence if they explored and obtained news about the Little White Bear Refuge. The afternoon passed uneventfully. The women in the refuge continued to repair and strengthen the defensive mechanisms of the refuge under Jiang Shaoxi's guidance, using various gadgets crafted by Leah to lay down more traps and warning devices. In the entire refuge, only two men were the most bored: Sui and Chen Shuren. No, Sui was slightly better off than Chen Shuren. After all, Sui still had a new skill to ponder over. Although the feeling of parasitizing non-human creatures was somewhat uncomfortable, Sui spent the entire afternoon continuously trying to master the skill better. He experimented with different parasitic methods, parasitizing various categories of creatures, looking for more tips on skill application. Of course, to ensure his safety, he avoided copying anything messy onto himself. Each of Sui's experimental processes was relatively brief, ensuring he could kill the parasitic target quickly, avoiding copying insect wings or lizard tails onto himself. Before long, night fell. Sui stood by the window gazing out at the gradually decaying city buildings, feeling a sense of lament in his heart. Thick smoke rose from the industrial area of the city. It seemed that a fire had ignited again, and he could vaguely hear the sound of explosions, suggesting another disaster was unfolding. Less than 3 weeks left, and this round of high-temperature apocalypse will come to an end. I wonder how many people will still be alive by then. However, the rewards for the country's victory were given quite early, which should allow many survivors across the nation to survive. Sui was deep in thought when he suddenly noticed the entrance door of the residential building downstairs being opened, and Chen Shuren was carrying several large burlap sacks out. The openings of the burlap sacks were wide, filled with drinking water, food, daily necessities, and various gadgets crafted by Leah. What was he planning to take these things out for? Chen Kairen's departure was undoubtedly arranged by Jiang Shaoxi. Although he had just joined the talent unit, Sui could see that some aspects of Chen Kairen's personality were quite similar to his own. If he can stay at home, he will. He doesn't leave unless necessary and prefers to lounge around. It's hard to imagine that this is the personality of an assassin. He is somewhat undisciplined, yet Chen Shuren is indeed like this. While Sui was puzzled, Jiang Shaoxi had already pushed the door open and entered the room from behind. Shaoxi, did you let Chen Shuren go out? Sui pointed to the darkening sky outside saying, "It's already dark, why let him go out so late?" "It's indeed somewhat dangerous," Jiang Shaoxi nodded in acknowledgement. However, Sui didn't think so. This guy. "I believe danger is secondary, I'm just curious why he brought so many things out with him. An assassin skilled in poison going out at night in the sweltering heat of the apocalypse. The danger level is comparable to going home, it's unlikely he would die outside." "Sir, you may not know," Jiang Shaoxi said with a smile. "A few days ago Lin Yu and the others discovered a market formed spontaneously by survivors 6 streets away from us during their search. There are often people exchanging goods there, bartering items both day and night. No wonder Chen Xiuren took a lot of things with him, it turns out he was going to do business." "Oh." Sui was even more puzzled. "What do you plan for Chen Xiuren to buy? Is there anything we lack in our shelter?" Sui was aware of the existence of offline markets. He had seen related discussions in chat channels a few days ago. Although the shelter platform provides online trading items across the city, many things cannot be listed for trade. The most inconspicuous yet most needed items are various non-dable materials. These materials might be table legs, cement and steel bars from construction sites. They do not belong to the primary classifications recognized by the Apocalypse game mechanism, such as food, drinking water or weapons, and cannot be listed for trade. However, in a world where most technological means have failed, humanity still needs these materials from before the apocalypse to rebuild their shelters. These means are allowed within the apocalypse mechanism. Sui had long discovered that the basic technology humans have re-researched and their ability to utilize tools are permitted to be effective. Many survivors temporarily do not have the means to upgrade their shelters, and with the need to enhance the security of the shelters, there naturally exists a market demand for these materials. Aside from this demand, the sellers in the online shelters tend to hide things, and the information provided about the items is often misleading. If one accidentally buys something that doesn't match the description, there's no way to return or refund it. Survivors who wish to avoid being deceived are also keen on offline trading, as being able to see the items in person reduces the risk of deception. Of course, offline trading also carries significant risks, including the danger of being robbed or losing both people and goods. Each side weighs the gains and losses. We don't lack anything in our shelter, but it's better to be prepared. I had him buy more medicine and equipment that he needs. Jiang Shaoxi paused and smiled, saying, "Of course, I also had him promote our shelter supplies a bit more and be generous." Be generous. Sui frowned as he seemed to understand what Jiang Shaoxi was planning. "You want to collect intelligence about the Little White Bear shelter through trading?" Sui inquired, as where there are many people there is an exchange of information. In the online communication channels, the crowd and noise obscure useful clues, making it difficult to obtain key intelligence. But it's different offline. As long as Chen Xiuren is generous enough, it's easy to break down the psychological barriers of buyers and sellers, allowing for at least some preliminary exchange of intelligence. I have such plans, but it's not just that. Jiang Shaoxi nodded and shook her head. "Sir, offline trading is inherently filled with many unstable factors, and everyone is on guard against each other. I think this method of intelligence collection is probably like searching for a needle in a haystack. While it is possible to obtain information about the Little White Bear shelter, it would likely be hard to learn more about their true situation or even make contact with them. Then what is Chen Qiren's true purpose?" Sui stared at Jiang Shaoxi, knowing that this woman wouldn't undertake useless tasks. Since Chen Qiren's main objective isn't to collect intelligence, what else could it be? To demonstrate strength. Jiang Shaoxi whispered, "Sir, I need him to represent our shelter, to engage with the survivors within the offline trading market, showcase our strength and spread our influence, and when the time is ripe, then take control of the offline trading market." Sui suddenly realized and exclaimed, "You want to seize new territory? Control the offline trading market?" "Not me," Jiang Shaoxi smiled faintly, emphasizing, "It's for you, sir." He had gradually adapted to this era and could anticipate what she was planning. Jiang Shaoxi knew Sui wasn't foolish, he just hadn't timely shifted his thinking habits before. Controlling the offline trading market. This method could indeed work. Sui paced back and forth, frowning as he murmured, "Using control to radiate our influence. As long as we are well known enough, we can naturally contact the Little White Bear shelter smoothly. Furthermore, if we appear as the controllers of the offline trading market, we inherently bear the identity and position of businessmen. The Little White Bear, no matter how bloodthirsty, wouldn't need to kill us. He is brutal but not foolish. He surely knows that maintaining a good relationship with us can secure more stable supply channels. In this way we can further mask our own shelter by remotely controlling the trading market while also showcasing our strength, thus actually making contact with the Little White Bear shelter." "So Shaoxi, do you only intend for this trading market to serve as a shell to conceal our identity?" Sui looked at Jiang Shaoxi, who shook her head. "Naturally, it's not just that. As you bring more new partners, our pressure to support them will inevitably increase. A single shelter ultimately cannot protect more and more people. We need more territory, more say, and more armed strength to ensure your safety to the greatest extent." Jiang Shaoxi's goal was simple. She wanted the territory of the trading market not just to contact the Little White Bear shelter, but to use it to strengthen their own shelter and create a dangerous buffer zone. As long as they take the trading market, they can draw away most of the attention and scrutiny directed at Sui's shelter. If someone tries to make an enemy of Sui, the trading market as a visible territory will undoubtedly be the first target. In this way, the shelter where Sui resides may not be the first to face an enemy's attack, thereby significantly increasing its safety. If without an external territory the enemy learns the location of the shelter, Sui will have to confront the enemies outside the shelter. Although the safety level of the shelter is improving and strengthening every day, such matters always carry risks. If the enemy is too strong and far exceeds the shelter's capacity, leading to a breach of the shelter, everything would be over. Thinking deeper, once the trading market is taken, using it as a new springboard, they might gather more external survivors around Sui's shelter, uniting them to resist the apocalypse. Under Jiang Shaoxi's management system, these external survivors would not be able to meet Sui directly. This is akin to the corporate management system before the apocalypse. Employees at the bottom of the pyramid cannot casually meet the chairman, yet they toil tirelessly for the chairman's wealth. Jiang Shaoxi's decision was twofold. It considered the long term and bore a certain interlocking quality. The more Sui pondered, the more he felt it was quite perfect. Indeed, quite impressive, well thought out. Sui remained silent for a long time before finally expressing, "Shaoxi, you are truly remarkable. This plan benefits us whether we encounter danger or develop smoothly with no harm involved." Jiang Shaoxi was building layer upon layer of external protective power for Sui, providing not just physical protection but comprehensive security. "You are also very impressive." Jiang Shaoxi blinked her beautiful eyes and gently said, "Whatever Shaoxi thinks cannot escape your notice." You actually learned to flatter. "I'm speaking the truth." Jiang Shaoxi's smile grew brighter. She genuinely thought Sui was very intelligent, a fundamentally kind and principled person, yet not pedantic. In the face of danger, Sui can be decisive and ruthless. Under the right circumstances, he can also lend a helping hand to the weak. Although he is sometimes a bit lazy, he can figure out many things on his own and trusts his subordinates, daring to delegate authority. Such a leader may not be perfect, but he can give his subordinates a sense of security. "All right, with you here I can indeed be a proper homebody." Sui comfortably lay on the sofa while Jiang Shaoxi had already begun to implement the plan to expand the shelter outward, but this still did not affect Sui's plan to lie back at home and enjoy. "She expands her territory and I enjoy my own. There is no conflict." "Sir, it's late, shall we sleep?" Okay." Sui stood up and suddenly said with a smile, "Shaoxi, I suddenly feel like I'm a bit like Lue Do, relying entirely on you." "Shaoxi is not comparable to Zhu Liang, nor is Sir as mediocre as a Do." Jiang Shaoxi lowered her head and softly said, "In Shaoxi's view, Sir just doesn't like to compete for things." "Sir doesn't like to compete, but I can go seize things for you." This was what Jiang Shaoxi did not say, and Sui did not ask, as he was ready to lie down and sleep. Unexpectedly, Jiang Shaoxi reminded him, "Sir, it seems you haven't bathed for a long time. The shelter's water resources are now sufficient. Would you like to bathe?" "That's true, I haven't really bathed since the apocalypse started." Sui nodded. "Prepare a bath, fill the tub. It's already done, just in the room downstairs. Leah remodeled it yesterday. It's a large bathtub." Jiang Shaoxi gently opened the door and led Sui to a room downstairs. This room had been completely transformed. All the original facilities inside had been cleared out. The room featured a high platform along 1/3 of the wall encircling the clear water within the entire room, with neatly arranged outlets visible at the bottom. Is this not a swimming pool?" Sui's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Did Leah do this?" "She turned the entire room into a swimming pool." "Yes." Jiang Shaoxi nodded, gently explaining, "I provided the idea, Leah created the designs and plans, and the remaining work was done by the girls themselves. I was wondering what you all were doing downstairs lately. I didn't expect such a surprise." "Sir, this is a surprise prepared for you by the girls." Jiang Shaoxi whispered, "You provide shelter and the girls are grateful, feeling they should do something to make you more comfortable." Very nice, an indoor swimming pool, I like it." Sui nodded in satisfaction. Although the swimming pool currently looked a bit rudimentary, it was already a good start. With a swimming pool already here, what else could be far behind? Sui felt that the quality of his homebody life in the shelter was gradually improving. "Sir, shall we wash now?" You go out." "Hey. Why are you taking off your clothes?" "Sir, I have to stay by your side. What if you drown?" "I need to watch over you." Jiang Shaoxi was too straightforward, completely unconcerned about what Sui might do to her. In the end, Sui unexpectedly enjoyed a delightful bath. How should I put it? It was a bit different from a pair of mandarin ducks frolicking in the water. At least nothing truly happened. However, a bit of physical contact was unavoidable. However, it was not Sui who initiated the physical contact. After some playful splashing, night gradually deepened. Sui returned to his room, comfortably embracing the beautiful woman and drifting into a dream. A night filled with sweet and peaceful dreams lasted until the next morning. Sui was awakened by the sounds of Chen Kairan's complaints outside the door. "No way. I have to find the boss. I need a raise. It's absolutely necessary. This is extra work. I worked all night." You still want me to sit in the infirmary. Even if the capable should work more, it shouldn't be like this. The boss will feel bad for me if he finds out. And besides, no one here is sick. What am I doing sitting there like an idiot? There are girls who will tease me, you know. They're not sick yet, they constantly run to the infirmary. This is a serious matter, I'm a doctor. How can I be teased by patients? Shinkiren's loud voice roused Sui, who looked towards the door. Jiang Shaoxi's voice came through calm and unhurried. Lower your voice. If the gentleman wakes up, I won't spare you. What's wrong? Am I not allowed to speak up while being oppressed as a middle-aged person? The boss is a good person, he definitely wouldn't approve of you treating me like this. Chen Xiuren was unafraid of Jiang Shaoxi, his tone rising even higher. I'm 40. I'm halfway in the ground. And you still oppress me like this. I worked all night and you still won't let me sleep. I want to see the boss, I want to report you. Chen Xiuren. Sui called out, raising his voice slightly. Come in. Hey boss. I'm coming. Chen Qiren's cheerful response was hurried and slightly smug. The boss is awake, you're finished. I'm going to report you. Chen Xiuren entered the room seeing Sui leaning against the bed and bowed respectfully. Good morning, boss. Sui pointed to the teacup on the table and Chen Xiuren hurriedly jogged forward, respectfully pouring tea into Sui's hand. You didn't poison it, did you? Sui took a slight sip of the tea and suddenly asked, leaving Chen Xiuren momentarily stunned. Boss, how could I dare to poison you? You never know. Sui's expression was unreadable as he said lightly, you dared to shout at Xiaozi as soon as you came back. You even tried to poison Linyu right in front of me. What else wouldn't you dare to do? Boss. Chen Xiuren lowered his head awkwardly, falling silent. Xiaozi is in charge of everything in the shelter. Whatever she asks you to do is my intention. Sui set down his teacup and scrutinized Chen Xiuren. I heard you outside just now. What is it? Did you encounter a new boss last night and no longer want to work for me? Boss, that's not what I meant. Chen Xiuren hurriedly explained. I just feel that there are a bit too many tasks. It's just that Miss Jiang assigned me too many tasks. I can't handle it all by myself. So should I give you a raise? Sui nodded and asked, but there's no such thing as a salary in my shelter. What should we do? Fire you. Don't do that, boss. Chen Xiuren scratched his head, his smile growing increasingly awkward. Where else can I go? I know I was wrong, I won't do it again. Sui didn't respond, he simply got up and began to wash up. Chen Xiuren silently followed behind him. Once Sui had tidied himself up, he looked at Chen Xiuren in the mirror and calmly asked, tell me, what do you want from me? It can't be just to complain about Xiaozi. You're quite clever knowing Xiaozi's position in the shelter. Boss. Chen Xiuren scratched his head, glancing at Jiang Xiaozi standing by the door watching them, and lowered his voice as he spoke to Sui. I went out last night. I know. Go on. Sui sat at the dining table which had breakfast prepared by Jiang Xiaozi. Even if Sui might not wake up at this hour, Jiang Xiaozi still prepared a hearty breakfast every day to ensure that Sui could eat upon awakening. And then I killed some people. Chen Qiren's head lowered further and Sui paused slightly in his eating, raising his head to glance at Jiang Xiaozi outside the door, then scrutinized the sheepish Chen Xiuren. Chen Xiuren, I remember Xiaozi sent you out to expand our influence and lay the groundwork for taking over the trading market, right? Yes, boss. You killed people to expand influence, right? Sui tilted his head. Was it to intimidate, or were you forced to fight back in danger? It was to intimidate. Chen Xiuren kept his head down and Sui felt something was off. Why did this middle-aged man look so guilty? First tell me, how many people did you kill? 127. Chen Xiuren reported the accurate number, causing Sui to nearly drop his spoon. What the hell? What? Sui's tone rose and he stared wide-eyed at Chen Xiuren. Say that again. Boss, I killed 127 people using poison, a small-scale neurotoxin. Chen Xiuren kept his head down, not daring to meet Sui's eyes, looking like a child who had done something wrong. Damn it, another guy who kills without batting an eye. Sui held his head in disbelief. What kind of person had he summoned? It was one thing for Linyu's soldiers to kill and normal for Jiang Xiaozi, the head of an operative, to feel no psychological pressure about killing, but why was this doctor also on a killing spree? Oh right, he was also a retired world-class assassin. Why did you kill so many when you were sent out on a mission? They had their eyes on what I had, and then Miss Jiang said to appropriately expand our influence and show our strength. Then tell me, how many people were there total at that trading location? 268 people. According to the shelter's intelligence, it's a relatively large trading market, while other nearby markets have a maximum trading scale of only 40 to 50 people. 268 people and you killed 127. You wiped out half of them. Sui pinched his fingers, trying hard to calm himself, looking at Chen Xiuren with a serious tone. You call that intimidation? Is this intimidation? You basically wiped out an entire family. Sui felt numb all over. He wasn't feeling compassionate for the dead, he just felt that this plan seemed to be falling apart. What decent person goes to take over territory with someone like Chen Xiuren killing indiscriminately? If everyone is dead, what ground are you taking? If everyone is dead, who are you trading with? Boss taking over territory. Chen Xiuren awkwardly smiled as he explained, leave people their land, at least the territory is still there. What a clever way to leave people their land. You're truly talented. Sui gave him a thumbs up. He finally understood how Chen Xiuren got into an argument with Jiang Xiaozi. She must have scolded him thoroughly after learning about this. Thank you for your praise, boss. Damn. Did this uncle think I was complimenting him? Forget it, it's already happened. Sui took a deep breath and didn't explode in anger, which surprised Chen Xiuren. Boss, you're not angry. I am, but scolding you won't help. Sui shook his head, his fingers pinching the spoon as he calculated, these people are already dead, what a pity. You killed these guys with no value at all. There was no destruction of the shelter, nor did they obtain any inheritances. These people were killed for nothing and would likely cause panic, leading to no one daring to come to this trading location again. Everyone came here to do business but ended up facing a psychopathic killer who would dare come to this place for trades. It's a pity, looks like we need to change trading markets. Sai Sui lamented deeply, we need to send someone else to do this. But forget it, we don't have enough manpower. Ling Yu and the others still need to gather materials every day, just be more careful next time. With your killing methods, who would dare to do business? Sui still couldn't help but sternly admonish Chen Xiuren, many things cannot simply be solved by killing, our goal is to take over territory. Can a place with no people be called territory? The purpose of occupying the trading market is to allow everyone to trade better. To conduct transactions under our protection, making these people follow our arrangements and become external forces around us. And you directly killed half of them. Sui rolled his eyes, but unexpectedly Chen Xiuren suddenly raised his head confused and said, boss, I've already completed the task. What did you complete? Spreading influence, ensuring the trading market is under our control, letting more survivors who come to trade rely on us and become part of our power. Chen Xiuren paused for a moment, then quietly said, the few who survived held my hand before they left, crying and telling me they would come back to trade tomorrow night, and they insisted I must be there. Sui was taken aback and suddenly asked, wait, they pleaded with you to come back tomorrow night? Yes, boss. Did you omit something from me? Did I? Chen Xiuren tilted his head, suddenly realizing, oh, I seem to have forgotten to mention the people I killed were said to be from the Heavenly God Gang, and they were also here to take over territory. Apparently they arrived 2 days earlier than I did. They thought I was also a survivor here to trade and asked me to take out half of what I brought as a booth fee. I thought it was unfair, so I killed them all. Chen Xiuren paused for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, as for the other traders, I gave them the antidote, they didn't die. That group of competitors was wiped out by me. So you did a good deed, drove off the competitors, provided protection, gained the reliance of the traders, and then... Doesn't that mean we've already taken over that trading market? Sui suddenly realized that this trading market had already been targeted, but these unfortunate souls had run into the ruthless Chen Xiuren. Yes, boss, I completed the task. Chen Xiuren smiled happily, showing no signs of guilt for his earlier mistake. This guy had been pretending all along. Damn. Sui turned furious, why didn't you say that earlier? Chen Xiuren raised his head, looking innocent, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You didn't ask. His smile was filled with the joy of a prankster succeeding. If I don't ask, you won't say, huh? Fine. I almost forgot, this guy is a lunatic. Sui glanced at Jiang Xiaozi outside the door. She looked equally surprised. Clearly Chen Xiuren hadn't told her about this matter either. This guy was doing it on purpose, deliberately saying half the truth to have fun. This won't happen again. Sui said sternly, pointing at Chen Xiuren, your ability to get things done is good, but doing it this way can easily cause misunderstandings. Chen Xiuren, have a proper attitude. Yes, boss. Chen Xiuren responded loudly, but Sui wasn't sure if he truly understood. Then tomorrow continue to go, just keep an eye on the market for a few nights. Sui's fingers tapped on the table as he pondered, you killed those people, you'll probably face trouble. Let's observe for a few nights first. Doing this can also strengthen our influence, but it's tough on you since you have to watch the market alone. Wait a few more days, if new talent joins us I'll get you some help. Sui looked at Chen Xiuren, next time you report don't say it halfway. If you have any requests bring them up now, I'll try to accommodate you. Sui certainly didn't want to lose the market they had just acquired. This was a crucial step in the plan. Taking the market wasn't hard, but keeping it was a different story. I have a need. Chen Xiuren, not being polite, brought up his difficulties. Boss, the poison I brought is almost used up and it seems Leah doesn't have the raw materials for making medicine. If more people come to snatch territory, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. Chen Xiuren blinked, speaking sincerely. He was an assassin, not Superman. He couldn't face too many enemies hidden without equipment. Xiaozi. Sui looked towards Jiang Xiaozi outside the door. Jiang Xiaozi gazed deeply at Chen Xiuren then nodded at Sui. Sir, I will arrange the task distribution and assign a few warriors to follow him. Ensure everything is foolproof. Yes, sir. Chen Xiuren, you now. Sui waved his hand. Go have a good rest. You don't need to stay in the infirmary for the next few days. Boss, really? Of course it's true. Sui opened his hands. I don't want Dr. Chen to think I'm a capitalist who exploits you every day. You truly are a good boss, Chen Xiuren sincerely praised. I'll be leaving now. By the way, boss, this is a gift for you. I hope you like it. Before leaving, Chen Xiuren placed a small box on the table. It was a white box with no markings and Sui was somewhat curious looking up at Chen Xiuren as he walked out. What is this? Medicine. Chen Qiren's voice came from outside, gradually fading. Medicine that will satisfy Miss Jiang. Damn. So it's herbal medicine. Sir, I'll go find Lin Yu. Jiang Xiaozi kept her head lowered, seemingly hesitant to meet Sui's gaze. In a soft voice she added, Lin Yu and the others have returned. Today's assignments require personnel adjustments. Dispatch some people to tail Chen Xiuren tonight. Go ahead. Sui nodded, glancing at the medicine box in his hand. Just as Jiang Xiaozi was about to leave, he called out, Xiaozi, what shall we do with this medicine? Her back stiffened almost imperceptibly. Without turning she murmured quietly, entirely at your discretion, sir, and then she hurried away. I decide. Sui rubbed the medicine box thoughtfully. Is this a hint? Perhaps tonight would be the time to consider it. As Jiang Xiaozi departed, Sui slipped back into his blissful hikikomori routine. In the morning passed uneventfully, hour after hour dissolved into rounds of video games. Sui had considered putting his innate talent to practical use, perhaps testing its effect on an unfortunate survivor. Yet fate offered no such opportunity. Lin Yu and her team had already cleared all survivors from the vicinity. Hardly a soul remained in the entire residential complex, and Sui, bound by circumstance, could not venture out himself. For now the idea remained shelved. Almost noon and the alarm on Sui's wristwatch chimed. He checked the time and stretched lazily. I wonder what today's reward will be. Given the shelter's current development trajectory, what precisely do I lack most? He pondered. Security is assured, manpower is sufficient, even entertainment is plentiful. So what remains? Is it a means to accelerate the shelter's expansion? The thought lingered and struck him as plausible. He had long since deduced that his talents' rewards rarely served only himself, more often they benefited the shelter as a whole. According to Sui's strategic plan, the shelter was now entering a phase of gradual outward expansion, making it highly likely that today's talent reward would align with that objective. An hour later, a notification shimmered into view before him. Congratulations! You have triggered a talent reward. Crank skill Eye of Longing. Eye of Longing Crank active skill. Upon activation, the user gains access to the real-time visual perspective of every resident within the shelter. Duration depends on the user's physical stamina. During its effect, the user may expend additional stamina to transmit their voice directly into the current viewpoint, though this drains stamina severely. Note: any living being residing within the shelter for over 72 hours is classified as a shelter resident. And this skill feels almost recreational. Sui paused, musing. Has my talent sensed how stifling my homebound life has become, and gifted me a celestial ability so I may witness the world beyond my bedroom walls? His first instinct was to use the skill to observe Lin Yu and the other scouts during their expeditions. Though the apocalypse had raged for days, the chaotic outside world remained infinitely more vivid than the unchanging confines of his bedroom. Of course, the skill extended far beyond field operatives. It applied to every resident within the shelter. Should Sui wish, he could even observe residents bathing, though he held no such perverse curiosity. And this skill seems perfectly compatible with the parasitic ability I acquired yesterday. As Sui examined the synergy, it struck him these two abilities were made for each other. And the parasitic ability was formidable, but constrained entirely by his innate talent. Due to his talent's nature, Sui was compelled to spend most of his days indoors, unable to step outside, rendering direct contact with outsiders nearly impossible. Those he could interact with were exclusively his inner circle, core personnel unsuitable as parasitic hosts. At this very moment, without a viable method or target, his parasitic ability risked lying dormant indefinitely. Contact was essential. Parasitism required either physical touch or visual acquisition of the target. But now with this crank Eye of Longing, Sui no longer needed to leave the shelter. By borrowing the perspectives of Lin Yu and other field operatives, he could execute parasitism remotely. What an excellent talent reward, precisely what I need right now. Sui grinned. I haven't yet tested whether remote vision suffices for parasitism, but if this skill manifested, it almost certainly enables it. Talent rewards never bestowed useless things if granted they were meant to be used. And let's test it immediately. And he shut down his computer, eager to try his new ability. By my reckoning, Lin Yu and her team should have been en route for some time. And first I'll consult Xiaozi about today's task roster. Sui descended the stairs swiftly and obtained the day's personnel assignments from Jiang Xiaozi. The women continued reinforcing and upgrading the shelter's infrastructure. Leah remained in her room immersed in research and simultaneously crafting novel tools for the shelter. Chen Xiuren slept soundly in his room while 3 fighters carried out separate reconnaissance missions. The remaining 8 fighters, including Lin Yu, were organized into 3 combat teams of 3 conducting routine external operations exploration threat assessment and patrol. Sir, you've never shown interest in such matters before, why the sudden concern today? And having relayed the assignments, Jiang Xiaozi asked curiously. I've acquired something extraordinary, something delightfully intriguing. Nsue smiled mysteriously then hurried upstairs silently invoking the skill. Activate Eye of Longing. Target resident Lin Yu. Nsue activated the skill. A strange luminescence shimmered across his vision. Instantly seated on his sofa, Sui felt as though he'd gone blind, his sight swallowed by absolute darkness. After several breaths his vision returned. Yet the scene before him was no longer his bedroom. It was a shifting mobile perspective. Lin Yu was unmistakably. She moved cautiously, scanning her surroundings with sharp vigilance, pausing and resuming her advance with her squad. The environment resembled the residential complex's streets, shattered pavement cracked and buckled beneath her feet, withered greenery littering the sidewalks. Beside her stood 2 fellow shelter fighters, Lu Rui the sniper and Li Yang the communications officer. The sensation was utterly novel. Sui felt as though he sat on his sofa wearing a hyper-realistic VR headset immersed in an exploratory simulation. He carefully monitored his stamina, finding it barely diminished. Experimentally he focused inward and projected his voice toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu. Lin Yuan. Lin Yu froze mid-stride. Her gaze turned razor-sharp, sweeping the perimeter. Her body tensed, her rifle barrel pivoted rapidly, tracking unseen threats. The 2 fighters instantly reacted. Lu Rui vaulted over a fitness apparatus with practice speed, vanishing into a thicket of shrubbery. Li Yang darted behind Lin Yu, pressing back-to-back to form a seamless omnidirectional defensive stance. Team leader Lin, what's wrong? Li Yang gripped his pistol, scanning the area warily as he whispered, hostile presence, and I heard the commander's voice. Lin Yu lowered her voice, eyes narrowing. It wasn't auditory hallucination, I truly heard him, and the commander is at home. Without radios or comms, how could his voice reach me? I recall the commander saying many survivors possess unique abilities. This may mean we're being watched. And someone is impersonating the commander to communicate with me. Ha! Sui was taken aback, realizing that not only could he see Lin Yu's perspective but he could also hear the sounds around her. However, Lin Yu seemed overly cautious, not responding to Sui's voice, assuming it was a survivor's innate ability. Lin Yu, it's really me. I've mastered a new skill, I can share your perspective. Sui tried to make more sounds, feeling his stamina waning, but it was manageable. Indeed, someone is watching. Lin Yu became even more vigilant, her body bristling with tension, ready to fire at any moment. That voice and tone are exactly like the chief's. Li Yang, be careful. If you hear any sounds, remember not to trust blindly. There are many mysterious abilities among the survivors in this city. I've seen immortality before. Lin Yu still did not respond, continuously scanning her surroundings with a sharp gaze. This young girl was far too guarded. Sui sighed, but it was a good thing. Being overly cautious as an exploring warrior was always better than being arrogant and careless. Lin Yu, it's really me. Sui watched Lin Yu remain silent, took a deep breath and threw out his trump card. When you were injured before, I took care of you. You have 2 moles on the inside of your thigh. Moreover, there's no hair. Chief. Lin Yu was instantly stunned, exclaiming, it really is the chief. This secret was known only to Sui and Leah in the entire shelter, as Lin Yu had only been injured that one time and only Sui and Leah had seen her body. Now do you believe me? Sui smiled helplessly. I can share your perspective now, it's my new skill, but I can't communicate with you too frequently or it will exhaust my energy. I can hear what you say and see what you see. I plan to use this perspective to search for suitable parasitic targets. Sui explained as briefly as possible. Lin Yu's beautiful eyes showed a look of amazement, feeling it was unbelievable, but she gradually accepted it. As long as it really is the chief, that's fine. Of course, she still felt a twinge of vigilance inside, merely nodding quietly and saying, understood, chief. Let's observe first and we'll confirm with the chief face to face once we return to the gathering point. Is it really the chief? Li Yang inquired beside her. Lin Yu shook her head and nodded. Let's focus on the task first, we'll discuss it when we get back. Stand down. Yes. Lu Rui was about to step out from the bushes but was stopped by Lin Yu raising her hand. You stay hidden and follow us. Today our group's objective is to thoroughly search the community where our shelter is located. There are many buildings here with plenty of cover. Lu Rui's concealment will be more beneficial. Lin Yu explained this for Sui to hear. If this were not truly the chief, discovering a hidden sniper among their ranks would surely raise concerns. Sui remained silent, merely watching Lin Yu's commands and arrangements. After giving orders, Lin Yu began walking towards the room on her left. Our shelter is in Building 6 of the community. It is known that there are a total of 12 buildings in this community and we will start searching from the first floor. We aim to inspect all floors before dark. Remember Miss Zhang's orders try to expand our influence and ensure the safety of the shelter's surroundings. Although Miss Zhang allows us to fire freely as long as they are not true villains, we should avoid harming others carelessly. Lin Yu's approach displayed more compassion than the other 10 warriors. If they truly encountered the elderly, weak or ill, even if they showed hostility, Lin Yu might not be able to bring herself to act against them. This was also the reason why Jiang Xiaozi assigned Lin Yu to execute the search of the entire community. She wanted to use Lin Yu's character to send a friendly signal to any possible survivors in the area. Of course, even if the other party misunderstood or targeted Lin Yu and she did not quickly deal with the enemy, Jiang Xiaozi could naturally arrange for the other warriors to handle the threat while simultaneously suppressing and reminding Lin Yu of her compassion, ensuring she wouldn't make the same mistake next time. Although the community where Sui resided was old, it covered a vast area with spacious distances between each building. Lin Yu's team did not conceal their figures or actions. She walked cautiously straight to the first floor, starting to search each unit one by one. Is anyone in there? We are other survivors from the community. We mean no harm. We just want to gather everyone to resist the apocalypse. Lin Yu gently knocked on the door with the insulated part of her gun stock while loudly inquiring. Behind her, Li Yang stood at a distance, armed and on guard, their positions able to support each other. I know everyone might be cautious. If you wish to contact us, you can go to Building 6. That's the one with the... We are soldiers. We promise to provide protection, food and water, and we are committed to restoring the community's original peace and order. Lin Yu repeated her call several times, but there was no response from the first floor. She turned and continued searching the remaining floors. Team leader Lin, should we break in and take a look? There's no need. Miss Jiang has said that we shouldn't leave a bad impression on possible survivors. This is detrimental to our shelter's reputation. Lin Yu shook her head. Miss Jiang said we should reveal our identity as soldiers appropriately. As for the choice, let the survivors inside decide for themselves. Miss Jiang Xiao's community search plan was relatively mild in its initial approach. Of course, knowing Lin Yu, she understood that the subsequent measures would surely be quite bloody. This was a principle of diplomacy before aggression, and Lin Yu hoped to gather the survivors in the community during Jiang Xiao's more lenient phase. Do not anger this woman. She intends to completely cleanse every area of the community within 2 days. Once that time has passed, she would wield the butcher's knife directly. Fortunately, Lin Yu's concerns did not last long. Upon reaching the second floor, as she knocked on the next door, she heard a timid and panicked voice from within. You really are soldiers? Yes. Liars. You are liars. All the soldiers went to the Apocalypse War instance. There are no regular troops left in the country. We are not the People's Liberation Army, and we certainly will not harm you. Lin Yu said sincerely, if you need help, please open the door. If not, we will leave. Creak. The old wooden door slowly opened, revealing a gap through the security door where a disheveled woman appeared, looking at Lin Yu with a suspicious gaze. Hello. Lin Yu's expression was serious, holding a rifle, standing upright. She was wearing military camouflage and her appearance with the gun matched the image of soldiers that the people of Huaxia were familiar with. The same aura of righteousness and determination made it easy for others to trust and rely on her. Are you really soldiers? A female soldier. The woman inside mumbled, and a boy's voice could be faintly heard saying, Mom, this is rescue. They are truly reinforcements. No, it's too dangerous. We don't know her background. What if she's a bad person? Once we open the door, she has a gun. If she wanted to kill us, she would have barged in already. Our family has no food left, just half a bucket of instant noodles. What could she take? We only have our lives left. Maybe the Apocalypse War doesn't need female soldiers. As long as she really is a soldier, we will be saved. After a brief argument, the woman quickly opened the door, revealing herself and blocking the 3 older boys behind her. Lin Yu glanced at them. They seemed to be of middle school age, still minors. Sui was already aware through the chat channel that at the onset of the apocalypse, minors without self-defense capabilities and the elderly who could not take care of themselves would not receive independent shelters but would stay in the same shelter as their immediate family. Lin Yu knew this as well and was not surprised. She simply nodded at the woman. Hello, I am here to rescue you. You really are soldiers. The woman was a bit astonished. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly opened the security door. For the people of Huaxia, those who hold guns are not necessarily villains. If she is in military uniform, she could very well be the people's great savior. If her occupational identity could be confirmed, there would be no doubt that she was the most trustworthy person. I might not trust my family, but I will certainly trust the soldiers of the state. This sentiment is unique across the globe. The security door was opened and the woman did not notice any hostile behavior from Lin Yu. Lin Yu held his gun down and said to the woman, Are there only these people in your home? Is there anything you need to pack? If possible, I can take you to Building 6 where our gathering place is located and we can provide safety for survivors who cannot protect themselves. If you are unwilling to go, we won't force you, but I need to register basic information. Lin Yu strictly followed the task process, trying to express his goodwill. Are you here to rescue us? The woman widened her eyes and asked urgently, how many of you came? Did a large troop enter the city? When will we be liberated? There is no large troop, we do not have enough power. Lin Yu patiently replied, for now we can only ensure the safety of the survivors in this community as much as possible. Ah. It's not a rescue entering the city. The woman's face fell with disappointment. The army she had hoped for did not arrive. The great savior did not come, only a woman who seemed like a soldier. Oh, and there was a male soldier standing beside her. Then what if we don't go with you? A boy behind the woman timidly spoke up, saying directly, you are not the People's Liberation Army, I don't believe you. Sorry, the community is now under military control and all survivors need to be collected in Building 6 for unified management and distribution. Li Yang spoke in a deep voice, not allowing Lin Yu to explain. This is a task order signed by the commander. We can provide safety, but for the safety of more survivors and the commander, we also cannot allow any unstable factors to disrupt this safety. Lin Yu remained silent. She knew Li Yang thought she was being too gentle with this mother and child, which affected the efficiency of the task. Are you willing to go with us? Li Yang asked. The woman hesitated slightly, gritted her teeth, and nodded. You are all soldiers, there shouldn't be much difference. I will go with you. Anyway, there isn't much food at home. Can you provide something to eat there? Is there food distribution? Yes, but you can't eat for free. Li Yang nodded. We distribute according to labor, no one can eat for free. It is the end of the world and the resources in the shelter are limited. Of course we won't let you do dangerous tasks, at most it will be cleaning and strengthening the defense of the city walls. Alright, I understand. The woman nodded repeatedly. The country is in trouble, it is not easy for you either. We will follow the arrangements and distribution. Li Yang nodded and was about to speak when suddenly the door next to them was opened. Swish. Li Yang instantly reacted and aimed his gun. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. The wooden door of a nearby resident was opened and a shirtless fat man walked out, waving his hands and shouting, comrades. I am also a victim. I want to go with you. Please don't leave me behind. Li Yang frowned. Have you been eavesdropping? What do you mean eavesdropping? How can you, comrade, talk like that? The fat man became displeased, rolling his eyes. Aren't you here to save me? I am cooperating actively. Isn't that helping your work? Isn't that good? Li Yang was left speechless. If you put it that way, it does make sense. This man was indeed quite self-aware, saving Li Yang the trouble of knocking on doors. Lin, let's continue searching. Li Yang looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded and turned to lead the team onward. During the 3-hour search, a considerable number of survivors in the community were found. In just the first building there were a total of 25 people, and at least half of the shelters had opened their doors. Of course their own situation was also not good, with most facing shortages of supplies. After completing the search of the first building, Lin Yu returned, bringing this group of people back to the shelter. Zhang Xiaozi had already arranged for Sister Li to wait near the city wall. When Lin Yu returned, Sister Li's eyes lit up as she greeted the survivors behind Lin Yu. Come, line up here. Each person must register their information, including family situation, member details, profession, age, etc. The talents of the shelter must also be disclosed. No deliberate concealment is allowed, as it will disrupt subsequent arrangements. Anyone found deliberately hiding information will be expelled immediately. Sister Li shouted loudly, and suddenly several women in the crowd of survivors began to inquire in surprise. Isn't that Sister Li? Look. It really is Old Li. I didn't expect Old Li to be here. I said the People's Liberation Army must have come. Old Li has a significant identity. She is from the neighborhood committee, so of course she would be here to handle matters. Hey. Old Li, why didn't you mention this earlier? I went hungry at home for several days. Many survivors seemed to recognize Sister Li and greeted her warmly. Sister Li seemed to transform into a different person, beaming as she coordinated the situation. She appeared to have regained her former glory of mingling with neighbors during peacetime. It seems that Zhang Xiaozi's personnel arrangement is very accurate. Sui had already deactivated his skill and stood by the window looking down. Having Sister Li responsible for reception work can significantly reduce the remaining survivors' wariness. Successfully gathering the survivors of the community can reduce uncontrollable risk factors around the shelter and enhance the numerical advantage of the shelter, increasing the available strength that can be mobilized. Sui had changed a lot now, and he could easily see Zhang Xiaozi's purpose in making such arrangements. Bringing survivors with Lin Yu's military identity and using Sister Li's previous profession to reassure them could easily rally external support for the shelter, bringing in more labor. After all, the strength of a force is often judged by its numbers. Zhang Xiao's overall development plan for the shelter must aim to establish Sui's own shelter power. Come, everyone is from the neighborhood, we are all acquaintances, so let's not be overly polite. Sister Li smiled broadly and seemed quite adept at this, but let's make it clear from the start. Everyone knows my character, only whatever I say you all do. Do not disrupt the order. Otherwise, before the commander speaks, I only won't spare anyone. Cooperate with my work, line up properly and keep quiet. Let's strive to show the excellent qualities of our community. While Sister Li was coordinating, Lin Yu had already led her team members quietly away as they needed to continue to the remaining building. Lin Yu worked efficiently, completing the search of 10 buildings in just one afternoon, bringing back over 300 survivors. From Sui's observation of Lin Yu's perspective, it was easy to see that most of the survivors were very cooperative. Basically, as long as Lin Yu knocked on a door and stood at the entrance, combined with her female identity and righteous demeanor, it was almost effortless to bring out the survivors hiding in the shelter. From another perspective, this was truly a bloodless breakthrough of more than half of the community's shelter. Sui couldn't help but admire Zhang Xiao's cunning tactics. She completely grasped the trust that people of this era had in soldiers, cleverly assigning Lin Yu to carry out this task, and almost effortlessly took over more than half of the community. The task took even less than a day. What surprised Sui even more was that he had been frequently checking the color of his watch throughout the entire afternoon. The watch was consistently showing blue. This meant that among these over 300 survivors there was no malice towards Sui's shelter, they were all trusting and dependent. This sounds incredible, but when Sui thought about it carefully, it made perfect sense. If he had encountered the army entering the city on the first day of the apocalypse, he might have followed the soldiers as well. After all, at that time he hadn't truly felt the reward of his talent. He couldn't have given up on the hope of being rescued because of something that hadn't come to fruition. In the face of the army entering the city, even a second of hesitation would be disrespectful to the soldiers. This is too smooth, isn't it? Sui looked at the gradually descending night and murmured, the entire community has been so easily planned and managed. Everyone is cooperating like this. Really, this is putting a bit of pressure on me. Sui sighed deeply, suddenly feeling a heavy burden on his shoulders. This group's unconditional trust in the shelter was almost entirely due to the identity of the soldiers. But Lin Yu and the others were not the original soldiers of this world. There was a misunderstanding here. Zhang Xiaozi had deliberately created a false guide. Well, at least what I'm doing is not much different from a rescue. A misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. I haven't done anything to them. Sui took a deep breath, quickly adjusting his emotions, and said, by the way, Lin, you should have gone to the last building, she should be back soon. The clearing work for the entire community is almost coming to an end. The next stage is. Before Sui's thoughts could unfold, a sudden burst of dense gunfire echoed from deep within the community. Dod day day. Dod day day. Bang. Bang bang bang. The frequency of rifle and pistol fire sounded quite intense. Sui was instantly stunned. He quickly looked up, and in the darkness of a certain building in the community, flashes of gunfire flickered. That was the direction Lin Yu's team had gone. They had encountered the enemy. Someone fired a gun. The survivors outside the wall, still lining up to register, erupted into chaos, showing signs of a rush towards the inner wall. Calm down. Don't be afraid. Everyone quiet down. Sister Li appeared remarkably courageous at that moment, stepping forward and shouting loudly, everyone prepare yourselves. The soldiers outside must have encountered some trouble, but that has nothing to do with us. There are people above handling it. Trust the military. Trust in our armed forces. Everyone remain calm, continue queuing, and do not create chaos. The more critical the disaster, the more orderly we must be, so as not to complicate matters for the organization. Sister Li's few words truly calmed the crowd. Of course, this was mainly because she and the girls were blocking the entrances to the wall, preventing anyone from rushing in. The crowd could only suppress their inner fear and anxiety, silently waiting in the darkness while the speed of the registration queue quickened amidst the distant sounds of gunfire. Sui glanced downstairs and noticed that Chen Xiuren had woken up at some point, leaning against the wall near the boarding gate, playing with a small knife in his hand. He was likely left behind by Zhang Xiaozi to serve as a temporary muscle for Sister Li. However, the survivors willing to come to the shelter for registration were mostly honest residents, embodying the hardworking and enduring spirit of the Chinese people. This group of people mainly focused on being obedient and compliant, making it unlikely for any large-scale chaos to occur. The disobedient ones were probably engaged in combat with Lin Yu and the others. Sui murmured, sitting back on the sofa and activating his skill to connect with Lin Yu's perspective. After reconnecting, he found himself enveloped in darkness. He could see nothing, but he could hear Lin Yu's steady breathing and the occasional raising of her gun barrel. At this moment, Lin Yu was hiding in a corner of the corridor, forming a crossfire with Li Yang in the corridor below. They were aiming at a household on the 5th floor of Building 7. Sui strained to observe, noticing that the door of this household was not made of wood and seemed to have undergone significant changes. The shelter has been partially modified and there are firearms. Sui murmured as he analyzed remaining silent so as not to disturb Linyu in combat, merely observing quietly. He believed in Linyu this confrontation didn't pose too great a threat to her. Linyu was now armed with a rifle with unlimited bullets, had leveled up her abilities and had 2 military teammates. In contrast, the firepower Linyu faced now was in Sui's estimation even weaker than what Li Gu and his team had possessed back then. Bang! Bang bang bang! Sui listened carefully to the gunfire, realizing that the enemy likely had only 3 or 4 handguns with no rifles or grenades as corridor killing machines. It seems that this household is not just home to one survivor. Generally, underage children and the elderly struggle to exhibit notable combat prowess. Excluding this possibility, there must be other survivors from the shelter in this household. Did they form a small group to survive beforehand? Or did someone destroy another's shelter and capture prisoners for control? Sui pondered, feeling that the former possibility was quite high. He had seen similar recruitment messages in the city chat channels where a few shelters were calling on survivors with poor talents and urgent needs for supplies to leave their own shelters and join them. Rather than waiting at home to die, it was better to decisively abandon the shelter, band together for greater strength and improve the group's survival probability during the apocalyptic disaster. While Sui was reflecting, he heard Li Yang's calm shouts from downstairs. People inside, give up your futile resistance. Surrendering and laying down your weapons is your only way out. Only with a good attitude can we negotiate leniency from our shelter, otherwise everyone will be executed on the spot. Li Yang's words indeed sounded quite authoritative. However, the people inside the shelter completely ignored him, responding with gunfire and a man's taunting voice. You talk a big game. Do you think you're a soldier? Don't think I don't know that all the soldiers have been taken by aliens. You are just like my old man, just armed with a gun. Don't think you're impressive just because you're in military attire. Don't think of yourself as someone significant. I saw what you did today. It was that guy from Building 6 who wanted to sweep the neighborhood, right? He wants to be the boss and just not convinced. If you have the ability, let him come and ask me personally. Otherwise you won't get through this door today. Whoever comes, he'll kill. The man inside was extremely arrogant, seemingly brimming with confidence. Sui guessed that this guy's talent was certainly not lacking. Given his current display of combat power, barring any accidents, he would likely become the second Li Gu, easily dominating an entire building. Or more accurately, this guy likely had already taken over this unit building. He just moved slowly and did not realize Sui had already begun the task of clearing the entire neighborhood. Sui could hear the man's defiance. It was akin to a warlord holding military power, unwilling to bow down and serve others. The Chinese are indeed honest and straightforward, but when armed with guns and in a chaotic world, they too would proclaim nobility and high-ranking officials. Are there not any among us? Last warning. Li Yang shouted coldly. If you do not surrender, you will all be shot dead. I fear nothing. If you have the ability, come in. The people inside were utterly arrogant, their voices domineering. There are only 2 of you with 2 guns. There are 7 of us with 4 guns. I can take you all down. Even if we talk about who the boss is, it should be that brat from Building 6 bowing down to me as the big brother. Tonight, if you have the guts to rush in, if you dare to come in, I will bow down to you. Damn it. This bastard is too arrogant. Li Yang furrowed his brows tightly, feeling an impulse to break the door down, and he was confident that he could do it. He and Lin Yu were both battle-hardened, and while risking injury they could launch a strong attack on this household, let alone the sniper Lu Rui outside providing cover with a compound bow. Don't act rashly. Lin Yu's cold voice came from downstairs. She seemed to sense the anger in Li Yang's heart. Lu Rui hasn't shot yet, that's his signal. With Lu Rui's skills he should have already locked on, but he hasn't shot to provide us with a strong attack opportunity. I suspect there's something unusual inside that door, and Lu Rui doesn't dare to let us charge recklessly. Lin Yu solemnly assessed the situation. In the absence of communication means she could only rely on their previously established tactics to think about what Lu Rui might be seeing inside the house. She had previously reminded Lu Rui that at critical moments he should use sniper tactics to provide them with offensive cover, also serving as their signal to initiate an attack. If Lu Rui wasn't making a move, it was certainly because there was something suspicious in that house. Listening to the taunts of the enemies, it was apparent they were quite confident. Lin Yu couldn't help but recall Sui's warning: the survivors in this world possess bizarre abilities. Any carelessness could lead to disaster. Then we just wait like this. Li Yang frowned tightly and Lin Yu tapped on the wall, producing a rhythmic sound. This was a signal. She was telling Li Yang to wait for reinforcements. The dense gunfire from earlier was intentionally created by Lin Yu. She removed the silencer and engaged in intense gunfights to alert the nearby shelter. She believed that with Jiang Shao's intelligence she could devise even better tactical support. At that moment Sui also sensed Lin Yu's predicament. The opponents inside clearly had some special means, and Lin Yu could not afford to be careless for the time being. They could not take down this household while also needing to guard against new enemies potentially emerging from the tightly shut doors above and below. This situation was quite disadvantageous for Lin Yu. She could only suppress the opposing side from exiting but could not launch an attack inside. We need to send someone for support. Just 3 people might not be able to take down this household. Sui made a decisive judgment. He had already seen that this household was tough and typical of those who would not yield. Since soft approaches would not work, it was time for a hard approach. Sui interrupted the skill, preparing to rise and head downstairs, only to see Jiang Xiaozi already standing at the door. Xiaozi, you arrived just in time. Sui said in a low voice, send people to support Lin Yu. She has encountered enemies and I suspect they are survivors with special abilities. Sir, I came to report this matter to you. Jiang Xiaozi gently spoke, looking down as she reported the other soldiers have not yet returned. I sent Chen Xiuren over. He went. Sui frowned. He only has 1 gun, it may not be very reliable. Why not let Chen Xiuren go inform the other soldiers to return quickly? Sir, Chen Xiuren said he can complete the task. How can he complete it? He is a poisoner. Without poison, how can he launch a strong attack? Sir, he said he still has some poison left. Jiang Xiaozi helplessly spread her hands, seemingly somewhat surprised. He just said himself that he has a little bit of neurotoxin left, just enough to support Lin Yu. A little bit. Just enough. Sui was taken aback and blurted out, this madman. Is he trying to trick me again? I don't believe he really only has a little left. How could things be so fortuitous? He just said it was used up during the day and suddenly at night it's like a magic trick to say he still has poison. What is he up to? Can't you just spit out some truth? Sir. Jiang Xiaozi hesitated, slightly smiling bitterly as she said, he asked me to convey a message to you. He said if the boss scolds me as a liar, just tell the boss that I really didn't deceive him this time. I, Chen Xiuren, am an honest and trustworthy top employee. Moreover, this operation also counts as a temporary overtime. Jiang Xiaozi lowered her head, stating these are all his exact words. Top 10 exemplary employee. Sui rolled his eyes. I'll humor you with that phrase, but as for honesty and integrity, I don't buy it. That madman was far too unrestrained in his methods. Then Sui sank back onto the sofa and began linking into Lin Yu's perspective. He would have liked to view Chen Qiren's angle as well, but that man had not been resident in the shelter for more than 72 hours. Soon Sui's vision returned to the corridor's darkness. The standoff persisted. Lin Yu refrained from forced entry and those inside, wary of their own weaponry, dared not emerge. They could only continue to shout, convinced that as long as they remained within the room they were safe. The impasse lasted some 30 minutes when Sui heard waves of panic rising from the apartments along the corridor. Third, what's wrong? Holy, Third has been poisoned. His orifices are bleeding. Boss, your nose is. Thud. There's smoke. Where is this smoke coming from? A tumult of alarmed cries rose, followed by the steady sounds of bodies collapsing. Lin Yu and Li Yang were startled. Before they could speak, crisp footsteps sounded on the street below and soon Chen Qiren's languid voice drifted up. Captain Lin, stop hiding, everyone inside is dead. As the words fell, Lin Yu swept her tactical torch downward and saw Chen Qiuren leaning against the wall, contentedly smoking. The boss sent me to back you up. It's handled. And heading back. Chen Qiuren waved down the corridor, stretched and turned to leave. Overtime's done, in going home to sleep. Damn, I think I have a night shift tonight, what a pain. The man complained as he departed. He seemed to have come only to relay the message. Lin Yu signaled to Li Yang in tactical formation. They forced the door and entered the room. Under the beam of the tactical torch the sight revealed a field of fallen bodies, men and women sprawled in pools of blood, faces purple, their orifices bleeding. It was unmistakable death by poisoning. A faint lingering white smoke hung in the air. Lin Yu frowned, covered her mouth and nose and began a rapid sweep of the scene. During her inspection she found a specially crafted arrow on the floor, one fired by Lu Rui, with a shattered vial affixed near it. He had Lu Rui fire the poison in and then finished everyone off in the room. Lin Yu murmured, the chaotic scene replaying in her mind. In the cramped room, Chen Qiren's toxin had been amplified to devastating effect. Captain Lin, there's a robot here. Li Yang suddenly called. He crouched and among the corpses uncovered an intact male pattern robot chassis. It approximated an adult human body, outwardly indistinguishable, yet its surface gleamed metallic and several pairs of electronic eyes crowned its head. Arms, knees, shoulders, weapon components were evident everywhere, black barrels and muzzles. It looked like a Terminator-like behemoth. Is this their trump card? Lin Yu frowned and struck the robot's hull. It gave a dull metallic sound. Its defenses were formidable, not something ordinary bullets could penetrate. Strange, with such a weapon, why didn't they send it out to wipe us? Lin Yu could not explain it, but Sui saw clearly. Through Lin Yu's perspective he could read the robot's item information. What AI would Jadi 6612 Model Guard Robot Shelter innate item. It grows alongside the shelter's level. Each upgrade allows adjustment of its 3 states: guard mode, support mode, research mode. Loyal and powerful, it is the shelter's finest aid. However, it cannot leave the shelter's bounds and is confined to operation within the shelter. A robot from a talent reward. Sui murmured. They actually have such things, how perverse. No wonder they felt so fearless. If Lin Yu had forced the door, that robot would have shredded her. Still, if the robot has barrels, why didn't it fire outward from the shelter entrance? Could its weapon range also be limited by the shelter boundary? Or did that thug fear the robot's firepower would collapse the old building? At first glance, the robot was simply an object of extraordinary combat capability. With such a thing, home defenses were through the roof unless a catastrophe like an earthquake destroyed the shelter outright. Ordinary human threats posed no danger to the shelter's owner. Oh, of course, aside from Chen Kairen's toxin. This thing even has growth potential, a truly powerful talent. Sui sighed a little envious. He imagined if his own shelter had such a robot, wouldn't that be glorious? With the household threat neutralized, Lin Yu executed the clearance protocol, inventorying the shelter's remaining supplies and inspecting every possible hiding place. Zhang Xiaozi had told her repeatedly, once combat begins, ensure there are no survivors. Eradicating threats was the first principle in this apocalypse. But because of that delay, Lin Yu and Li Yang had spent just over 30 minutes in the shelter. Sui watched as a new notification floated before him. Your operative Lin Yu destroyed a level 0 shelter. You have inherited the shelter's survival points 263. Item inheritance check. Inheritance successful. You have acquired the shelter's stored items, robot maintenance equipment and user manual, command marking emblem AI with Jadi 6612 model guard robot. Ha! Sui blinked, staring at the information, his eyes widening. Shit. I inherited that robot. Wait, it's a shelter innate, isn't it? Talents aren't supposed to be inheritable. Sui blinked, quickly exiting the linked view and opening the shelter interface's storage panel. He saw it there, the robot. Retrieve. Sui hastily drew the robot from the shelter's storage panel. Sure enough, the unit had transferred from that apartment to stand before him. It still lay motionless as if unactivated, its header information unchanged. It appears to have been treated as a shelter item and thus inherited by me. Sui frowned, unable to awaken the robot. He shelved the attempt for now and began to inspect the other two inherited items. First was robot maintenance equipment and user manual, a stack of papers that clearly documented the robot's origin, operating procedures and the directions for upgrade modules. Sui glanced at it and his face lit up. What a pleasant surprise. I can actually use this robot. According to the manual, Sui learned about the original owner's talents regarding the robot. The original owner's talent allows for the direct creation of a powerful robot that is loyal to the shelter. The robot has 3 forms and the original owner can change these forms at will. If the robot is destroyed or lost, the original owner's talent can regain the lost robot after 24 hours. However, the original owner can only possess 1 talent robot at a time. However, the manual emphasizes 1-point robots created through talent belong to the shelter's possessions. They do not belong to the talent itself. They are items created by the talent and fall under the category of shelter possessions, meaning they can be inherited by others. If it were just like that, others would only be able to obtain a shell of the robot which cannot be activated. Yet this robot has a control system that recognizes its master and features a command mark emblem. The command mark emblem is a small special round emblem that can be used to set command serial numbers for the robot. The original owner is the unchangeable first command sequence, which cannot be replaced as the robot's highest loyalty target. Additionally, the command mark emblem can set the second and third sequences for other users. The manual provides an explanation that the command mark emblem is an accessory item for the robot product. Its existence is to allow the shelter's master to authorize control of the robot when they cannot manage it themselves, enabling round-the-clock operation even in their absence. And now the original owner is dead. He has passed away. Although the first sequence of the robot cannot be changed, Sui can use the command mark emblem to designate himself as the second command sequence. This means I am its only master. Sui looked at the small emblem in his hand, feeling a surge of excitement. The sole function of this emblem is to modify and replace the command authority for the robot, though it is not as powerful or secure as the original owner's first sequence. But after all, this is something I got for free. Being able to use it is a definite profit. Increase the second sequence, recognizing my biological signal. Sui looked at the manual and tentatively began to operate, bringing the emblem close to the robot's chest. Beep beep beep. The electronic eye on the robot's head awakened, glowing red while simultaneously emitting a crisp sound. Its chest also lit up with a wave of light circulating through its internal control system. New command sequence detected. Confirming information is correct. Inquiry to first sequence is the new command sequence to be added. Inquiry failed. First sequence unresponsive. Suspected death. Proceeding with command iteration. Following operational rules, starting detection of new sequences. Second sequence unresponsive. Third sequence unresponsive. No sequence response. Following operational rules, recognizing the command emblem as the highest command indicator, agreeing to the addition of the new sequence. Identifying new sequence. Biological information identification successful. Addition successful. The robot promptly stood up with a series of beeping sounds, standing straight in front of Sui. Hello my master, I love my home. Model D6612 is at your service. The robot's voice was crisp, proclaiming its successful loyalty to Sui. Sui looked at the robot with delight, and he could also see a more detailed data panel above the robot's head. It was similar to an information database but differed, displaying the robot's detailed functions and roles. I love my home model D6612 Guardian Robot Category Guardian Robot. Current command sequence of the robot's second sequence. Robot operating system, autonomous defense and counterattack logic system, unable to recognize enemies outside the shelter, cannot attack. Robot maximum strength 10 tons, can move heavy objects or strongly stop intruders in emergencies. Robot maximum speed 525 meters per second, can rapidly move to a designated location in a very short time. Robot reaction time 3 milliseconds, time from detecting a threat to activating defense mechanisms. Robot impact resistance, able to resist small explosions and direct attacks from conventional light weapons. Combat endurance, can operate indefinitely within the shelter's range. Unlimited energy weapon module, built-in weapons. Both arms are equipped with retractable high-frequency vibration blades for close combat. External interface supports rapid replacement of modular weapon systems such as energy beam emitters, electric batons, etc. Retractable machine gun hidden inside the robot's arms can be quickly extended and used when needed. Suitable for rapid strikes at medium to close range. Rotating turret located on the robot's chest, can rotate 360 degrees, equipped with automatic locking and tracking system. Mini rocket launcher integrated into the robot's legs, capable of launching small tracking rockets to pursue high-speed moving targets or provide aerial support. Perception and intelligence system, environmental perception, equipped with multispectral sensors and 360-degree panoramic cameras for day and night monitoring. Threat assessment, built-in algorithms can quickly analyze potential threats and provide corresponding defense strategies. Autonomous learning capability, the robot can constantly optimize combat and defense strategies based on real combat experience. Personification data module, voice interaction, supports natural language processing in multiple languages, enabling smooth conversation with humans. Emotion recognition, able to recognize and understand basic human emotions for appropriate responses. Behavior simulation, when necessary, can mimic human behavior to better integrate into human social environments. Maintenance and upgrade, self-diagnosis system, can monitor and report the health status of internal mechanical and electronic systems in real-time. Self-upgrade function, can upgrade and replace body modules in operating systems. Damn, this is so cool. Sui couldn't help but punch the air, his face full of excitement. For a homebody, having an obedient combat robot is simply the most wonderful thing. From the robot's data, it is clear that this guy is simply a killing machine armed to the teeth. But the only flaw is that it can only retaliate within the shelter. If the enemy does not enter the shelter's range, even if they attack from outside, this guy cannot retaliate, as the system's operational logic does not recognize it. This flaw is quite fatal. Sui sighed, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. However, he thought about it and realized that this robot was created by the talent of a level 0 shelter. It's reasonable for such a powerful robot to have some deadly flaws if it was created by a level 0 shelter. If it had no flaws at all, that would be too absurd. I estimate that the original owner's talent is probably at the S level, and it's unlikely they had SSS level talent. Otherwise this robot might not have this singular fatal limitation. However, if that were the case, I would have been killed by this guy long ago, and I wouldn't even have the chance to develop now. Sui thought deeply, feeling somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, he wasn't too unlucky and hadn't encountered an overly powerful shelter in the days following the apocalyptic onset, but it's also thanks to Chinkairen's poison. Otherwise, even if all the warriors attacked that household, they still wouldn't be able to take it down. Sui examined the robot, becoming more and more satisfied. This thing in my shelter is simply invincible. Now even if all the warriors go out on missions, the safety at home is guaranteed. Sui suddenly remembered the original owner's arrogant attitude, feeling deeply about it at this moment. Whoever dares to enter will die. After reviewing the comprehensive data of the robot, Sui immediately called Jiang Shao Ci. Using the command emblem, he added Jiang Shao Ci as the third command sequence for the robot while informing her of the robot's origin and purpose. Congratulations, sir, on acquiring a fine treasure. Jiang Shao Ci said with a smile, her beautiful eyes curiously surveying the robot, marveling at its powerful combat capabilities. This thing will probably have to be stationed on the 6th floor for guard duty. Although we have control over this entire building, it still does not fall within the scope of the shelter. Let's temporarily place this guy at the door as a bodyguard. Once the shelter expands, its function will become even greater. Sui sent the robot to the door and asked Jiang Shao Ci, what do you plan to do with the group of survivors downstairs? With our current supplies, it should be somewhat difficult to support these people, right? Sui could guess Jiang Shao Ci's intentions, but not entirely. He still needed to hear more detailed plans from her. Sir, we estimate that there are over 300 survivors gathered from the entire community, and with our original residents included, the total will be around 400. Jiang Shao Ci was well prepared and gently explained her plan to Sui. Based on the current supply reserves of the shelter, we can only provide survival supplies for everyone for a week. However, since I have gathered these people, I will not let them waste food without purpose. According to the current development strategy of the shelter, whether expanding outward through the trading market or processing the various location information of supermarkets that Lin Yu has obtained during her explorations, we need a sufficient population to maintain the acquisition of these resources. I plan to let these people rest and adjust for a day, after which we will assign them tasks according to gender and age. Among them there will definitely be a male group of 20-30 who will be allocated along with 3 warriors to Chunqiu Run, providing basic armed forces to maintain order in the trading market. As long as we maintain it diligently, the offline trading locations will continuously provide new profits. Zhang Shaoxi said this, and Sui suddenly asked, how much stall fee are you planning to collect? Or rather protection fee. Zhang Shaoxi's attitude was clear. Acquiring the trading market was certainly not just about providing a safe offline trading environment for the survivors without cost. She also needed to earn profits to replenish the shelter's expenses. Not much, just 1/10. Zhang Shaoxi smiled and said, that's significantly cheaper than half of what those thugs take, and I have provided different stall options which should not raise too many objections. As long as we can maintain a successful trading market with over 100 people, it will at least generate enough supplies to sustain 20 people daily. This is just the initial plan. If we continue to expand the scale of the trading market or occupy more trading market locations, our profits will only increase. At the same time, the trading market security team led by Chunqiu Run can also provide a show of force, bringing more positive influence to our shelter. In addition to the trading market, I also plan to organize a logistics team of about 120,150 people specifically responsible for following the other warriors to transport supplies from the surroundings. Currently, Liya has not yet developed a technology to restart old vehicles, so we still need to rely on manpower for transportation and scheduling. Zhang Shaoxi paused for a moment and said softly, at this stage manpower is still the foundation for a force to operate. Before we restore more technological power, the number of people we have at our disposal represents the strength of our shelter. Sui understood this point very well. I roughly understand, go ahead and do it. Sui was not afraid of making mistakes. Even if Zhang Shaoxi's plan had flaws that might lead to disruptions in the shelter's supply chain, he remained calm. After all, it might only consume a few days of his talent rewards. As long as there was a food shortage in the shelter, the talent rewards would come knocking at the door. Of course, Sui hoped to see Zhang Shaoxi's plan unfold smoothly, creating a snowball effect of continuous growth for the shelter. Sir, I will handle it well. Zhang Shaoxi respectfully nodded. Although she did not disclose the arrangements for all personnel, Sui trusted her capability. Zhang Shaoxi had mentioned in their previous conversation that she once managed various staff and agents totaling thousands in a massive underground organization. With such extensive personnel management experience, managing the current few hundred people would surely be no problem for Zhang Shaoxi. Sui fully trusted her and granted her authority. After all, Sui felt that even if he were to do it himself, he might not do better than Zhang Shaoxi. After she left, Sui watched the registration queue downstairs for a while from the window. The registration work was basically nearing completion. Zhang Shaoxi had not arranged all personnel into this building. She selected some individuals with special professional skills to mix into the building where Sui was located, while the others were completely disorganized and assigned to the nearby 2 buildings. After ensuring that all 3 buildings were filled with people, Zhang Shaoxi also specifically retained 2 warriors, Lu Rui and Li Yang, instructing them not to go out exploring, with each responsible for maintaining order in one building. They would manage the building to ensure internal safety and also supervise any potential instability within. During the initial allocation work, some survivors began to show impatience. Did we come here just to receive some food and then go back? With so many people crammed into one house, I might as well go back to my own shelter. Listen to the organization's arrangement, don't complain. If you go back, will anyone protect your safety? There were a few grumbling voices in the crowd, but they were few and quickly subsided internally. For the citizens' personal safety is the primary condition. As long as their safety is assured, all talk of freedom is dismissed. Even the voices of dissent that emerged were largely due to the shelter's mechanisms. Everyone has a shelter, and although most of theirs might not be good, there is still hope in their hearts. What if they could really develop? Wouldn't they be the rulers in this apocalypse? Many young people, mostly men, held such thoughts. However, Zhang Shaoxi had already devised countermeasures for such ideas. After arranging personnel, she had sisterly draw a few familiar elders from the crowd to resume their work from peacetime. They began working tirelessly through the night, going door to door to conduct ideological work, emphasizing the necessity of unity and restating the current predicament of the country and humanity. With the notion of righteousness firmly in her grasp, Zhang Shaoxi kept a tight hold over it. While sisterly calmed the residents, Zhang Shaoxi also instructed Lin Yu and the other idle warriors to return to the community immediately. 1 person per room, taking turns to destroy the other shelters within the community. Cut off their escape routes. Without their own shelters, how could they remain at ease working here? Chen Xiuren also wanted to do such things. He felt that this task was easy as long as he stayed in a room for 30 minutes. During this time he could do whatever he liked completely unsupervised. However, Jiang Shaoxi rejected Chen Qiuren's request and assigned him 2 warriors, instructing him to head to the trading market tonight to quickly establish rules and regulations while ensuring the market's safety. Great, my tasks are always the most dangerous. Chen Qiuren rolled his eyes, complaining, I'm a doctor, how can you let a doctor carry a pistol to the front lines? Yet despite his complaints, he still left the shelter with 2 warriors, disappearing into the night. The entire shelter had entered a rapid expansion phase. Even the first batch of female residents were busy following sisterly to continually comfort the new arrivals. The whole shelter was like a wound-up clock, tirelessly turning even as night fell. Even Sui, who usually had the most leisure, was kept busy that night. In front of him, alerts about Lin Yu and others destroying shelters kept appearing. Even with his eyes closed, he could see the flashing information glow behind his eyelids, preventing him from getting a good night's sleep. Truly profitable. Xiaoxi's move has allowed me to earn a fortune while staying at home. In the entire community excluding Sui's building, there are a total of 352 rooms. Considering the abundance of houses in the country, even if the apocalypse breaks out and houses are randomly allocated, there may still be a few rooms that remain uninhabited. Moreover, in the few days since the apocalypse began, conflicts and destructive actions among neighbors may arise. Sui estimates that there are about 300 shelters in the community that could be destroyed. However, even with 300 shelters, complete destruction would take at least 150 hours. The demolition team, including Lin Yue, consists of a total of 8 people. Even if they are dispersed to destroy the shelters, it would still require at least 18 hours. To completely demolish all the shelters in the community, it wouldn't be until the following evening. But by morning, Sui had already accrued over 10,000 survival points. A level 0 shelter guarantees at least 100 survival points upon destruction, which is the minimum standard that cannot be weakened. If the owner of the shelter has some additional survival points, that would be an extra income. If there are also items within the shelter, there is a chance that Sui could inherit them. Throughout the night, Sui not only earned thousands of points but also acquired various miscellaneous items. Of course, these items are not particularly valuable and only a few are resource-type items. Overall, if we disregard the impact of talent, a single shelter holding a small amount of these items indeed has little potential for development and faces immense survival pressure. However, this is also a normal phenomenon. Any shelter with development potential would be able to resist the apocalypse on its own. Who would be willing to step out and pledge allegiance to Sui? What? You mean in the entire community, among hundreds of shelters, there isn't a single one with potential? Everyone has pledged allegiance to Sui. Of course, there are exceptions. Some people want to develop independently. It's just that these individuals have disappeared. Last night, Lin Yu not only led the team to eliminate the household with robots but also received a clearing task from Jiang Shaoxi. Jiang Shaoxi instructed the soldiers to ensure that every room is opened while destroying the shelter rooms. Even rooms with tightly shut doors must be forced open and then destroyed. If there are survivors inside, they can be given another chance for rescue. But if they refuse, then forceful measures should be taken and they should be shot on sight. In the early hours, Jiang Shaoxi revealed her cold-blooded and ruthless nature. She cared nothing for human life. What she sought was for the entire community to be under her control. She would not allow any uncontrollable survivors to exist, even if their threat level was minimal. Under Jiang Shaoxi's complete set of tactics, Sui also pondered some new apocalypse game mechanisms. These survivors gathered here have not lost their ability to resist. How can Lin Yu and the others successfully demolish the shelters? They have only lost their freedom. Is the loss of freedom one of the prerequisites for destroying shelters? Then it seems that the owners of the shelters cannot leave their shelters at will. Sui thought carefully, realizing that the term shelter already explains the core mechanism of the apocalypse game. If you are supposed to take refuge yet you keep running outside, aren't you just asking to be robbed? Anyway, I don't care, I stay at home every day. Who could rob my house? Sui shrugged. He glanced at the robot standing by the door, filled with a sense of security. The data of this robot was truly formidable, essentially the apocalypse version of a Terminator. Any direct attack would not be able to breach this robot's defenses. Immediately after, Sui opened the leaderboard data. He saw that his survival points ranking had rapidly soared to the top position in the entire city. The Xiaobai shelter had already fallen to second place, displaying over 5,000 points. Of course, Sui knew that if the total accumulated survival points were considered, he might not be higher than Xiaobai shelter, because this fellow's survival points fluctuated, indicating that during this period he had also been continuously consuming and using survival points to strengthen himself. Nonetheless, Xiaobai shelter had held the top position for over a week. It was only today, under special circumstances, that it was surpassed by Sui's shelter. This guy is still a huge threat. Fortunately, he hasn't mastered the method to upgrade shelters, or else who in the city could suppress this killing machine? Sui murmured to himself. He glanced at the other leaderboard data, ensuring he could keep up with information about the city's survivors. The rest of the leaderboard changes were minimal, especially the shelter level ranking where Sui remained far ahead. However, the Apocalypse War leaderboard was somewhat interesting. Half of the first round of Apocalypse time had passed and so far only the name of Huaxia was on the leaderboard. Other countries had not yet completed the first round of the Apocalypse War. What kind of difficulty is this Apocalypse War? Surely it's not a trap where the citizens and the army dig pits for each other. Sui stroked his chin. He wasn't particularly concerned about the situation abroad, at most just gossiping. The morning passed quickly. Until Sui, feeling sleepy, reached Nunlin, you finally returned with the team. This also signified that Sui had completely plundered the survival points of the community. Apart from Sui's room, there were no shelters left in the entire community. It is worth mentioning that before Lin Yu returned there were small-scale arguments and disturbances in several buildings. Sui's watch had also lit up red. Clearly many survivors who received the notification that their shelters had been destroyed were panicking. But soon this disturbance subsided. Zhang Shaoxi seemed to have used some means. She neither fired a gun nor killed anyone and the brief disturbance just vanished. Sui even deliberately looked at his watch and found that the red light had turned blue again. He went to the window and saw a few people leaving their residential buildings, seemingly returning to their own shelters in the community. After a while this group of people returned looking disheartened. Downstairs Sisterly had already brought people to wait, welcoming each returning survivor with a smile. Oh dear. Keeping that house is useless, just look at me. I didn't have a shelter on the first day and I'm still doing well. Having that thing means you can't qualify to stay here. Even if those soldiers want to protect you, they can do little. Take my advice, since there's nothing good there and you can't even have enough to eat, keeping it is pointless. Sisterly was indeed very adept at this, easily glossing over the matter with a few words resonating with many survivors. Although some were still despondent and regretful, no one left. With the shelters gone, everyone could only rely on Sui's. Moreover, many felt that Sisterly was right. Even if they still had shelters, they were starving all day and had no courage to venture out for supplies. It was better to pledge allegiance to a strong force. At least here they could eat normal food, drink clean water and have guards to ensure safety. Sui did not pay much attention to the small commotion and returned his focus to tallying his survival points. After Lin Yu's return, Sui's total points had reached 39651. This was close to 400,000 survival points, astonishing the survivors in the city's chat channel as the news spread rapidly. Wow. Big news. Someone has taken over Xiao Bai Xiang's #1 spot. Survival points are about to hit 400,000. My goodness, do we have such a strong player here? Who is this person? Hey Xiao Bai Xiang shelter, are you there? Can we interview you for your current feelings? Do you have any thoughts on reclaiming the top spot? You really have guts. Anyone who can rack up so many points is a tough character, and you dare to talk to them like that. What's there to be afraid of? They don't even know who I am or where I am. I don't give a damn. With almost 400,000 points, this guy might have wiped out a city village. That's too exaggerated. This must be a ruthless character. By the way, who exactly is this #1? His shelter hasn't even been named yet. This is indeed a ruthless big brother, very clever. Not naming it means no one knows who he is, which adds to the stealth. Sui also noticed the discussions in the chat channel. It seemed everyone was captivated by his sudden rise. Survivors across the city were speculating what Sui had done to earn so many survival points in such a short time. 400,000 points, what should I do with it? Sui murmured, opening the upgrade list for the shelter to check the requirements for upgrading to a level 2 shelter. Upgrade materials require 1000 units. And 1000 survival points. At least 3 personnel units are needed, and there must be 1 level C talent among them. The requirements seem quite high, but I'm just missing one condition. Sui pondered. His points were sufficient and he had enough personnel units, just lacking upgrade materials. This item can currently only be produced through dispatched exploration tasks. Each day he could only manage about 100, and if lucky maybe 200 or 300. Currently, although Sui had accumulated many upgrade materials due to his shelter choosing the technology type, the available upgrade materials were only electronic components. I have over 300 electronic components, but am still short by about 700. At this rate, I estimate I'll have to wait a week. If lucky, it might just take 3 days. Sui calculated in his mind, even considering the enhancement of exploration technology benefits. If an ordinary survivor were to upgrade to a level 2 shelter, even with sufficient personnel units, it would take at least 10 days. Since I can't upgrade for now, let's do a major renovation on the shelter. Let's see if I can purchase new shelter rooms. Oh no. My buildable rooms are already full. Sui was shocked to discover that he could only build 4 rooms, 1 for his master bedroom, 1 for research, 1 greenhouse and 1 storage room for essential facilities like water purifiers. These 4 rooms were already packed to the brim, leaving no space for Sui to construct new shelter rooms. Since I can't build rooms, I can at least upgrade and renovate the existing ones. Sui opened the details interface of the shelter's room. Both the greenhouse room and the research room were level 1 rooms and could not be upgraded yet due to the level 1 shelter's limitation. However, Sui's master bedroom and storage room still had room for transformation. First, the storage room, which was not a special specification for shelter rooms, was merely used to store larger essential supplies and tools for the shelter. For example, the operating core of the waste processing center, water purifier, etc. Due to the limited space on the 6th floor, Sui was also uneasy about placing these critical items in the remaining floors outside the shelter area, so he could only temporarily store them in the storage room. Let's upgrade the defense of the storage room. Sui pondered, waving his hand to directly purchase 2 room transformation upgrade projects. Wall hardening consumes 500 survival points to perform an overall hardening transformation on a specific room area within the shelter, enhancing its resistance to damage, burning and freezing. Smart home defense system consumes 1000 survival points to build a smart system in a specific room area of the shelter, including biometric door locks, weapon defense modules and autonomous alarm systems, greatly increasing the room's safety. The storage room doesn't need 2 good conditions, these 2 are enough. The master bedroom, where I live, is the most critical in the transformation. Sui adjusted the room information and began to seriously transform his master bedroom. This is the place he would be staying long-term, and both the safety factor and the intelligence level had to be at the highest. Now Sui had enough points, he was not stingy at all. For his safety, he directly aimed towards the idea of creating the strongest safe house and began to invest points frantically for a major transformation. Smart Laser Full House Lockdown Network consumes 2000 survival points to construct a full house laser alert network in a specific room of the shelter, capable of intelligently recognizing friend or foe and entering alert mode upon any command from the room's owner. Once the alert mode is activated, the entire house except for the area where the owner is located enters a laser grid state, which is powerful enough to instantly vaporize 20 centimeters of alloy steel. The laser network may damage items within the house but will not destroy the basic structure of the room. This is a super trump card weapon. Although it is expensive, it is worth buying. Sui happily exclaimed, "Who dares to enter? Just let them taste the laser." Super Defense Shell consumes 2000 survival points to create an outer shell for the entire room made of super alloy, capable of resisting any non-nuclear weapon attacks and maintaining the integrity of the room structure under severe earthquakes and explosions. Even if the main structure of the room collapses, the room itself can still remain intact. All-around energy ecological guardian system consumes 3000 survival points to form an invisible intelligent energy shield around the room that effectively resists and eliminates threats such as toxic gases, radiation and biological viruses, while automatically adjusting the body of the indoor residents around the clock, improving their health by regulating air molecule frequencies, ensuring longevity and happiness. Smart Life Support System consumes 2000 survival points to install a smart life support system throughout the house, providing necessary living conditions under extreme external environments, offering clean air, suitable temperatures, necessary moisture and food. This system requires no additional resources for maintenance but can only provide resources for up to 5 people per day. SuperSpec Security Surveillance System consumes 2000 survival points to construct a comprehensive security network consisting of high-definition cameras, infrared sensors, sound recognition and other means for real-time monitoring of all biological and detailed situations inside the house, while adding weapon modules such as flamethrowers, instant coolants, gun barrels and laser scalpels. Once any threat is detected, it will automatically activate the defense mechanism and intelligently analyze the best response plan. Emergency Evacuation System consumes 1000 survival points. The house owner can freely choose to control it. In the event of an irresistible threat, the emergency evacuation device can be activated in any area of the room, launching the special biological capsule into the sky and quickly moving away from the house, landing safely up to 100,000 meters away. Smart Entertainment and Psychological Support System consumes 1000 survival points to install a smart entertainment system throughout the house, allowing residents to choose entertainment options in any corner and facility, automatically providing entertainment programs, virtual games and psychological health assessments to ensure the physical and mental well-being of residents to the greatest extent. Ultramicromolecular Robot All-Purpose Module consumes 5000 survival points to allocate 10 billion units of ultramicromolecular robots throughout the house, all of which possess self-repair and replication, unlimited units, internal surgical treatment and disease-curing treatment, micro-laser weapon modules, attack means, light invisibility modules, stealth, whole house radar scanning inspection modules, anti-stealth, and assembly and disassembly of large guard bodies can combine into large robots. That's about it, nothing else seems worthwhile. Sui smacked his lips and shook his head. Even the more advanced items can't be purchased, this should be enough, right? Sui calculated and realized that he had spent a total of only 18000 survival points on all these room transformation projects. Including the transformation of the storage room, the total expenditure was less than 20000 points. Too expensive but also too cheap. Sui sighed. 20,000 points are rarely accessible to survivors at this stage. However, for Sui it only consumed half of his survival points. He still had nearly 20,000 points to spend. Select to purchase, let's get started. Sui waved his hand and his survival points rapidly decreased while a golden light enveloped his bedroom and the adjacent storage. The golden light lasted for about 10 minutes, and when it dissipated, Sui's room had undergone a nearly complete transformation. The surrounding walls had changed from old cement walls to a special structure made entirely of high-tech materials, hard and smooth and constantly changing colors. The walls could automatically adapt to Sui's current mood state and eye fatigue, providing the most suitable light adjustments and color changes. The entire construction of the house was more scientific, with various types of foldable tech modules visible everywhere. Even the tables and chairs had completely transformed, directly connecting to the floor, ready to reveal laser ports and gun barrels when necessary. Moreover, Sui noticed that the temperature inside the house started to become warm and comfortable, not from the cold air but at the most suitable living temperature for the human body, distinctly different from the high temperature outside. Even when Sui tentatively opened the doors and windows, the temperature inside showed no changes. There was no impact at all. After taking a deep breath, he could even sense the sweetness and freshness in the air. He felt as if he was being transformed. His intestines were moving and his body gradually became familiar with the original fatigue and drowsiness dissipating, and his eyes becoming bright and spirited. This was the micro-robots checking Sui's body, improving his hidden ailments, allowing him to be clear-headed and in peak condition. Impressive! Sui exclaimed as he went to check the bathroom. The space of the house was not large and the bathroom was originally quite cramped, but after intelligent adaptation and transformation, the bathroom seemed to have become larger. The entire bathroom environment had also become much cleaner and more hygienic, with the walls and floors having a 24-hour automatic cleaning function, constantly maintaining cleanliness. After further inspecting the safety and alert systems in the house, he sat back on the sofa. At the moment, this house should be considered the highest safety level shelter core area in the city, right? Sui murmured, knowing that many of the projects he purchased had prerequisites that required at least a level 1 shelter, and some even required a scientific type of shelter. Looking at the survivors in the entire city, even if a little white bear had thousands of points, he could not buy these house transformation projects. This shows that the level of the shelter is crucial, otherwise having points is useless. Now that I have such a house, the safety at this stage should be well secured. Even if I encounter a killer like Shinshoren who doesn't play by the rules, as long as I am inside the house, I will be absolutely safe. Sui contemplated. With less than 20,000 survival points left, how should I spend them? I try my best to spend all the points to ensure that everything is invested in my safety and strength enhancement. This has always been Sui's pursuit. He did not want to become one of those unfortunate souls who kept hoarding points only to be gone before they could spend them effectively, making a gift of them to others. Just as Sui was pondering, the timer on his watch suddenly rang. It was time for the noon rewards. New talent information quickly appeared before Sui's eyes. Congratulations! You have triggered an advanced talent reward. Advanced Technological Armed Task Force Grade A, a specialized unit comprising 500 personnel organized into 3 subunits: Command Echelon Combat Detachment and Support Detachment. Personnel composition: Command staff include the Task Force Commander, Deputy Commander, Chief of Staff and Staff Officers. Combat personnel comprise squad leaders, deputy squad leaders, frontline fighters, assault teams and fire support teams. Support personnel include communications specialists, medics and logistics personnel. Military specializations represented: infantry, snipers, demolition experts, signal corps, combat medics, combat engineers, logistics personnel and field cooks. Firepower configuration: light arms include rifles, submachine guns and pistols. Heavy arms include portable machine guns and man-portable mortars. Specialized equipment: sniper rifles, anti-tank guided missiles, flamethrowers and unmanned aerial vehicles. Defensive gear: ballistic vests, helmets, protective goggles, night operations systems and modular fortification materials for rapid deployment of temporary defensive positions. Overall combat assessment: this is a multifunctional, highly mobile operational cluster capable of dynamically reconfiguring its personnel structure to meet diverse mission requirements across complex modern battlefield environments. Personnel rank classification: all members are ranked at minimum as Grade D talents. The force includes no fewer than 10 Grade C talents. At the very instant the notification appeared, a torrent of golden light flooded Sui's room. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed upon the shimmering message before him. Incredible! Another top-tier talent reward, Grade A, granting 500 personnel each at least a Grade D talent. Though their individual rankings are modest, the sheer scale is extraordinary. 500 soldiers, that's easily the strength of an augmented infantry company. Sui drew a sharp breath, his exhilaration surging beyond measure. In this apocalyptic world where all national militaries have vanished, commanding a fully equipped professional military company, to put it plainly, Sui could seize control of an entire city. Were it not for the survivor's bizarre shelter-based talents obstructing his path, he could crown himself sovereign on the spot. Before Sui had even savored his triumph, a new alert flashed before his eyes, warning. Current environment lacks sufficient spatial integrity to summon the full contingent. Designate a new summoning zone immediately. If no location is confirmed within 3 minutes, this talent reward will be forfeited entirely. Don't toy with me. Sui recoiled in alarm, bolting from his room and sprinting toward the rear courtyard of the building, a desolate expanse of withered, crumbling grass utterly deserted. Summon here, confirm location. At his command, golden radiance surged from his bedroom above, cascading downward like celestial lightning to envelop him. Then 500 human-shaped pillars of golden light coalesced. As the brilliance subsided, 500 fully armed soldiers stood motionless before Sui. "Greetings, Commander." In unison they pivoted toward him, their voices thunderous, their postures rigid, their gazes locked upon him with unwavering reverence as they rendered a crisp synchronized salute. Have you ever witnessed China's National Day military parade? That same awe-inspiring grandeur, that same overwhelming majesty. Every soldier wore immaculate special operations camouflage, every hand gripped a weapon, every spine was rammered straight, every pair of eyes fixed unblinkingly upon Sui, each face carved from solemn resolve. No observer could doubt their combat prowess or indomitable fighting spirit. Sui nodded vigorously, waving his hand. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Comrades, you've worked hard. Serve the people, they roared in response. Sui burst into unrestrained laughter. Though these 500 constituted only a task force, not a full infantry company, they lacked heavy assets such as tanks or aircraft. Yet that was more than sufficient. Indeed, it was the perfect configuration, the precise force Sui needed most at this moment. After all, they were elite light infantry. China's light infantry, renowned globally for peerless battlefield efficacy, unmatched in doctrine and discipline. Sui mused he could forego beef altogether from this day forward. Why ask? These 500 soldiers were the very source of his newfound audacity. The thunderous roar of their salute quickly drew Jiang Shaoxi's attention. She hurried downstairs with Lin Yu in tow. Even while descending, Jiang Shaoxi spotted Sui and instantly dispatched Li Jie and Lin Yu to cordon off the rear courtyard, prohibiting any unauthorized observation. Few residents ventured outdoors anyway, the rooms were cool-powered and infinitely more comfortable than wandering the barren heat. Only some curious neighbors, stirred by the commotion, cracked open their windows to peer down, catching only a distant silhouette, a slender youthful figure standing tall beneath the sun. Is that our commander? He looks astonishingly young. He must possess an extraordinary talent, only someone so young could command such formidable power. Whoa, brand new troops. Reinforcements. Holy, when did they arrive? The Apocalypse War hoax is ridiculous. They claimed all global armies vanished, so how did hundreds slip through? Our commander must come from extraordinary lineage, he commands legions no ordinary man ever could. Residents upstairs speculated, wildly stunned into silent awe as they gazed downward. Jiang Shaoxi forbade access to the 6th floor. Few had ever laid eyes on Sui, let alone spoken to him directly. This rare glimpse, though only of his back, was enough to confirm at last whether their leader was male or female. Sir. Jiang Shaoxi swiftly approached Sui, gently guiding him into the shaded recess of the stairwell. The sun is fierce, don't let it harm you. I'm hardly so frail, you've forgotten my passive heat resistance skill, haven't you? Sui replied with a cheerful grin, his joy radiant and unyielding. Still, caution is warranted. Jiang Shaoxi glanced upward at the eaves overhead, her tone layered with quiet significance. Shaoxi, are you worried others might see me? Sui narrowed his eyes, smiling faintly. There's no need for such vigilance. If I stand here openly I will be seen. Surely your grand strategy doesn't envision me hiding away forever unseen and unknown. Sir, that isn't what I meant. Jiang Shaoxi lowered her head, quick to clarify. The shelter's morale remains fragile. I cannot yet discern who among us harbors ill intent. We must proceed with utmost prudence. If loneliness troubles you, you may speak freely with the young women. They have already pledged allegiance to you and are unlikely to harbor treachery. The first cohort of female residents had earned Jiang Shaoxi's preliminary trust. Daily training and guidance had forged their loyalty into something near absolute. Jiang Shaoxi believed no one should approach Sui without passing her scrutiny, not even with a glance. A former spymaster's suspicion ran deep. She feared some rogue element might strike while she blinked, endangering the man she served. I know your devotion. Let's leave it there. Sui gestured toward the 500 soldiers bathed in sunlight, their faces glistened with sweat, yet each stood unbowed, statuesque beneath the blazing sky. His voice swelled with pride. Jiang Shaoxi, what do you think? Have you ever seen so many soldiers assembled at once? I've seen countless troops, but never such an army. Her reply was tactful, her smile tender with quiet indulgence. As a spymaster during China's Republican-era turmoil, she had encountered generals, warlords and statesmen in abundance. She had even commanded frontline campaigns exceeding 10,000 soldiers, temporarily when talent shortages demanded it. Yet she withheld this truth, unwilling to dim Sui's triumphant masculine pride. Very well, these 500 are yours. Sui swept his arm wide. You'll organize them. This is our new vanguard, every soldier a paragon of martial excellence. Now you'll no longer complain about manpower shortages in the shelter, will you? Sui beamed. 500 soldiers, more than the total number of residents. Who would dare entertain rebellion? That watch, its crimson hue would never darken again. With such a force the shelter is truly secure. Jiang Shaoxi spoke with reverent certainty. Under your command I shall achieve even greater feats, and strengthen our collective might. No rush to seize territory. Sui waved dismissively, reminding her we live in an apocalypse, survival comes first. Your old warlord instincts won't always apply here. First ensure our safety and resource stability, beyond that manage affairs as you see fit. Yes sir. Jiang Shaozi bowed respectfully. These men are entrusted to you. Sui glanced at the ranks, then beckoned several officers, squad leaders and a chief of staff to join Jiang Shaozi for briefing. Once instructions were delivered, Sui turned to ascend the stairs. So hasty sir, is there urgent business? Shaozi stands ready to assist. Jiang Shaozi's focus remained wholly upon Sui, her prompt inquiry born of earnest desire to ease his burdens. Indeed there is, but this lies beyond your reach. Sui pointed upward with a smile. I must find Leah. With 500 soldiers now under our banner, we must accelerate development of the portable cooling units we discussed earlier. Leah had previously reported her research into compact thermal regulation devices designed to minimize physical exhaustion among field operatives enduring extreme heat. Such technology would stabilize core body temperature during missions, dramatically lowering operational difficulty for outdoor assignments. This remained the shelter's sole independently developed scientific breakthrough, and one of the critical challenges Jiang Shaozi herself had identified. Now with 500 soldiers added to their ranks, Sui saw no reason to wait for gradual RD progress. He intended to press Leah for immediate updates. Should progress remain stalled, he would simply purchase the solution outright. Nearly 20,000 points remained in reserve. Investing them in this force promised unparalleled returns. Strengthening the army was strengthening himself. Then indeed I cannot aid you. Jiang Shaozi smiled softly, watching Sui ascend the stairs. Sui had barely reached the 6th floor, still short of the research lab, when a sudden system notification flared before his eyes, making him leap backward in shock. Damn! Leah has delivered something monumental. Congratulations! Due to the influx of new scientific data from the research room, your talent Leah feels a strong sense of satisfaction. She has broken through her own talent level. Congratulations! Talent Leah has successfully advanced to a Klebel talent unit. Wow, no way! She upgraded herself. Sui stood at the door of the research room, his expression one of shock. She stays cooped up in the research room every day, even more than I do, and she managed to upgrade. What an extraordinary talent! Sui quickly opened Leah's latest data list to check. He discovered that in addition to the traits of engineering expertise and wisdom, Leah had also acquired a new trait, academic overachiever. Academic overachiever, she possesses a strong self-motivation for learning and a remarkable ability to grasp new knowledge in any scientific or engineering field. She can elevate her level through continuous learning. Wow! A trait for growth. Sui's eyes widened with delight. If Leah continues to learn without interruption, won't she be able to keep leveling up and become a higher level talent unit? Could it be the technology projects I bought that caused this? Sui pondered. Every time he purchased new technology projects with survival points corresponding, theoretical knowledge and technology would automatically fill the research room in the form of data and books. Leah, immersed in the research room all day, was continuously absorbing this growing pool of new knowledge. From the information prompts it was clear she was very satisfied with Sui's purchases of technology projects. The more she learned, the more excited and motivated she became. This isn't an innate cow or horse holy body, this is an innate academic overachiever. A pioneer at the forefront of humanity. Sui sighed, then pushed the door to enter the research room. Sui rarely came to the research room because he wasn't particularly interested in such things like academic underachievers. He found them headache-inducing. But Leah was different. She seemed to be born with a fascination for all scientific challenges. As soon as Sui entered the research room, he saw Leah bent over a laboratory table already changed into a simple white lab coat, which was stained with various spots and smudges, traces left from countless experiments. Leah didn't notice Sui walking in. She was fully focused on her experiment. Her hands moved deftly among the instruments, adjusting various parameters from time to time. Her movements were swift and precise. Even though Sui was an outsider, he could sense her pursuit of perfection in every detail of the experiment. Leah was completely absorbed in her work, her expression incredibly serious, as if the entire world had shrunk down to just her and her experiment. Sui silently stood by, observing without interruption. He suddenly felt that a woman who worked diligently had a stunning charm. Leah was not exceptionally beautiful. Her beauty was understated, yet like the stars in the deep night, she quietly sparkled in the relatively small and silent research room. Her smooth black hair was casually tied into a low ponytail, with a few strands lightly falling by her ear, fluttering in the wind, playfully obstructing her vision. Leah raised her hand to sweep away her hair, suddenly noticing the man beside her out of the corner of her eye. Ha! Who is it? Ah, it's the boss. Leah snapped back to reality, quickly turning around, smiling at Sui. Boss, what brings you here? Her smile was refreshing but clearly showed signs of fatigue. Just arrived. I didn't want to disturb you since I saw you were busy. Sui nodded. Haven't you rested well? You look very tired. Oh, I'm fine, just haven't slept for 2 nights. Leah smiled and waved her hand. Recently this room has accumulated a lot of new data and experimental projects which seem to be related to the house structure as well as intelligent information technology and models of microrobots. I feel that if I can fully understand this it will bring great benefits to you, boss. So have you understood it? Not yet. I can't comprehend it. It seems to be missing many prerequisite technology modules and I can't replicate it for now. No worries, no rush. Sui said calmly, knowing full well the difference between innovation and direct purchase. As long as he had points he could directly purchase finished products without mastering the technology, but for Leah to grasp the core technologies of the finished products that was no easy task. We can study technology at any time, let's take it slow. Sui opened the marketplace interface and bought some special potions. All-purpose recovery potion, a box of 12 vials costing 500 survival points. After consumption it automatically repairs bodily flaws and fatigue, ensuring the body remains in peak health. This potion cannot replace the role of food and cannot fill the stomach. This thing is like a stimulant produced in the shelter and it's of the non-side effect type with healing properties. Here, take it. Sui bought 10 boxes in one go, spending 5,000 points without flinching. He placed the suitable potion in front of Leah. Drink a little when you're tired. Your health is very important, so don't overexert yourself. Now that Leah had the academic overachiever trait, it represented a significant elevation in status for Sui. As long as she had enough time, Leah could become on a level or even S-level talent unit through continuous learning. Boss. Leah took the potion box, a hint of emotion flashing in her beautiful eyes. She lowered her head and suddenly teased, "Boss, you're being so nice to me. Are you trying to pursue me?" Sui was taken aback. Huh? What kind of train of thought is that? A clever glint flickered in Leah's beautiful eyes, but she deliberately sighed. "Oh, elder sister Xiao Ci will be unhappy. I don't want to become her romantic rival. She's very impressive. This is just a normal concern a boss has for their subordinate. It's an extra benefit. Don't think too much about it." Really? Leah unconsciously leaned closer, her body brushing against Sui, her beautiful eyes slightly squinting. "But if the boss truly wanted to engage in underhanded dealings, I'm just a powerless female researcher and certainly wouldn't be able to resist. I might just have to silently bear it with tears, letting the boss have his way." Leah lowered her head, her face filled with a sorrowful expression as if she had entered character. Damn. Sui couldn't help but curse. What kind of bizarre preference was this? How does it sound like you are looking forward to me making underhanded moves? Ha! Are we starting now? Does the boss like the atmosphere here? Leah's eyes lit up. "Boss, I'll lock the door right away." Wait, did you misunderstand? This dam is just a modal particle. It doesn't imply action. Sui quickly grabbed Leah. "Stop it, let's talk business. How is the research on the cooling facilities that Xiao Ci discussed with you before?" "I have some clues. I've actually made a few." Leah turned and took out several small vests from a nearby drawer. "Here, it's not difficult, but I can't mass-produce them. It's all manual work on my part. We lack raw materials in factories. Many technological projects can indeed be done, but the quantity is limited." "Ah, that is indeed a challenge." Sui was taken aback, his brows furrowing tightly. A few cooling devices might suffice for the original number of people, but now with 500 more soldiers these devices would be completely insufficient. The issues raised by Leah also made Sui realize the challenges of supporting this 500-man army. It was not just a shortage of cooling devices. Maintaining an army is much more difficult than taking care of civilians. Just like now, the weapon scale within the 500-man army is considerable, but ammunition is limited. In a 500-man army, it's not like every soldier has unlimited bullets. Once the ammunition for these weapons is exhausted, the army's combat capability will definitely be significantly reduced. Although individual combat effectiveness of Chinese soldiers is extremely strong and they can still be formidable with cold weapons, Sui truly did not want to reach that point. To support such a large army, would they end up fighting with knives? What kind of impoverished warlord is that? It seems we have quite a few challenges at the moment. Sui sighed deeply and Leah quietly leaned closer, her delicate body pressed against Sui. "Boss, is there anything I can help with? I'm quite smart. We lack bullets, assembly lines and factories. You're right, we can't rely solely on you for these things." Sui felt a headache coming, but Leah pursed her lips, grinning mischievously. "Boss, I heard our shelter has gained quite a few laborers recently." "Laborers? Oh, you're talking about the new residents. Indeed, there are a few hundred more. Then why not let them bring back the city's factories, airports, and various facilities? Without factories we can just bring back the factory equipment. We only lack equipment but not technology and workers. Although this group may not be skilled workers, I've already figured out the production technology. I just need to patiently teach them." "Boss, you have people, you have technology. Why worry about lacking equipment? As long as it exists somewhere, we can just take it. Do you know how to produce ammunition?" Sui looked up surprised at Leah. She shrugged. "I can't produce missiles, but I can handle the basic weapons, bullets if necessary. Just give me another week and I'll strive to figure out the production technology for rocket launchers." "Wow. You can make that too. Are you a natural at this?" Boss, I'm not a genius, it's just that there's already existing scientific data here, a complete set of refined theories and experimental methods. I just need to attempt to replicate them. Leah did not take credit. She referred to the fact that after Sui obtained these equipment and technology projects, relevant technical materials would automatically appear in the research room. But Sui also knew that although Leah spoke lightly among the entire shelter, she was the only one who could understand these technical materials. Her words sounded easy, but without a substantial accumulation of scientific and technological knowledge, even if the design blueprints of Dongfeng missiles were placed in front of an ordinary person, they wouldn't understand. A treasure trove that cannot be utilized. Indeed, you're right. Sui nodded, narrowing his eyes as if a light bulb had gone off in his mind. Leah was correct. He commanded a 500-man army currently in the most elite combat state with ample ammunition. Under this premise, what else was there that he couldn't obtain? As long as it exists in this city, he can acquire it. I still have my thinking limited to peacetime. I should learn from you all. Hee boss, do you want me to give you some extracurricular tutoring? Leah draped an arm over Sui's shoulder, exuding a slightly rogue charm, looking up at Sui with a teasing smile. Nighttime tutoring, just you and me, absolutely private, will help the boss grow rapidly. This. I wouldn't mind. Why don't you report to Xiao Ci? Let her make a spot for you tonight. Ah. Oh no, my experimental project. I almost forgot, the boss is so bad. I'm not playing with you anymore. Leah cried out and turned back, diving towards the experiment table, unabashedly exposing her exquisite back to Sui, her posture seeming to hide a hint of uniform seduction. This girl is a bit crazy too. Sui shook his head and turned to leave the research room. He needed to hurry to implement the new plan he had just thought of. Sweep the entire city. Whatever we lack, just go take it. Sui had just left the research room and was about to look for Jiang Xiaozi when he found her standing at his doorway. Xiaozi. A light brightened in his eyes before he could speak. Jiang Xiaozi smiled, opened the door and stepped inside. Xiaozi, were you waiting for me? Sui followed close behind, surprised. He felt she had been waiting for him. Yes, sir. How are the troop arrangements? Sui sat on the sofa and took a sip of chilled water. Also, you came to ask about the cooling equipment, right? She managed to produce it, but we cannot mass-produce it. I know. Jiang Xiaozi nodded, standing respectfully before Sui. The troops have not been deployed, they were only told to rest inside. Why not deploy them? I think that after you meet Leah, sir, you may have new plans. Jiang paused, speaking with implication. You esteem Leah greatly and she chafes under rules. Perhaps she will offer you fresh insight. I believe that whenever Leah poses a problem, sir, we'll find a way to solve it, for example the lack of production lines in factories and the logistical production of weapons. Jiang lowered her head. She spoke of the same problems Leah had raised that the shelter currently faced. Xiaozi, did you discuss this with Leah before? Sui raised an eyebrow. You two say the same things. I have not had much interaction with Miss Li and did not say those things, Jiang replied. Jiang smiled softly. Sir, the mere presence of troops already signals our most pressing shortage. The greatest difficulty in sustaining an army is naturally logistics. Leah suggested I go out and seize supplies. Sui reclined on the sofa and said lightly, what do you think I should do? My recommendation is the same. Jiang paused and said softly, on several nearby streets there are 2 police stations. According to what you said, the officers have all been drawn into the Doomsday War scenario. So the stations are probably occupied by refugees, perhaps emboldened by weapons to commit atrocities. A kind man like you would never tolerate such thugs terrorizing the people, Jiang added. Jiang's words made Sui laugh. You want me to seize the police's equipment? Become a new thug? Take territory again? No. In your hands a gun will bring more peace. Jiang shook her head. It has been some time since the apocalypse, yet you have never personally killed anyone. You have taken in many of the weak. In the nation's hour of peril, heroes must rise. Xiaozi believes you are the hero this age demands. We are not thieves nor a warlord's band, we are purging chaos for the nation and the people. Jiang's stirring speech left Sui dumbfounded. Xiaozi, that doesn't sound like you at all. Though it may be improper to say, you've always given me the impression of always favoring rather ruthless methods. Have I? Jiang tilted her head and laughed. Perhaps you have trained me well, sir. I now think righteousness should be in our hands. We must not act with a warlord's mindset. Survival comes first, and we must bring as many people as possible with us. Sui inwardly exclaimed. His offhand remark had transformed her demeanor from that of a party-state operative into a zealous vanguard of righteousness. I have no words, you are right. Sui stroked his chin. Very well, let's do it. Seize the city's existing weapons and equipment. There may be no heavy weapons, but at least we can replenish some of our ammunition consumption. Yes, sir. Jiang nodded and turned to leave. She had been waiting for Sui's concurrence. After all, the primary conduct of the troops required his approval. Even though Sui trusted Zhang completely, she remained mindful of such details and would never casually deploy troops without authorization. By the way, sir. Zhang stood in the doorway and suddenly asked, let Lin Yu lead the troops. I can stay home and keep you company. Xiaozi, are you afraid to lead the army into battle? Sui laughed. Zhang shook her head. I simply think Lin Yu's actions will better protect your reputation. If Zhang herself led the force, the unit might truly become a merciless warlord brigade that did not flinch at killing. But if Lin Yu led them, they were more likely to be regarded by the people as a miraculous, almost mythical elite force. Very well. Sui nodded. As he browsed the survival point store interface, he suddenly discovered that vehicles could be purchased there. Wait, Xiaozi, I'll buy some equipment for the troops. Sui called after Zhang. Vehicles, what a boon. In a world where vehicles had ground to a halt and everyone walked on foot, the advantage of having a few vehicles was immense. Sui now had 15151 survival points remaining, and vehicles in the store varied widely in price. The models he favored were quite expensive. There were cheaper options available even to a level 0 shelter, but since he intended to outfit a 500-man force, he resolved to buy military vehicles and chose the best performing models. Let's see, among vehicles available to a level 1 shelter, the best value is these few. Sui waved his hand and selected his purchases. Armored Personnel Carrier APC. Model Menghu 3. Capacity up to 50 soldiers per vehicle. Weapons: 1 heavy machine gun mounted on top and 1 light machine gun on each side. Armor protection medium, effective against small arms and light caliber artillery. Speed: top speed 90 km/h. Purpose: rapidly transport troops to the battlefield and provide fire support. Cost 1000 survival points. Tactical support vehicle TSV. Model Lei Taiying X. Function: provides tactical command, communications relay and battlefield medical support. Weapons: no direct offensive armament but equipped with powerful electromagnetic jamming devices. Equipment: full tactical communications, battlefield command systems and mobile medical facilities. Speed: top speed 80 km/h. Purpose: enhance the task force's tactical coordination, ensure information flow and provide battlefield support. Armored rescue vehicle arm. Model Shohashinar. Function: rapid evacuation of battlefield casualties and on-site repair support. Equipment: fitted with advanced life support systems, an emergency operating table and comprehensive repair tools and equipment. Speed: top speed 70 km/h. Purpose: reduce casualty mortality and improve battlefield survivability. Cost 1000 survival points. Surfacito Air Missile Vehicle SAM. Model Tianwang M. Weapons: carries 8 portable anti-air missiles. Protection: medium, equipped with advanced electronic countermeasure systems. Speed: top speed 85 km/h. Purpose: provide low-altitude defense against drones, helicopters and other aerial threats. Supply truck ST. Model Dali Shen S. Load capacity: each vehicle can carry combat supplies sufficient for 1000 soldiers for 1 day, cannot auto-replenish, consumes corresponding shelter resources. Speed: top speed 75 km/h. Purpose: ensure the task force has adequate supplies when operating far from the shelter. Cost 1000 survival points. Among these 5 vehicle types, he purchased 5 APCs and 1 of each of the other models. That expenditure consumed 10,000 survival points. With a little over 5,000 points remaining, Sui bought 10 standard heavy trucks in one stroke. Civilian Heavy Truck CT. Model Julie T500. Load capacity maximum 50 tons including cargo and personnel. Cargo volume approximately 35 tons of various supplies such as food, water and building materials. Personnel transport: while ensuring cargo security, the cargo compartment can additionally carry up to 10 passengers including driver. Compartment dimensions: length 10 mx, width 2.5 mx, height 3 m, internal usable space. Power plant: high-powered diesel engine with a maximum output of 350 horsepower. Speed: top highway speed 90 km/h, slightly reduced under load. Cost 500 survival points. The civilian heavy trucks were much cheaper but offered poorer combat value than the armored vehicles. If not for the need for cargo capacity, Sui would have continued buying APCs. Great, the points are spent. Only 151 left. Sui clapped his hands, led Zhang out of the room into a larger open area of the shelter and retrieved all the purchased vehicles from the shelter's reserve storage. As golden light shimmered, the imposing vehicles manifested before Sui in neat formation. They circled around him like a great metallic dragon under the sun, their hulls reflected dazzling glints of metal. Lin Yu. Sui called. Lin Yu, who was organizing the troops, responded instantly. Here. She sprang to attention and trotted to his side. Task Force Provisional Commander Lin Yu reporting. See these vehicles. They're yours today. Sui gestured at the vehicles. The military vehicles are all yours. Leave the civilian heavy trucks behind and keep a combat squad of 200 people here. These military vehicles can only carry 300 people. Taking 300 won't affect combat effectiveness, right? Lin Yu looked at the vehicles with shining eyes and replied without hesitation, absolutely not. We will complete every mission. These were not mere transport assets, they were a tremendous force multiplier. Look at those black gun barrels on the APCs. That sight alone gave the soldiers a profound sense of security. Lin Yu imagined placing several machine gunners aboard and driving forward. Which enemy would dare approach? One burst from the machine guns would shred them all. Even distant small arms fire could not penetrate the APC's armor, and the firing ports allowed snipers to reply instantly at range. These machines could uplift the task force's combat power by multiple tiers. Most importantly, Sui said, as far as we can tell we are the only ones in the city with this equipment. These are items only a level 1 shelter can purchase. There may be remnants of the National Army with their own hardware, but it's unlikely to surpass our vehicles, and they may not even use it, he added. You are all soldiers, you should be better at driving these military vehicles than the enemy. Yes. Lin Yu nodded vigorously, too excited for words. Alright, let's depart. Sui waved his hand. Xiaozi arranged the 200 people left behind. Assign some to drive the civilian heavy trucks and have the residents come out to work. Yes. Jian lowered her head to accept the order. Today will surely be a bountiful day. She understood Sui's plan to use the truck's transport capacity to haul every available nearby resource back. Anything: factory equipment, shopping centers, pharmacies, municipal hospitals, whatever the shelter lacked, they would bring it back. If anyone tried to stop them, the civilian trucks also carried combat squads fully equipped and formidable. I hereby declare the Great Sweep operation officially underway. At Sui's command, the soldiers boarded one after another and the vehicles rolled out of the compound. Jiang organized the remaining squads and, calling for Sisterly, set out for 3 nearby residential blocks to order residents who had rested all day to begin hauling supplies. Sui returned to his room and stood at the window watching the heavy truck slowly exit the complex under military escort. His heart swelled with satisfaction. Soon my shelter will be overflowing with supplies. I want to know what to do. Zhang Xiaoxi's arrangements were quite meticulous. She did not deploy the entire 200-member military group for the procurement. A special operations team composed of 50 soldiers protected hundreds of residents as they ventured out. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers were divided into a 10-member team to head to the offline trading location to meet Qinshuren, ensuring the protection of the trading market during the day and increasing the revenue from stall fees. 40 more soldiers were split into 2 teams to execute activities around new supply locations, trading spots, and survivor rescues. Enhancing the intelligence gathering capability of the shelter, increasing influence, and growing the population were also key objectives. The remaining 100 soldiers stayed within the community. This not only served to protect the safety of the shelter in Sui but also allowed for continuous renovations and repairs of the community's defenses during their time at home. Indeed, Zhang Xiaozi was about to start fortifying the entire community. Previously there was a shortage of manpower, but now with professional soldiers, Zhang Xiaozi naturally wanted to construct all kinds of military facilities she had envisioned in her safety plans. Traps, bunkers, sentry posts, trenches. Anything military grade would be installed. Additionally, underground shelters, nuclear supplies, and more advanced and precise military warning systems. Not a single one would be left out. Better to be excessive than lacking. Zhang Xiaoxi's goal was simple. She intended to make Sui's bedroom the core, continuously expanding outward to elevate the safety factor. Sui's bedroom would have the highest level of safety, followed by the building he resided in and its surrounding walls, then nearby buildings as sniper and ambush points, gradually extending to cover the entire community. Layer upon layer, even above in the sky, Zhang Xiaozi was arranging rudimentary aerial defenses. She needed to ensure that Sui was protected to the utmost degree. Not just anyone could meet Sui, even a large number of enemies would find it impossible to reach him. Another boring afternoon. What should I do? Sui looked up at the crimson sun and pondered, how about giving Li Yajin a taste of the unspoken rules? Teasing this girl? Forget it, I don't want to give her any misconceptions. She seems like she might take it seriously. Then how about a game of civilization? Sui sat at his computer desk playing a single-player game to pass the time, which could easily stretch into several nights. However, Sui felt this was inappropriate. My shelter is growing stronger, I can't be too complacent. The stronger the development momentum, the more careful I should be. Besides, playing computer games can't compare to my skills. I can observe remotely and give commands from afar. Sui simply lay back on his bed, getting into position, then connected to Lin Yu's perspective. To ensure he didn't exhaust himself too much, he even took out some stamina replenishing items from his reserves. These were small trinkets inherited from other shelters, not very valuable but effective in replenishing Sui's skill usage. Connect perspective, target Lin Yu. Sui was enveloped in darkness for a moment. When his vision returned, he found himself within Lin Yu's view. At that moment Lin Yu was seated inside an armored personnel carrier surrounded by fully armed soldiers. They sat solemnly with their guns not exchanging a word, creating a serious atmosphere indicative of a mission. Lin Yu was focused on examining the city map. In her hand she held an electronic information map, constantly updating and adjusting the latest map details quite comprehensively. Sui could tell that this electronic map seemed to be part of the command vehicle's equipment. These military vehicles had been purchased at a very reasonable price, fully equipped with various military supplies. Chief. Lin Yu suddenly reacted, murmuring softly. Her sensitivity surpassed that of other soldiers as she sensed Sui had connected to her perspective. I'm just watching you carry on with your work. Sui's voice echoed in Lin Yu's ear, causing her lips to curve slightly as she remained focused on the map. Approaching the target location, all units on alert, slow down the vehicle. Lin Yu suddenly picked up the walkie-talkie, issuing combat orders. Command vehicle retreat, all snipers disembark and take up suitable sniping positions. Communications personnel provide accurate operational data. Demolition experts prepare. Combat teams disembark in sequence to encircle from the front and back. Armored vehicles 1, 2 and 3 will continue forward in formation, approaching the target location. After finishing her orders, Lin Yu glanced at the soldiers beside her. Everyone check your equipment and enter combat mode. Clatter. All the soldiers in the vehicle quickly lowered their heads to check their firearms and gear, then opened the safety mechanisms on their weapons, rising and bending at the vehicle doors. Once the vehicle came to a stop, the doors swung open. Lin Yu commanded disembark. All soldiers streamed out, automatically forming a standard combat formation, covering one another while vigilantly observing their surroundings, then quickly finding cover to enter a state of readiness. After Lin Yu exited the vehicle, Sui also saw soldiers continuously disembarking from the surrounding troop carriers. They instinctively grouped into threes, scattering into the city's obstacles. Lin Yu reboarded the command vehicle and was monitoring the remote surveillance screen, directing the 3 armored vehicles to approach a police station in the center of the street. This was a relatively large police station where heads were bobbing inside. The originally open glass door had already shattered, now surrounded by a pile of glass shards mixed with rocks and debris, forming a rudimentary defensive structure. Boss, it looks like military vehicles outside. A kid with yellow hair in the police station lobby put down his binoculars and remarked in surprise to a bald man beside him. Inside the police station there were more than 10 men, all wearing bulletproof vests and armed with various police firearms. However, these men's hair was multicolored and their vests were poorly fitted, standing in a haphazard manner that did not match the somber atmosphere of the building. Military vehicles. The bald man furrowed his brow. He had initially thought the commotion outside was from survivors coming to trade for equipment, but it seemed the situation was not as optimistic as he had imagined. He picked up a military binocular from around his neck, ascended to the 3rd floor and looked out. To his astonishment, he saw 3 armored vehicles lined up at the entrance, their dark machine gun barrels exposed, constantly swiveling as if scanning for nearby enemy movements. Surrounding the armored vehicles were also several fully armed soldiers. Most of their bodies were concealed behind cover, making it hard to discern exactly how many were present, but military figures were apparent throughout the area. Damn, this is regular military. The bald man was instantly stunned. He wasn't foolish, the spectacle outside clearly indicated it was a legitimate army. This was not some pretender posing as a big shot, nor were they the group of rivals flaunting police station equipment. The demeanor, actions and equipment configuration of these people unmistakably marked them as true soldiers of the people. Could it be that the army has entered the city to carry out a rescue operation? But didn't that mysterious entity say something about an apocalyptic war? That thing even made me vote. I cast an F. Is all of this just an illusion? The bald man felt perplexed. He looked down at his handgun, then back at the military vehicles outside, rubbed his eyes and looked again. The military vehicles were still there. Smack. He slapped his hand down and a nearby subordinate yelped, clutching his thigh. Boss, why did you hit me? Does it hurt? It hurts, boss. Am I not dreaming? The bald man gazed at the military vehicles outside, muttering, what the hell is going on? Weren't the armies supposed to be gone? Why are they back? Before the bald man could figure this out, a clear, loud and orderly announcement blared from the military vehicles outside. Listen, everyone inside. We have surrounded this area. All individuals must put down their weapons and come out with their hands on their heads. Do not resist unnecessarily. Stubborn resistance will only lead to brutal consequences. This is the second serious warning. Immediately lay down your weapons and surrender unconditionally. We promise leniency for anyone who surrenders proactively and cooperates with the investigation. Should you persist in defiance, we will be forced to take decisive action, and all consequences will be at your own risk. The clear announcement resonated through the streets, and all the thugs in the police station heard it distinctly. Beside the bald man, a subordinate clutching his thigh in pain trembled and asked, Boss, what should we do? Should we fight? Fight? With what? The bald man glared at his subordinate, wishing he could slap him. Are you out of your mind? You think you can take on the people's soldiers? Do you even know how many lives you have? You want to die that badly. So boss. What should we do? What to do? Surrender. The bald man decisively declared, put down your weapons and surrender on the spot, hoping for leniency. Do not harbor any illusions, ID, rather do time than take a bullet. Clearly the bald man had misunderstood. He thought the outside forces were regular military but did not realize they were the army Sui had recruited. The bald man had ambitions and aspirations, yet he, like all citizens of Huaxia, deeply understood the terrifying combat capabilities of their own military. Resistance. Don't joke around, that would lead to a very tragic end. Ah. The little brother looked somewhat confused, glancing at the handgun in his hand and the bulletproof vest on, and then at the oversized military vehicle outside. He swallowed hard and asked, boss, didn't you say your talent is extraordinary and that you're not afraid of anyone? Why don't we take care of the people outside? Damn. I'll take care of you first. The bald man roared with anger, slapping the little brother, leaving him dizzy and filled with grievance. Well, my big brother has no ambition. Yesterday he was ambitious, commanding the winds and clouds, aiming to punch the little white bear and step on the new top rank. But today, looking at him, he had lost all fighting spirit, completely deflated. Pass on my words, get everything ready and prepare to surrender. The bald man took a deep breath, his eyes shining with wisdom. This is a chaotic world, we have people and guns. This isn't surrender, those who know the times are wise. We are here to accept the imperial edict. Once the bald man finished speaking, the entire police station erupted into chaos. Linyue, who was observing the movements of the police station from outside, noticed that many people seemed to be running up and down, but she could confirm that they had not entered a combat state. According to reports from the sniper's distant observation, although these people were equipped, they had not taken combat positions and were all gathered in the first-floor lobby. This kind of dense formation could easily result in a substantial number of casualties with just a few rounds of machine gun fire from the rooftops. Just as Linyue was preparing to take further action, she saw a bald man come out of the police station, flanked by a few young men who looked like little sticks with their hands raised high. Comrades. Don't shoot, I surrender. Pa, I'm not surrendering, I'm cooperating with the investigation. Let me make it clear, I haven't done anything bad. Since the disaster struck, I have been protecting state property. The bald man shouted loudly, displaying his wit and eloquence. Occupying the police station with guns is a serious matter. However, if one emphasizes the crisis of the apocalypse and actively explains their subjective intentions, as long as their subjective thoughts are correct, the objectively wrong behavior has a chance of being forgiven. Commander, the other party has surrendered. A staff officer spoke solemnly and Linyue nodded. Send a few people to contact them, see where they come from, stay vigilant and don't be fooled. Also remember, if they truly surrender sincerely, don't do anything harsh to them for the time being. Remember to treat the captives well, uphold our army's fine traditions, we are all compatriots and in times of crisis we shouldn't resort to mutual slaughter. Yes. I'll go personally. The chief of staff stepped forward, jumped down from the command vehicle and walked towards the bald man. Comrade. The bald man saw someone who clearly resembled an officer stepping out of the military vehicle, and his expression grew increasingly respectful. He involuntarily tensed up, hands raised so high that he dared not lower them, fearing that the other party might misinterpret his act. After all, there were plenty of gun muzzles nearby. As he stepped out, he noticed that almost every position along the street had gun barrels aimed at him. Even his own body was covered in a multitude of little red dots. There was no need to ask, it was definitely a warning from a sniper. What is your name? The chief of staff stood before the bald man, his expression serious and question clearly. Explain your background. Strive for leniency. Yes, comrade, I will tell you everything. The bald man was very cooperative, even voluntarily squatting down with his hands on his head, his movements appearing smoothly practiced. Comrade, I know our rules, confessing leads to leniency. My name is Wang Dainio, I came from Huizhou to work, bringing along a few nephews from the village to do construction work. Recently the world has become chaotic. There were strange voices saying that the apocalypse had come and the weather turned unbearably. I have no particular hobbies, just read some novels, and I thought since the apocalypse has come the military rescue has disappeared. Sigh. You must know about this, that voice said. The military had all been captured. So I thought of self-preservation and quickly brought my nephews to the nearest police station. Really, I just wanted to ensure my safety. I had no other bad intentions. I swear. Wang Dainio raised his hands, his face serious and impassioned. But after coming here I thought this isn't right. In the face of the apocalypse, with the country in danger, every citizen has a responsibility. There are still supplies in the police station that haven't been taken. If they fall into the hands of criminals, what will happen to the safety of the city's people? What about the survival of the survivors? I thought this won't do. I must protect state property to prevent these weapons from falling into the hands of criminals. I want to do everything I can to protect all city survivors, buying enough time for rescue forces to arrive. So I have been guarding the police station, hoping for you to come soon. Look, heaven has finally heard my pleas and prayers day and night. You have finally arrived. The bald man grew more and more emotional as he spoke, almost crying. I truly feel. The dawn of China has arrived. The rain has stopped. The sunny weather has returned. The good days for the people are back. The few nephews beside him were dumbfounded, thinking their uncle was such a great actor. Just the subtle expressions and movements were vividly lifelike. How could he not be an actor and instead be a contractor? Such a waste of talent. The chief of staff also fell silent after hearing these words. This guy really knows how to talk. In just a few words he cleaned up his own actions. You look like a habitual offender. The chief of staff cast a sharp glance at Wang Daniel. You've broken the law before, serve time right. The chief of staff's gaze seemed capable of seeing through one's heart. Wang Daniel hurriedly lowered his head and admitting honestly, he nodded. When I was young I didn't know better. I hurt people in fights, didn't have money for compensation, and served 2 years in prison. But rest assured, comrade. The government has completely reformed me. I have long since turned over a new leaf and become a new person. Comrade, I truly have my heart set on the country. I have a fiery love for the people. I deeply understand the need to be a useful person to society. The bald man's words were filled with righteousness, making it impossible to pick faults. With his cooperation the chief of staff couldn't hold him accountable, only nodding. For now you indeed seem like a good comrade. Since you have your difficulties, let's keep an eye on you for the time being. As long as you cooperate well with the investigation, we won't misunderstand you. Now bring everyone out and hand over the equipment. The chief of staff squinted at Wang Daniel. Asking for guns was inherently a sensitive matter. The moment Wang Daniel hesitated, the chief of staff decided to take immediate action and have him swiftly subdued. But what the chief of staff didn't expect was that after hearing this, Wang Daniel actually felt relieved and hurriedly took off all his equipment, tossing it on the ground. Handguns, magazines, grenades, bulletproof vests. In the end he urged his nephews and subordinates beside him to hurry up. Hurry up. Don't dawdle, the comrades are waiting. Big brother, do we really have to? Shut up. I'm sorry comrade, my family's discipline is lax. I apologize. After Wang Daniel apologized, he slapped down hard. The several nephews howled and hurriedly threw their guns on the ground, their faces filled with reluctance. Well, everything is gone. Just a few days ago he was dreaming of dominating the apocalypse, and now in the blink of an eye he has been brought back to reality. Many young people had already figured out their paths to becoming protagonists, but reality was a bit cruel. All of you inside, get out. After handing over the guns, Wang Daniel hurriedly turned and shouted into the building, get the hell out. Not a single one is allowed to leak out. If anyone dares to run, I won't let them go first. Don't be daft, all of you, get out. Under Wang Daniel's shouting, the people inside lined up in a scattered manner and slowly walked out, dropping their weapons and equipment in front of the chief of staff. In less than 10 minutes this police station was taken without a single shot fired, all without bloodshed. Sui, who had been silently observing, was stunned and muttered, damn, what Shotzi did is really effective. Sui began to feel tempted. Although it seemed wrong for him to do this in this era lacking military protection, why couldn't he step up? What Wang Daniel just said, though merely a self-justification, resonated deeply with Sui. It was clear that in this chaotic world, why couldn't I be a national hero? Does the apocalypse mean we must turn against each other? Must we engage in deceit and struggle for survival? Is humanity doomed? Why must we follow what novels portray? Sui didn't think so. He suddenly felt that truly taking on the responsibilities of the soldiers seemed quite admirable. This title of righteousness is incredibly powerful. It's simply what the people desire. It leads to success in all endeavors. Though the responsibilities are heavy, Sui was unafraid. Lin Yu in the command vehicle also witnessed this scene. The other party's cooperation surprised her, but she quickly reacted and ordered the combat team to enter the police station sequentially to begin formal takeover. Move out. Maintain combat formation. Snipers, stay alert. Count the supplies, stay vigilant for hidden enemies, and be cautious of ambushes. With Lin Yu's command, military teams began to stream into the police station one after another. They not only entered through the front door but also had soldiers skillfully scaling walls to ensure that not everyone entered through the front door and risked being ambushed. Wang Daniel trembled all over. He noticed a large number of soldiers continuously pouring into the police station, each one fierce and severe, exuding a sense of killing intent as they passed by him, making Wang Daniel stand before the chief of staff with even more humility. He was immensely grateful for his wise decision. He was fortunate to have surrendered directly, otherwise he would probably be discussing the process of reincarnation with the King of Hell by now. Come with me. The chief of staff glanced at Wang Daniel and turned to lead their group to a military vehicle. Comrade, what we did end up in court. Wang Daniel felt a wave of anxiety. The chief of staff turned back with a meaningful smile. That depends on how well you cooperate with the investigation. Cooperate. I will absolutely cooperate. Wang Daniel's mind sparked with inspiration and he quickly spoke up. Comrade, I know there's a term called reporting for merit. I want to report. Report what? Report the nearby criminals. They are committing crimes, occupying supplies, seizing the police station, taking women and killing without blinking. After an hour of inspection and inventory, the entire police station was declared fully taken over. The supplies within the police station were also counted and gradually transported back to the military vehicles. Another half-hour later, a list appeared before Linua meticulously detailing the supplies and weapons stored in the police station. Weapons and equipment: 126 handguns including various standard police models, 12 rifles mainly automatic rifles such as the Type 95, 1 light machine gun, 2 sniper rifles, 12 shotguns. Ammunition: 32 police grenades, a total of 52 various special grenades such as flashbangs and tear gas grenades, 3,600 rounds of standard handgun ammunition, 1,200 rounds of rifle ammunition, 600 rounds of machine gun ammunition. Communication equipment: handheld walkie-talkies, satellite phones, signal boosters, etc. All non-functional and unusable. Medical equipment: a total of 335 items including first aid kits, tourniquets, disinfectants, antibiotics and painkillers. Food and water: compressed biscuits, canned food, bottled water, etc. Sufficient to sustain 40 people for 2 weeks. Fuel and lighting equipment: gasoline, diesel, etc. Enough to fill 30 cars, and the police station has 45 intact police vehicles. Unstartable lighting equipment includes generators, batteries and electrical devices, but only the flashlight is operational. Miscellaneous including tents, sleeping bags, portable stoves, ropes, toolkits, multifunctional knives, totaling 526 items. The densely packed inventory list made Linyu feel pleasantly surprised. The gains this time were quite considerable. Many of the supplies were brought by Wang Daniu and his group from other locations, but now they had become a bargain for Sui. Among the 85 captured individuals, over 40 were members of Wang Daniu's own construction team consisting of his younger relatives and young villagers, while the remaining more than 40 were local survivors who relied on Wang Daniu during the apocalypse. Interestingly, all 85 individuals were young men, the oldest being only 45, with most appearing to be in their 20s and 30s, the prime years of manhood. Lin Yu had asked the chief of staff about Wang Dania, who mentioned that there were indeed women and elderly who sought refuge with him, but Wang Dania had turned them all away. According to his nephew, who loved reading novels, it was not practical to bring such burdensome people during the apocalypse, so Wang Daniu only wanted obedient men. Any man who appeared clever or shrewd was not accepted by Wang Daniu. Don't ask, he was afraid he couldn't keep them in check. While Lin Yu was counting the inventory, the chief of staff reboarded the command vehicle. Team leader Lin, I finished asking questions. What's the situation with that group of people? Most of them come from construction sites. Some harbored fantasies of becoming kings in this chaotic world, but those thoughts have largely dissipated and their attitudes are quite good. The chief of staff nodded, saying, there are quite a few sturdy men, but they lack courage and haven't dared to act out what they say seems to generally be the truth. The chief of staff found it amusing, as they were clearly a potentially threatening group of men, yet they had no thoughts of rebellion, almost behaving like a flock of sheep, perfectly complying with the investigation and inquiries. Wang Daniu and the other's submissive attitude even made the chief of staff feel somewhat embarrassed, often questioning whether his tone was too harsh. That's quite normal. Lin Yu lowered her head to review the inventory list. In this era and in this country, the public's friendliness towards the military is much higher than you can imagine. That's a good thing then. The chief of staff laughed heartily. That saves us a lot of trouble. Miss Jiang mentioned that this is a bad thing. Lin Yu raised her head, looking seriously at the chief of staff. This means we must also bear the burdens that this era's military has carried in the past. Trust from the people does not come without reason. We are merely inheriting the identities they once bestowed upon the military. Do you understand what I'm saying? Lin Yu's words were profound. Zhang Xiaozi had complained to her more than once that it would be better if the people here did not trust the military so much. At least it would allow her to do many things without worrying too much about Sui's stance and opinions, making matters significantly simpler. Yes, team leader Lin. The chief of staff's expression grew serious. He could understand. Team leader Lin, how should we handle that group? Let's take them back first. Leave everything to Miss Jiang to handle. Lin Yu replied without hesitation. We only take care of frontline matters. As long as there are surrenders, we ensure their safety and then hand them all over to Miss Jiang. She is our political commissar and we don't need to worry about this. Yes, team leader. The chief of staff nodded and lowered his voice. The leader among them just reported some issues and mentioned several valuable gathering points around here. What do you mean? Lin Yu raised her head, frowning as she looked at the chief of staff. Do you think what he said is the truth? It's likely true considering our combat mission. I think we can go check it out. The chief of staff spread his hands, speaking sincerely. Whether early or late, we need to clear this area, and I believe we can make contact ahead of time. At least we have Wang Dania, who is familiar with the surrounding area. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Send someone to inform Miss Jiang to bring people to transport the supplies and leave a few people to guard. Bring Wang Daniu over. I want to ask him some questions. Yes, team leader. The chief of staff quickly got out of the vehicle and brought Wang Daniu. Wang Daniu entered the command vehicle somewhat nervously, and his first sight was of the poised Lin Yu. She was petite but radiant, with bright eyes and an overall refreshing and graceful demeanor, exuding a unique charm of a female soldier. This made Wang Dania's eyes light up at first glance and he couldn't help but think that she was a military beauty. This is Team Leader Lin, our current highest commander. The Chief of Staff introduced Wang Dania, speaking softly. You can talk to her about anything if you perform well. She can intercede for you in front of the higher-ups. Commander. Higher-ups. As soon as these words came out, Wang Dania felt a shiver run down his spine. He had indeed not miscalculated. The military had truly appeared and even the higher-ups had come. Damn it, he had made the right bet. Judging by this scene, it was undoubtedly the rhythm of urban military control. The apocalypse. He was no longer considering that. As long as he followed the military, they would solve all problems. Wang Daniu even felt that the turning point of his life might be at this moment. In the midst of chaos, building his career in front of the military, once peace is restored, wouldn't he be able to receive some commendation? Not to mention whether it would be effective or not, at least he had connected himself to the military. When peace comes, even if this network is not utilized, just having it would be impressive. It could bring him countless benefits. If luck were to be against him and he were to die in the chaos according to the military's customs, he would definitely be recognized as a martyr. If he were more proactive, he might even be hailed as a hero martyr. Damn. A page would be opened in the family tree. My name would be in the county chronicles from now on. Upon thinking of this, Wang Dania's eyes involuntarily turned red, his expression filled with overwhelming excitement. Wang Dania, what's wrong with you? Lin Yu furrowed her brows and asked. You seem a bit agitated. Have you come across some difficult problem? Just speak your mind and I will consider taking your side. Lin Yu tried to soothe Wang Dania as she still needed to leverage his value to gain more benefits for Sui. Of course, during this process Lin Yu didn't mind using her military power to protect more of the weak. She was clever. She understood that Sui allowing her to hold military authority was tacit approval of such actions. Commander. Wang Dania took a deep breath and quickly spoke up, his expression extremely serious and his eyes radiating a righteous anger. I want to report. There are many violent organizations nearby committing atrocious acts. Previously I wanted to stop them, but my words carried little weight and I was powerless against them. I could only watch them commit their evil deeds, tormented in bed every night, unable to sleep as I tossed and turned. Damn it, a bunch of beasts. They are worse than bastards. Thankfully you've come. It truly feels like there's hope for the people of Huaxia. Wait a moment. Lin Yu interrupted. Get to the point. Yes, I'll get to the... Wang Dania nodded quickly, his voice low. In the days since the apocalypse broke out and I came to the police station, many people have come to rely on me. With the intention of serving the country and the people, I tried to take care of the survivors, but some people didn't come to rely on me. They intended to buy guns and bullets. I thought with the outside world and such chaos, having guns for self-defense might be good. Besides, those I support need food and drink, so I took it upon myself to sell some. But I didn't sell much. Just some handguns, and I strictly controlled the amount of bullets. Wang Dania pounded his chest, emphasizing his intent to serve the nation and the people. But everyone knows he was afraid of selling too many rifles and grenades, fearing they might turn on him. Lin Yu nodded. Continue. After selling those guns I realized I had been deceived. Damn it, as soon as these dogs got their hands on guns they began committing crimes. Gunshots ring out every day nearby. Sometimes when I take people out to look for food, I see someone assaulting a woman in the street and then kill her. The blood even splattered on the glass. They are truly beasts. Wang Dania spoke with righteous indignation and Lin Yu frowned and asked, didn't you take anyone to stop them? This question left Wang Dania bewildered and he muttered, I didn't dare. I was a bit afraid for my life. Wang Dania thought that since it was the apocalypse it was better to avoid trouble. But he didn't dare to say such cold-blooded words in front of a soldier. In Wang Dania's mind, soldiers were always those who detest evil, resembling divine beings. If he dared to speak like that he would surely lose face. Lin Yu didn't press further, just nodded and said, continue. I've seen such scenes a few times and I wondered. These people wouldn't go insane and come looking for trouble with me, would they? So I thought I took some people to check the surroundings. Due to my previous gun sales, survivors with some reputation around here still show me respect and are relatively courteous. I've interacted with them a bit and found they even have their territories mapped out. Some occupy certain blocks, acting like local emperors, using their superior talents to bully those survivors with lesser talent. By the way, Commander, do you know about talents? Lin Yu nodded, glancing at Wang Daniu. I was just about to ask you, what is your talent? According to the shelter's mechanism, everyone is randomly assigned to a habitable shelter room and will also randomly develop a talent. The police station is not a habitable building. Aren't you afraid that your shelter will be destroyed by staying here all the time? Lin Yu's question made Wang Dania nervous, but he also breathed a sigh of relief. The probe was effective. These soldiers truly know everything. They even know about such matters, indicating their preparations are thorough, indeed impressive. To be honest, my talent is a bit peculiar. Wang Dania scratched his head, grinning foolishly. My talent is that the farther and longer I am from home, the stronger my body becomes. I haven't eaten or drunk anything for several days, nor have I slept, but I feel perfectly fine. As long as I don't return home, I can remain slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Such a talent exists. Sui, who was observing from behind the scenes, was left stunned. This talent sounds somewhat opposite to his own Homebuddy's Haven. But in terms of effectiveness, it seems less powerful than Homebuddy's Haven. Continue to ask him. Sui pondered and whispered to Linyu, ask about the specific effects of his talent, have him recite the details, and ask if he's not afraid of his shelter being destroyed. Linyu understood and conveyed Sui's words. Wang Daniu promptly recited, my talent is called Wanderer's Aspiration and Level Talent, and its effect is, when a resident leaves the shelter, based on the duration of their stay outside, their physical abilities and health continuously increase while also being in a state of fasting, not needing food or rest. The maximum accumulated physical data from the talent is 3 times my peak state, including strength, speed and self-healing abilities, all enhancing my physical form. However, if I return to the shelter, these states will disappear, and the next time I go out I need to accumulate again. I calculated that it takes about 5 days to reach my peak state. As for being destroyed, I'm not afraid. I've asked some knowledgeable people. They say that destroying a shelter requires the residents to be in a special state, such as being restrained, bound, or severely injured and unconscious. Otherwise, even if I'm not home, others cannot destroy my shelter. Wang Daniu spoke calmly, showing no signs of lying. Considering the feelings of the Huaxia people towards the soldiers, if this guy could lie in this environment, it would indicate that his psychological qualities far exceed those of ordinary people. Yet even so, Sui remained vigilant and did not fully trust Wang Daniu's words. So you're a superhuman? Linyu raised an eyebrow, murmuring 3 times the physical quality. Sounds very strong. I'm not some superhuman, I'm just a bit stronger than ordinary people. Wang Daniu scratched his head, looking quite honest. Even with a talent, how can I go against cannons and planes? Our country has aircraft carriers and nuclear bombs. Those things are far more impressive than any talent. I didn't mean to say I want to be an enemy of the military, I was just praising Wang Daniu smiled awkwardly, but what he said was heartfelt. Huaxia officially advocates peace, but the spirit of martial ethics is no lie. Without the direct capability to blow up the earth, anyone, no matter how powerful, must lie down obediently in front of the Huaxia resistance. Do you really think of yourself as a superhuman? But even if a superhuman came, they would be shattered. This premise is based on Wang Daniu already believing that Linyu has the backing of the Huaxia military, so even if his talents are not weak, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Linyu sized up Wang Daniu, remaining silent. Her gaze made Wang Daniu feel uneasy, and he muttered, comrade, did I do something wrong? Speak up, don't just look at me, I'm scared. There's no need to be afraid. Linyu shook her head and suddenly asked, are you interested in joining the army? Oh, Lin is showing interest in talent. Sui chuckled, surprised that Linyu would take the initiative to recruit a strong survivor. Join the army. Wang Daniu was taken aback, pointing incredulously at his nose. Me? Someone like me can join the army? I've been to prison. I know, but in special times we need special talents. Linyu nodded, speaking plainly, you have exceptional combat skills, and I heard what you said when you surrendered earlier. Since you have the heart to serve the country and the people, why not stand up and showcase your value? Linyu originally planned to use some provocation, but unexpectedly Wang Daniu did not hesitate at all and immediately nodded, I must join the army. As long as the country needs me, I will risk my life without a second thought. Even if it means dying here, no. I must die in battle. I want to sacrifice myself for the country. Truly sacrifice myself. Wang Daniu spoke passionately, filled with enthusiasm, and Linyu smiled, it won't be so serious, you might not die. No way. If it were possible to die, Wang Daniu would really consider it. If he doesn't die, it might not have much impact. But if he dies, damn, that would be a huge gain. Of course, this premise relies on the soldiers being able to handle the apocalypse. Wang Daniu believed wholeheartedly that this was absolutely not a problem. So if he dies, it would definitely have immense value for his family. Even if his entire family perished in the chaos, he could still leave his name in history. In the future, his children's textbooks would surely have a prominent mention of the great achievements of Wang Daniu. Since you are willing, then start as a soldier, beginning from the basics. Linyu paused, looking at Wang Daniu with deep meaning. You are the first soldier I am recruiting, I hope you won't let me down. Commander. I will definitely perform well. Wang Daniu straightened his chest and loudly declared, Commander. When do we set off? Set off for what? To eliminate the evil and protect the people. Wang Daniu pointed at the street not far away and shouted, I know where those people are hiding in their military capabilities. I am willing to take the lead. I will do the most dangerous things. My comrades I will protect. My people I will guard. Damn. Sui swore at home, dumbfounded. This guy was a violent criminal just an hour ago, and in the next moment he transformed into a regular soldier. His identity change was swift and his demeanor transformed. He now appeared righteous and imposing. Who could tell he had been in prison? Who could see this and not praise him as a passionate young man? Especially with the fervor in his slogan, Sui felt fired up and nearly dashed to the front lines to take on some evildoers. Lin Yu glanced at the chief of staff and nodded in agreement. There is still time today, let's go take a look. Wang Daniu was right, we cannot stand by and watch the lives of the people at stake. Lin Yu understood the weight of these words and was even more willing to contribute. The chief of staff nodded, yes, I'll arrange it right away. To be honest, when Wang Daniu donned his military uniform and held a gun standing there with a serious expression, he truly resembled a soldier. However, his subordinates who had been with him before were somewhat unaccustomed to this scene. Why is my uncle wearing a military uniform? Did he enlist? What are we going to do now? It's over. The boss promised to surrender but ended up not being accepted and became a mere soldier. So what's the deal now? Our big brother has become a soldier and we are still thieves. Damn. We're really in trouble. Dozens of men discussed among themselves, their hearts filled with anxiety and uncertainty about the future. Before long the chief of staff approached with Wang Daniu. He looked at Wang Daniu and said, all these people are here. You mentioned knowing about the good candidates inside, you can choose yourself. Remember, our army prefers quality over quantity, do not bring just anyone in. Even if they are brought in, they must undergo tests. The chief of staff sternly reminded him and Wang Daniu quickly nodded in response, saying loudly, yes. Chief of staff. Then he turned and scanned his former subordinates, pointing out several names: Wang Xiaoshan, Wang Wang Qinfeng. You few come out. From the names alone it was clear that Wang Daniu was choosing his own relatives. Uncle, what are you doing? His nephews walked out bewildered and the young men from the same village were confused, murmuring among themselves. What do you mean, what am I doing? Do you think I would let you go eat bullets? Wang Daniu shot a glare and said in a deep voice, I have been recruited as a soldier by the commander to participate in rescue and resistance operations during the apocalypse. You all have been obedient and your talents are related to combat. So I recommended you will join the army with me. Join the army. Everyone exchanged glances, excitement visible in their eyes. Enlisting in peacetime might just entail hardship without much opportunity for military merit. But in chaotic times, being a soldier means seizing opportunities and achieving social advancement for one's family. Moreover, our starting point is high. Others struggle to become bandits while we are directly soldiers. This righteousness and status are entirely different. What? Don't want to join the army? I do. I do. The nephews eagerly nodded. The young men from the countryside were quite down to earth and able to endure hardship. Their hearts were also simple. They all shared one thought: my uncle will definitely not harm me. Take them over, I will personally lead this team. However, the army has rules, you cannot all be in the same squad. The chief of staff looked at Wang Daniu and said, given the special circumstances there aren't enough military uniforms, so wear bulletproof vests for now. Yes. Wang Daniu stood tall and saluted, very serious. This demeanor made the other men envious. What good man wouldn't want to enlist? If they participate in a rescue, that would be impressive. And if they encountered a few female survivors, wouldn't that make them heroic figures saving beautiful maidens? And then win their affection. Don't say it's not possible. The allure of a soldier in the domestic male scene is unparalleled, unmatched by anyone. Just think about it, other bandits still need to use coercive means to force female survivors to comply, while soldiers don't need any dirty tactics, they just stand there and receive gazes that could feed them. Boss, what about us? What should we do? Big brother, I want to enlist too. Since childhood I have dreamed of joining the army and am eager to achieve great things. In times of national crisis every man has a responsibility. I am willing to sacrifice for my country. To shed blood and sacrifice my life. Don't leave me behind. Let me join as a comrade and stand up to protect the people. The remaining men became anxious, all expressing their intentions, fearing they would be left behind. Wang Daniu blared, saying, what's all this noise? What big brother or second brother? I'm a soldier now, don't try to pull any black or white tricks on me, I'm not falling for that anymore. Whatever your status, I Wang Daniu must live up to this military uniform. Everyone stay put, listen to the government and don't cause any trouble. Wang Daniu admonished quietly, otherwise before the government can catch you I'll be the first not to spare you little rascals. Wang Daniu's remarks caused disappointment among everyone. However, the chief of staff glanced at the crowd and suddenly spoke to comfort them, follow the arrangements and return to the military gathering place for investigation and settlement. We will report to the superiors as long as everyone is clear of any issues and suitable for military service. There will certainly be opportunities to serve the country. After the separation of personnel, the number of men dwindled sharply. The remaining group now focused on Wang Daniu, and the others joining the army had even less inclination to think about other matters. Soon a small team was assigned to escort the group of men back to the gathering place and also to notify Jiang Xiaozi to bring people to transport the supplies from this large police station. After leaving a few guards, Lin Yu continued leading the troops to nearby areas. Wang Daniu took the initiative to lead the way, eager to achieve merit. In less than an hour the army entered a new district. Chief of Staff: this district is relatively close to the city center and has 2 large supermarkets, 3 hardware stores and 6 business KTVs. Next to it is a snack street, and it is said there are also oil and grain wholesalers and a few small cold storage facilities. Wang Daniu reported in detail what he knew. This area is roughly occupied by 4 groups of people. All 4 groups are armed. I don't know their talents, but they don't seem too strong, otherwise they would have already swallowed the others. In addition, there are many survivors hiding in various residential buildings. They usually don't come out and only sneak out to look for food and drink when there's no one around. It is said that a few days ago food was still obtainable, but recently the supplies have been completely divided up by these 4 groups, making it difficult for solitary survivors to find food. Thus many people have started to take risks. Wang Daniu sighed, suddenly his expression showing a hint of resentment. What risks? The Chief of Staff asked him, and a nephew raised his hand. Chief of Staff, I know. When I was selling bullets I spoke with a thug who bragged to me. He said that these 4 groups used to fight amongst themselves fiercely. But ever since a military strategist came from the city center they stopped fighting, divided up this area and used the remaining supplies to attract more survivors. If other survivors want to eat their fill they have to work for them or sell their family members to them. The same goes for women. If they want to fill their stomachs they have to sleep with them. A night's sleep can get them half a meal, but to eat their fill they have to put in extra effort. It is said that they are planning to lower prices recently and not provide too much food to the outsiders. Listening to this, Sui, who had been observing from behind the scenes, couldn't help but blink and muttered, "It has truly come to the point where one can trade a can for a woman. The world has really become chaotic." Moreover, this aligns with reality. In high temperature conditions most food rots quickly and is inedible. The remaining food is even scarcer and more precious. Without a stable supply of resources in their refuge to survive, humans can often push the boundaries of their psychological limits and do unimaginable things. Human trafficking. The Chief of Staff with keen senses suddenly frowned and asked, "They could recruit soldiers with food, why resort to trafficking humans?" "I don't know." The nephew shook his head, a look of confusion on his face. "I have only heard about it, but I didn't ask in detail." "I know a little." Wang Daniu suddenly spoke up, lowering his voice. "I heard that a big brother emerged in the city center holding a lot of resources and constantly expanding outward. This big brother seems quite formidable with strong methods, but he is particularly short on manpower, otherwise he wouldn't be sending people to buy recruits with food. It is said that the strategist who stopped those 4 groups of people was also sent by him, responsible for finding more people to serve. This guy even met me at the police station a while ago. He is quite a cultured university student and wanted to recruit me, but I didn't agree. However, from what he said, those 4 groups seem to have some intention of going to the city center, and it seems they have been persuaded to serve that big brother." After Wang Daniu finished speaking, the Chief of Staff suddenly asked, "The big brother in the city center? Is it Xiao Baixiong?" "Chief, you even know about Xiao Baixiong? Be more serious. Answer the question." "Yes." Wang Daniu nodded vigorously, then shook his head. "I don't know if it's Xiao Baixiong, but I don't think it should be. Right now the most powerful in the city is Xiao Baixiong. A guy emerged a couple of days ago and stole Xiao Baixiong's thunder, but Xiao Baixiong's strength is indeed not weak and everyone basically knows him. If it really is Xiao Baixiong, then that big brother who is short on manpower will definitely use this reputation for publicity. The world is chaotic. Many people who can't survive will surely cling to a big shot for survival. Even if Xiao Baixiong may be somewhat ruthless, it is still better than starving or dying from heat." Just as Wang Daniu finished speaking, the Chief of Staff nodded. "It seems it's not Xiao Baixiong, it's another group." Sui had been listening in the background. Through Lin Yu's command vehicle's monitoring perspective he could see the movements of the entire army and easily hear the conversation between the Chief of Staff and Wang Daniu. It indeed doesn't seem like Xiao Baixiong. His method of development is to destroy shelters, and destroying shelters doesn't require that many helpers. Sui stroked his chin and suddenly chuckled. This Xiao Baixiong must be feeling quite frustrated lately, having been the top for so long. He suddenly lost it to Sui for a few days. Although Sui's points have run out and he is no longer at the top, this incident has reminded all survivors in the city. There are still many survivors in the city, and many people have survived the most challenging early stage with the help of national rewards. Now many survivors are gradually developing their talents, beginning to take effect. The surface level top Xiao Baixiong may not necessarily be the strongest survivor in the city. He is merely the most prominent figure, but among the lurking crowds beneath the surface there must be survivors stronger than Xiao Baixiong. Moreover, Sui believes that the number is absolutely considerable. To put it simply, regarding the mysterious big brother in the city center, Sui has not received any relevant intelligence information. It is known that Sui is a homebody with nothing to do. He checks the city's chat channel more frequently than anyone else. After so many days, not a single survivor has discussed this matter in the city chat channel, nor has anyone revealed even a hint of information about the distribution of forces among survivors in the city center. This is quite strange, indicating that the mysterious guy's methods are exceptional. Perhaps it's not just him. Recently it seems many talented individuals have started to show their strength and several people have begun to stand out. Currently the only advantage I have is in the level of the shelter. As for the rest, it's hard to say. Although a 500-man army has strong combat power, what if there is an SS level combat talent in Jinling? These 500 people may not be enough. Sui pondered through his own SS level talent. He could vaguely understand that the power of other SS level talents must not be inferior. Homebudy's Paradise is a typical late-game talent, becoming increasingly powerful but not particularly impressive in the early stages. If he encounters an SS-level talent that is exceptionally powerful from the start, Sui feels he might not be able to withstand the other party's scrutiny and hostility. This situation is not ideal. Not knowing the talent situation among all survivors in the city still gives a strong sense of crisis. Sui sighed deeply. While he was pondering, Wang Danio had already picked up a military loudspeaker standing on top of the military vehicle and began shouting loudly along the street. The army has entered the city. The rescue operation has commenced. All armed personnel, lay down your weapons and accept investigation. All surviving survivors, please contact us actively. To ensure the unified management of more survivors and the supply of materials, we are about to take over all supply locations in this block. If there are any violent offenders resisting, they will be shot on the spot. Do not say you were not warned. Wang Dania shouted passionately, feeling quite exhilarated. Damn, I never expected that one day I could be a soldier. This feeling is truly amazing. These shouting scripts were given to Wang Danio by the Chief of Staff to outline the army's bottom line, showcase the army's strength, intimidate the petty criminals while giving potential enemies a way out. Do not push people to the brink. If you label them as terrorists or armed thugs, aren't you just forcing everyone to fight back? First, give a title of armed personnel. Do not overemphasize the army's hostility but stress the nature of the army's rescue and collection of materials. In this way it can effectively reduce the hostility and vigilance of most force members. Special times call for special measures. The Chief of Staff held a telescope standing at the machine gun point of the military vehicle, surveying the surrounding blocks. He could occasionally see windows opening with shadows moving inside, as if someone was peeking and observing the military vehicles driving in the street. Due to the debris and abandoned cars everywhere on the road, the army's progress was not fast. The soldiers were clearing obstacles while also leaving enough time for the survivors in this block to think and observe. Chief, why aren't we launching a surprise attack? Coming out so openly is like being a target. What if someone shoots at us from the dark? We won't even know where the enemy is. After Wang Dania finished speaking, he anxiously asked the Chief of Staff. The Chief of Staff glanced at him indifferently. Aren't you 3 times as physically capable? You also have 3 times the healing ability. Are you afraid of handgun bullets? It's not that I'm particularly afraid, but it still hurts. Wang Dania touched his head. I'm worried about our soldiers getting hurt. Don't worry about getting hurt. Whoever shoots will be seen. The Chief of Staff paused and then said, our snipers are constantly setting up defenses and monitoring along the way, able to respond in time and lock onto the enemy's position. In addition, every soldier is wearing bulletproof vests and there are armored vehicles as cover. The most important thing is, this is the commander's decision. The Chief of Staff looked at the command vehicle and said solemnly, Team Lin said we are an army of justice and our actions must be open and above board. If we are hesitant in our rescue and collection of materials, what kind of image is that? If survivors see us doing this, will they still trust us? Those hidden thugs will think we are easy to bully. We must be bold and magnanimous to intimidate the petty criminals. The Chief of Staff's words made Wang Dania very convinced. Yes, I lack awareness. What identity do we have to do those underhanded things? Wang Dania simply believed that soldiers should conduct themselves openly and honestly. He didn't know that this was actually Lin Yu's strategy. She fully utilized the profound impression Chinese people have of the army, implementing the local army's working style. The more open and above board, the more it instills fear in potential thugs. After all, a fully armed army walking down the street so openly would provoke curiosity. Even if there are talented individuals powerful enough to deal with this army, would they dare to act? Can you be sure that these fewer than 300 soldiers represent the entirety of military strength and are not just a vanguard team? Think about the terrifying number of the Chinese army. 300 is probably just a vanguard team entering the city. If these 300 are wiped out, what if they provoke tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands behind them? Then what can we do? No matter how strong a talent is at this stage, they cannot compete with an army of this scale. Modern people are not naive, especially in the face of the obvious military deterrence of a regular army. Everyone will feel unsettled. To be honest, Lin Yu's approach proved effective. Half an hour later, not a single hidden gun appeared. Instead, quite a few survivors began to emerge from the residential buildings, excitedly rushing towards the army. Is this the People's Liberation Army? Are they the soldiers of the people? Mom, the soldiers are here. Let's hurry downstairs. Soldier brother. Comrade. Hurry, I am a refugee. I am a refugee. Wah wah wah, there's hope. They are really soldiers. Damn it, those beasts killed my wife. One after another, survivors emerged from the hiding residential buildings bearing the scorching sun, rushing towards the military vehicles from all directions. Stop the vehicle, except the survivors. Lin Yu's cold command came through the intercom, and the military vehicle slowed down with prepared officers and soldiers welcoming them forward, handing over the scarce food and water. Some soldiers even held ice water that had been adjusted by Leah. Although the cooling effect was gone, it was still refreshingly cold. Lin Yue, you are quite generous. Sui watched with a wry smile but did not stop her. The supplies in the gathering place were still relatively abundant, and with Sui's strong talent and skills there was no concern about a lack of resources, so he naturally tacitly approved of Lin Yu's actions in distributing supplies to rescue the survivors. He had already considered having Lin Yu lead the troops. This woman's nature was indeed benevolent, but if not for that, how could she execute Jiang Shaoxi's plan for inheritance and gain the trust of others? If she couldn't gain people's trust, then there was no talk of realizing Jiang Shaoxi's expansion plans and building a vast protection network for Sui. Survivors devoured the food handed over by the soldiers while crying out about the suffering they had endured during this time. Thank you, thank you. You finally came. I've been waiting for you for so long. I knew it. I knew that in times of great disaster you would definitely appear. You really would come, you would definitely come. I have waited, I have finally waited. I knew I couldn't give up no matter how long it took, you would surely come. In the crowd, cries could be heard continuously. Within half an hour, over 100 survivors gathered near the military vehicles, with even more survivors running downstairs as they saw everyone was safe. Amidst the cries of the crowd, the soldiers and officers gently comforted them. Lin Yu had already reminded the entire army to treat civilians kindly and to care for the survivors along the way as much as possible. However, there were also survivors who did not appear hungry, refusing to eat but incessantly asking questions. Are we under military control? What are the next procedures? Is the main force in the city? Is this apocalypse real? What is going on with the sun? Do you know anything about shelters? What does the country say? The entire city is out of power now and there has been no news. Is our country really like this? Is it an alien invasion? Is the army sufficient? I want to join the army, I want to fight those bastards. It's strange these people showed no fear upon seeing the fully armed soldiers. Their eagerness was akin to seeing their own parents constantly trying to get closer. This is the allure of identity. If survivors saw armed thugs, they would run as far away as possible, fearing disaster. But if they saw a well-equipped army, as long as they confirmed their identities, they would show no fear. Because this is an army that absolutely would not harm the people, an army that defends the people. In the legal sense of the nation, this is the people's army, and it can be said to be everyone's own army. Would anyone be afraid of their own army? The answer is no. However, with everyone acting this way, the soldiers became a bit flustered and couldn't quite handle it. Facing many sensitive questions, the soldiers could only give a unified response. It's classified information and we cannot disclose it for now, but we will definitely do our best to ensure everyone's safety. The soldiers were very patient, although dealing with an increasing number of survivors was a bit busy. Their hearts were quite fulfilled. The feeling of being unconditionally trusted by ordinary people was perhaps the best praise for every soldier and also the highest military honor. As long as the crowd approached the military vehicles, their sense of security surged, indescribable in words. Every person almost swept away the gloom in their hearts, feeling much more at ease. Some sharp-eyed individuals even spotted Wang Daniu in military uniform, unable to help but exclaim in surprise, "Wow! I know that guy, didn't he occupy the police station? He's here too. He must have been caught." Under normal circumstances, who would dare to talk to Wang Daniu like that? But what kind of place is this now? What kind of scene is this? In front of the army, the sky is vast and the people are paramount. I am the people and I dare to speak like this. Damn it! Wang Daniu blared loudly, retorting, "Look at my clothes, I am now a soldier." What do you mean caught? This is a special period. I joined the army. I serve the country. Oh, can you even join the army? Laughter erupted from the crowd. While the bandit leader has been pacified, you better behave well, otherwise you'll have to face the consequences later and you'll end up in jail. Can you not speak like that? Wang Daniu panicked. He feared this point, if it really came to a peaceful time and his merits and faults couldn't be balanced, it would definitely be over for him. Wang Daniu. The chief of staff scolded, "Watch your attitude. Mind your identity." Yes. Wang Daniu scratched his head and rolled his eyes at the crowd. "I will definitely behave well and accept the supervision of the people." Who is afraid of whom? I definitely won't go to jail. Laughter erupted from the crowd in the air filled with a cheerful atmosphere dispelling the gloom and confusion under the high temperature. More and more survivors appeared, indeed slowing down the army's pace. However, Lin Yu did not order the military vehicles to continue moving. Instead, she had many soldiers disembark, giving the positions in the transport vehicles to the older adults, children and women. The male survivors were also very self-aware, actively cooperating, taking care of the weak in the crowd and standing beside the soldiers. Although they did not know any tactical formations or how to guard the surroundings, they at least understood that they should not cause trouble. We may not be able to help, but we can't be a burden, right? Of course, there were also some survivors who believed in their own exceptional talents and actively approached the chief of staff and others requesting to join the army and contribute their share. Everyone's thoughts were simple: if everyone contributed a little effort, they could quickly resolve this apocalyptic situation and return to a good life. Wang Daniu was occasionally surprised to recognize some stronger survivors in the crowd who were somewhat well known nearby. It's really strange, those big brothers who recruited you didn't want to be part of anything, yet you fought with them. How come now one by one you are so eager, wishing to go to the battlefield immediately? Being a soldier is quite hard. If you don't want to enjoy the comforts, you might end up sleeping on the streets. Wang Daniu's teasing quickly received sharp rebuttals. Can this be considered anything? My life for the country is not shameful. What does it count for that group of desperate people? My life is valuable. Not everyone is worth selling out. I joined the army. This is loyalty to the country. Do you country bumpkin understand what loyalty to the nation means? I am happy to do this. Bandits take me to enjoy life and sleep with women, but I don't want that. I prefer to be a soldier and endure hardships. I am happy in my heart. Don't talk to this fool. He doesn't understand what spirit and faith are. Wang Daniu growled, his teeth clenched in anger. Don't get cocky. Once you become soldiers, I won't need to be polite to you. I am from a good family. You are a bandit leader who has been pacified. Can they be the same? Damn it. Wang Daniu rolled his eyes. Can we not mention the bandit leader matter? Faced with numerous requests from survivors to enlist, Lin Yu did not agree immediately. She had her own concerns. If too many non-talented soldiers were admitted into the army, how could loyalty and discipline be guaranteed? This matter cannot rely solely on people's self-discipline. Even if one wishes to join the army, they must undergo training and ideological education to be effective through continuous growth. It takes 1,000 days of training to be used in a moment. Lin Yu dared not make a hasty decision and could only send someone to appease the public's emotions, promising to provide channels and opportunities for enlistment in the future. As for now, the most important tasks are still collecting supplies, welcoming survivors, and understanding the actual situations in these neighborhoods. Fortunately, although the number of survivors gradually increased and the trend of those seeking out the army was approaching 1,000, they had not become a burden. They were very self-aware. After properly settling the elderly and weak, the adult men consciously grouped together and followed the team. They made no noise, sheltered from the sun, and did not indiscriminately ask the army for food and water unless it was absolutely necessary. At that moment, the innate endurance of the Chinese people was fully realized. The army has discipline and the people also have awareness. In special times we must certainly be self-aware and try not to cause trouble for the army. In the next half hour, Lin Yu drove the military convoy directly to the entrance of the snack street. According to Wang Daniu's intelligence, the food and drinking water in the two large supermarkets in the current neighborhood had basically been emptied, leaving only inedible daily necessities and appliances. It is still uncertain whether there are any food supplies except for a few small cold storage facilities. One of the cold storage facilities is located in a chain restaurant on the snack street. In the face of various gathered supplies, Lin Yu would naturally prioritize ensuring the collection of food. According to Wang Daniu, among the groups of looters there were individuals who possessed the means of generating electricity, ensuring the cold storage's cooling facilities right at the start of the apocalypse. This matter is not a secret and is widely circulated among the survivors in the surrounding neighborhoods. Although that individual with the ability to generate electricity only controlled one cold storage, the power for the remaining cold storages also depended on him, and they had to pay him tribute regularly to maintain the electricity supply. Team Lin, Wang Daniu just said that there might be a group of people near that cold storage who have been occupying it. Send someone to scout the area first, and then the subsequent combat personnel will advance in urban warfare formation. Lin Yu commanded coldly. She could not give up on collecting supplies just because looters were present. Just now Sui had already informed her that Jiang Xiaozi had brought out all the trucks from the gathering place, with some going to the police station to take over supplies and others already on the way chasing the military convoy. Lin Yu would not allow herself to return empty-handed. That would be irresponsible towards the many survivors in the gathering place. Wang Daniu. The chief of staff put down the intercom and called for Wang Daniu, who was sneaking around bragging with the survivors. Here. Wang Daniu responded loudly. The chief of staff ordered, take your men and lead the charge. Enter the snack street. Whether you can redeem yourself depends on your performance. The sniper and the following soldiers will support you at any time. If you encounter enemies, you have the right to decide whether to eliminate them on the spot. Remember, you are my man, now you must be bold in your actions. If you get ambushed, it will also reflect poorly on me. Yes. Wang Daniel was filled with excitement, turned around and led a few young men from his village directly into the snack street. Military merit was within reach. Wang Daniel was more eager than anyone else to encounter enemies. He thought about how many villains he had to kill to better prove his value and loyalty. The once bustling snack street was now in complete ruin and chaos. Everywhere there were scattered tables and chairs, grease stains, and a foul odor with various small insects flying about. This place had not been cleaned for a long time and had turned into a stinking area. Wang Daniel could even see scattered human corpses lying on the street as he walked. Some had starved to death during the search for supplies, while others bore clear signs of having died from fights. The entire snack street no longer had its usual lively atmosphere, instead appearing somewhat gloomy and terrifying under the sunlight. Wang Daniel took the lead, relying on his exceptional physical fitness, showing no fear of potential hidden firearms. The soldiers following Wang Daniel also entered swiftly, using a two-person cooperative tactical formation to continuously search through the complex terrain of the snack street, checking the buildings and stores on both sides of the street. Strangely enough, even though over 100 soldiers poured into the snack street, they had not discovered any living humans. There were no enemies nor survivors. It wasn't until Wang Daniel reached the large chain restaurant where the cold storage was located and entered that Lin Yu's intercom transmitted Wang Daniel's voice. Report. No signs of any human activity have been found. It seems like the place is deserted. According to previous intelligence, there should have been some people stationed here to guard the cold storage, but now there is no one inside or outside the building. I checked carefully and confirmed it, but I did find some recently opened canned goods on the table. These people should have left not long ago. Wang Daniel asked, should we pursue? No. Lin Yu shook her head and ordered calmly, continue to thoroughly check around the cold storage, remain vigilant against ambushes and surprise attacks. Team 1 and Team 2 go in and open the cold storage. The rest spread out around the street and go on alert. Snipers keep watch for information in the surroundings. Lin Yu was very cautious. She did not want to suffer losses at the hands of peculiar individuals with special abilities. Since they had left clearly unwilling to confront the regular army, there was no need to pursue. The priority was to secure the supplies first. Shortly after, a heavy voice from the sniper came through Lin Yu's intercom. From position 3, I spotted what seemed to be fleeing looters, around 20 people about 800 meters away from the convoy, armed with handguns, machetes and other weapons, rapidly distancing themselves from the snack street. Lin Yu weighed the intercom in her hand, a faint smile curving her lips. She did not expect that inheriting the military identity under the plan not only garnered the natural trust of survivors but also had a deterrent effect on the looters. These people did not dare to face Lin Yu's troops head-on. Upon discovering that the military vehicles were targeting the cold storage, they simply abandoned it and fled. To be honest, this saved Lin Yu a lot of trouble. In any military action there must be military objectives. Killing is not the goal, seizing critical supplies is Lin Yu's primary task. To be able to achieve the target supplies and population without shedding blood was the scene Lin Yu was eager to see. In the next 2 hours, Lin Yu sent soldiers to take turns entering the cold storage to transport supplies. She did not allow everyone to enter all at once. The complex and narrow terrain of the snack street would likely lead to significant losses if the entire force fell into an ambush by special ability users. At least half of the troops were kept in the open areas outside, both to oversee and care for the accompanying survivors and to support the frontline troops at any time. Due to the lack of manpower for transporting, the work continued until dark. While transporting supplies, the large trucks from the gathering place also slowly arrived, and several soldiers who accompanied the convoy picked up some new survivors along the way. It is worth mentioning that the supplies in the cold storage were more than expected. In addition to the refrigerated poultry and frozen foods that should have been present, there were also a large number of various drinking water and food items clearly transported from supermarkets, all stored in the cold storage. These supplies exceeded Lin Yu's expectations. All kinds of food were available, and there were even quite a few basic daily medicines completely filling the cold storage. A rough estimate suggested that if rationed, it could at least meet the weekly needs of over 100 people. They have fled, which is a benefit to us. The chief of staff looked at the soldiers continuously transporting supplies, a satisfied smile on his face. To win without fighting is to gain a lot of supplies for free. Wang Daniel, your performance this time was good. I will record your merit. Yes. Wang Daniel was overjoyed and quickly called his nephews to join the supply transport team. By the time the supply transport ended, it was already 10 p.m. Lin Yu checked the time and decided to continue gathering supplies in the surrounding area. The army had night vision combat equipment, but the looters likely did not. Night operations actually provided a significant advantage for the army. As for the survivors collected along the way, Lin Yu instructed them to board the large trucks and return to the gathering place under the escort of a few soldiers. When the survivors returned to the community in the trucks, Sister Lee and others had already set up several registration counters, blowing electric fans with standing air conditioners beside them, waiting under the night sky. As one truck after another slowly drove into the community, more and more survivors got off the vehicles, and at first glance they saw other survivors like themselves coming from all directions. Without a word, these people boarded the trucks and began transporting supplies. The crowd included men and women, old and young, most with rosy faces and neatly dressed, chatting and laughing as they moved various supplies, then categorizing them for storage under the arrangement of the staff. Items that are not resistant to high temperatures should be placed in the building with electricity first. Don't get it wrong. The durable items go here. Hey. Don't place them randomly, you there. Put it down, no eating. You little brat, whose kid is this? Why are you so greedy? Didn't you have enough to eat for dinner? I'm sorry. Son, come here. Don't cause trouble. The crowd was noisy and the entrance of the entire community was brightly lit, bustling with voices. The lively scene made the newly arrived survivors feel as though they had returned to a time of peace. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, they had never seen so many survivors gathered together. Even on regular days, peeking through the window at clustered humans, they were all criminals engaged in wrongdoing, not normal people. Comrade, A young man politely asked a nearby staff member, "We are new here, what does the government plan to do with us?" Government. The staff member glanced at the supply list in hand, casually raised his head and said, "I just joined recently. This doesn't seem to be a government rescue station. I guess it's a temporary military zone managed by soldiers. As for arrangements, you can ask them." The staff member pointed, and several girls were seen holding makeshift wooden signs, waving them while shouting, "Welcome, new refugees. Return to your new home. This way, everyone come here to complete the registration. Collect your identification badges. Those without badges are not allowed to move around the community. One identification badge per person, please keep it safe. Losing it and getting a replacement is very troublesome, so please be careful." The new survivors heard the calls and immediately gathered around, quickly forming a line under the guidance of the young women, stretching all the way to Sisterly and the community workers. Do not whisper in line, maintain order. If you have questions, directly ask the staff in front. No loud talking or noise, as it disturbs the rest of the survivors. They have tasks during the day and we must maintain decorum. Be polite. The entire workflow was not complicated, essentially following the management system of peacetime with occasional additional rules introduced by Jiang Xiaozi. The atmosphere felt very familiar to everyone, even the new survivors could quickly integrate in. How to describe it? It felt like coming home. Just cooperate and follow instructions and everything will be fine. No need to think about anything, no need to worry, just do what you're told and we will take care of food, drink and safety. Yes. This is the familiar and reassuring feeling. Sisterly's face wore a warm and enthusiastic smile again as she saw the new survivors, knowing that tonight would be another busy, sleepless night. But she didn't feel tired at all. She could sense that the entire gathering place was gradually improving and life was slowly returning to its peacetime appearance. Although it would still be a bit hard, tiring and hot, it was certainly better than having no guarantee of life. Furthermore, during the day, Miss Jiang had gathered a few older residents to discuss the general plans and arrangements for the future. Under Miss Jiang's promises, every original resident could feel the bright future of the gathering place and clearly sensed that the management was continually striving for the greater good. In times of crisis, Sisterly felt that former grassroots workers like her also needed to take on responsibilities, stepping up to relieve the leaders of their worries. Come on, comrades. Everyone come over here. Please form a line and complete the information registration. The registration content is similar to what we had in peacetime, just with additional information for the shelters. As for the shelter information, there's no need to be overly cautious, just clarify your abilities and gifts. As for what items are in the shelter, you can keep that to yourselves. As long as it's not something harmful, there's no issue from above. However, if there's anything that violates regulations or could aid in rescue, everyone must voluntarily disclose it and comply with arrangements. While Sisterly was doing the registration, she patiently introduced each survivor. This registration process was overall much more lenient than the last time. The last registration targeted the survivors within the community, and according to Jiang Xiaozi's development plans, the closer the area was to Sui in a physical sense, the stricter the control naturally became. Thus there could be no shelters within the community, all must be destroyed and all materials must be surrendered. This was a hard and fast rule, and Sisterly and the others had already communicated this to the survivors, providing reassurance and ideological work. As for the survivors outside the community, since their gathering place was far away, even if there were threats, they were not significant. Moreover, with so many people, to ease the public sentiment, the destruction of shelters would not be considered for the time being. However, the registration of abilities must be honestly disclosed. Jiang Xiaozi had already considered that since the leaders emphasized that most survivors had their own unique shelter abilities, long-term planning and arrangements could clearly be made. Different types of abilities would serve as the basis for determining the specific tasks for survivors after they joined the gathering place. In simple terms, combat-type ability users would be responsible for supporting the army, and battle support-type ability users would assist in the collection and supply of materials for the gathering place. In any case, absolutely no ability user is allowed to act recklessly within the gathering place based on their abilities. All uses and assignments of abilities must receive unified management and task distribution, and private use is not permitted. No threats to the collective. No hiding or failing to report. Sisterly did not emphasize the specific consequences of violating regulations. She merely stressed that these military control regulations were essential for everyone to remember and not violate. Because Sisterly knew very well that as long as these were clearly stated, most survivors would not violate military regulations. Although some of the regulations appeared strict to Jiang Shaoxi and might lead to internal unrest, Sisterly did not share that view. Who are we? As long as the upper echelon guarantees safety, provides food and accommodations, then everything is negotiable. Just disclose your abilities. As for how to use them, absolute obedience. This is thanks to the basic education that was widely promoted during peacetime. A high-quality population is easier to communicate with. Everyone is not foolish. They all know that in special times they must band together to survive the hardships. Moreover, most of the survivors who actively sought out the army had generally low-level abilities. In Sisterly's registration, most abilities were around D and C grade, with B grade being rare and A grade non-existent. Any survivor with powerful abilities would have fared well during the early apocalypse and would not be the first to seek protection from the army. However, it cannot be said that these lower-level shelter abilities are completely useless. It's just that they cannot independently support the operation of a shelter, but each ability still has decent effects. For example, there is a D-grade ability called Bread Tree that creates a small portable bread tree for its user, providing 7 loaves of bread daily, enough to fill one's stomach with just one. But this thing only fills you up. Without water you would still die. Even if you sell the bread on the trading platform to buy water, it would only ensure your own food and drink needs, but the shelter's development would face issues without electricity, refrigeration, and in case of unfortunate disasters one could still perish. Even if you don't die from the heat, if you encounter marauders coming to snatch resources, can you protect yourself? For instance, there is a C-grade ability called Constant Temperature Aura that keeps the user's body at a suitable temperature and adjusts the temperature of a small surrounding area. This ability is great, at least you won't die from heat. But what about food and drink? There is nothing to exchange on the trading platform. At most it allows one to go out to find supplies without fear of the toxic sun, but outside there are marauders everywhere and most supply points have been emptied and occupied. Over time this ability user would also find it difficult to survive alone. These smaller abilities have effects that vary by category. Individually they may not seem significant, but if combined their effects can be completely different. Extra bread can be shared and extra water can be distributed, so no one has to worry about food and drink. Then let the Constant Temperature Aura serve as a patrol guard, wandering around the crowd and acting as a human air conditioner. With this simple arrangement everyone's lives could become more comfortable. Many ability users understand this issue. They are well aware that mutual cooperation among their shelters could be the key to survival, but the difficulty lies in the fact that in the apocalypse people's hearts are unpredictable and no one fully trusts anyone. What if I give you bread and you don't let me cool off? Once distrust arises, mutual trust naturally diminishes. However, with the military in control it's a different story. The Army's coordination acts as both a manager and an intermediary, ensuring trust issues between various small shelters working together and providing the most scarce security for most ability users. This way the cooperation and unity among various ability users have a solid and feasible foundation. Most survivors can figure out these principles on their own. It's clearly beneficial for oneself. Who wouldn't want that? Therefore, even with thousands of survivors pouring into the community for registration, the entire scene remained orderly and calm, demonstrating the excellent quality of the citizens of a great nation in the face of crisis. In Sisterly's registration, Sui stood by the window surveying the crowd while occasionally checking the color of his watch. A faint red, not too obvious. This was also within Sui's expectations. Thousands of survivors flooding into the gathering place could not completely trust it right away, and inevitably there would be survivors with their own schemes. Shaoxi, how do you plan to arrange them? Sui asked without turning his head. Jiang Shaoxi stood elegantly behind him, bowing her head and softly replying, "Sir, I plan to allocate based on specialties supplemented by ideological work, aiming to make everyone useful to you within a week." A week? Isn't that too short? I'm afraid people's hearts will be unstable. Sui's fingers tapped the windowsill, muttering, "Shaoxi, among these people there will definitely be those with ulterior motives." Shaoxi understands. Jiang Shaoxi nodded, her smile still gentle. Humans are social animals. The influence of the collective is enormous. Even if there are bad apples, they will be refined by the collective furnace. Moreover, our gathering place's multi-level living system has already begun to show results. The first batch of residents consists of young women closest to your core. They have been trained by me day and night and will serve as the first batch of managers for the community, followed by the community survivors and then these new survivors. Even if they have bad thoughts to harm the shelter and you, they would still need to overcome many obstacles and face the army's suppression and deterrence, as well as the supervision and scrutiny from various shelter talents. Even if someone miraculously gets close to you physically, they would still have to face that robot in this nearly impregnable house of yours. If under these conditions someone could still harm you, I think it would only be possible for a deity to do that. Zhang Xiaozi could not fathom that under her meticulous system arrangements along with the military and various technological projects, there could still be someone who could harm Sui. This was almost impossible in Zhang Xiaozi's view. Sui's level of safety was already nearly 100%. She was also continuously increasing Sui's safety levels, expanding the power scale of the gathering place while never neglecting Sui's personal safety. Sui nodded. You handle things and I trust you. Sir's approval brings joy to Xiaozi. Zhang Xiaozi paused and then gently spoke. Originally there were some issues with food and water shortages, but since this group of survivors has made it this far, their abilities must be somewhat different and they may be able to fill some of the material gaps. As for food, there's no need to worry too much. Sui looked at the thousands of survivors below and suddenly smiled. Based on tonight's number scale, I should be receiving a material reward tomorrow. Just wondering if I'll encounter another big prize. It can't be that lucky, can it? How could one encounter grand prizes every day? Sui pondered, having just drawn a grand prize today, a 500-person army. Logically, tomorrow at noon the prize would most likely be a minor resource reward. However, even so, Sui would be satisfied. He realized that his talent was somewhat akin to the principle of a wooden barrel, where he viewed his shelter as an entire wooden barrel. If a segment was short in any field, his talent would swiftly compensate. Adding a bit today and a bit tomorrow, gradually the entire barrel became increasingly unassailable. Xiaozi, do we have any plans for tonight? Sir, it is anticipated that there won't be any major events tonight. Zhang Xiaozi meticulously reported. Lin Yu is expected to return in the second half of the night. Chen Xiuren is still guarding the offline trading location, and the survivors recruited today should rest for half a day to a day before new tasks are assigned. Under Zhang Xiaozi's planning, the entire shelter was progressing in an orderly manner. What more could Sui do? Sleep. Sui turned decisively determined. I'll talk about it after tomorrow's talent reward arrives. Sir, are you going to sleep so early? It's not early anymore. Chen Xiuren asked me to give this to you, saying it would surely please you. Zhang Xiaozi placed a large black bag on the table. Sui focused his gaze. Inside was a stack of game discs and devices. Where did Chen Xiuren get these? It is said that he received them during offline transactions. Hearing that you love playing games, he carefully selected some to bring back. Zhang Xiaozi smiled and said, Xiaozi doesn't understand games, but Chen Xiuren truly has a good heart. Indeed, he's a nice uncle. Sui felt quite gratified. He had grown tired of the games on his computer, and trying out new games was also pleasant. With that, Sui approached the table and began to examine the game discs in the black bag. Upon closer inspection, Sui's expression froze. The game discs before him were all without covers, smooth and plain, with only rough black markings written on them. AI Girl 2 TMOD Bundle, The Elder Scrolls Love Laboratory Latest Version, Classic Masterpiece, Winter Sonata, Karen Warden Complete Edition. Nadia's Treasure comes with all saves. Touching Masterpiece, Sister's Diary. Sui was stunned, remaining motionless for a while. Sir. Zhang Xiaozi noticed something was off and hurriedly asked softly, is something wrong? She curiously looked at the discs in Sui's hands. From the names alone, these games seemed harmless. Sir, do these games have issues? Zhang Xiaozi inquired. Chen Xiuren patted his chest, saying that playing these games would surely move you to tears. Tears? Are you sure my tears would come from the top, not from below? Sui was speechless. This madman truly was out of touch with reality. How could he be so considerate of his superior? Using this as a bribe for the staff. Indeed, they are all games that would make children cry. Sui nodded silently and quietly put the games away. Xiaozi, aren't you busy with something? If the sir wants to rest, Xiaozi will stay by your side. No rush, I'm not sleeping yet. You can go about your work. Sui said sternly. The shelter has just gotten on track. All developments still rely on you. Xiaozi, the capable should work more. You've worked hard. For the sir, Xiaozi doesn't mind the fatigue. Zhang Xiaozi, being exceptionally intelligent, smiled brightly and then left the room, leaving the quiet private space to Sui. Chen Xiuren. Sui took a deep breath and began assembling the gaming equipment. You indeed have made me look at you in a new light. A night passed without incident. At dawn, Chen Xiuren returned with his team from outside the shelter looking wicked. He left some soldiers and survivors to maintain order at the offline trading market during the day while he brought back some new items to the shelter. As soon as he entered the complex, Chen Xiuren couldn't wait to rush into the main building, shouting, Miss Jiang. Has the boss woken up yet? I brought back new items that are super fun. The boss will surely be satisfied. Sir. Zhang Xiaozi had just arranged today's new tasks with the girls. She stood in the hall and pointed upstairs. The sir seems to have not slept all night. He should still be lying down. I'll take you up. Not even a whole night of sleep. Chen Xiuren's eyes lit up and a lewd smile appeared on his face. Hee hee, the boss must have had a fantastic time playing. This won't do, the body can't handle it. I need to get some health supplements for the boss. Chen Xiuren, what are you muttering about? Zhang Xiaoxi turned her head suspiciously to look at Chen Xiaorun. Ha! I wasn't saying anything, I was thinking about how our shelter's medicine stock is doing. Chen Xiaorun spoke with righteousness. You know, I'm a doctor, I care a lot about the medicine stock as it relates to everyone's health in the shelter. Zhang Xiaoxi nodded. Currently the stock is quite sufficient. If you have any specific medicine needs, I will have Lin Yu prioritize the collection. That's great. I'll make a list for you later. Chen Xiaorun laughed heartily. This list is for the boss. All good things must give it the attention it deserves. Oh. Zhang Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows and nodded. I will take it seriously. Anything related to Sui was always on Zhang Xiaoxi's mind. As they discussed matters concerning the shelter, they reached the 6th floor. Chen Xiaorun eagerly bypassed the door guarding robot, knocked loudly and pushed the door open. Boss, I'm back. Hey, why didn't you lock the door? It's not good to play games without locking the door. What if someone sees? Zhang Xiaoxi hearing this from behind was somewhat puzzled. Why would one need to lock the door just to play a game? Chen Xiaorun stepped inside, but suddenly his loud voice got stuck. Boss, is that the look you're giving? Ha! Boss. What kind of look is that? Chen Xiaorun panicked slightly and Zhang Xiaoxi hurried forward a few steps. She saw Sui sitting on the sofa, his expression extremely serious, his gaze darkly fixed on Chen Xiaorun. Before him lay a chaotic array of dozens of discs along with scattered assembled game equipment, screens and controllers. Boss. Under Sui's fierce gaze, Chen Xiaorun became nervous, swallowing hard and tentatively asking, is this too much fun? What the hell? Sui exploded in anger, picking up a controller to throw it, only for Chen Xiaorun to deftly dodge. Look at what you brought. Sui pointed at the discs angrily, exclaiming, Hulua. Transformers. Legend of Nezha. The Avengers. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. What? Am I really missing my childhood, never having seen these movies in cartoons? Ha! Chen Xiaorun was also stunned. He rushed over, disbelievingly inserted a disc into the device to run it, mumbling, that shouldn't be, I clearly checked before taking them. How could? It's him, it's definitely him. Our friend Little Nezha. A clear child's voice transmitted from the speakers, and on the screen appeared a disheveled cartoon child, arms adorned with ribbons, feet on fire, wheels, eyes bright and spirited. Chen Xiaorun felt his vision darken and collapsed to the ground in disbelief, murmuring, Boss, I've been fooled. I've lost big. I bought all these with 7 bags of instant noodles. Put. Zhang Xiaoxi couldn't help but laugh out loud, although she wasn't clear about what these things were. She could guess something from the context. The usually carefree and unruly Chen Xiaorun, who prided himself as an extraordinary assassin doctor, had his day of being deceived by an ordinary survivor. I got a counterfeit. Chen Xiaorun exclaimed, nearly crying. This is ridiculous. I originally wanted to show my respect to the boss, but it turned out to be a worthless item. He couldn't understand what kind of world this was. How could there even be counterfeit goods for such things? Why not just take out the real ones instead of hiding them? Chen Xiaorun. Sui maintained a composed face, pointing at the door. Go work overtime. Hey. Chen Xiaorun lowered his head, patting his backside, immediately getting up. Boss, I'm going to work overtime now. Today is the weekend and I'm not taking a break, I'm going to work. This time Chen Xiaorun didn't protest about the unreasonable overtime, acting very consciously as he turned and left the room. Fearing that if he walked slowly he would be scolded again. Sir. After Chen Xiaorun left, Zhang Xiaoxi gently squatted beside Sui, her small hand resting on his arm. Did you watch anime movies all night? How could that be? I'm not that boring. Sui rolled his eyes. I was intentionally scaring him to teach this old rascal a lesson. Last night I was continuously watching the city chat channels, pondering who that mysterious person in the city center might be on the leaderboard. If you're not at ease, I can have Lin Yu send a team to infiltrate the city center to take a look. Zhang Xiaoxi suggested, but Sui shook his head in refusal. No need, although we currently have plenty of personnel, there are also many places where they are needed. Since the city center has no contact with us, it's best to maintain the status quo. The longer it drags on, the more beneficial it will be for me. Zhang Xiaoxi nodded, gently standing up. Sir, I will go make breakfast for you. Xiaoxi, thank you for your hard work. Sir, it is my duty to do anything for you. In the warmth of the morning, Sui took a short nap to regain some strength, and soon it was time for the noon talent reward. As Sui had anticipated, the reward at noon today was most likely resource-based, allowing him to replenish enough food to address the supply issue for the thousands of new survivors who joined last night. Indeed, as Sui expected, the talent reward type was resource-based, but he never anticipated that he would encounter another grand prize. Congratulations, you have triggered a high-level talent reward, obtaining a level growth talent, the protection of the vassal. Hiss, another jackpot. 2 consecutive jackpots, my luck is off the charts. Sui gasped, his expression filled with joy. I never expected that the talent reward could grant another talent. This name sounds like it should be related to resource security, right? Sui hurriedly opened the shelter data interface to check his new talent. This glance left Sui stunned in place. Vassal's protection, a level growth type talent with limitless growth potential. Talent effect can contract any resident within the shelter, establishing a contractual agreement where the contractor is considered a vassal to the talent holder. Signing the contract requires the subjective consent of the contracted party, who must not have any resistance, and forced contracts are not allowed. Once the contract is established, the talent holder gains partial control over the vassal's shelter, activating the 5 major contract terms: Safety Pact, Talent Pact, Location Pact, Resource Pact, and Non-Aggression Pact. Once the pact is signed, it cannot be terminated. Safety Pact: the vassal's shelter is securely bound to the talent holder's shelter. If either shelter faces destruction, both parties must be in a state of non-resistance, otherwise the current shelter cannot be destroyed. Talent Pact: the vassal's shelter talent information is fully disclosed to the talent holder, who has the right to allocate the outputs of the talent and the time of its use, but the vassal must personally operate the talent's usage. The vassal cannot resist the talent holder's control over their own talent unless the mechanism determines that the current action threatens the vassal's safety. Location Pact: the vassal's location information is fully disclosed to the talent holder at all times, while the talent holder can choose whether to disclose their own location information to the vassal. Resource Pact: the resource information of the vassal's shelter is fully disclosed to the talent holder, who has the right to allocate half of the resources. The talent holder can choose whether to disclose their shelter's resource information to the vassal. Non-Aggression Pact: both parties to the contract cannot inflict any form of mutual harm on each other unless permitted by themselves. This includes but is not limited to personnel, shelters, and residents of the shelters. Requirement for the next talent growth upgrade: successfully contract 1,000 vassals. Currently 0 vassals have been contracted. What a powerful talent! Sui gasped, his eyes wide. Although this doesn't seem like a resource-related talent, it's incredible. With this talent, I don't have to worry about survivors causing damage or betrayal anymore. Moreover, my own shelter's safety is greatly ensured. Sui was quite fond of the content of the Safety Pact. For the vassals this is one ton, but for Sui, the more vassals he contracts, the less likely his own shelter is to be destroyed. If Sui contracts 1,000 vassals according to the content of the Safety Pact, his shelter can only be destroyed if all 1,000 contractors and Sui himself are in a state of non-resistance. Is that even possible? It's incredibly difficult. As long as Sui hides a few people, even if his shelter is invaded, it cannot be destroyed. The most critical point is that with this talent, Sui completely does not need to destroy the residents' shelters. Previously, Sui had discussed with Jiang Shaoxi, feeling that destroying all the shelters in the community was a bit of a waste. If he could use these shelters for himself, he could definitely strengthen his overall power. At that time, Jiang Shaoxi was adamantly against Sui's idea, considering it too soft-hearted for his own safety and future concerns. But now there are no more hidden dangers. The more shelters I have contracted, the more I can develop. Although some shelters have average talent and development potential, with so many shelters obeying me combined together, it's unmatched. Simply invincible. Sui knew even with his toes that the potential of this talent is definitely not just a level. If calculated seriously, this must at least be the potential of an SS level talent. I've struck it rich. Sui murmured, no longer hesitating. He immediately got up and called for Jiang Shaoxi. Sir, breakfast isn't ready yet. Are you already hungry? I'll get it for you. No more food. Who has time to eat now? I have something more important to do. Sui called Jiang Shaoxi, relaying the general information about the talent, and Jiang Shaoxi's eyes sparkled. Such a method exists. Sir is truly the child of destiny, blessed with such auspiciousness. Jiang Shaoxi instantly understood the key of this talent, and she couldn't care less about serving. Sui hurriedly went downstairs to prepare. A few hours later, Jiang Shaoxi quickly prepared the specific regulations and cancelled the morning's outdoor tasks for those who collectively own shelters. During lunch, she gathered all the residents in the open area of the community to announce the latest living rules of the gathering place, while also disclosing part of the content and information regarding the signing of contracts. To ensure the survival and safety of more survivors, the leader has decided to fully utilize the shelter mechanism, gathering the power of numerous shelters to make significant contributions towards restoring peace across the nation. Anyone with a shelter must sign a contract utilizing the shelter mechanism to vassalize under the leader's shelter. This way we can protect everyone's shelters while gathering the strength of thousands. For collectively owned shelters, we will recognize their private property rights but still require unified management and coordination. This law can prevent anyone from abusing the shelter mechanism to harm their compatriots. Jiang Shaoxi clearly explained the interests and implications of the vassal talent through Li Jie and others, emphasizing that this was done for the sake of collective safety. Jiang Shaoxi spoke for a long time, but the summary was just one point: the leader recognizes everyone's shelters and does not forcefully destroy or demand that everyone lose their shelters. However, the shelter mechanism itself has a lot of uncertainty. If under the treachery of people's hearts someone wants to take advantage of the shelters to do harm to the collective, it is still the collective that suffers and lives are threatened. Based on this consideration, the leader decided to unify the management of everyone's shelters, collectively allocating resources, talents, etc. As long as everyone follows the rules for shelter living, we will not force anyone to completely give up their shelters, and everyone can retain their corresponding rights and private property rights within the shelters. At the same time, in order to promote better development for the collective, the leader will allocate resources to focus on developing certain shelters based on their talents and potential to enhance the collective's chances of survival. This gathering place does not force anyone to accept the terms. Comrades who do not agree are free to leave. No strings attached. This time Jiang Shaoxi was much more lenient, her approach not cold-blooded, not intending to destroy the shelters of those who do not accept. This was mainly because Jiang Shaoxi accurately gauged the collective mentality. Most of these people had already prepared to give up their shelters upon arriving here. Now that the leader has promised to protect everyone's shelters and help them develop, the only cost is to obey collective coordination. With such a good deal, who wouldn't agree? Obeying collective coordination is also for the safety and interests of the collective. Anyone from our country can understand the weight and importance of the words collective. Jiang Shaoxi's decision faced no resistance and was easily accepted by the newly arrived survivors. We all listened to Miss Jiang. You definitely won't harm us. The leader protects the people, we all understand. In times of national crisis, unity comes first. Whatever the leader needs, just take it. Damn, I can still keep my shelter. I can also get help developing it. Forget everything else, I fully agree. I am a web novel author. I want to write a book to praise the leader. Rebirth the Nation helps me develop my shelter. The crowd buzzed with excitement, everyone agreeing and supporting enthusiastically. This was not just because of the leader's good policies, but also because everyone felt that Jiang Shaoxi was not only beautiful but also had a dignified air about her, naturally making them feel favorable. They didn't know about Jiang Shaoxi's ruthless methods behind the scenes. Some judged her by her appearance, leading to more misunderstanding. But these small matters were not enough to affect the overall situation. Jiang Shaoxi, smiling, announced, since no one has any objections, let's hurry and eat. Today everyone rests in the afternoon. Follow the arrangements of Li Jie and the others to sign contracts in order joining the unified coordination process. If you have any questions, you can consult the staff. The leader will definitely resolve any issues concerning people's livelihoods and daily difficulties as soon as possible. After saying this, Jiang Shaoxi waved her hand, signaling the girls to clear the lobbies of several buildings, turning them into a temporary cafeteria filled with various food supplies. Although these were all relatively simple canned goods, biscuits, etc. During the apocalypse they could fill the stomach, and for some survivors who hadn't eaten a full meal in a while, it was simply the most delightful flavor. Eating well and drinking enough would naturally yield better results when getting everyone to pledge themselves. After the meal, Jiang Shaoxi began to operate the specific signing process. The process was very simple. Sui just needed to send an application for signing a contract to those who own shelters. He didn't need to be face-to-face with everyone, just within a certain range. To ensure the vassal's subjective understanding, the specific content of the 5 major pacts would be fully displayed in front of the signers without reservation. Although the 5 major agreements seemed quite restrictive at first glance, it was not a big deal in front of the crowd. We have grown up in rules and regulations. What is this little bit of constraint called? We originally came with the mindset of not wanting shelters. Now we can reclaim our shelters and even have the leader help us develop them. This is simply a no-loss deal. Moreover, as long as we sign, the worst-case benefit is that we absolutely will not lose our shelters. After all, to destroy our shelters they must first take down the leader's shelter. Look at those armies who can accomplish this. So sign. In less than an afternoon, within just 3 hours, Sui completed the signing work for all survivors of the shelter. Not a single person was missed, all became vassals. Congratulations! You have acquired 1256 vassals. Talent meets upgrade conditions. Upgrading now. The A-level vassal's protection talent has successfully upgraded. It has become the S-level vassal's paradise talent. Level up instantly. Nsue sat on the sofa leaping with joy. And he had received his talent at noon, and by afternoon he had already leveled up. Ni's rank talent had ascended to Srank. This grand prize was utterly exhilarating. And let me check what changes the upgrade has brought. Without hesitation, Sui opened the talent interface to review its updated details. Skimming through, he found that most information regarding the vassal talent remained unchanged, except for one new addition: a covenant. The original 5 covenants had now expanded into 6. Satiety covenant. After the talent holder consumes food or water each day, the vassal immediately receives half the quantity ingested. And this covenant applies exclusively to ordinary food and water devoid of special effects. Any unclaimed portion vanishes at midnight. Damn, this is god tier. Nsue's eyes widened in ecstatic disbelief. At first glance the covenant appeared to offer no direct benefit to the talent holder, but for the vassal its advantages were immense. Whatever the talent holder ate, the vassal would instantly receive half the portion, effectively conjuring abundant resources from nothing. When applied across an entire faction's development, this covenant became a tremendous strategic asset, dramatically alleviating the burden of sustaining growing populations. Let's test it tonight and no, let's have afternoon tea now and eager to experiment Sui immediately summoned Jiang Shaozi briefed her on the covenant and instructed her to prepare an exquisite afternoon tea. Within moments a chilled orange sorbet cocktail sat before him. The oranges were greenhouse-grown, the sorbet crafted using a freezer and the liquor, a delicate infusion of mutai personally blended by Jiang Shaozi to invigorate the blood, fortify vitality and sharpen resolve. Without hesitation Sui dug in. None spoonful unleashed tender orange segments bursting with citrus brightness, the icy sweetness flooding his senses while the velvety sorbet melted like winter snowflakes upon his tongue. A single bite coaxed his eyelids to flutter shut in pure contentment as if every cell in his body sang in unison. And Shaozi, this is extraordinary, would you like a taste? No need sir, and Jiang Shaozi smiled gently and shook her head. Your satisfaction is all that matters, and to her his delight alone rendered every effort worthwhile. You're truly indispensable, I feel as though there's nothing you cannot do. Shaozi, is there anything in this world you don't know how to accomplish? Of course there is sir, for instance I lack expertise in Lia's scientific research. And nor do I understand Chenshuren's toxicology, I can only administer basic poisons not formulate them. Still you're astonishingly capable. And ordinary women simply pale beside you. Nsue marveled aloud, savoring the citrus sorbet slowly, its faint fragrant alcohol lingering softly in his nostrils. Though Sui rarely drank, the subtle spirit in the sorbet was neither harsh nor cloying, just a whisper of warmth, elegant and refined. Na single serving vanished in mere mouthfuls. As Sui finished he glanced toward Jiang Shaozi who was already lifting a cloth to wipe his lips. Before he spoke she understood. And sir, I'll arrange it at once. Nsue watched her depart. And soon after startled exclamations rose from the building below. Holy hell, I just got a shelter notification. I've been granted a complimentary afternoon tea and whoa, this flavor. This texture. Damn, there's even liquor. This is heaven and wait, am I really in the apocalypse? Does this even belong in a post-cataclysm world? Did someone just cheat? I get it now, the announcement came over the building loudspeaker just now. It's the chief's talent. Whatever he eats we receive half. Bro, I'm begging you please smoke a cigarette. I'll kneel and kowtow, I haven't smelled tobacco in ages. And is that how the chief's talent is meant to be used? You've got zero ambition. I'm writing in blood, I beg the chief and Miss Jiang to marry right here right now, and dude, you're bold. Your cravings are definitely different from everyone else's. Enough joking, the announcement clarified it plainly, only ordinary food and water qualify. Stick to the sorbet. That alone is already miraculous. Hurry up and eat, then get to work. Sisterly told me earlier our settlement will soon implement a labor point system. The more you contribute the higher your shelter ranks for the chief's selection and development. Hell yes, I'm definitely getting picked. My constant temperature talent is unbeatable. Turn me into central air conditioning, I'll become the sun itself. I shall enlighten all beings. Na single sorbet had suffused the entire settlement with laughter and delight. New arrivals wore broad radiant smiles, while survivors who had entered the settlement as former residential tenants could only watch with wistful envy. Compared to these newcomers they occupied an awkward position, their shelters were gone and unlike the vassals bound by covenant they represented unpredictable unregulated elements within the settlement. Truly they were casualties of rapid societal collapse, yet Jiang Shaozi had devised a special plan for them. Their numbers were modest and lacking shelters, they proved ideal candidates for the same rigorous training regimen assigned to the young women destined to become elite personnel within the settlement. Though unbound by vassal loyalty constraints, Jiang Shaozi felt no concern about securing their fidelity. She knew better than anyone how to forge personnel for exceptional roles. Yet she pondered deeply, should she oversee this training or entrust it to Chenshuren? And should they be molded into intelligence operatives or trained as assassins? This question warranted several days' reflection. And while Jiang Shaozi devoted herself to the settlement's growth, Sui reclined comfortably on the sofa, opening the shelter interface to examine the next upgrade requirement for his vassal talent. 10,000 signatories needed for the next tier, and at this pace it shouldn't take long and will likely reach that number before the first apocalypse cycle concludes. Musing quietly, Sui murmured, given the upgrade mechanics of this talent, will the next evolution elevate it to S rank? If each upgrade merely adds a single new covenant, even reaching SS rank wouldn't make it exceptionally formidable. 7 or 8 covenants even at SS rank would hardly rank among the supreme talents. It still falls short of the Otaku Sanctuary talent. Ah, forget it. Any strength gained is pure gain. It's a free talent after all, no complaints. Nsue remained remarkably pragmatic so long as the Otaku Sanctuary talent remained his. Each day promised fresh marvels. Each day felt like claiming unearned rewards, utterly exhilarating. Yet reality seldom conformed to Sui's expectations. Over the following week he sensed himself slipping into a hollow lull, a desiccated void where fortune had run dry. For 7 consecutive days after the vassal talent's grand prize, Sui received no noteworthy talent rewards, only uniform crank offerings. 4 were resource production talents yielding food and water each sufficient for barely 10 people's daily sustenance. 2 were safety-oriented talents, an infinite ammo sniper rifle and an infinite ammo assault rifle. And the final reward, though also crank, possessed remarkable specificity: absolute defense, ballistic vest. Absolute defense, ballistic vest crank equipment. N grants full immunity against handgun, submachine gun and low-yield rifle fire. Against other firearms it reduces bullet damage by 50%. And does the name sound impressive? NIT is absolute defense. But only against bullets. And only low-yield ones at that. And frankly, even combat-talented individuals like Wang Daniel, who possessed multiple-fold physical enhancements, barely feared bullets anymore. In Wang Daniel's own words, so long as the bullet doesn't shatter my skull I'll regenerate and stay fully combat effective. Yet to dismiss this vest as useless would be premature. At present its utility was tangible and substantial. Still its obsolescence loomed inevitable as shelters advanced, likely outpaced even by the infinite ammo assault rifle in long-term value. Sui kept none for himself, immediately gifting the vest to Lin Yu. And after all, he never ventured outside the garment, held no practical use for him. Yet this week's precipitous decline in reward quality clarified a sobering truth, and could it be that from the talent's perspective my shelter currently lacks any urgent needs? That's why no grand prizes emerge, nor anything especially vital. And blinking thoughtfully, Sui realized, yes, that was precisely the case. His shelter had evolved into a full-fledged settlement, boasting robust population figures, elite personnel, disciplined forces, diverse talents, advanced armaments and ample reserves of supplies and medicine. Over this week Sui's military encountered virtually no danger. And bandits fled at first sight, refusing direct confrontation. Every resource site targeted by the military fell without resistance, save for rare arrogant talent-bearers who attempted theft only to fall beneath disciplined gunfire. Even the scorching heatwave posed little threat to Sui's settlement. Beyond occasional heatstroke among those outdoors, indoor temperatures remained habitable. Power restoration in one building enabled rotating cooldown shifts in the main tower, ensuring no residents succumbed to thermal exhaustion. All things considered, Sui struggled to identify any pressing deficiency. And still, even a few talent-based personnel would help. Even crank specialists, and he had already tasted their immense value, so much so that even drank talents would be welcomed eagerly. Yet the talent remained silent. And perhaps the vassal talent's grand prize exhausted the otaku talent it spent. Worn thin. Sui sighed deeply. And this week brought not only underwhelming talent rewards but also slower than expected rescue operations for external shelters. In 7 days the shelter absorbed only 2,000 new residents, far short of the 1,000 survivors secured on the very first day after acquiring the vassal talent. Yet this delay bore no fault of Lin Yu's. And across the settlement her contingent of soldiers conducted rescue missions with unwavering sincerity, eager to save every civilian possible. Moreover, Sui now possessed both the vassal talent and a compelling need to gather more survivors. Yet fate intervened. Survivors across neighboring districts had seemingly vanished, leaving no trace. Even door-to-door searches by Lin Yu yielded nothing. Some shelters lay utterly destroyed, homes razed, inhabitants gone without a trace. Jiang Xiaozi analyzed the situation, cross-referencing all available intelligence, and concluded the hand of the enigmatic Big Brother from downtown. That figure desperately required manpower. Perhaps even distant district survivors had been forcibly relocated to his domain. And the talent falters, and now someone competes for my population. Sui pressed his palms to his temples and sank deeper into the sofa, exasperated. Jiang Xiaozi sat opposite him as customary, placing a chilled sorbet before him, and offered gently, "Sir, I still recommend dispatching a small team led by Lin Yu to investigate downtown. Only by knowing both self and adversary may one prevail in every battle. We must grasp conditions beyond our immediate horizon, to craft precise forward-looking policies. I believe Team Lu Rue is ideal. They excel in reconnaissance and precision sniping, perfectly suited for this mission, and no, not." Sui waved dismissively, drew a slow breath, took a sip of sorbet, and then said suddenly, "Xiaozi and Yasin, today is the final day." Sui lifted his gaze, his expression turned grave. "And tomorrow, the second apocalypse begins." At this crucial moment Sui did not wish to engage in any unnecessary actions, nor would he allow anyone to stray too far from the shelter. Jiang Xiaozi lowered his head in contemplation, then quickly raised it to ask, "Sir, do you know the specifics of the second round? With intelligence support we can stay ahead of others." "I do not know." Sui shook his head, his expression serious. "I only know the timing of the apocalypse cycle. If I am not mistaken, the second round of the apocalypse will likely occur around noon tomorrow before my talent is activated. No one knows what the second round of the apocalypse will entail, but I may have a slight advantage over others. At least I will still have an emergency opportunity for my talent at that time." Sui took a deep breath, glancing at the red sun outside. He instructed Jiang Xiaozi, "Cancel all activities tonight and have everyone return. Tonight and tomorrow morning everyone must remain in the gathering place and make adequate preparations. Regardless of whether the second round of the apocalypse involves a zombie crisis, extreme cold, meteor showers or rampant viruses, we must be ready for all scenarios." Sui paused briefly and said in a deep voice, "No matter if these preparations are needed or not, we must at least do something. I understand, Sir. Jiang Shaozi nodded and hurriedly left the room. It was not only Sui who recognized this issue. Most survivors with a sense of time realized that the month was about to expire and the first round of the apocalypse was nearing its end. Many surviving individuals had just barely adapted to the high-temperature climate and were soon to face a new apocalypse. Within the Gathering Place University, professors collectively analyzed the situation, believing that if the second round of the apocalypse were to feature extreme cold, it would pose significant harm to the human body. After barely adapting to the high-temperature environment, suddenly plunging into a globally sub-zero climate could be more than many ordinary humans could bear, potentially leading to immediate death. Of course, the discussions among everyone went far beyond just this apocalypse. In the realm of human imagination, many potential apocalyptic scenarios were proposed, each posing a tremendous threat to human survival. The more the people in the gathering place discussed, the heavier the atmosphere became. Sui, listening to these discussions through the shelter's monitoring system, felt a weight on his heart. Yet under this external pressure humanity could not resist. They could only silently await the arrival of the next crisis. Time passed slowly. As night fell, all the people in the gathering place began to enter a state of tense preparation under Jiang Shaozi's coordination. In fact, a week prior, Jiang Shaozi had already initiated corresponding preparations, but due to the lack of productivity in the gathering place, many response measures could not be promptly set in place. Even now there was little that could be done. Most people could only stay awake in the dark, staring wide-eyed until Sui was among them. After the red sun reappeared, the time gradually approached 11 a.m. Suddenly, a mysterious voice long absent echoed in the ears of every survivor across the globe. The first round of the apocalypse, extreme heat, is about to end. Congratulations to every survivor who has made it through. The survivor rewards are about to be calculated. Following this global announcement, a brand new prompt appeared before all survivors. Sui was no exception. Conducting shelter verification. You still possess a shelter. Shelter rewards not triggered. Shelter rewards not triggered. This is a basic reward for surviving the apocalypse. If you have lost your shelter but survived, you will receive a nearby vacant room as a new level 0 shelter during the phase settlement, along with the reactivation of your talent. Conducting cumulative survival points assessment. You have accumulated over 10000 points, successfully obtaining the first tier survival points accumulation reward. First tier survival points reward automatically issued to the shelter storage space. Once opened, you can randomly obtain 1 CB level reward from all categories, including but not limited to humans, items, talents, skills, etc. Conducting leaderboard information verification. You have accumulated 7 first place results on regional leaderboards, namely first place in mechanism supplies, first place in talent count, first place in talent rank, first place in item count, first place in talent level, first place in shelter level, first place in shelter comprehensive combat power rating. Some leaderboard information that has not been opened will be announced after the second round of the apocalypse begins. When holding a first place leaderboard achievement, other non-first place achievement data will not be counted. Based on your current leaderboard results, you have received 7 exclusive settlement rewards for regional first place. Exclusive settlement reward for regional first place automatically issued to the shelter storage space. Once opened, you can randomly obtain 1 BA level reward of specified categories, cannot be designated as talent type. Conducting comprehensive scoring of your survival performance in the first round of the apocalypse. Your final score is S level. Comment: you have nearly exceeded human expectations for the first round of the apocalypse, successfully navigating the current apocalypse and establishing a nascent shelter gathering place. You have not wasted resources and possess a strong will to survive. Congratulations! Based on the comprehensive scoring, you have received a reward in S level random reward. All reward contents will be issued to the shelter's storage space and can be opened after the second round of the apocalypse. A long list of reward settlement information appeared before Sui, leaving him dazzled. The first to appear is not the announcement of the second round of the apocalypse. First, conduct the phase settlement for the previous round. Sui glanced over his rewards, which indeed were plentiful. However, he had no mind to celebrate. He was still silently awaiting the announcement of the second round of the apocalypse. In contrast to Sui's silence, the other survivors in the building were much happier. Cheers erupted from time to time, and some even cried tears of joy, excitedly exclaiming, "I have my shelter back. The heavens have given me another chance. Wonderful. So great. Praise the mechanism." Humans always come to understand the preciousness of things only after losing them. During the first round of the apocalypse, apart from those who passively lost their shelters, many actively gave up their own shelters. A significant portion of them did not value the existence of shelters or questioned the likelihood of an apocalypse. Once they realized the importance of shelters, they had already lost theirs, and it was too late for regrets. But no one expected that the most basic survival reward from the first round would actually be the provision of a new shelter. Although those who regained their shelters developed later than many survivors who already had shelters, lagging by a month, it was still better than having no shelter at all. Moreover, if they randomly obtained a better talent, achieving a dramatic turnaround was not impossible. As many survivors in the building celebrated this, the mysterious voice resonated once more. The settlement rewards of the first round of the apocalypse have been announced. Now initiating the second round of the apocalypse, the plague of carnivorous fungi. With the disappearance of the mysterious voice, the world returned to calm. After a brief silence, the hall and the corridor was filled with uncertain discussions once again. Is that it? What about the second round of the apocalypse? How does it begin? Has it already started? I don't know. What kind of apocalypse is this? I've never heard of it. Isn't the second round supposed to be a climate-related apocalypse? Carnivorous fungi. It sounds like it could be something that preys on humans. It must be some bacteria that feeds on us, right? Could it be an infectious disease apocalypse? Damn. How do we defend against this? This is more terrifying than the heat apocalypse. It could lead to a global extinction. Many knowledgeable survivors were discussing anxiously and chaotically while Sui upstairs was also deep in thought. He opened the shelter information trying to find some clues, but he could not find anything. The mysterious entity generally does not provide detailed information about apocalyptic events. It all relies on humans to explore. This had already been evident from the first round of the heat apocalypse. The outbreak of the first round of the heat apocalypse was sudden and caught humanity off guard, forcing them to endure a month of global heat in a state of confusion. It seems that the second round of the apocalypse will also be like this. What exactly are carnivorous fungi? What threats do they pose? Are they bacteria or larger fungi? I'm afraid that entity won't tell us. Sui frowned, recalling the situation during the first round of the heat apocalypse, and began to scan the room warily. Based on the first round's experience, the second round's outbreak should also be sudden. It is very possible that the carnivorous fungi are already near me, possibly through the air. Or they might be attached to other objects. What exactly do they look like? Just as Sui was thinking warily, suddenly a piercing scream echoed through the building's hall. Ah! My hand! It's biting my hand! The terrified piercing screams erupted and Sui's nerves snapped taut. He dashed to the room's surveillance console to check the feeds. On the monitor, Sui could plainly see the hall in chaos. People clustered around a man whose right hand had been severed and was bleeding. He writhed on the floor in agony while his detached right palm remained affixed to the wall. What the hell is that thing? Wang Danio cursed loudly from the crowd, pointing at the wall. The onlookers recoiled in fear as if something terrifying clung to the plaster. Sui adjusted the surveillance camera and zoomed in, discovering a layer of strange slick dark green substance adhering to the wall. It spread without a sound, visibly expanding. By the time people noticed, it had already quietly blanketed the entire wall. Its surface looked like ordinary lichen or a fungal mat, yet it exuded an ominous, unsettling aura. The man's severed palm was stuck to that surface. More precisely, it was firmly sucked in by the green fungal carpet. From its slick interior, dozens of fine waving little tentacles slithered forth, frenziedly wrapping around the palm and ravenously gnawing at it. In less than half a minute, an adult man's palm was consumed by the mat. Even more horrifying, after swallowing the palm, the green mats seemed to be nourished, inflating with new sustenance and beginning to surge in growth. They spread beyond the wall with speeds visible to the eye, crawling onto the floor and up the ceiling, steadily closing in on the crowd. They were like a pack of predators that had found prey. Danger bore down swiftly. This is a man-eating fungus. It devours people. It's not an infectious disease, this is a botanical crisis. Open fire. Shoot! Screams of panic rose from the throng as everyone scrambled, while the few who remained composed shouted for the nearby soldiers to fire. The soldiers did not immediately open fire. Instead, they quickly formed a shield and herded the crowd to safety. Then Lin Yu issued a decisive order: probe their defenses. Prevent them from approaching the crowd. Single rounds cracked loud as they were fired first. Hot bullets cut through the air and struck the wall with a soft puncturing sound. Sui watched intently through the high-definition feed. The bullets penetrated the fungal mat and splattered green ichor, yet at first glance this inflicted no obvious lethal damage. If anything, the shots enraged the mat, which thrust forth countless tiny tentacles in a desperate effort to separate from the main body and lash toward the soldiers who had fired. Wang Dania, wielding a military saber, acted without hesitation and chopped those slender tentacles off. Even after detachment, they fell to the floor, still writhing with furious life. The crowd recoiled and watched the discarded appendages with fearful, strained eyes. Before long, they collapsed into a puddle of green juice, which under the hot atmosphere quickly evaporated into a wisp of green vapor and dissipated into the air. Bullets are not very effective, but these detached pieces seem to self-destruct, Jiang Xiaozi analyzed as she turned her gaze toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu's face hardened. She barked, "First squad, fix bayonets. Cut them away." Yes. 10 soldiers stepped forward, blades in hand, unflinching as they advanced to hack at the fungal mat from a comparatively safe distance. They successfully severed portions of the wall's mat, sending them tumbling to the floor, where they indeed collapsed into green fluid and evaporated on the spot. Yet the damaged sections on the wall swiftly regenerated in full view, as if a severed lizard limb had instantly healed and grown back. Its regenerative ability is formidable. Its lethality toward humans is high. It is extremely tenacious. Zhang Xiaozi frowned slightly and murmured if that were all it might still be manageable. We must continue trying different measures until we find the most effective way to restrain these fungal bodies. Just then the building's main door was flung open and several soldiers barreled inside reporting an even tones report. Outside there are many green vine-like plants, likely fungal mats as well. We don't recognize them, but they seem aggressive, extending fine tentacles to attack living people. Lin Yu looked to the soldiers and asked in a low voice how many outside. Countless, came the reply. A communications soldier produced a handheld drone monitor and held it up for Lin Yu. She and the nearby troops saw on the screen what lay beyond the building. Large swathes of fungal mat already carpeted half the neighborhood's roads. The green plant areas within the complex were overrun and the exteriors of nearly every building showed creeping mats. Even distant streets were not spared. Under the drone's watchful eye, the world below was an ocean of green wherever the camera surveyed. The entire city seemed to be falling in an instant. These strange plants had appeared at some unknown hour and in a terrifyingly short span covered much of the city while continuing to press into its darkest corners. Streets, skyscrapers, sewers, municipal conduits, none had escaped the presence of these damned things. Everywhere the eye rested was a dense sweep of green, slick, viscous mats writhed and crept without pause. This is too much. Zhang Xiaozi's expression changed. She immediately grasped the gravity with the mat's ferocious aggression, horrific self-repair and rapid spread. This threat rivaled the devastation of the first high-heat apocalypse. Continue experimenting with methods to suppress the man-eating fungus, Zhang Xiaozi ordered Lin Yu. I will go find Mr. His safety is paramount. Understood. Lin Yu nodded and glanced at the chief of staff. Send 3 squads upstairs at once and ensure the commander's safety. Team leader Lin, 2 squads are already standing by above. Send more. He is our commander, his safety cannot be neglected for a moment. Yes. The chief of staff saluted and immediately began dispatching personnel. Wang Daniel stepped forward and volunteered, Chief of Staff, let me go. I am not afraid of these things, I will clear them out. The chief of staff glanced at Lin Yu, seeing no objection he reluctantly nodded his consent. Very well. You will come with me. Lead the team to clear every man-eating fungus on the commander's floor. Yes. Wang Daniel was overjoyed. Relying on his robust physique, he felt no fear more than the danger he desired to draw closer to the mysterious commander. The closer one stood to the leader, the nearer one was to the center of power. If the commander noticed him, his fortunes would be made. What? You ask why I do not worry about the current danger, why I do not fear the commander might be lost in a second wave of crisis. Please. Even I, Wang Dania, do not fear these fungal gnats. Do you really think the mysterious commander would be frightened? Fall here. Don't be ridiculous. Rather than fret over that, I should be thinking how to perform well before the commander. Master. Zhang Xiaozi sprinted up to the 6th floor without pause, her heart pounding with unbearable anxiety. As she ascended, she had already seen the horrifying fungal growths spreading across the building's walls, no longer confined merely to surfaces and ceilings. They now clung even to stair railings, while human screams echoed intermittently through the corridors. The moment anyone brushed too close, even grazed, the tendrils hidden within the fungi would strike with terrifying speed, tearing away chunks of flesh on the spot. Gazing upon these creeping fungal carpets and hearing the cries of the afflicted, Zhang Xiaozi's heart tightened with desperate concern for Su Yi's safety. She understood better than anyone that Su Yi's greatest vulnerability lay in his lack of personal combat strength. Compared to survivors like Wang Dania, who possessed innate battle-oriented aptitudes, Su Yi's raw fighting capability was scarcely distinguishable from that of an ordinary person. His skills and talents were all effect-based, not combat-oriented. And this second wave of apocalypse, the carnivorous fungus, posed a direct physical threat to the human body, a uniquely perilous entity against which ordinary people stood virtually defenseless. Master. Ha. Zhang Xiaozi burst onto the 6th floor, then froze mid-stride. Her gaze drifted past the silent robot standing guard at the doorway, settling instinctively on the vicinity where Su Yi resided. The fungal infestation on the 6th floor was markedly sparser, scattered patches clinging faintly to walls and doorframes, far less pervasive than downstairs or outside. And outside Su Yi's master bedroom, not a single trace of fungal growth marred the doorframe or surrounding wall structure. At first glance, his room appeared utterly autonomous, sharply delineated from its surroundings as if sealed off by an invisible boundary. Zhang Xiaozi halted, noticing a narrow crack in the door. From within came Lia's voice. Boss, based on current data, the shelter's upgrade project effectively halts the spread of the carnivorous fungus. This implies advanced technology can indeed suppress the fungus's uncontrolled proliferation. Though highly aggressive and self-regenerative toward humans, it remains far more containable than bacterial contagions. I'd estimate its threat level roughly matches that of zombies. While undeniably dangerous now, it only poses localized disruption, not existential collapse, to our settlement. Given sufficient samples and test subjects, I may uncover deeper characteristics of this organism. That said, my current analysis remains provisional. We've only just encountered this extraordinary lifeform. Amidst Lia's and Suyi's quiet exchange, Jiang Shaozi gently pushed open the door and stepped inside. Lia sat before Suyi, analyzing footage from the surveillance feeds they'd just reviewed. Shaozi's here. Suyi lifted his head and smiled, patting the seat beside him. Come sit down. How are things outside? The carnivorous fungus has breached the residential complex. Our main building is no exception. Jiang Shaozi bowed her head in report. Master Lin Yu has dispatched personnel to contain it, though efficacy remains uncertain. No rush. Take your time. Suyi nodded. Study it thoroughly, find a reliable method to neutralize it. Also prioritize monitoring the wounded, especially Chen Shuren. He's a trained physician. We still don't know whether injuries may trigger secondary infections. I suspect the second apocalypse won't be so simple. The second apocalypse shouldn't be this straightforward. Suyi drew a slow deep breath, then turned toward the window, where the sky burned an unrelenting ominous crimson. His expression darkened. Have you noticed? The first wave, the heat apocalypse, hasn't ended. I'd assumed logically that successive apocalypses would replace one another, that the emergence of a new cataclysm would naturally displace the old. But clearly my assumption was flawed. That enigmatic force shows no intention of withdrawing the first wave. Instead, atop the first apocalypse it has layered a second, compounding the devastation. The rotation in apocalypse rotation may not mean one-for-one succession or rapid alternation. It may instead refer solely to shifts between apocalyptic warfare and apocalyptic disaster. It's truly toying with us, Suyi murmured, massaging his temples with a heavy sigh. The scorching heat persists, and now carnivorous fungi swarm our halls. And this was only 2 apocalypses. What if 7, 8, or hundreds overlapped simultaneously? Suyi dared not envision such a nightmare, meteor showers raining from above, hordes of zombies surging through streets, fungal carpets writhing across every surface, skies ablaze with infernal heat. How could humanity endure? Even the most fortified shelter would crumble beneath the weight of so many converging catastrophes. Master, we must not dwell excessively on distant futures. Surviving now is what matters most. Only by living today do we secure tomorrow. Jiang Shaozi spoke both to comfort Suyi and to underscore the urgency of the fungal crisis. Take Lia with you. After a long silence, Suyi exhaled fully. Have her join Chen Shuren immediately. In biological research, particularly fungal organisms, they are our sole hope for now. Also retrieve the civilian profiles you compiled earlier, the pre-apocalypse records of all survivors. Identify every individual with relevant expertise. One objective only: rapidly decode the carnivorous fungus's nature and devise methods to contain or eradicate it. If eradication proves impossible, then at minimum ensure our shelter's absolute security using existing means. Suyi's expression was grave. Jiang Shaozi bowed her head. Yes, master. Without delay she turned and swiftly escorted Lia out of the room. This time Suyi would leverage the collective strength of human survivors to confront the crisis of the second apocalypse. Alone he could never have pursued reverse engineering the fungus, but now with a thriving settlement behind him the path opened. He commanded resources. He commanded talent. Why shouldn't reverse research be possible? The advantage of scale revealed itself precisely now. Outside the door Wang Daniel labored tirelessly, chopping away at fungal growths across the 6th floor, blade flashing as he severed thick pulsating mats of biomass. Yet though his hands worked fervently, his mind wandered. Again and again he angled his gaze surreptitiously toward the slightly ajar door. He caught only muffled tones of solemn discussion, never a clear view. So this is the chief's chamber. Of everyone in the shelter, perhaps only I am permitted this proximity. The thought spurred him to redouble his efforts. Drawing nearer to the chief, what an unparalleled honor. Truly worthy of our chief. Others hire living guards, ours deploys robots. What a hulking frame, wonder how he'd fare against me. Wang Dania stole glances at the sentinel robot. Oddly, its optical sensors remained fixed, unblinking, upon him. Its gaze never wavered. Tiny weapon barrels emerged subtly from its shoulders, aimed squarely at him, radiating palpable vigilance. An ordinary person would have recoiled, chilled to the bone. But Wang Daniel, broad-shouldered, fearless, merely scoffed. Just a scare tactic. You think you'd dare fire on me? The chief stands right behind that door. Everyone says the chief is wise, righteous, and compassionate as a bodhisattva. As his soldier, if you shot me he'd scrap you by dawn. As Wang Dania ruminated, the door suddenly swung open behind him. Jiang Shaozi and Lia hurried out, descending the stairs, and in that fleeting instant Wang Dania glimpsed the room's interior. Within a space suffused with sleek futuristic aesthetics he saw a young man seated on a sofa, deep in contemplation. Is that the chief? Remarkably youthful. In that split second Wang Dania marveled. A week earlier, to prevent future complications, Jiang Shaozi had quietly clarified to the settlement's residents that their enclave held no official governmental status and its armed forces were not state-sanctioned troops. Yet since Lin Yu's actions mirrored those of elite military units, the distinction barely registered, eliciting little reaction among the populace. At that moment Wang Daniu saw only the young man's profile, until Sui, sensing the gaze from beyond the threshold, turned and met his eyes directly. Wang Daniu instantly snapped into a deferential grin, hoisting his military knife and bowing deeply. Sui rose and stepped forward out of the room and into the corridor. "You're Wang Daniu." Sui appraised him carefully. This was his first true encounter with a survivor whose innate talent stood in stark contrast to his own. Flustered, Wang Daniu snapped rigidly to attention. "Reporting chief, I am Wang Daniu." "No need for such formality or titles," Sui replied, shaking his head. "Shaozi has explained it plainly. I'm no government official, just another survivor who happens to help others. If I'm the chief's soldier, then I must call him chief," Wang Daniu declared, unwavering. "To protect the chief is to protect the collective. The chief's wisdom and compassion rescuing survivors is work of the highest public service. I admire him profoundly." "Very well," Sui smiled, then asked, "What are you doing right now?" "Reporting chief, I'm clearing the carnivorous fungus." Wang Daniu gestured with his blade toward the wall. "The chief of staff assigned me, ensuring absolute security around the chief's residence. I'll never let these things harm the chief. I'll cut them down entirely. Like this." As he spoke, he slashed a protruding tendril from the wall, sending it tumbling to the floor. "Good. Keep at it." Sui nodded, just as sudden commotion erupted below. A fresh wave of chaos surged upward, punctuated by a woman's piercing scream. "Ah! Stay back. Don't come near me. Look at the injured man, he's changing. Shit, he's turning into a zombie. Kill him. Shoot him now." At the clamor, Sui tensed instantly, rushing back inside to access the surveillance feed. Wang Daniu gripped his long blade and took firm position at the stairwell entrance, blocking the passage. "Someone's turning into a zombie. Come on, let's finish them off. All glory goes to me." Wang Daniu steeled himself, refusing to miss this chance to prove himself before the chief. Back inside, Sui pulled up the live surveillance feed without delay. There, among the crowd, was the amputee survivor once treated with kindness. Now from his severed stump, dense clusters of carnivorous fungus erupted. Fine writhing tendrils burst forth beneath his skin, spreading in seconds. In the blink of an eye, a healthy man transformed into a grotesque ambulatory fungal abomination. Humanity vanished from his form. His entire body was encased in sickly viridian fungus, every orifice, every pore erupting with frenzied tendrils that lashed wildly at nearby survivors. "This is caused by the carnivorous fungus." Sui's eyes widened, breath-catching. "Damn it, it's far more insidious than we imagined. The second apocalypse's lethality surpasses the first, by far." "Fire!" Jiang Shaozi arrived downstairs just in time, issuing orders to Lin Yu. The soldiers hesitated no longer, quickly surrounding the monster and opening fire, while some warriors dispersed the crowd to prevent stray bullets from causing harm. As Jiang Shaozi had anticipated, the effects of the shooting were not very good. Handgun bullets could barely limit the monster's movement, but they were ineffective in causing any real damage. It showed no fear of the bullets. In the enclosed space, Jiang Shaozi also dared not recklessly use more powerful rifle bullets. "The flamethrowers are here." At this moment, the chief of staff suddenly arrived with several soldiers, all of whom were carrying flamethrowers, and began to roast the monster. In the blazing flames, the tentacles on the monster burned and fell to the ground, yet its main body remained unscathed with not even a scorch mark. The monster's body still exhibited vitality, and the flames had no effect on it. "It resists high temperatures. It shouldn't be. Is it even a